Welcome, 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 one and all, here on the road to the international from the Eastern European region. When we started this, there were 12 teams in contention to represent the region at TI. We've whittled that number down by half, only 6 remain, but at the end of today, there will only be 3. And we're going to be finding out who those 3 teams will be, exactly what they're all about, and who will fly the flag of Eastern Europe on the international stage in Copenhagen this year. To find out how this journey is all going to play out, we are going to be watching all these games together. But best of all, we're going to be hearing from Lucky Lizard himself. What's going on, fam? How are you feeling about these qualifiers so far? What do you anticipate today being like?
I am lucky. I doubled down last night. I won my MMR. These qualifiers so far have been amazing for me, at least. Like, I didn't really watch the other regions that much, to be honest. Like, don't tell anyone. Don't tell Uncle Ice Frog and Gaben. But yeah, I didn't watch them completely. Why? Because I had too much fun playing though. Like, I couldn't. This is probably the most I've played in a really long time. Just the game feels like it's in a really good spot because teams and players still haven't figured out, in my opinion, out what hero is completely busted so hard that nothing can answer. You could see some very nice experimentation happening across the field, like even some Dark Seers on the safe lane. Okay, even though I didn't watch, I caught a couple of replays, I watched a couple of highlight reels, some Dark Seers on safe lane from Lu. I've seen some pretty insane drafts. I know what to expect now, more or less, but you can always get surprised, and I really think that the patch is very young, unexplored, and it's so crazy, and it's so nice to have TI Qualifier on a new unexplored patch. Like, this is, you know, because you're getting these teams that are super hyped, they want to get to TI, but then there's a twist, there's a new patch, and the teams that were the best, like maybe a month ago, really don't have to be that right now.
I think one of the great things about this being a new patch, or where we are in the meta development, is, you know, right now, like you say, everyone's still figuring out what's good, what works, where we actually want the direction of the meta to go. But by the time we get to TI, it's not going to be like at the point where people are like, okay, the patch is stale now, we've got everything figured out. But it's going to be in that perfect sweet spot where 80% of the game is figured out, but it's that 20% that's going to separate the teams that do really well at the tournament from the rest. So I'm really looking forward to that particular tournament. And I'm certain they're watching these games, man. People are like, how about this Bounty Hunter mid-tech? How about Lich as a primary counter to this CK hero? There's a lot of cool things that we've already seen in these qualifiers. And I imagine that whoever wins is going to take those ideas to TI and definitely represent it even better on the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's a there's a lot of fresh young faces showing up and just doing really, really damn well in this tournament. And it's, at least the Eastern European qualifier is reminiscing me a little bit of Team Spirit when they just became popular with, of course, a certain someone on that position 1. That certain someone is again in the qualifier. Toro is again here. I would really like to see that. Yeah, Toro Jr. Yeah, I would like to see that. You know, I'm telling you. Look. This is my theory. Yellow Submarine, they qualify for TI, but because they already have Team Spirit there, you following? Because they have Team Spirit there, they have to separate as organizations. PSG LGD didn't qualify. They buy out Yellow Submarine. If
Team Spirit versus LGD Grand Finals TI again, I'm ready.
If you can't win against them, join them. Okay, take their team instead. I mean, you know, like,
that would be the best.
Wilder things have happened.
I mean, there was a year where TI winners, a newbie, went from being in a Chinese organization to an American org to compete at TI. So stranger things have certainly happened in the past. Of course, even in these qualifiers, if you take a look at this bracket list, strange things have already happened. Coming into this one, everybody had 3 teams: VP, Na'Vi, 9 Pandas, in that order in terms of their likelihood of being able to emerge from these qualifiers. VP already taken out yesterday. They're gone. Na'Vi and 9 Pandas will be playing today, both of them in the lower bracket. So there's no guarantee that they survive their matchups. And even if they do, there's a guarantee that one of them will drop down before tomorrow.
Wait. VP is gone. I didn't even see that game. I was, again, playing Dota. I wasn't watching that one. I had to win some double downs Ooh, and lose some double downs, of course, as well. Damn, that's something that is definitely gonna sting if you're VP, especially because, you know, there's no reason for you to perform this poorly. Like, they lost, what, 2 matches, 0-2, and they're out. Because if you remember, they just qualified for Riyadh, if I think I'm correct. Yeah, they won versus 9 Pandas, I believe, or someone in the finals. That's... that has to sting. An organization such as VP, even going through qualifiers, you know, it's probably below standards for them, and now they don't even make it to TI. That's rough. That's rough. But that's really what it's all about. This is it. This is new patch. The ones who do adapt the best will be the ones that proceed into the TI. And right now, I feel like the big names, the big teams such as 9 Pandas, such as Virtus Pro, such as Navi, they're not the ones that adapted the best.
Yeah. I mean, we were speaking about this on the first day where we were watching Liga team and watching how they were playing against Sibe. It was like, not necessarily perfect yet, but you can see that this team could definitely create problems for some other big squads. And they did it. I'm kind of surprised, you know, I was gassing them up just to make it interesting, but it turns out they are the lower bracket Grim Reaper right now. No VP, no Navi. Interestingly enough as well, since Navi fell off around TI4, TI5, VP actually has the most appearances at the International for an Eastern European organization. But this year, it's not going to be them. Team Spirit, hot on their heels. They're catching up with those numbers. And if I'm in this lower bracket, man, you take nothing for granted anymore. There's almost a guarantee that you might lose at least one game. So 9 Pandas, Navi, I want to see them playing their best. But I'll be honest, I want to see more violent, man. More violence and baby 3 pieces from Liga team will be very exciting. Unfortunately for us, that is our first game, Lizard. What do you think is going to end up happening here? Them taking on Navi, bro. Navi, the DNA of Papi. Is it going to be enough to carry them through?
Yeah, we have some really cool game coming up. Navi versus L1, like you just said, violent. He's had his interesting games, and he's had his games that aren't as interesting. I feel like for the sake of viewers, I'd like to see the interesting ones, but for the sake of Liga team, the uninteresting one, the stock standard. He's gonna carry, he's gonna not do anything too crazy, because I've seen some dives under the fountain. I've seen some, honestly, best dives of my life in a bad way. Yeah, and for Navi, when it comes to this first series, I hope that they've cooked something fresh up, because yesterday how they played was okay, but what they drafted was way too old patch. You know, that it was old month. Bring us the new stuff. These fresh new faces coming into the scene, like what you said. Okay, violent baby 3 pieces. We're calling him that, right? Like we rebranded him baby 3 pieces. Baby 3 pieces. He doesn't get a say. Why did he put his nickname that way? Yeah, like these kind of guys, that's it. Like, look, guys, we have a draft, we have a Storm Spirit first phase, and this is the kind of thing that you have to adapt to win this qualifier. Like, you have to go mad. You have to do this Storm Spirit's first phase, SF first phase, and win off of that. I really feel that it's really strong, especially when Dark Pillow is already banned out, so you don't have to worry about those brambles and stuff. Like, so far, no teams have answered this storm properly.
Yeah.
Navi go with an Underlord. I like your headset, by the way. Which one is that? That's some nice stuff. Anyways, I won't go into it. Yeah,
these are really
like
nice,
the Underlord with his Pit of Malice, like he can catch the storm. The build as well can be Ethos Agonyms with maybe some pipe or something in between. But it's really nice because you get that extra Pit of Malice on your Fiend's Gate. So you get a root on a root on a root, leading into a root, then your Ethos is off cooldown, that's another root. Maybe follow up with some Crystal Maiden Frostbite.
I would like that. You know how I feel about CM into these spirits. For me, the big change, the big adaptation from Navi, I'm glad they've walked away, firstly, from the Vengeful Spirit, but it looks like from Game 2 yesterday into now, they are prioritizing ensuring that Nefrit can actually play Dota. And even though they ended up losing that series, when he was on that Beastmaster, able to actually be on the map, night and day difference in terms of their performance overall.
Yeah, what was the other one? He was Enigma or something, right? Or Venge.
Venge game 1, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, can I... Yeah. Actually, I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I lost last night to Avenge Spirit Breaker lane.
Oh no! I'm sure you were just laughing, having flashbacks, being like, "Really? Maybe this is kind of strong."
Literally, we ended the stream with me flaming that lane. I go into a game and our lane is omega strong. Like we're some ogre Ursa. They literally can't do anything to us, and we lose to that lane. It was. Or ogre CK even. I can't remember. I just know that I was looking at my carry and face palming the whole
like,
time.
what's happening here, bro?
Yeah. I mean, that stun is it hurts from Venge, you know. And if she gets Aghanims on time, like that hero can ball out of control. But if the lane starts the way it started for them yesterday, for Nefrit, when he just fed twice in a row, like you just become a non-issue. Like you become a creep, like another support.
Yep. This time around, though, the actual support will be Rubik, the Grand Magus. We've been seeing more and more of him come up. It could still be a 5-position Rubik, of course. 1J,
bro.
the boss.
I mean,
I'm just glad he's not the hard support, you know?
I respect it. I have an emote I have to send you from that people made from you'll see from my streams back in the day, because I used to sit always like that and people would screenshot the knee and put faces on it and stuff. Good times. Anyways, Rubik, yeah, like this hero seems pretty solid at the moment. I don't know, like whichever face that you go for, I feel is good. If the AoE is nice, the minus mana on the spells that you steal is also very nice. Like you get like minus 30 on level 1. Pretty damn good. And I don't think that you're that scared of a Clockwork. I see Rubik's picked into Clockwork a lot. You can lift him up, toss him out. Clockwork already for me in this game. Into Rubik and Underlord, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I just want to see something that justifies this pick a bit more.
Legal has. Let's see what comes after the clock. I am also, the more and more I watch the Storm Spirit hero, the more convinced I am that like you might have to curate at least like dedicate 3 or 4 heroes to deal with this guy. Like sort of similar to CK in that regard, where if the hero is in the game, you actually have to orient your whole draft around him. If you don't, you can just easily get run over. Right now, I'm not seeing. I mean, they have this route. Yes, there's some left from the Rubik, but we still need ways to actually kill the Storm Spirit reliably, and they don't have that yet. But it is early in the draft, so we'll see.
And for L1, like you have ways of dealing with the Underlord already, like Storm. They get Muerta as well, that dishes out a ton of magic damage. It's nice. I think this will be your position 4 and the 5 Clockwork. But I actually am surprised they didn't go for something like Phoenix. Because you get that Sun Ray, you get that egg on top of Pit of Malice. It's really nice to greet people. Like they, you know, like we Slavs, we are known for being very hospitable to people that that come into our houses and stuff. And like if he's using the Fiend's Gate, it's very nice to greet him to your house with I don't know,
some fried eggs,
supernova fried eggs, exactly. So, and L1 obviously will not have that pleasure of playing Phoenix. Maybe if this Muerta is a 1, because Muerta 1 with Clock 5 is also doable, but I don't think this will be the case. My read on Muerta as a carry right now is that the hero is absolutely bad. I love Navi's house, by the way. I just have to praise that. Damn, that living room looked amazing. That big-ass couch right there, sofa in the center, and some fireplace. Looked very cozy.
Well, if they end up losing this game, you know where they're hanging out, man. You know, a good place to wipe your tears and cry.
It looks like one of those cabin in the woods vibes, you know, like just very chill.
Yeah.
Without any horrors, hopefully, for them in game.
Well, yeah, it depends on how the game goes, right? The scary stuff will all be determined by the draft. How do you feel about this? That's the second time we see it. The presumably tiny mid, up against the Storm Spirit. And yesterday, they generally seems to be fine in the lane, but then they lose the game. Is this like an angle that you still think people should pursue?
I think that Tiny is still very good. I think this hero is kind of crazy. You are going for that. If you're playing him mid, you're going for that toss, crash landing, face it. You just toss a creep and the creep wave is dead. Like literally, one creep and that's it. This is new though. This is new. You're playing into a storm. Now you picked silencer. You cannot you know what silencer's face it is. Basically,
I can't remember now. Tell me.
Basically, you need 2 ways of dispelling if you want to get.
Oh,
rid
the
of global
reverberating one,
silence.
right?
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
it reapplies global silence after you get rid of it the first time. Like, let's say he globals, you use Lotus, it reapplies on you. Like a new global is applied on you. So it's really goddamn strong in certain circumstances, especially if your supports are poor. Because you need to have like a BKB and then someone needs to Lotus you. You know, like you need 2 things. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. For someone like Lifestealer, that can actually be a big issue. I'm surprised they went with the Lifestealer. I'm not surprised in a way that it's a good lane versus Underlord. It's decent versus Tiny as a carry. But that silence, like in general, on Lifestealer, you don't want to have 2 ways of dispelling. Like, it's Manta and that's it. It's Manta and then you have Rage, right? But the problem is, or BKB and then you have Rage. But here you can't Rage. You're gonna be silenced anyway.
I mean, there was a brief moment when like there were a lot of Lifestealer and Juggernauts being picked, and people would very reliably pick Silencer specifically for that, right? Force you into itemization that you definitely don't want to be doing.
Yep.
I am also a bit surprised that they picked the Lifestealer, but maybe they were like, guys, whoever's getting picked is getting mass silenced anyway. Just let's try run over the game before they get to the point that the silencer is really that useful.
Yeah. And L1 now banning out all the stock standard heroes against Lifestealer. The Troll. Now, well, let's see what the other one will be. There's like a... okay, this probably won't happen, but I could imagine a world in which you put some Underlord mid versus Storm, Tiny safe lane, and then you last pick Slardar into Lifestealer. You crush the lane with Slardar Rubik, like he can't lane into that with Clock. It's gonna get bodied 9 out of 10 times. Your Underlord mid, I mean, he's gonna do fine. He's not gonna win the lane into Storm, but he's not gonna do poorly. And Tiny as carry right now is actually pretty damn imba. So there's a non-zero chance that happens. It probably will not. Knowing Yuragi, it can't be Ursa, right? They banned the Ursa. Maybe some Morphling. It's not great.
I was about to ask, does he play the Water Boy?
He does, of course. Yuragi gone when he went full Agi.
I remember that.
Full Agi, yeah. They go with the Brew, so no Nagas or Terrorblades allowed, but Morphling, I think it's still doable. Maybe some Monkey King as well if you really want to go that way, but there's a Storm against you. But overall, it's also playable.
Can they... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, could they run SF safe lane here? But not really.
Yes,
it's already been banned out.
It's banned out in the first phase, yeah. There's a Weaver option as well. Like, not a lot of catch on this side. Storm is a problem, but overall, Gleipnir, and they go with the Water Boy.
Water Boy! Weaver... You know, it's actually interesting that, like, day one, Weaver was everywhere. And then as the tournament has been progressing, he dropped from being a carry to support to nothing. Like, no one's even considering the hero in their drafts right now. Not the most amount of catch, but it would be an annoying game for Weaver. I definitely prefer the Morphling instead. I think one thing they were struggling with beforehand was, especially with Tiny playing mid around this Magic Band damage build, they might have struggled with scalability with their draft, but that shouldn't be a problem now that you have the Morphling. I mean, we already got to see an example yesterday of what can happen when you give a Morphling enough space to become uber big. And if he gets uber big in this game, I don't think Liga can deal with him anymore.
For sure. I do think that overall, Morphling here is the ultimate carry in the game. He's not the best when it comes to dealing with the Brawlings, which might be a little bit of a problem, but you have Tiny for that. Like, he can splash them through. He's the one that can prevent that rat from happening if it gets to that point, you know, in which they're just hitting your Rexes, hitting your high ground. Overall, Navi's draft, I feel, is very well-rounded. They have some new tech coming in with the Thunderlord on offlane. They have some old tech with Yuragi playing Morphling. New tech with Sanctity on mid lane, and of course Silencer being picked up, that we don't really see at all right now. Like Silencer being a dead hero, but obviously their idea of how to answer the Storm Spirit. So you have instant lift, you have silence, and you have some burst damage from Tiny, plus the Underlord with the Roots. A lot of things that Storm Spirit has to worry about, but Storm Spirit right now is absolutely insane of a hero, so maybe he just won't care.
Yeah, Storm is Storm right now. Let us see what they've got. Rabel has been leveling up over the course of this tournament. Now, here in the lower bracket, we need him once more. Put in a performance of a lifetime, put a lot of pressure out, and not get silenced over and over and die. You got this, bro. Oh my.
You got this. You just have a million things to worry about, but you got this. We believe you.
Yeah, just don't get stunned, don't get rooted, don't get silenced, don't get lifted. It's a very easy game.
That's exactly.
Oh, and don't get blown up by the phylactery on the morph with the Khan and everything. You know?
And
Everything else but that is fine.
And if someone buys Hex, don't get hexed.
You make Dota sound so easy, bro.
Just win, lol. Just hit their throne.
Is any of these talents that you think are strange? Nefret went for the... I keep talking about talents. Assets, facets, who cares, man? I like that he actually went for the cleave on Nefret, going for the more farming and scaling route rather than just the Fiend's Gate pit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Cleave damage. Sure. Maybe some something against the Brawlings as well. Can help out. But wait,
that would be the best thing ever if he bought like AC or something.
Which one is the other one? What was the other one doing? Rubik is a bit of a pick, or is Clockwork in a?
I think they're both fine.
Yeah.
Both of them are a-okay. The other one is the one where after you arrive through the gate, it brings in the Necronomicons with it.
Oh yeah. The little Necronomicons, the demons. It is a Fiend's Gate, so it should bring fiends. Okay.
There's a lore reason for this, I see. I like that. Well, this also gets him farming faster towards getting the Aghanim Scepter in the first place, right?
Can we rename Necronomicon to something else then and bring it back into the game?
No.
Have it...
No.
Book of Fiends.
No. Ice Frog, don't listen to this. Do not listen to this. Before you know it, Wraith Pact is back too. No.
Don't worry. Seeing how this game is going and how Valve is treating micro heroes and micro players, I don't think that's gonna happen. Damn, that's fast.
It's also not gonna happen that BB3 Pieces is gonna live because they get the first blood with this Brewmaster killing Malady. Man, I knew Silencer could be a squishy hero, but I didn't think they would die that fast with first blood for the Brewmaster.
Well, there's Squishy, and then there's Squishy and being completely out of position. I think that's the second one that happened. Again, he's getting... yeah, okay, now that he's working them a little bit instead. Hero got very reworked in a couple of patches in a row, so I don't even know anymore. I think it's basically Glaives of Wisdom. If you hit him 4 times, it silences. Yeah, after 4 times, the enemy will be silenced for 2.5 seconds. And I've seen some players, I'm not gonna say I do it myself, but mid lane Silencer with Mask of Madness. Because you always wanted this item on Silencer. Like, every single player that played core Silencer would like to buy Silencer, bot lane.
He's in trouble again. He's inside the calling right now. Malady being eaten alive by these heroes, and he will end up dead. No need to even ask you where the kill lane is gonna be. Liga telling us exactly what's up. Down bottom, Baby 3 Pieces is getting even more farm as he gets a second kill.
Imagine not being silenced while using Mask of Madness. The best thing ever. If he continues feeding like this, it's not gonna happen.
Well, he might. If he continues feeding like this, he might need to buy it just to recover the game, man. Be like, I'll scale, boys. Don't worry about it. Top lane, we're having some aggression going out onto Zayax as this Rubik trying to get himself away from the Liga boys. He's inside the power cogs though. There's no way for him to escape. He's gonna try just get under the tower, but will be denied the escape. Killed off by Pantomime. And Liga putting real numbers up so far. 3 kills in the first 2.5 minutes, which, if you remember, Lizard, is much more than we've been getting in most of our other games.
No, we had some really low kill games early on, so yeah, I'm happy. You see Rubik, you see Silencer, these kind of heroes definitely can get gone on, but the top lane is a bit surprising, because Zayats, for me, like, this isn't a hard lane for him. Clockwork doesn't have boots or Windlace, and he managed to get on top of him twice now, or even 3 times if you consider the river. Kind of weird, but yeah, it's still early morning, you know, like people are waking up.
Ah, they're booting. I see.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
And
do you
Timon
have
now
that,
does
by
have
the way?
boots flying in.
Do you have boot time when it comes
Oh
to
yeah, dude.
playing Dota?
I have a crazy long boot time. Yeah. Like I cannot play. Basically, my brain doesn't work until like 4 or 5 hours until after I wake up. So the first couple, if I have to play games early, always a loss.
I see. Yeah, I feel you. I'm the same. For me, it's not really about the time. It's about the melody. Again, they're going on.
Going on one more time. Yeah, they do have the clap. They go with the damage. 1J just gets away from Yuragi. And the calling will do the work necessary. They're actually going to go into Yuragi as well. Uragon is back to the fountain because baby 3 pieces and 1J just putting in the work in this bottom lane.
Bro, they're playing them. These guys woke up on the right foot for sure. They're playing them down bottom. That shot, I don't think Yuragi even like expected it. Like he didn't morph at all. He was not full agi, but kinda full agi.
There's certainly one of those. Yeah, that should not happen again, guys.
Yeah,
Happened once, but it's Morphling, right? There's going to be one of those deaths every Morphling game.
Mid lane, Sanctity and Storm kind of battling it out. Very even lane, by the way. 25-5, Storm 26-3. Tiny, but obviously Storm had this advantage of 1J TPing in after bot lane and refilling his bottle. That was the best thing about that whole engage. Not the best thing, but one extra bonus was 1J died after everyone else. So he didn't give away any exp, and then he TPs mid, gets that bottle up. Like, it has to feel good.
They actually have the clockwork down here. Pantomime, they could potentially think of going again onto the silencer. Do they have the vision of him now? Now they do see him. The question is, who's going to make the first move? Melody, be careful, my friend. Do not walk beyond these trees. Stay back, man.
If you press alt and you look at the tower range, he's literally not crossing it. He's staying in tower range. Like, this silencer is not crossing that red line. Like, look. He comes after. He's like, no. I've died too many times. I'm 0-3. I'm not going 0-4 6 minutes in. That's too much.
What the things you have to do to recover a bad start, but he might still die anyway because he went in the opposite direction. Maybe he should have just stuck in the red line. Melody gonna get killed off again. Man, tough start to the game for him. 0-4 on silencer, 6 minutes in.
Don't cross the red line. Rabel does not get
on the high ground against Zayak, but I don't think he should realistically threaten this life. Oh, hold on, the allies are still coming in. They throw in the dead shot. The calling zones away Sanctity, so they easily finish off Zayak on the high ground.
We have Brazil on the...
They are going to be here. A couple of people showing up to try and at least get a counter kill. Sanctity hoping against all hope the tower would do enough damage, but the TP will come back from the silencer after Pantomime has already left.
Yeah, he almost got Pantomime, but Pantomime used Salamene's water from the Lotus pool, so he healed up.
I thought you were going to say Salamene's bathwater. That would have been better.
I ruined it. I should have. I chickened out. I can't do this blasphemy. I won't get invited to TI. Rubik is fighting off the violent lifestealer here for the Wisdom Rune. Let's see. He should get it. Yeah.
Should win the fight. We've been seeing a lot more carry players do this, like committing their own bodies to go secure the enemy Wisdom Rune if they have space. Sadly, not going to work out for Violence. And I'm sure he didn't want to risk popping Rage for Wisdom Rune and then dying like to a lift Pit of Malice. So he did right thing there.
He could have used Rage earlier though, right? Like, and then risked it. But like you said, he probably dies to Pit of Malice afterwards then.
I think he finished his dumb death quota on day 1.
Ah, I see, yeah.
Not allowed anymore.
That's true. He had some really rough plays. Melody, you know, this Silencer versus Storm is really good for Silencer if you're having a decent time getting level 6. If you aren't and this Storm starts rotating, you're literally free food 24/7. So, and same for Clockwork. Like Clockwork, Storm Spirit, all of these heroes love going on Silencer.
Mid lane, Just a little bit of contest over a rune. Rabel gets a invis rune, so I would not be surprised to see him pop this. And I would say make a rotation on the map, but let's be real, go find Malady again. And try to grief him even further.
They are going. 1J.
They see him. Dead shots out. Guys, give him a break, guys. Come on, bro. Sauce, fam. But put down again, Yuragi can literally do nothing to help him.
They're not playing to win this game. They're playing to kick Malady out of Navi. Like, they need to stop this. Like, this is 0-5, right? 0-5, 8 minutes in. Woo, sheesh.
Woo. Yeah. Tough, man. Dota is not an easy game, not for the faint of hearted.
I was
Melody's
talking about
definitely gonna have to find experience somewhere, man.
I was talking about their bootcamp looking like cabin in the woods. He's definitely living through a horror story right now.
Everywhere he goes on the map, he's literally been killed trying to just get into his jungle, killed in the lane. I just want them to stop, guys. I just want to see the global silence. It's fun. It'll be okay, guys. The spell is not that scary. It's fun. The scary thing about all of this, though, is that with all the gold that they've been putting into 1J, this 1J Muerta, yes, he started off as the 4, but the transition path is going to be much clearer now for her to start dealing out damage as well in tandem with everybody else.
Yeah, for sure. Like, she can scale very nicely. But I'm not sure what's up with Navi and their lanes. Like, yesterday, their top lane went... Like, they have to lose one lane really damn badly. That's how I feel like. It's like they have to fill out this quota. Out of the last couple of games that we watched, at least, one lane needs to be completely demolished. Yesterday it was top lane Nefrit. He just couldn't find anything on the map. Today Nefrit is doing fine, but this bot lane is just bleeding.
Yeah, they want to keep the blood going as they're coming up into the jungle right now, dewarding them, wasting even more of the silencer's poor gold. And trying to waste his life as well. Please stay under the tower range. Go to the west, my friend. Yep, that's a safe place to be. Chill in those trees.
Yeah, you click on Tiny. He literally got 0 runes so far. I think he didn't get a single one. Maybe a water rune, and that's it. He's constantly out of mana, out of resources. Like, this man cannot go anywhere.
They're actually coming onto him right now. Rabel popping the illusion rune, getting the bottle refill for the mana, and now here's the pressure onto Sanctity. Deadshot throws him back into the power cards. They don't have the kill off just yet, but they will eventually find him. Now V coming in through the Fiend's Gate. Nefrit wants to participate in this fight, but this might be a wrong gate, my friend. This is the wrong house. You do not live here. This is our place, baby. Liga, dominate the fight, take another kill. With the split, they're looking for more. Zayax trying to run onto the high ground here on the triangle. The split does end, but he still gets connected with the barrel. He is most likely going to die. 1J here with the dead shot, throws it in. Baby 3 pieces with the unstoppable streak. And Navi just cannot catch a break anywhere on this map in game 1.
This is just looking very reminiscent of that game yesterday. This is what happens when one lane just gets completely demolished. Basically, this is how Dota looks. You can't have one lane going as badly as it did. It's not like you lost it. Okay, I lost it, whatever, it's still close. This isn't even close. Like, your 2 supports are level 4. On the other side, you have a level 6 Clockwork and level 7 almost Muerta. Like, this is basically, if you're playing this game, you're feeling it like it's unplayable if you're on Radiant. And now poor Morphling is forced to just do what he did before. Actually, he's going mid.
He's going mid, but I'm not going to find anything here. Rabel just breaks the smoke. There's no blink on Sanctity. There's no way to punish this. He just walks in and out. Clockwork with the hook. Takes the haste June away from Uragi's face. And now they're going to try and put pressure on this Morphling. Rabel, he's coming back. Morphling able to wave him away. But Sanctity will not be so lucky. The Tiny is gone. So is the Silencer. Malady. 6 deaths at 12 minutes. And a double kill for Rabel on his Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and 2 kills on the Tiny now. I think he did complete the blink. It was on the courier. That's very unfortunate. They're forcing these things just before he gets the big item. Also, that's the first time Tiny almost got the rune, by the way. They're gonna steal their stacks, of course. As things happen, very normal. When you're losing everything. Tiny does have a blink. He's stepping in. Can you punish this?
Thinking about it. They get a little bit of the slow. There's multiple heroes they could catch here. And there's going to be the Avalanche on the 3 with the Pit of Malice drop down as well. They take away the Brewmaster and the Clockwork. Violence forced to rage TP the hell out of here. Nicely done. And here we go. Sanctity. That's the move we needed, fam. What an avalanche into the pit of malice.
You know what the worst part there is? Like, Melody got the kill on the Brewmaster. So all that gold goes on your position 5. Unfortunately, he's still not level 6, but now he's rocking 1,000 gold. He's like, yeah, this is... Actually, he's next level. I now understand. He fed him so that he can get that streak.
I see.
I don't know if you noticed that. Sorry, just to want this small little thing here, when he was using Arcane's Curse, how he moved, he was pretending that he warded. Like it was kind of neat. If you look at support, sometimes they stutter step and look into some random direction because it looks like they're warding, but he didn't. So kind of, it's the small little things. It's nice. Also, what's nice is not dying 10 times, but what can you do?
Yeah, we're still shy of that mark. You know, I just got some power trades on Melody. Things can maybe start turning in a positive direction. He'll be okay. And you know, not just will he get the gold streaks back every time he does stuff like this, but it also inflicts emotional damage, man. You're like, y'all thought you were owning me. Nah, fam, you're just making my later game easier. Thanks, bozos. This game now, though, is this still massively in favor of Liga? Yes, they did end up losing that skirmish in the river, but overall, the game state is favoring them. That being said, they are trying to buy some big ticket items. Violence trying to reach in for his Radiance. The same is true for this Brewmaster. They definitely want the full E-Shroud, maybe even a +1 on Storm. So it feels like Na'Vi will have a couple of minutes of respite where they're not just being ran at non-stop.
And there's a relic on baby 3 pieces. That Radiance is very close to him. Something that they actually did yesterday as well, they went for double Radiance. And I honestly, like, double Radiance isn't bad and hasn't been bad for a really long time. This is absolutely okay. So, it's nothing strange.
Also, the hero they're playing into the carry on the enemy team is... Because yesterday they did it into Gyro, right? This Morphling can buy MKB, but a little bit less likely to earlier as the Gyrocopter did.
Yeah.
They try to smoke through the mid lane with these supports. Doesn't seem like they were able to find anything, unfortunately.
There is one thing, though, also, when it comes to Radiance, which is so crazy, is not only are they buying 2 Radiances, it's Brewmaster that went Vessel and then is buying Radiance afterwards. Yuragi should be fine. They don't really have catch for him here, yeah. But some Brewmaster players don't like Vessel into Radiance. I think it's, again, I think that's completely normal right now.
I think also he was in that unique position where you've gotten so many kills, you effectively got the Spirit Wrestle for free. So you're just farming those Radiance like it's normal.
It was a bonus item, yeah, pretty much. A gift from Melody.
Maybe he forgot his birthday or something and he's like, I got you, man. Game 1, I'll put you on.
Fair, fair. Oh, good friend.
One thing this game might turn into as well is the same thing we saw from their game yesterday on the side of Na'Vi. The Yuragi farming in the dangerous area simulator. They still have some map control, so things aren't that bad just yet. But at the very least, Na'Vi can just look towards him and say, man, there's something to rely on, you know? Sometimes when the early game is going completely out of control and your carry is like, I don't know, some Wind Ranger, good example for what Na'Vi had yesterday, then you don't feel like delaying has a real purpose. But here it has an incredible purpose. We're not losing the game. We will probably win later, as long as not everything has gone to shit.
Yeah, they have this like ultimate late game potential definitely on them, but I wouldn't say it's very one-sided. I think both teams can do it later on, especially because of the Storm Spirit and how well he's done so far. He's got this E-Shroud for an E-Gamer.
Uh-oh. Rocket, down bottom. They scouted Yuragi and Pantomime.
Oh no.
Who are they gonna go for first? Zyax is gonna be the one getting jumped on. Pantomime's hookshot does not connect, unfortunately, so that entire engagement will have to come to an end.
Storm jumped over him, and he hooked the Storm as he's ball lightning in. Unfortunately for Pantomime, he was hesitant. You know, he was waiting a second too long, and Rabel, he went in. Interesting Storm is going Yules, by the way.
Like you get to deal with Lobo, right?
Yeah, but you can't deal
have a
with
jump
Lobo.
onto Rubik. He's just gonna steal ball lightning and get away. Oh yeah, because it reverberates even after you come down, right?
Exactly. Like you're gonna go down and
Well, now he might go down now. Global Silence, the first one is used up. They really want this kill when they will find it. Getting the right clicks out with Yuragi. Pit of Malice onto Baby 3 pieces. Will not prevent the split though. So he has the Radiance burn, putting in work onto Nefrit, but Yuragi putting in work of his own. They demolish these rulings, and now Sanctity reaching for more. Gets to the back end of the fight, finds the Avalanche toss. Violent though, inside the power cogs with him, trying to beat away at the big old rock, and he will succeed. Yuragi waveforms onto the high ground. They've already gotten out with Violent, but Pantomime not so lucky. Killed off by Yuragi. They TP out in front of Baby 3 Pieces' face. They bait out his staying in the fight. He kills Malady because of course he does. And with the Radiance burn, he's dealing a bit too much damage. They have to run away from him. Zayax is out of mana as well. And that's how the fight ends.
The fight that will actually 515. It's 1200 gold for them now, 659 for the Morphling. He got a lot. Like overall, a really good fight for Navi. And you were saying Yuragi is doing so much work to those rulings. What actually did it is something you called in the
cleave, right?
The cleave, yeah. For Underlord with the cleave, he had like 200 damage from the Atrophy Aura, and he just cleaved through those rulings. Like they just disappeared. This Brewmaster, he desperately needs the level 20 talent.
Yep. Mid lane, a fight is breaking out here. Zayax, how do you get out of this one, buddy? Oh, apparently you don't. And here comes Rabel looking for more. Sanctity is going to get caught in for this. And being very far from BKB probably means he's very far from keeping himself alive in this fight. Rabel jumping forward once more. Pantomime there as well to make sure they cannot escape. Very nicely done, Liga. Even though they ended up with a skirmish that they don't think they won, they're like, guys, all we have to do is just go right again. We only have one long cooldown. The hero with that long cooldown has Radiance, has level 4 Cinder Brew, still very useful in fights.
Yeah, they had a... first and foremost, they had Region on Storm, so he could take a very prolonged fight, and second, Zayat, he made a little blunder, because he likes to poke and prod. He's that kind of a player. He really likes to annoy you. He had that ball, I think he wanted to go in, but he instantly got clipped by the silence from Huerta. And then the 8 toss from Huerta, so he couldn't get away, baited a couple of extra. That's unfortunate.
Top, we just see the two offlaners saying hello to each other. Quick handshakes, everything's fine. Let's see, this Underlord is going for an AC next. I was kind of memeing when I said he should build AC, but given what we just saw in that last fight, I definitely think this is an option he should pursue.
Yeah, it's pretty good for him. The minus armor is decent for the Morphling. It's good versus all of these heroes on the dire side. Not too bad of a pick, I guess. I wouldn't mind some aggro as well, but this is fine.
You see a Tormentor getting taken by dire side. It goes towards the Clockwork. Well, Violent just keeps farming away, doing his thing. I really like the shot, dude. Jetpack is one of the coolest abilities in all of Dota.
It is. Jetpack in general is one of the coolest things in life.
Yeah.
I want to be born like in 20 years again, 30, you know, when jetpacks are a thing. Or a thing that doesn't really kill you.
Yeah.
It's
got rage. Doesn't decide to TP though, because he wants Yuragi to come in. He stole the power cogs to set up the Morphling for a kill. And Yuragi, top of the net worth right now, has the full Phylactery Manta. Very, very strong hero to deal with. Nefrit's reaching for more right now. Look, here comes Sanctity. Waiting for the wraparound, but he doesn't want to find Violence first. He was hoping it was going to be 1J. Sadly, it is Violence, so it's kind of low point. But he doesn't blink back in time. Oh no! What happened? He's going to get caught out here. Will he die? Not just yet. The waveform will come in from Yuragi after they force the Clockwork into the floor. And now, fighting onto Violent. Violent forced to infest into the Storm Spirit just to stay alive. Sanctity thinking about re-engaging yet again. He comes in. There's going to be the Avalanche. He's still not dead. They're going to finally be able to bring him down. But man, a massive investment in resources from the L1 side. What more can Navi get out of this though? Yuragi takes the life away from 1J. And with Pantomime caught inside cogs, he will die as well. 3-for-1 engagement. Arguably, Sanctity needn't have died, but man, is it worth it to get these 3 kills.
Yeah, he's the tanky one besides Underlord, and I believe what the plan was, I'm gonna go in and you global instantly. And then he's like, you global, right guys? Right? The global just wasn't connecting that early on. It did connect in the end, and it helped them massively to win that fight. Storm Spirit, this silencer might be the realest issue for him. basically how you play against Silencer is you try to fight every time the global is off. I think that what they need to do is exactly that. Violent is dealing some serious damage in these fights, like he was wreaking havoc, but yeah, it's not enough. If everyone else is global, they can't really do a lot. It's only the right clicks from the Lifestealer.
Unfortunately for Lifestealer, you know, this matchup, morphing into Lifestealer, has never been a fun one for him. It only gets worse the stronger this Uragi morph becomes, which he is now with an additional Aegis, has the full Kanda, and now building into a BKB.
That hookshot was, not the hookshot, that rocket flare was really close to... I mean, it's not gonna steal Roshan kill, but it sometimes happens, and it was on point. It came like a millisecond after it died.
Would have been nice for Liga. They need something to go their way because the massive advantage that they'd accrued in the laning phase has been eroded. It's 1k, which is practically nothing. Morphling is the biggest hero on the map. This Underlord is not far from his AC as well, so... this always feels rough when you have such a good start, but you get into the mid game and you're like, guys, why are we even or behind in some regards?
No, definitely. Looking at the lanes and how they went, this was one of those games where you should be easily taking these fights. Storm is in.
Poor Melody. Well, he did have the global online, but he dies well before he can actually use it.
Storm now actually has two ways of dealing with it, so he could technically force a fight global and live. He's got Yules and he's got Rune of Illusion, so... But they could maybe bait something out with these two items.
Maybe they don't want to fight like a full fight into the Aegis, but that fight might come for them. They smoke up, but look at this, Observer Ward middle. They know exactly what's happening. So Liga should not get caught out by this. The only person who's showing on the map right now is Pantomime bottom. Baby 3 pieces has already gone into the jungle top. I don't think they're going to find the skills.
Very interesting that he's buying Ags, by the way, on Clockwork. I do feel that... I don't even know how I feel about Clock Ags anymore. Let's see, maybe Smoke? They have one on Muerta, but it's in backpack, so it's not going to connect right now.
I think they're happy to just dodge this one.
Yeah.
So the Aegis, how much time is left on this? Still a full 3 minutes of Liga just dodging. Maybe a pick off here and there, but not trying to do anything too crazy right now.
How do you feel about Clockwork Sags?
The Ags overclocking?
Yeah.
I think it depends on the state of the game that you find yourself in, right? If you feel to yourself that, guys, we are really struggling to fight, really, and we need like more disables or whatever, then maybe, because eventually Rebel will run out of mana in the middle of a fight or has different priorities of targets. I guess if you overclock, you can like jump backlines, keep them fully occupied for a really, really long time, separate the fight as much as you can.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't play enough Clockwork to like have a really good read on this personally.
It's just like the item feels back in the day when it was double overclock, or when Rocket Flare was maxed out and when you were playing just to push lanes. You get Aghanim's and it made a lot of sense. You're finding farm, you're taking so much vision on the map, you're pushing in. For me right now, it's too luxurious, I feel like. It's just like an addition to what you already are doing.
We'll see how it ends up going for this Clock, as they're going for a fight right now. Have some precious cargo in the Lifestealer. They will reveal him onto this Underlord. Global Silence has been popped, but there's nobody else around just yet, so it's not really going to be that effective. Malady going to be forced to TP out before he dies as well. We just get a free pick off onto this Underlord.
Yeah, because the Fiend's Gate was nice. He used it next to Tiny and Rubik, but also it wasn't nice because Morphling wasn't there, so they could have connected, but not all together. So they decided not to. They just sold the Underlord, but I think most importantly for Liga, there's no global now for a pretty long time, so they can go again, and that's what they do. They smoke up.
Yeah, gonna try and make something happen. They're heading in. Who will they find, though, is the question.
This smoke is kind of ruined because 1J was the one that used it, and then he attacked the creep, so he couldn't pass it on to Storm and Lifestealers.
Do you like that change, by the way, with the smoke being passed on like that?
I think it's kind of nice. I don't mind it. It used to be such an annoying item to use with your teammates. Like like that item literally it creates a lot of misery within a team, you know, if it's misused or if it's in the backpack where it should be in the inventory to be used. It's like everyone gets pissed. Like this, I'm just gonna use it. If you wanna come smoke with me, come. If you don't, go work. I don't care. You know,
How would you feel, speaking of items, right? How would you feel about you see how we got the TP slot, right? So it's not clogging up your inventory. How would you feel
ward
about a
slot,
consumable
a small
slot? Either a ward slot, ward slots, just consumables in general, whether they be wards, fairy fires, healing pots, that kind of thing.
I mean, I'm all down for that, but just don't make Dota look like a spaceship, like 2 years, you know, with like bazillion icons around it. It already is overwhelming for some players. You know, like
Spaceship Dota.
Exactly,
Future
it would look like some spaceship manual. You'd need a manual to know where everything is.
A manual that no one in the Dota community would read. We'd be like, we'll figure it out in the game, boys, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. Who reads that?
Well, you know, earlier when the draft started, we were talking about people having to find ways to deal with the silencer, and especially Lifestealer. Which route is he going to be forced into? BKB or Manta? Since he already bought Radiance, he now has the Manta available. So I guess that is something nice, right? But it's like you said, it's still going to be very problematic against the reverberation.
Yeah, I think people aren't really paying attention to the changes on these heroes that aren't played. So you'll see. The silence is going to happen. He's going to use Manta, and then he'll be like, oh, wait, what the hell? Why am I still silenced?
I think Rabel, in the meantime, during one of his deaths, was reading those patch notes because now he's going for a BKB next on top of his Yules. They're going for a fight. They find Sanctity in the river, but he does have BKB. They jump in with the global silence directly onto Pantomime. Violence is there, though, dishing out a lot of damage as his Lifestealer. Sanctity has to leave. Now that the global is finished, Rabel can pierce the backlines. He's going straight for Zayax, creating space for Baby 3 pieces to zone back Malady. So far, though, nobody's died because Uragi has now shown up with his own BKB to go, trying to chomp through everybody. Rabel getting tossed into the air by the Tiny, but now Sanctity no longer has a BKB. He's being dragged back in, right-clicked down by Violence. Violence will get a double kill, but Nefrit and Uragi want to spin back for the boys. He gets the Infest into the Storm. Can he get himself away? He does! At the last minute, one more right-click from Uragi would have killed him. But he survives, and now Uragi, he's going up into the high ground, and they chase him back. They're putting in the pressure onto him. Nefrit, he doesn't have as easy a way of escaping this, especially not with Rabel coming back in as well. So Liga managed to get that kill. They turned this fight, long engagement, into a 4-for-2. Very successful fight for them.
Like Nefrit and Uragi, they're really giving their best trying to keep this team alive, but oof, it's a rough one. Like, first, what happened there is Global came 1 millisecond too late, but Lifestealer was way too quick. Violent, the moment he sees the Tiny, he pops Rage, and then he gets Global. So he already has Rage, he doesn't really care about the Global, that's what he needs. All he needed was the Rage, and then he goes man mode on the Tiny. Tiny is too low HP, so he needs to leave. Like this, he's already raged, you see, he's silenced, but he's raged, he doesn't care. So he can take down Sanctity and just zone him out of the fight. And as he's zoned, then they can fight off everyone else much easier. In the end, like the silencer also just gets right-clicked down in the river. That was a bit awkward. But I think you really have to be sad that you didn't have a little bit extra control for the Storm Spirit in that bit of Malice. Because 1 millisecond that he gets rooted again, and you win that fight. You win it. Hands down.
Oh, man. Dota 2, a game of fine margins. The margins in this instance favorable for Liga. But they know for a fact that fight could definitely have gone the other way. Still, this game is on a knife's edge. They scan into the Roshan pit. It's going to be too late, though. Roche 2 going the way of Liga. And they're going to be able to escape quite happily as well. Not going to get caught out. I say that, but they're sticking around. Not all of them TP'd out. The Storm left to go middle, so did 1J on the Muerta, but now they're split. They could maybe get caught on the retreat.
Yeah, but there's a... That's true, that's true. Underlord is top, but he can always join with the Fiend's Gate, so They move out. There's an Aghanims now on Clockwork, giving a lot of info, landing those rockets. Melody, by the way, he bought a pike. This is very brave for a silencer, you know. And the pike here is decent. It helps you against the lifestealer, against the Clockwork, kinda. Because of the way the new cogs work, it's a bit more difficult to just force yourself out, but... And he has an enchanted quiver. This man wants to right-click. He had a rough lane, but he wants to carry it in the end.
Bro, how much would you love if you actually queued the Mask of Madness?
I would hate it. But look, like, one thing that does make a lot of sense is if you have this Hurricane Pike, it's not really about the right clicks. It's more about you being able to constantly hit someone, because you're draining their int, and you're also silencing them after 4 hits. So it makes sense.
Speaking of hits, we were discussing this mischance on the Radiance and how Yuragi deals with it. The MKB is now online. So it's going to be one of those Morphling games where he skips Butterfly and just goes MKB Satanic. Means that last fight that we saw, you know, Storm Spirit ends up surviving, obviously at the very end of that fight, but there's a couple of right clicks throughout that fight that Morphling probably did not get off because of the Radiance burn. Now that's not really going to be an issue.
Yeah, but the Storm at the same time. Right now, you probably don't want to fight him. Let's see if they do, because he's got Arcane, and he's got Aegis. And he's deeping top.
Kind of lucky that there was no vision from Na'Vi, otherwise they might have tried to jump them. But Liga, at the very least, the moment Storm leaves, they're like, guys, let's not actually play this area of the map by ourselves. They still smoke up nonetheless. Na'Vi trying to go on an adventure, see if they can find them while they're still split on the map.
Yeah. Underlord is buying Hex as well, so one of these fights, soon enough he will have it. He's very far from it at the moment. Sanctity leading the charge.
We'll be able to find 1J, and there used to be a Muerta there. She's dead. They even committed the Fiend's Gate for that one. Nefrit popped it on the back edge of that fight.
It's one of those that's, you know, like, you're fine with it. If you're the Muerta, you're completely fine with that. Okay, they just wasted the smoke. They got me. Not a big deal, really.
This game is still so close right now. They're coming middle. Violent TP is underneath the tier 2, but he just wants to let them know, hey guys, you can't just take a tier 2 tower for free. Like, come on. Get back. You don't know me like that. Still though, Na'Vi is still continuing to find their farm on all their heroes. It's only really Sanctity who's fallen behind as a core, but he has Blink, BKB, Kanda, Echo Saber. He's fine, man. This game is still great for him.
Yeah, this is like the Tiny this is all that you need on Tiny, basically. At this point, you can blow up the supports, maybe even a core. Like, you play like this. You jump in, you blow target up, you use your Ogre Seal Totem to get away, then you go back in, do the same thing, rinse and repeat. That's what the hero does.
The best showcase, of course, of that was that fight they took around Dire Outpost. There will be a jump in. They want to maybe catch somebody who was farming this area, but Liga will not find anybody. Both teams have just been dodging smoke after smoke after smoke after smoke, man, these last few minutes. Now though, oh, Yuragi! What a target. The Global Silence though will keep him alive for now. BKB will now come out from him. Nefrit gets off a huge bit of Nihilus, and there goes the right clicks of Yuragi, bringing down Pantomim. They want the Storm Spirit as well. Rainbow jumps out massively at the last second, going onto Malady as well. Can they kill off the Silencer? Yes, they can. Rainbow, by some miracle, is still alive. He's getting chased by Zayax, but Zayax cannot find the kill. In the meantime, on the north side of things, Violent got himself killed off by the rest of this Na'Vi gang while Rabel was creating space. Rabel will eventually get killed now, and with the rest of the team around him, I don't think he escapes the second time. He does not have his BKB anything,
nice,
but he gets the Yules into the zip, into the TP, into the escape.
Okay. I have one question. Did you notice the Yules on Yuragi at the beginning of that fight?
On Yuragi?
Yes.
Yeah, whose Yules was that? Oh, is that the
was
Storm's?
Yeah, like he literally saves him in that fight. I don't see any Wind Waker. I don't see any other Yules in this game. Like, he used it.
In my brain, I literally thought it was a Wind Waker or something. I was like, there's no way.
Like, I think that was literally just a misclick. I'm not sure what he was clicking, though. Like, he has no other usable items, but Yeah, that was the only reason why Uragi lived. Unfortunately for Liga.
No. And if Uragi is dead, it's unlikely that they are able to kill Violent. Rainbow probably keeps the Aegis. Oh no.
Well, that was like a... I'm like, what? Like, look at this. Did they jump in?
Okay.
Morphing Ult, like, wow. Like, no one else has it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Dota's a hard game, man. Dota's a hard game.
It just happens, I guess. You know, who needs a Wind Waker? You have Storm on the other side. He's healing everyone.
I'm just glad though that Rainbow before, because you could have just zipped out the first time, and he's like, you know what? Let me kill Malady first. One of my priorities is get this guy to double-digit deaths, get the style points going. Yeah, it happens, man. Dota's tough. Well, on the back of that, Uragi now is Satanic. So Lifestealer, how do you deal as a Lifestealer? What do you do now? Because like, I don't think there's any point in like buying Nullifier anymore. You can maybe go still Basher. Skadi is being built up by him, but is there itemization that can actually help Violent be a legitimate threat to Uragi anymore?
You can become a threat to Uragi as a team though. It has to be a team effort. No more single items. You all have to do it together. Maybe some hex on someone as well. How's Underlord doing when it comes to that as well, by the way? He's getting closer. 1800 gold on top of Tiara of the Selemene. So he's gonna get closer to his hex, and then Storm's life veil is in even more of a danger. Meanwhile, Storm, by the way, just speaking of hex, he's got 4.2 saved up. So he'll have that.
He changed his mind from getting BKB, which he queued earlier, and he's like, nah, I'm fine, Yules will do. Probably need a little bit more control as well, like you said.
I mean, the BKB is also really damn good, because then you can double tap Yules on yourself and BKB after to clear the global. So that way you might not misclick on someone else, and you'll just use it on yourself for sure. But yeah, I guess this is a bit more of an aggressive approach, but I like it. If you buy BKB and then it doesn't work, you may just fall off instead.
Right now, Na'Vi, they do not feel like they've fallen off. They feel hella strong. So they're pressuring some of these towers. Tier 3 is being hit upon by Uragi's illusions. It's already down to about half HP. Liga definitely has to respond to this one. This is going to create more space on the map, so when the next Roche comes up, much easier for Na'Vi to go and nab that one.
I feel like no matter what happens in this game 1, by the way, we're getting game 3. These two teams are so damn close. Like, this is just one crazy thing after another. Like, you never... It's a box of chocolates. You never know what you're getting next, you know? It's very nice.
I must say, like, not even just in the context of these particular qualifiers, but in my Dota career, this must be the most strange qualifiers in terms of, like, team strength. Very lopsided. Not been a single time that I've had confidence in a team being able to win just based on their name and past performances alone. Very fun to watch.
Power of the new patch. I really think that's the case. Oh, they want to fight this Tormentor. Tormy?
Yeah. They don't want to let the Tormy go for free. They're smoked up.
Nice little ward.
Yeah, immediately taken away though. So they know where they're at. The question is, do they want to be the ones to jump in first, having to deal with this global silence? Malady has gotten his revenge, man. Definitely making them reconsider how much grief they gave him in the laning phase.
Look, he died like 7 times in the laning stage and 10 times in total. This guy is, you know, he's doing quite all right considering how it started. He was aiming for the Melk award, but now he's only died 10 times, and it's really good. It needs to be praised because it's not an easy game for him to stay alive when they jump him. That's a nice talent, by the way, on the Underlord. Some extra seconds of root on Pit of Malice.
Nice. Nice.
Is he our first 25? No, he is, right? He's our first 25.
Yeah, he is. 24 is on Rabel, so he's not there just yet. Him and Lifestealer are catching up. Speaking of, Lifestealers right now inside Rebel. They don't have the Underlord here, but they do have a Fiend's Gate. The scan will come out first. There's some scouting being done by these rockets. Phantom wants a good, better angle for this. This is not an easy fight.
Him? Oh no!
The imagination, they finally go for him, but they don't get him directly. They do get the Hex out onto the Morphling. The right-click damage from Violence is going to be there, but they don't kill him off in time. Well, he gets off his PKP. Now can just stand against Violence. He's going to go first onto Rabel, though. Getting away from through the Pit of Malice. Rabel, when he comes back down, he will be rooted and he will be killed. Big kill happening there. Baby 3 pieces will try and harass as much as he can with the Brewlings, but all he can really do is watch Violet get taken down right up in front of his very eyes. Now he's trying to debate them. Where is he going? Which direction? Sanctity and Yuragi on the one side. They've got Nefret on the other. There's definitely not going to be a way for you to escape this one, my friend. How many more seconds? 3, 2, 1, and he is going to get taken out. Caught inside the root, Avalanche will be there. The right clicks from Yuragi grants him a godlike streak and a massive fight win for Na'Vi, which will also obviously be rewarded with an Aegis.
Do you know why I unknowed as the fight started? I unknowed. We'll see a replay probably, and you can witness it on your own, because I know it's hectic. It's kind of difficult to spot how wrong that fight started for L1, because they had the perfect vision and maybe the perfect possible initiation for it to happen. But then, let's see, Pantomime.
Is there an ancient camp ahead of him? There is, so he should be able to hook to it. He's fine.
It's not really fine, is he? I still think they can catch him.
Drop cogs behind him. Okay, never mind.
So
Zayax unfortunately hooked the wrong target.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the replay unless this game ends. Basically, what happened there is they had all the vision on the silencer and on the morphing to initiate properly, right? But then again, as hookshot was happening, as Clockwork was trying to hook in, Storm zips in front of him again. And he hooks the Storm, and this Clockwork is completely out of the fight. Like, he can't even join, he's too far. And he's just waiting in the distance, trying to bring himself into it. And instead of bursting one target down with the Clock plus Storm combo, they just lose the Storm, and then they lose the Lifestealer. Just... they're really, really unfortunate with how they initiate.
Okay, we have a moment. We need to see that replay again. Poor Pantomime. Game is hard for him. Maybe needs to buy a Blink Dagger or something. I don't know. Can't rely on the hookshot right now. That's two sides that they just took off the back of that. A 12k net worth lead. 8k net worth of Morphling ahead of the Lifestealer. Okay, Pantomime this time around they do find the hook onto Zayax, but there's going to be the global Sanctity. Do they want to turn this fight? Fiend's Gate will come in from Nefret. They get the Hex out onto Baby 3 pieces, but they know he's not that easy to burst. We'll hold the fight. The split will come out from Baby 3 pieces, but dealing with Nefret and Yuragi is not easy. He has to go back into regular form immediately. Nefret now finally popping his BKB. His Pit of Malice was putting in work on the back edge of the fight. And with Zayax buying back, Liga do not want to take a fair fight, so they will retreat from this river.
It's not going to be any fairer now with the double damage on the ground. Morphling straight into it, gets the DD, has a Skadi now completed if he wants to. He just needs to go back for this recipe, then he can complete it. Maybe keep it in the inventory when the Aegis is reclaimed.
He's so big. Not gonna find anybody with the smoke though. Well, unless Sanctity goes on a bigger adventure. He now gets a little bit of vision onto Rabel. Rabel's trying to TP out. Won't be able to cancel it. Lifestealer though is a little bit isolated. What will he decide to do here? Malady gets caught inside some power cogs for now. And Violent playing Ring Around the Rosies with the Rubik. So it looks like nothing will actually happen, surprisingly, here.
Yeah, they did lose the tier 2 while that was happening. Morphling was pushing down top. So he gets that, but overall, nothing of real value was lost. Yeah, this game is becoming very difficult now. That the Skadi is up on Morphling, even if you kill him once, I'm not sure about killing him twice.
Yeah. Bro, also poor Baby 3 pieces. Like if he sees like the Morphling and Underlord together, the Brewlings need to be anywhere but there, as far away from those guys as possible. Just dying like 3-4 hits, man, was crazy.
He's got tags now, so he's doing something at least with his Storm Spirit. He can maybe initiate with the Cyclone, give some vision. They did kill it.
It's gonna be down. No primal companion for the moment, and they're just gonna keep sieging. I mean, they don't feel any compunction to have to leave here. They're like, guys, if you don't come to us, we just take racks. Okay, we can do this. Sanctity, though, gonna go jump in. They find 1J. They blow up the Muerta. There will be a global silence committed for that one, and he does have buybacks. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Melody has shard. He's scouted. They know it. They're jumping him.
They jump him onto him directly. They want to try and bring down Melody, but they don't have enough. He gets kept alive by his team. At the same time, Pantomime gets removed from play by the rest of the squad. Melody now pops the global silence with the refresher shot being used up. Violence is hexed by Nefrit. Where is the damage though? Where's Yuragi? Yuragi was inside the base. Now he does come back, looking towards Violence. Won't be able to find him, however. So he will live. Rebel, will he be as lucky is the question. A lot of ATOS getting dodged out right now by the Ziptaways, but he's running out of mana. He needs to retreat as soon as humanly possible. Pantomime, they just return into the fight, just caught by the cogs on the far side of things. 1J, didn't you just respawn, my friend? Gets saved by Pantomime with the hook shot, but that might doom Pantomime himself. Yuragi getting that kill and looking towards 1J, looking towards this Muerta, looking towards yet another kill that takes away these Liga members. Rebel, big zip in from inside the base with the Hex onto Sanctity, but where's the follow-up damage? Here comes this Life Stealer, putting in damage onto Nefrit, but Nefrit now has his own BKB. He can stand and deliver. He can't really do this. They need to get out of here. Yuragi, the Aegis has been taken away from him, but nonetheless, he still has a lot of damage. Sanctity, trying to get away from Violence and Baby 3 pieces. They want to bring down this rock. These fights are just taking so damn long. And Yuragi, he's the beneficiary of it all, because he gets to stand in the back lines, beating people down like it's fun. Baby 3 pieces needs to TP out. Rebel limping his way back into the base. And they're all buying back. They opened the Fiend's Gate inside the base. They want to try and end this game here, Liz.
And they definitely can. Let's see. There's still no split on the Primal. It's going in.
Rebel, he really wants to find somebody, but he gets global hexed. Bit of malice. Bursted down. He does have buyback, though, returning for the second round. BB3 pieces also has buyback. Sanctity, though, taking quite a bit of damage from Violence. This Lifestealer can put out the hurt, but his rage is not eternal. And when his rage is finished, his prospects are over. Forced to flee yet again inside the fountain.
Infested. They can't go in. They're going in.
Oh my gosh. They're not letting this fight end, Liz. They go in, but yet again, Rebel, the exact same thing happens. And this time, he cannot get himself into the fight. No buyback available. The same is true of Violence. 2 minutes in the grave for both of them. Liga, throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. And Na'Vi, they didn't do it yesterday, but today, Lizard, they mount the comeback from the most awful laning phase of all time. Game 1 in favor of Na'Vi.
Oh, Rebel just insta disconnecting after this loss. That's not a feels good, man, right there. You know, you can judge the emotional state of a player on how he discs from a game after he lost. If he disconnects instantly, it's not good. If he waits forever and never disconnects, you know, and then just leave, that's also very bad. Somewhere in the middle is the best. But yeah, unfortunately, they dominated the laning stage, but they just couldn't close it out. It was a really rough game for them. A game riddled with mistakes here and there, because this game, okay, Na'Vi, they play their cards right after the laning stage, but at the same time, it needs to be said that Liga, it wasn't a flawless game. Let's put it that way. The game wasn't flawless. That was included. After the laning stage. They had so many opportunities to really reel the nail in, you know, just to finish it off, but they just couldn't find the right angles. And no pun intended, Clockwork was really struggling finding those angles as well, because Rebel would always zip in front of him. It was like, my head was hurting looking at that.
Yeah, one of those situations. You can't plan for that, right? It's not, he's like, oh,
yeah, it's just
unfortunate. This is how we have the initiation.
Yeah. You can't plan, because both of them kind of initiate. The two heroes are very similar in a way that they initiate. They initiate from long distance and instantly once they see the target. And Storm was just a second too, not even a second, half a second too fast.
It is unfortunate at the end of the day for the side of Liga that they end up losing a game in that fashion. That's the painful one. That's the kind of loss that you're going to think about down the stretch and be like, guys, we really should not have lost this. Especially with, like you say, there were just a couple of scenarios that had they gone a little bit differently. This fight, for example, could have gone very differently. And then all of a sudden, they're the ones that get this Roshan. They're the ones that are sitting with the advantage in the game. But yeah, things did not work out for them in that way. But shout out to Navi. This is the second time that we see them have to play a game from an incredibly disadvantageous position, but nonetheless be able to make it work out. And I think it probably does. It does mean that we're likely going to see Yuragi sticking on these uber hard carries, your Morphlings, your Gyrocopters, heroes that have that scalability in case the early stage goes south.
Yeah, I think you have to do it. Just give Yuragi the ultimate win condition. I feel like that's the best approach. Give him the ultimate win condition, and then you don't care what happens in the lanes. You can kind of come back no matter what. Man, a really rough one, I have to say. Really rough game for Liga. They have to find a way to restart, refresh, go fresh into the next one, because these kind of games can come back to haunt you. Because the way you feel after a game like this one is, wait, I just crushed him in the laning stage. I did everything right and I still lost. What the hell can I do in the next game? You know, it can really mess up with your morals. So I hope that it doesn't happen to them, and I hope that we still get to see game number 3. But Navi, yeah, they must be feeling really great now. All they have to fix is the laning stage, and they'll feel so good in the next game.
I must say, another thing that they did really well, looking at these stats from Yagi, right? Look at his kill participation. And he was forced to show up to these fights much sooner than Morphlings ever want to. Much, much sooner. I think it was minute, 12 or 13 that he's there, like, skirmishing in the river against a Storm Spirit.
That's the first time
Not really
died,
what you want to see. And that's his first. But he realized what he needed to do. He's like, guys, if I just leave y'all alone, doesn't really matter. I need y'all to play with me. I'll play with y'all to buy me the space. Then give me more of that space. I'll carry us to victory. That being said, a little bit of luck came in play because at Pantsnum's hook shots connect more often. If he doesn't get Yules that one time, game is very, very different. Nonetheless, Navi will be very happy to take this win. It doesn't matter how you got the W. It matters that you have it in your pocket. And now they're looking for the 2-0 sweep. But Liga, having already eliminated Virtus Pro yesterday, are looking to continue their tear in the lower bracket, being the Grim Reapers of all these large organizations. Let's see if they've got what it takes after a small break. So go get some water and join us in a few minutes for Game 2 of Liga versus Navi.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all, and welcome to Game 2 of Liga versus Na'Vi, where Na'Vi didn't just win Game 1, didn't just mount a comeback, but potentially have inflicted emotional damage upon Liga. So Liga don't just need to change things in draft and execution, they need to play better mentally in order to have a better chance in Game 2. So Lizard, give me the speech, bro. If you're the psychologist in the Liga camp right now, what are you saying to get them back in this?
Just forget about game 1. I think that's the easiest approach always. Forget about game 1, go next. Like, you had them in the first half, but you didn't have them in the second half. Do more of the first half thing in the second half, and that's it. Like, just don't lose your composure and talk a little bit more. I feel like the thing that happened to them is the thing that happens to a team once in one game and then never again when it comes to these kind of initiations. First, that Yules and Morphling from the Storm Spirit. You can really see that emotions are getting to them. Like, same goes for these hook shots and Storm jumping over the hook shot and always getting hook shots so they don't have proper initiation. It's like these kind of things happen to you when you are just under stress, you know, you're under a lot of emotions. You're playing for TI. This is probably the biggest game that you have played in a while on Liga, or the biggest game that you have ever played. You know, you want to beat Na'Vi. This is this grand organization coming from your region. You maybe want to play for Na'Vi sometimes in the future, or your dream is to play for Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, these kind of orgs, right? So yeah, keep calm, steady, CCNC. That's the that's the approach. For the next game, you have to go CCNC. CCNC in pro games, not in pubs.
So, okay, I was about to say, which CCNC are we talking about? Well, let's hope that they have that in their back pocket. I think one of the difficulties they also have to deal with is that Na'Vi, between Yoragi and Zayax in particular, have made these kind of runs into TI and have placed highly at international lands, so they can better deal with the pressure that comes with these very, very difficult and close games. But we're going to see if they maintain that going into the second game, because Liga could very easily win. As long as they start off in the same thing, like you said, more of the first half, do not give us the second. And so far, they will, what are they? Their second pick this time around. Na'Vi is the first pick. And even though they won the game, Na'Vi, look at that first ban. They're like, Rabel Bates, you're playing something else. None of that Storm Spirit today.
I love that. I love that. Like, you win the first game and then you ban out the hero that you let through in the first one, because obviously they're going to open up with what they find the strongest. They found the Storm the strongest. Maybe that's something that Na'Vi wasn't sure if they're going to first phase or not. Yeah, so they just get rid of it. When it comes to the first pick, it is Na'Vi that has it. So what this also means is that Na'Vi is telling us we don't play Storm. I feel like Sanctity might not be that comfortable on Storm Spirit, because if he was, you could leave that for Liga to ban, because Liga, obviously, if they picked Storm this early on, they value it the highest. So they might think, okay, if we're playing it, everyone is going to play it. We need to ban it. Sometimes teams just ban out heroes that they feel are the strongest, not necessarily what the enemy team feels is the strongest. And that happens very often at the beginning of a patch.
10 seconds remaining.
That definitely makes sense to me. With Venge being banned out by Liga, clearly in the scrims that are happening in the background that we don't know about, there must be some information about this Venge. Because not the first time it's been banned against Na'Vi, they obviously played it twice, so there has to be something about the hero. And if you told me to my face what hero is going to get banned first phase, I would never have said Oracle, but it makes sense in retrospect because that instantly opens up the Darkseer, which is usually banned second phase.
Yeah, opens him up, sort of, I would say. I think that Darkseer is strong, and I wouldn't say that he's first phase material, because I still believe that there are heroes that can mess him up. Like, okay, you banned out Oracle. What about Enge? Like, she's still left in the pool. What about some other purges? I can't think of any on top of my mind. Give me a second. But what about the other purges?
Shadow Demon stuff, yeah.
No, I mean, Enge is probably the best left remaining.
I agree with you.
And I think that she is actually strong at the moment. I don't think that hero is weak at all. She scales even better than she used to. But I have to say, at the same time, I don't play a lot of Darkseer. Like, I'm not like some Darkseer spammer, and I have 100% win rate on the hero in this patch. Like,
holy smokes.
He feels really damn strong. Like, you just jump in, vacuum wall, you can do so much with that Darkseer. But okay, first and foremost, we get the Weaver for Liga. This should most likely be your position 4.
Yeah.
not hero that enjoys playing into Darkseer as a position 1 that much, but he can. Like, if you get a good combo, the Weaver versus Darkseer, like, it can do a lot. Like some, I don't know, some frontliner that benefits from the minus armor as well.
Navi, I wonder, there's a there's a 0% chance. I just realized Yuragi is the carry player. There's no way he's the one playing Darkseer. It's almost certainly going to be for Nefrit in the offlane. And they've just had that tendency of picking his offlane hero first in these drafts. So now I'm thinking, what heroes do we want to see being played by Zayax to put as much pressure on that lane as possible? Are we going like some Rubik route? Are we picking up Hoodwink? What feels the best as a damage dealing for? I think I want someone that does some damage as well.
Yeah, like you can think about heroes that combo really nicely with Darkseer, but you can also just go Rubik. I feel like Rubik and Darkseer aren't necessarily the best pair, but you have Weaver against you, so Rubik always feels good. They banned out the Clock. I think Clock is good, Spirit Breaker is good, Pudge is good, by the way. I think that Pudge isn't played enough, or at all in the pro scene. Position 4 Pudge right now isn't bad. Like, the buff that he got to his player's hook, the asset, facet, face it, it's really nice. You know, like you hook someone, you deal half of their HP as damage level 1. Not too shabby.
Let's see. Navi is going to be picking after Liga, so Liga will presumably either pick or support to just get their offlane out of the way. I think a support makes a bit more sense. They took out Venge, no Brewmaster. We actually, you know what I would really like to see. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? Navi played Ember Spirit for Sanctity, and even though they didn't win that game, he performed fairly decently on it. And I think putting the Ember Spirit mid, a hero that you know he's already comfortable with, when you already have a Darkseer in the game, it just increases your options so much, just having that pairing.
But they snatched the Rubik. That's nice. If you get this Rubik, you can steal the Iron Shell.
10 seconds remaining.
And also you're denying the possibility of Navi playing it.
5 seconds remaining.
Very nice. I'm maybe a little surprised that they banned out the Lifestealer themselves.
Dire team pick.
It's like you have this. This is an old school combo, by the way. Darkseer Nyx. Nyx. Yeah, I mean, the hero with a lot of HP regen, nice stats, nice armor, doesn't usually do anything in the lane. It's just annoying, but with Darkseer, suddenly, all you need is a nice, fat, scaly body to throw that Iron Shell on, and Nyx Assassin is probably the best hero for that. They get the Lich preemptively for maybe a CK on Liga. Chaos Knight was banned out last game and is still in the pool this time around. If Liga does not pick it, I haven't seen Yuragi play it, but I really think they should.
10 seconds remaining.
Like I was saying yesterday, 9 career games, the last one being like last year or something. It's not really in his wheelhouse for Yuragi.
Doesn't strike you with confidence knowing that he played it 1 year ago.
Yeah.
It's like when I pick a hero in the pubs. You know, when you pick a hero in pubs and you say, yeah, I got this guys. Then you open up your profile and you see last game 2018 or something.
It'll be fine, boys. I got this.
CK?
It gets stolen. They had to have known that there was an option for this. Not only do we know Liga team play really well with the CK, not only is the CK really good in the meta, but I feel like Liga, outside of the CK, from the carry performances of Violent, I think they've looked the most stable when he's on CK relative to his other heroes that they've seen.
Sure, but I need to say one thing though. This draft already Navi has CK sorted. Like, you're playing Darkseer Nyx in the lane. I think that's strong into CK. On top of that, you can wall him. That illusion is really strong on Darkseer as well. Like, CK is one of the best heroes to vacuum wall. And you have Lich on your side. Not only do you have Frost Armor against Lich, of course, against CK, sorry. Of course, you have your ulti as well.
And to make matters worse, you know that CK thing where you can get the chance for the double illusions? It applies to the Darkseer wall. So Darkseer can get as many CK illusions as you can. It's crazy.
So that's what happened. Okay, now I get it. Because one game I got 2 illusions from CK. And I was like, wait, does my wall work on illusions? What the hell just happened? That's what happened. Okay, that's weird as
Yeah.
hell. That's
I don't know
such a-
why it works like that, but it does. That's the
such a
interaction.
weird interaction, man. I was so confused that game. I couldn't figure it out at all. What was going on? Okay, now I get it. Nice. I mean, Dota is just such a great game, dude. Like, there's what's crazy about Dota is there's so many things that aren't even intended that make this game so fun. It's just some random coincidence.
I think most of Dota, the coolest parts about Dota, all of us discovered by mistake, right?
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
really the intention of the game design.
Yeah.
And one of the emergent games, we don't actually get that many emergent games anymore. I think this is really cool. I also think this Terrorblade is really, really cool. Like, I'm looking at this draft here. Yes, they're going to have a lot of attack speed with Beastmaster. There's some minus armor with Weaver, but you have a ton of armor yourself. Yeah, they will build, they don't really have to build BKB, but you can. They have Primal Roar, but you have Lich to help you survive a lot of this.
Yep.
And you dish out a ton of damage yourself. All you have to do is like pick a target, right? They're like, we're killing that guy. Terrorblade can help you do it reliably.
Yeah, the question is now, what are you banning on Navi? Like, you have Lesh already sorted. There's Zeus, there's Lina. These kind of heroes are really strong into TB. Even Storm is, of course, banned, but the problem is you have a Nyx. So you might not even have to ban out some of them. Because just have to find the right one. I think Lina probably would be the best. She's, from distance, hits you, doesn't even have to be caught by Nyx most of the time. If she's careful enough. Other heroes might struggle a little bit in that aspect. Are you seeing anything?
I think your Lina suggestion is the best for another reason in that looking at this Liga team lineup right now, normally you'd be like, we have CK, it's all the damage we need. Well, most of that damage gets taken by the Lich, so we need something that's a bit bursty from the mid. Lina looks good. I don't think Coddle fits the bill necessarily.
What about Zeus? Do you think Nyx is too big of a problem for him?
I don't think it's that bad because like the Nyx also has other priorities in the game, and you have the jump now as a Zeus, right? So it's not as bad as it used to be way back when.
My problem is only live wire, like that passive. I feel like Nyx Assassin is going to be able to carapace it off in fights to catch you all the time. But yeah, I guess it's not as bad for Zeus. I'm not sure. I'm definitely leaning one of those two, but a bit more like 70% Lina, 30% Zeus. But maybe they have a completely different idea on Liga. After all, they have the ultimate last pick, so Navi might snatch it. Like they could go Lina or something like that, and just ban out the other one. They can. I feel like for Navi it would be safer to go for something like Lina because it's harder to exploit. But also at the same time, Navi they need. I feel like they could use something DK-esque, something upfront. There you go. Like there's something big, fat, and that goes in together with this Darkseer Nyx combo because Darkseer and Nyx they can't do everything on their own. And if you get Lina, it's kind of too much of the same thing coming from TB and Lina. Like this glass cannon, long range
10 seconds
heroes.
remaining.
Liga, let's see. They kind of need somebody to also open up some tempo from the mid lane. You can't go DK because they have Darkseer. Or you can, but it becomes a bit difficult throughout the game. You go Phoenix instead.
Dude.
So who's going mid? Is this mid Phoenix?
It is.
Oh!
I'm telling you.
All right.
I'm vindicated. Dude, I'm telling you. Like, I've seen people talk. This is gonna sound cocky as hell, but I've seen the Phoenix mid because of my stream mentioned in other streams as well in chats. Like, this shit is broken. And it's okay. Let's look at it this way. It's a really good game for Phoenix mid besides the Nyx Assassin. I can show you of course, I was writing to the Stormer and I wrote to him like a couple of days ago, bro, I know you like stupid heroes mid, try Phoenix. That's when I had, I don't know, like 30 wins and 3 losses on Phoenix in like
all of them mid.
Not all of them mid, but like 90%. A lot of them mid. Like the mids are usually the ones that I stomp the hardest. This hero on the mid lane is kind of dumb. It's so dumb that I'm sad that I'm seeing it even. It's like this strange thing just being discovered by someone else. And I'm kind of sad about it because it's going to get abused for sure. He has one problem this game. That's the Nyx Assassin. Like the Carapace can be kind of iffy to play against, but overall, this is such a free Phoenix game. My God, I'm salivating. Like go game 3. Like if he plays right, this is game 3.
Bro, you must actually just be having the time of your life in these qualifiers. Yesterday, you got the Gondor mid. Today, you get to see this Phoenix pulling through in the mid lane. You got to see the return of Lich, a hero that I know it's deep in your heart, maybe in a closed cave somewhere, but you know where Lich is.
No. No more Lich, please. But I really like the Phoenix. Of course, look, I don't have a huge hero pool on mid lane, and when my heroes are played mid, I'm kind of sad because they're gonna get nerfed eventually. But I really feel that Phoenix mid right now is absolutely busted if you build him properly. We'll see what he goes for, what the item build is. I really think that there's a certain item build that makes him absolutely busted.
Okay, we'll see if he's going to go for that particular item build. You're obviously going to have to explain it to us. Not all of us are familiar with this new tech. Nonetheless, though, if they are able to get themselves the W here, Liga will secure game 3. And what a way to do it, right? A last pick pocket Phoenix. That is a way to start your chapter on the road to TI greatness. Let's see what they have got. I will say, though, if I'm Terrorblade in this game, and I'm looking at the enemy lineup, you know, before it wasn't so bad, but my God, dude, a mid Phoenix showing up, spiriting me, burning me down, that's going to be very, very annoying for me to play with.
You literally can't do anything against him as TB. That's the problem. Like, no matter what you build, like, you can't deal with him. Eventually, you can get, like, some BKB, but you cannot... The problem that they have is he's the only one that can comfortably hit the egg. And like, you don't want to waste the BKB on TB hitting the egg, so... Good luck, Navi. They've shown that they can definitely do it in the last game. But this time around, I feel like it's a really big uphill battle. Phoenix is doing it. This is it.
Actually, bro.
Yeah.
What's the build?
Add the double bracer. Like, double bracer earn. Like, literally the same. You don't even need boots. I'm doing the same shit. Like, double bracer earn. This is the build. I mean... Yeah, it's okay. I wish we had an interview to ask him where the build is from.
Dude, I would love so much if like people were just sniping your stream and just being like, wait a second, this is some good tech here. We can use this. This is nice.
Look, when you see like 10 games in a row going 19-0, 20-0, you know what's up. Like there has to be something wrong with the hero. I'm really hyped about the game.
It looks like we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about this mid lane. It'll be great. Also, speaking of how good Fire Spirits are against TB, bro, is this the lowest attack speed draft of all time on the side of Navi?
I feel like it might be, yeah. It just might be. It's pretty damn terrible when it comes to attack speed.
Egg is going to be immortal in this game as we kick things off in the laning phase. Lots of potential for some madness here. Rubik CK down bottom taking on a Darkseer Nyx. That's damage flying all over the show. Top lane Beastmaster Weaver versus Terrorblade Lich. Yep. Definitely not going to be a boring laning phase this time around.
Yeah, I'm taking a picture right now of this lane for Stormer. He was ridiculing me.
You're going to be like, Daniel, look, bro. I told you this is legit.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's really strong. Like there is definitely something to it. We'll see if they manage to execute properly. Their bot lane as well is really nice on Navi, I have to say. In comparison to the mid, I think mid lane will suffer, but bot lane is really nice once you get level 3. CK is a strong carry, but level 3 double Iron Shell on Nyx and Darkseer kind of sounds really nasty. Top lane Malady, this is another lane in which he could die a couple of times. Like you have this Weaver getting on top of you and the Beastmaster with axes, but it's a bit better, I would say. Like,
Yeah.
A little bit better for him than the Silencer.
They also don't have the long range slow that they did in the previous lane, where one J could just spam him with the dead shot. Now he actually has to show up to slow you down. Makes it a lot easier to escape from him.
Storm just sent me like a 30-second voice.
Did I just cast this Curse Malady? I think I did. Yeah, I did. My bad, bro. I'm sorry. Listen to it. Tell us what he said. Listen to it quickly. Mute yourself and listen to it. That's what he said. So while we're getting information from a TI playing, Not this particular year, but in prior years, mid laner. We're going to be scoping out how things are going. Malady comes back top, on bottom. There is some pressure being applied onto this Nyx. Just want to make sure that they hurt him, but it's Nyx Assassin who has all the HP regen in the world. If you don't kill him, we'll eat this tango and we A-okay.
Storm's message is very boring, by the way. Classic German. If it's broken, tell me why. What's wrong with it? I believe, but why? No. Ain't got no time. I need to watch this game.
He needs to experience the power, man.
This is the build, by the way, as well. You don't go Sunray. You max out your first and second spell. Basically, Curse Dive and Fire Spirits. Don't really care about anything else.
So far, they just even up on the lanes. Okay, Sinister Gaze going out onto 1J. 1J does not have Sakuchi for another 10 seconds. There is damage from the meta of the Terror Blade, and it will be enough to kill Yuragi. Doing the right thing, but he might actually die for this. The Sakuchi bug is still on him. And the Wild Axes throw in by BB3 pieces. Baby gets the kill, Yuragi goes down, and Liga feeling very positive about this trade.
Yeah, we were talking about level 3 on bot lane, level 3 on top strikes first. Bot lane, yeah, they have these double iron shells, but they're not really using them. They are using only one for now, saving all the mana. One of the difficulties that you get from doing this build on Darkseer, like you get more int, sure, but you still might lack a little bit of regen to spam the iron shell comfortably.
He is chilling with his Gauntlets. Top lane could very easily see more action happening again once Yuragi has his meta. They do have the level 2 on this Weaver. Okay, they kind of destroy this creep, but Malady, are you really going to prepare to pay for this with your life, my friend? Is he going to get right-clicked down? And, you know, I can understand needing to destroy the creep, but whenever you Sinister Gaze, they will dive and kill you.
Pretty much. Top lane is, for Malady, unfortunately, a little bit of a blunder once again, but a bit better, I guess. They did get some kills. Top lane.
Finally get the ion shells, but Pantomim, this is actually worth for him. Getting the kill onto Zayax first, yeah, you die, but that's a lot of time that you got to have Violent all alone in the lane, just chilling, killing out some creeps. You got some experience for yourself. I'm fine with it.
I would say it's some mega worth. And on top lane, they do get this kill on 1J, which is nice. Sinister Gaze. Even without a new sentry, they managed to kill him, which is pretty damn cool.
No sentry use, no meta, so you'll still have it available for other purposes. 7 kills in 5 minutes. This is the Eastern European Dota I'm here for.
Very active, I like it. Mid lane will go ham very soon as well. One thing that I am noticing from Rabel, like he's not being nearly as aggressive as he could be versus this Tiny, maybe afraid of some rotations. He wasted a lot of his time farming, well, not wasted, but he did farm the hard camp quite a lot. Which means that he's got a level 7 faster Malady top lane.
Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a dive underneath the tier 1, but Malady is still alive. Sinister Gaze back out onto 1J. 1 second away from Sakuchi. But that 1 second is too long. He will end up dead. Revenge is gotten, and that's going to grant level 6 to Baby 3 pieces. He primal rolls Yuragi, kills him off with the Wild Axes. Baby 3 pieces. What a player, getting a double kill in the top lane.
Zayat's mid. He does fall to Rabel, so they get that kill as well, and this game is just... like, if the last game was bad for Na'Vi in the laning stage, maybe this one is even worse. They don't have a 0-4-0-5 Malady, but I think it's even worse because Beast is a different sort of a beast, different sort of a hero. No pun intended, really. No, he just takes over the game so quickly. One thing though, he is going for Axe. He's not doing anything like Overlord that we saw yesterday.
What do you think? Is this a, which would you prefer for this game? The Axe just to get more damage in these fights, or the... I think they probably need Axe because of Lich, right? If he goes for the Helm, then they're gonna run out of damage in these fights without the items.
Yeah, kind of like with the Overlord, maybe you'd be able to pressure the map a little bit more. But I don't mind it like this as well. They're playing the Phoenix like Coddle, by the way, farming the medium camp and the hard one. Hard one was blocked, unfortunately for him. So on the mid lane, they are getting a ton of experience and gold. The difference between him and Phoenix, between him and Tiny is like 20, 30 CS. 1,000 gold.
Going straight for the vessel onto Rebel.
Yep.
So the question is, does he make the rotations or do you have to bring heroes into the mid lane to help him?
It all depends on the game, really. Like, he can crush mid, he can also rotate. One issue that he is having right now, it's not really a big issue, but he's farming the jungle so much that he's not pressuring Tiny at all. And because of that, the rotations on mid aren't really that great. Like, you can't rotate mid on someone who has full resources 24/7.
They're rotating bottom though because Violent dove a bit too far to pressure Nefrit underneath the tier 1 tower, and he's gonna get super punished for this one.
Yeah, Phoenix has
They wanna
ace,
try
though.
and come back though here. Phoenix coming across the Tiny. He sees Sanctity and the crew. Hasn't egged just yet. There's gonna be a chain frost that doesn't really do much. The Tiny, they cannot kill him before he TPs to safety, but they might be able to find Xyx. They're burning him out, and Rabel will succeed. Has a haste rune procced as well. So he's just gonna try chase these heroes down, forcing them all to TP to safety. Not all of them can do it though, and Lich is one of them. 1J might die for this, and he will indeed. The egg does pop, doesn't even connect onto Malady, but nonetheless, this Lich is dead. Double kill for Rabel, and the first moves from the mid lane coming in from the Phoenix.
Yeah, 3-0. You could see the power of Nyx there a little bit, Iron shulling him, preventing him from going further. I think the haste rune is really what activated the Phoenix there, and that full rotation. Pretty much it all happened because of it. Without the haste rune, it's very unlikely that they do get these kills, but nice move by them, securing the rune and rotating.
Might not be done just yet, because that's a full vessel out on him now. But okay, they don't have a smoke.
They do
There
see
is one, but it's
Uragi,
in the
though.
backpack. Now they see him. Beastmaster's coming. Beastmaster is raw. Is Uragi just dead? They need to slow him down though. Piggy Pool will help him out a little bit. There's the Primal Roar, almost
He's so
max
dead.
range on the spell, and they should be able to kill him off. He does not have Sunder, of course, because he is a Terrorblade at level 7. And Liga. No, that's the one hero so far for Navi that has been like, okay, he died in the lane, but we haven't hunted him so far after that. But now they have shown that they definitely will whenever they see him in the jungle.
He's also one hero for Navi that usually doesn't die that often. Like, Uragi just goes and farms the safe places on the map. That's definitely not safe. But the problem in this game is Beastmaster takes your side so hard that nowhere is safe. Like, you can't farm. Like, where Beast is farming. This is usually where TB would be. Lane.
Sanctity needs to be a little bit careful. There was some stun coming out from the Nyx. They weren't able to kill off the Rubik just yet, but eventually the Zap does the trick. Nyx though pays for this with his life. Xyx gets taken out by this Rabel Phoenix. The dominating streak on the Phoenix.
Yep. This is your casual 4-0-1 Phoenix on the mid lane. Exactly what I expected. 2 bracers and Vessel, you get like 2k HP. Like, you're just not taking this guy down. With the heroes that they've got, he really shouldn't be dying.
They're trying to get some kills though because they're finally going to smoke. They would love to kill baby 3 pieces here. Even better if Uragi's involved. They had an observer that scouted him earlier, but unfortunately for them, he had the map sense to leave the dangerous area. And they don't have a blink dagger just yet on the Tiny, so they can't even dive the tower fully for this just yet. Wild
Xyx,
Axis, oh man, Xyx was thinking about going in to stun out this Beastmaster. Weaver with the bugs will at least get vision for his squad, but here comes Xyx on the backline. They find baby 3 pieces, they kill him off, and oh my goodness, the Spike Carapace interrupted the dive of Rabel. But nonetheless, they still catch out Sanctity with the stolen Sinister Gaze. He gets lifted back, he's burning to the vessel, he's burning to this Phoenix. Can he escape this? Uragi is
He's got
here.
sticks, yeah.
He does have a point in Sunder as well, if he's thinking about it. Doesn't need to though, Sanctity will be fine.
That's a big win for Navi. The fact that they didn't lose Sanctity, they just have to be careful not to die afterwards because Liga, they did not leave this place. Like, they can still perhaps go in even. Just gonna chill farm some more. Go back. It's Zayats, you called it perfectly. He played that fight very nicely. Like, he could have Carapace to catch the Beastmaster a little bit earlier on the axis, but he decided not to. Instead, they baited out Baby. He thought that he could use his roar properly, but never got the chance.
Good stuff from Navi there. And crucially, them getting that kill onto the Beastmaster gives a little bit more space back to Yuragi so he can farm on his side of the map instead. Down bottom, the CK, he almost dies here to the Nyx Assassin, but now he's just armlet toggling. Bro, how many times are we going to see this before it gets boring? Are you serious? You get this guy down to 50 HP, he hits you once, heals back up, armlets into you, and just kills you off.
Yeah,
Fair and balanced, man.
The amount of heal that he gets from his passive is kind of ridiculous and violent. He is getting closer and closer to that Orchid, your most standard build armored Orchid. No one is safe on the map after that's up.
Whew. This must be nice to be baby right now. Farming up his ancients. He's just finished off the Aghanim Scepter as well. So he will continue to scale.
They do have smoke. They don't have Vendetta, but they do have a blink on Tiny. And an arcane road. So this would be Pantomime.
Oh, and the scan connected onto Rabel. They got Rabel in the scan. Oh man, if they only knew it was Rabel and not like another support, they would have gone that direction. Nonetheless, they'll content themselves with the kill onto Pantomime. Free Rubik there. They might not be done just yet. Yuragi even shows himself. All right.
He's being very active in these last two games. Like more active than he was in the previous series that we watched. They're hunting violent. Like Nyx should get on top of him. This should be a dead CK.
Remember me, boy! Yeah! Not so tough when you're alone now, huh? 3v1.
Yeah, 3v1. Fight me.
Nice little kill there onto violence. Yeah. The only thing that also sucks about the draft outside of just like attack speed for Na'Vi, if Yuragi is not here, their ability to hit buildings is really, really bad.
That's true. That's true. Maybe something that Tiny can do a little bit, but not really a lot.
Okay, Weaver getting caught out on the north side here. He was supposed to be scouting, providing his team with vision, and now he just gets killed off. Malady
Rubik.
also will sinister gaze onto the Rubik. Rabel had his dive interrupted yet again. There's the vac wall from Nefrit.
Still
They're
level
trying
1
to
egg.
force the egg. It's still level 1 egg, so it can be destroyed. Will the Fire Spirits do enough work here, Lizard? No, they will not. They destroy the egg, and now they want more. They're going onto this Beastmaster with the Chain Frost from Malady, putting in so much work into him. It kills him off by bouncing between him and the Hawk. There is no hope for the Rubik either. Pantomime, right-click down by Yuragi, and Yuragi is here now with the meta, so this tier 1 tower will actually fall.
Yes, I'm so biased towards this Phoenix losing, man. Don't nerf my boy. I want to see Phoenix doing badly. I don't want anyone catching up. But yeah, why did he die so easily there? There is one issue with this guy. Like, he needs level 12. Like, between level 6 and level 12, you have to be very careful with how you're using your egg. Just diving in to try and use it aggressively is probably going to go wrong for you. And also have to be careful with the Nyx Assassin because he's catching you with Carapace, which is what happened in that last fight. He was out of position because of Zayat.
Zax has been putting in monstrous amounts of work so far on his Nyx Assassin. 2, 5, and 6. I mean, compare and contrast what he's doing with what 1J is doing. They're supposed to be doing more or less the same thing, right? And for example, he just by character stunned 1J. I'm not sure if they can catch up to do more though. In the meantime, there's another bigger fight that's happening here because the Tiny is 1v1 against Violet. He needs to get the hell out of here. He does manage to blink away as Nefrit drops down a vacuum behind them with an avalanche on top. Sadly though, they eventually catch up to him. They drag him back in with violence and they do kill off Sanctity. Big kill to get there because this might open up a path to the big man.
It will. It definitely will, because you have Beastmaster, CK. These heroes take down Rosh very easily. A bit unfortunate for Navi, the way that fight started is like 1 by 1. They were never really ready, and your heroes that are supposed to be in the back are up front. Like Lich was the... Lich, they actually want to contest this. They're stepping in.
Lich, yes, again, is going to be the first person into the fray. Will he just go ahead and drop the Chain Frost? He's thinking about it, and he does. There's the Chain Frost going in. Yuragi wants some smoke as well. Comes in with the meta. They need damage, though. And Rubik will get killed off. So will Violence inside the vac wall. Yuragi not even popping the metaphor towards us. Beastmaster caught on the edge of the trees. Baby 3 pieces. About to be split into 3 pieces the way things are looking right now. And indeed they do. They kill him off. And yet again, we see a Beastmaster was carrying the Aegis. Sadly, he will not carry it for long. Comes back to life, gets killed off. Yuragi now happy to pop that meta because it means more push onto another tier 1.
I mean, what was the issue there? The issue was Phoenix went out. Like, he went away. and everyone else decided to run back. He's the one that TP'd, and then you don't have your mid laner to fight, so this Aegis means absolutely nothing. You're playing without a hero. Lich's ulti, I really thought it's gonna be a little bit too wonky, but it paid off dividends, especially because it just went on top of the Beastmaster and bounced between him and his beast, slowed him down. They got on top of him afterwards. Like, great plays by Na'Vi, honestly, just being able to realize that they can still fight, even though for most teams that would look like a really bad engagement.
You know, it's been something we've been seeing in this particular qualifier in Eastern Europe a lot. Like teams specifically engaging just as they know Aegis will be going down.
1J?
Sort of like 1J, oh, super dead. Super, oh my god, oh, so bad. But like teams are just feeling much more confident about being like, guys, they had to have committed something to be able to take this Roche. Let's catch them on the retreat. And we also know more or less where all of them are within the pit. So some of the information that we would normally have to gather, we don't have to do as much work in that regard.
Yep, for sure. Like, you know that they wasted a lot of resources. Bot lane Beast.
Is this a dead Beastmaster? Yes, it is. Dude, Na'Vi is just going everywhere on the map, lane to lane, and he threw out the primal roar.
I think you
There's
just
an
run.
egg here.
You run from the side.
He should just get out. Yeah. I mean, if Zayax dies for this, whatever. He's a mixed assassin, and they're not running. They're not running because they're going back in. Sanctity getting the avalanche toss onto Rebel, but do they have the damage? They do now. Yuragi shows up to deliver the final hit, and they have removed Beastmaster and the Phoenix, two of the big cores of Liga, from the map of play.
Oh man, this is how the bad games look when you're playing Phoenix. Like literally, these games. This is how. Whenever I lose, this is how the games look like. You pop your egg, they just run away. You're using it either too soon with level 6 or too late, and they're just disengaging. Basically, if you're Radiant, you have this mid laner that's how to put it. Like, you have to think about this egg like a black hole, right? Like it's a centerpiece of your lineup, but you need to catch people to control it. Like you cannot just use the egg. You need something more, and something more is this roar. So these two heroes really have to play in tandem. Like, you need Beastmaster and egg at the same place at the same time to utilize the roar and the egg. You need the control.
Do they potentially have to start thinking of Blink on Beast just to get him a little bit closer to these fights with the Phoenix? Because normally Phoenix would dive like so far beyond you that you might not show up in time for the roll.
I feel like as long as you're together, it doesn't even matter if you have Blink or not, because you can react instead of being proactive. You can be reactive and just pop the egg on top of hero that's being gone on. But right now, unfortunately, I have to say this Phoenix is turning into a support. Like, it's this kind of a game. Basically, you're a glorified support, just like the Venge was on offlane yesterday for Nefrit. It's happening for Rabel today.
Let's see if he can turn things around. As right now, Na'Vi continuing to scale in strength. They're gonna give themselves a Stormy. Will go the way of Zayax. All right, that's pretty nice. Getting himself the additional Vendetta with the spell damage. All right. How much is the percent actually on the magic reduction? 17. Damn.
The magic number.
A magic number in Dota. If you see 17, you know it's Jova.
Exactly. It's all about the 17%. He's about to get the other magic number, level 12. For that level 2 Vendetta as well. Same on Lich. They're very, very close to being level 12 on these two heroes.
Both of them are really scary, right? Vendetta practically gives this hero all the uptime on the earth to just walk around this map. And Lich, we already saw what level 1 Chain Frost is doing to them already. Level 2, woo! It's going to be tough.
Yeah, the Chain Frost and Lich is all about this, of course, about the CK and the beasts of Beastmaster. But the Vendetta, it's not really about level 2 Vendetta. Who cares? It's about the cooldown and the fact that he can hunt down these heroes a little bit easier. He might... You can even go Spike Carapace, I don't care. As long as you're invis and in the right position, you know, to break some spells. It's all that matters for him.
I mean, it's very fair that an invis hero has an effective 10-second cooldown. Seems fair and balanced to me. As they smoke up on both sides, 5v5 is about to break out. And the smoke will break in the river. Who will get initiated on first? Sanctity tried to jump in, but he got stunned up too soon. He can't keep the fight going. The chain force is bouncing all around, but there's just too much damage on the ground so far. That being said, Juragi is also beating into them with the metamorphosis from downtown. And they have enough overall damage that they eventually take down the CK2. Here they found Rebel. Rebel goes in for the egg, but he knows that it's unlikely that this one will survive. It gets taken down by Na'Vi as well, making it a 5-hero wipe. It looked so good at the beginning. Looked like they were controlling Sanctity, but with the Vac Wall, with the Lich Chain Frost, with the Avalanches, with the Spike Carapaces, with the Impales, there's too much stuff on the ground, fam.
I want to extend my sincere apology to everyone that got debated by Phoenix Mid. It was a joke. It was all a joke. Where was the egg? Why not egg instantly? Was he far? He wasn't there yet. Look, he's still on the. He's TPing to the tier 2.
He's TPing.
Yeah, like I really don't think this one is about the heroes. It's about the way they're playing, like and the execution. Top lane, they fight after ages without their mid laner. Now again, they fight without their mid laner. I feel like there's some, you know, maybe they're not CCNC enough. They need to restart the vibes on the team.
Somebody needs to make some fried egg jokes or something. Bring us back in, boys.
Exactly, exactly. They also could use a shard on Phoenix as well. The Sunray could be very helpful for the CK to stay alive in these fights.
Top. Zayax is doing Zayax things. They got the vision. They know where Violent is at, but they're not bringing over the Tiny. I think they would want him to be here.
But look at Violent. That's so smart. Like he's debating him with the illusion. That's actually very nicely done. Unless he starts hitting creeps, I think Zats knows.
Yeah,
He's too smart for this. He's too smart for that debate.
So smart. So smart. The 12k gold lead right now for Na'Vi. Roshan can be respawning in about 10 seconds, and they probably would want to play around the next Aegis. So, Liga are aware of this, so they at least have some place they can fight around. And they just picked up the Eternal Shroud from Rebel. Not that necessarily him dying prior, like the egg being popped, has been really the issue for him so far.
Yeah, top lane. Or is that? I don't think that's the item. Like, this is where we, you know, our paths diverge from this point onwards. Because if you're going defensive items, I think the game is already very rough for you. Your full skill set is very defensive. Like you have dive, you have egg, fire spirits for lower attack speed. If you buy anything than BKB, I feel like you're putting yourself in a rough position. But yeah, we'll see.
He's hoping to also get to that Shivas. That'll be nice, having the blast.
Yeah, but
The blast.
Even the Shivas, I guess the trick here is, because of Dying Light, no matter what you do, Nyx Assassin can initiate on you. So it doesn't really matter if you get Shivas or not. I think Shivas is a really good item versus them. But on the other side, you almost have Butterfly completed on TB. Like, he's getting a bit too big.
Yeah. Check out the Nyx Assassin. Just scouting things out. Yet again comes across a Violent Illusion. This time around, he did have Sanctity nearby, so they were hoping for a more viable target. They might find one middle. It's Rebel. No, he's not the one that's allowed to die. Lizard, say it ain't so, my friend. And there's the Spike Carapace to ensure that they kill him. They even hit him with the Vendetta for good measure.
The only item that makes sense, like defensively for this hero, I feel like, is either some Yule's Lotus back in the day versus Global, or a BKB. Just a BKB to be able to not get interrupted, because you're gonna die during dive. They can interrupt the dive as well. This is rough.
There's no buyback either, so it can do nothing but watch. The tier 3 tower is taken away. They also don't have a glyph available, so they should be able to just get this Rainer Axe and get out scot-free.
Yeah. It's a nice little avalanche steal, at least, by Rubik. He managed to bait them on the illusion and steal the avalanche afterwards, but unfortunately, not a lot more that he can do alone. His teammates are just creep skipping.
Violent, you need to do your best impression of Yuragi from yesterday, fam.
Oh, by the way,
Find some pockets and farm.
Jay, if you check the Reaver out, he's buying Ags.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean,
It's terrible.
I feel
Let's be honest. The item used to be the most broken item in the game, and right now it's just so terrible.
definitely not good enough to justify how much it costs. He actually might die in the BKB the courier. And will he die here?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, he does.
the,
Zyx gets him.
the problem.
But you see, if he had Aghanim Scepter, maybe he'd have more stats to survive until he had it.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's the problem. Like back in the day when this Axe was broken, first you had more range, second you had a lower cooldown. Right now you don't have range, you don't have cooldown. It's still 40 seconds and the cooldown is really bad, so you need a neutral item for it. Or Aether Lance. He does have Psychic Headband, which is amazing for him that he managed to get his hands on it. This basically makes the Aghanims viable. So that's nice.
Roshan about to be taken by Na'Vi. They're getting Aegis and Cheese for their efforts. I guess for me, my other worry about the Ags is if he's close enough to use it, he should be dead anyway. Like, it shouldn't really matter that much for the hero he's using it on. Unless the hero's already escaping a fight and then he happens to catch up to them in between the space between the enemy and them, then maybe. But
Dire's bottom tower.
I don't know. I would have preferred, if he wants to save people, maybe even a 4-staff could have been easier. But it's a very hard game right now, honestly. Like, itemization must be super difficult for him.
It's not easy. I'm not saying that I know which other item would be better. But I completely understand his desperation to buy the Sags. Like, he didn't even go for Vessel, you know, because he has this Phoenix on mid lane. So Weavers usually, if you're a support, you love that turn Vessel build, but he can't do it here. So you kind of go for the next big item, and Ags is fine, but
Radiant's top tower.
by the time you get it, let's see. Let's see what's
Right now, they jump forward with Sanctity. I was hoping to catch somebody out. Violence is on him, but yet again, we see why the Lich is so good against CK. And there's a vac wall from Nefrit.
Seg is
Already
dead.
losing some heroes. The egg has been taken away as well. There is no combo for Liga. And now they're just going to chase the stragglers in the fight. Maybe 3 pieces. One more right click from Yuragi will kill him off. And it's a killing spree for Zyx. He actually stole it with the Impale. Yuragi was too busy killing 1J and beating down on these buildings. They get 2 lanes of racks. Rebel still doesn't have buyback, and honestly, there's no reason for them to leave this base right now.
They're smoked up. There's still a BKB on CK. Violent wants to fight.
Okay, Violent goes in, but Sanctity has a BKB of his own as well. And even with this BKB, Violent can't necessarily just hang. Worst of all, he just can't deal the damage. He needs to kill the Lich first, and he will succeed in doing so. With Lich dead, maybe these fights can be possible. Look at 1J though. Even though he was invis up, he was falling very low on the HP. Does manage to get away at last, but Sanctity dives in after him, chases him and kills him. They find him, but now Sanctity might be too far forward. He's in right in front of CK's face, but CK just doesn't have the damage, even with the Lich being dead.
Yeah. It's a really difficult position to be in. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis of the Terrorblade. Like, how do you fight this? Your CK just used his BKB, he used his Phantasm. And they have everything, they're ready to fight.
Oh, look at that. Vac wall into the 3-hero Impale. There's not much follow-up because they held heroes outside, but Rubik gives up his life for that one. Violent needs to arm that toggle just to keep himself alive. Running as far away from Na'Vi as possible. Sanctity still chases him. He throws Beastmaster's Hawk at the CK. And that's what kills him off. He does have buyback, but he also knows there's no point in using it. GG, well played is called. Liga throw in the towel. And Na'Vi keep the hope alive, keep the dream alive. They still keep their feet on the road to the international.
Congratulations to Na'Vi. They're very happy, as you can see on their faces. This wasn't an easy match. Game 1 and Game 2, the laning stage itself is really difficult for Na'Vi now in multiple series in a row. Like, to talk about Liga, guys, this was a great performance for them. Maybe even overperformed considering what the power levels were at. Like, they sustained themselves longer than Virtus Pro in a qualifier of Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
They should be happy with where they got. Of course, I know for a fact they're not. Everyone has this dream of TI alive, and it's really rough to lose this way. In Game 1 that they completely had in the bag, and in Game 2 that kind of started off well, but the first iteration of mistakes, like this carapace that catches off Phoenix, puts him out of position, and then you can take down the egg a little bit easier. I feel like they did. One problem that you have with picking these cheesy, crazy picks is when you aren't really that when you don't practice with these heroes a lot, right? Like you don't practice with Phoenix mid, so in your brain you're not thinking about, okay, no matter what happens, I need to protect the egg. You're thinking, okay, this is some support egg, whatever, who cares? They never roared after the egg went through on the right targets. Like egg gets used, roar gets used on Tiny. Who cares about Tiny? There's only one target here that needs to be roared, and that's the TB. Because he's the only one hitting the egg. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way for them. Nice performance anyway.
Definitely a nice performance overall from Liga. I mean, most people would not have expected them to even beat VP in the first place, right? So for them, definitely this duel represents a career high for many of these young players. I think also for the organization, after Ramses left, people were like, well, whatever, waste of an organization, what the hell are they going to do? Being able to get to this point in TI qualifiers is no mean feat. So definitely a lot of things to work on, yes, for Liga, but there's still a lot of positives to take away, and all of them should look forward to a further career in Dota. It just will not be at this particular year's TI. Na'Vi, though, I will say, I'll be honest, Lizard, when we first saw their games in the upper bracket, the moment that they lost, I legitimately thought they were done. I thought they were going to get 0-2'd and be dumped out of the tournament. But the game where they were recovering, and today, and the fact that Uriah has changed his playstyle, even though he's playing the super hard carry hero, playing it very actively in the earlier portion of the game, the way Nefrid has evolved his game plan as well, and especially the movements on the map of Xyx, I really think Na'Vi has like reignited the hope I had in them as a squad to watch out for in terms of them winning the qualifier.
Yeah, for sure. Like this reinvigorated Na'Vi Eastern Europe / SCA is definitely showing a lot of promise. For a Liga team, I think they had a pretty good performance as well. Like overall, they have some standout players. I think all of them played well, but Baby Three Pieces, the way we call him, or I think it's BB, basically is B is V in Cyrillic, and his nickname, if you translate it from Cyrillic, might be Verch, which would mean the top or the pinnacle. So maybe that's his real nickname, but we're going to continue calling him Baby Three Pieces because that's more fun, of course. But overall, standout player Nefrit, he had a really rough day yesterday. Today, 4-0-22 on this Darkseer. Not even the easiest lane for him, but he definitely performed when it mattered. And this is a first phase, by the way, Darkseer. So 4-0-22 for a first phase hero is, yeah, you might have to look into this one.
I mean, also, this is the guy that in game one on his Underlord he basically removed the enemy offlaner from being allowed to play Dota with the talent he went for, and then building into like the AC and stuff. He buys the Hex in order to reliably address the Storm Spirit. Storm didn't have Lincolns or anything like that to help her out. And his Pit of Manaces were always on point throughout that game. So I think he's like not just standout player for this particular game, but of the series. Like, shout out to this man. And not just standout player, Lizard, the biggest redemption story of all time, because from game one yesterday to his performances today, it's like, yeah, biggest improvement ever.
100% improvement, one game after another. And yeah, it's like yesterday, that Venge, that's probably every offlaner gets a game like that. Once in your lifetime, you get a game like that one that you want to forget, that you want to move on. But games like that shake you back into your true form. And today, this was his true form, for sure.
His true form is good enough to dispatch Liga and eliminate them from the tournament. Obviously, Na'Vi still gets to continue, and they'll be in action later on today. Much later, though, so not right now. They get to rest, they get to breathe, and they get to wait for their opponent, who will be the winner of 9 Pandas or Night Pulse, which is the next series coming up in just a few minutes. Obviously, it's another elimination game, so no more second lives for either of those squads. We need to see the best from them. Night Pulse, let's be honest, haven't had the hardest run in terms of their opposition so far. And of course, 9 Pandas have come into this as favorites. Maybe dropping down into the lower bracket will humble them a little bit and bring forth the best kind of Dota from them that we've seen so far. We find out the questions or the answers to all of these questions and more in just a few minutes. So we're going to take a break and we'll be back with some more Dota 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology. advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here to continue the road to the international within the Eastern European region with our next matchup, which is going to be a cracker of a game. Nine Pandas taking on the side of Night Pulse, with the winner going on to play up against Navi at the end of the day in order to get themselves into the grand finals tomorrow, or the lower bracket final, and eventually the grand final. So let's get into it. It's your boy Smiling Snare. It's the Laughing Lizard. It's some Dota 2. Liz, what's going to be going down here? Break it all down for me.
I have absolutely no idea. After watching Phoenix mid, Flappy Bird on the mid lane that last game, I don't want to see it too many times any longer for my own personal reasons, but also for it didn't look that great. What I would like to see is some maybe Storm Spirit on the mid lane first phase. I'd like to see some more Darkseer from these two teams, but Nine Pandas, you know, like our boys Solo and the other boys, well, our man Solo and the boys. That team, he's got some interesting position 5s that he's playing, like a 3-end Elder Titan, Undying so far. So these kind of heroes would be nice, but honestly, I'm all down for new faces taking over and winning. But I'd like to see Metrim coach them and pick some heroes that will allow Nine Pandas to get closer to the finals. Because yeah, it's all nice to see the new faces, but it's also nice to see a couple of old school ones making it to TI every time.
And it's always nice. You have players like Fly who have been to so many TIs and are still old men. It gives us other old people some hope, huh? Just grind out your pubs, keep practicing, and you too can still play at TI. You don't have to be a 16-year-old superstar to make it to the international. So let's see.
Especially if you're playing that position 5, right? But first and foremost, we're going to see some Darkseer. We also saw the most played heroes. This is the only team that Kiyotaka, right? Like he played, I think it was him, he played the Meepo on the mid lane.
Yeah,
it didn't really work out for them. They were playing versus Chaos Knight, versus Satanix Chaos Knight. It was a pretty underwhelming Meepo game. Maybe something that they can recreate once again, but maybe with a better draft surrounding the Meepo. We'll see. First and foremost, Darkseer. Oracle not banned. I think this is maybe something that Night Pulse could abuse. I do think that if you see this Darkseer, come on, you need to answer it in one way. Edge or Oracle, for me, are the best heroes. I'm surprised that no one is picking them.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably see Team Liquid dragging that out with Insania later on in the year.
One or the other, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You know, looking at these Nine Pandas bans, the reason they banned us Morphling, for those of you who didn't see these games, Kami on Night Pulse has been playing a lot of offlane Morphling to pretty great effect. So Nine Pandas are probably like, the last thing we want is a surprise offlane Morphling picking us apart. So let's just have this be as standard a game as humanly possible. Do you remember which game it was where Burka played the Stoxia and he did really, really well?
I can't remember versus who, but I remember the game. Like, he's had a lot of good games, though. Like, overall, for Nine Pandas, I feel like Alberca is doing well, no matter what, win or loss. So something to expect from him. And this is a phase that I haven't seen in a bit. And look at behind him. That's the true Jedi pose right there. Like, chilling. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how well Vtune does this time around. He is playing one of his stock standard Ursa heroes. He's someone that has been in a lot of big squads, in a lot of big stacks in Eastern Europe, and has made it to TI, I believe, once or twice, right? Like, he has been there, I believe. Maybe
he was
Navi,
there once with Navi, yeah. I don't remember the year. Let me quickly check.
Like 2019, 2020, something like that. Maybe 2021 even. 2020, there was no TI, so 2021, maybe TI10?
Hold on, let's see. The international... he did not make it to TI. They came second. He came second in American qualifiers. He came third in Eastern European qualifiers, fifth, sixth in the next set of qualifiers, and he came fourth in 2019 qualifiers. So actually has not made it to TI.
That's really unfortunate for him because he's been. He was one of these upcoming Eastern European position ones, and then Team Spirit just took over everything. You know, he was the upcoming star. It was him and GPK and maybe the Nightfall VP boys, but then Team Spirit just put them all in the shade, you know?
Yeah, what can you do? We have to play in a region with one of the best teams to have ever done it. Game is hard. game is indeed hard. Night Pulse, though, have made their game a little bit easier with this Clockwork pick. We didn't really get to see that much interaction between the Clock and the Darkseer directly in that last game. It felt like there were other problems that Clockwork had that didn't necessarily resolve down to the Darkseer.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the Darkseer next, basically just playing the game 24/7. There was no Clock, right? Crazy. That game.
Oh, the Clock was in game 1, the previous one. Yeah. I'm messing up the drafts. My bad. Messing up the game
in
one.
game 1, Clockwork had some issues with Storm Spirit. Storm banned out. He'll be fine this time around. What I see from Nine Pandas is like they started this tournament, this qualifier, with their own idea about how the game should be played, and I feel that they've strayed away from it completely. Like now they're adopting what everyone else is doing, and they're doing this Darkseer plus Brambles plus Shadow Realm. Vacuum Wall Terrorize is also really nice, and an Ember Spirit as well to pop that Iron Shell on top of. I really like what they've done. However, they will face some issues. Like the first problem that I see here is the Monkey Ember lane. It's heavily favored for the Monkey King. This will be their mid, I think, on Night Pulse. That's why they picked it. And overall, they will have this Disruptor into the Ember later on. The Static Storm is really nice. The Glimpse is also really nice into the Darkseer. And Disruptor plus Ursa, I feel like it's a lane that does... It's not stronger than Dark Willow, Darkseer, but if they play their cards extremely well, they might be able to survive on that lane.
Definitely strikes me as a high execution lane, but if they pull it off, they can get some great dividends. I mean, an Ursa that gets off to a good start also becomes problematic later for Ember. So that I have to worry about Monkey and Ursa. Not a good time. So if they play well, they'll be putting a lot of pressure in the game onto Kiyotaka. But we still need a solo hero, one of his beefy boys. You mentioned the ET tree and the Undying. Does anything else like fit into that particular mold that you could still utilize here?
There are other heroes, of course, for him to play. The Not Disruptor has been stolen from him. First, we're going to see the CK. I really like Nine Pandas draft so far. I feel like they're... for solo, they're keeping the last pick. Not because they need him on the last pick, but because the CK would have been banned. So they just want to get it as fast as possible. Wait, who has the ultimate last pick? Let me just check. So ultimate last pick is for Night Pulse. Okay, so they don't see the offlane. They're going to have to pick a hero for solo. Something ranged would be nice with the Chaos Knight, some Lich or something like that. You could pick something with the Silence versus Ursa. I know it's not solo, but Phoenix looks pretty damn good, even versus Ursa, because of the Monkey King. One hero that's in the pool, by the way, that's completely disregarded, untouched, that I like more than my first two ideas is Bat. Like, Bat here would be insane, even. Like, you're playing it into Monkey. Yeah,
that would be very good. Also, small tangents, but I love the way that both of these drafts, the viewers won't be able to see this, but if you look at the hero screen in the client, they're all scaling by height. Yeah. It's a beautiful gradient. I love it.
Like, the only one is the Ursa, maybe. Like,
it's more or less the same size as the Clockwork.
Yeah.
We'll take it. We'll accept it.
I want to screenshot this. That's how good it looks like right now. So we need something really big on the last two picks, like some Tidehunter on one side, maybe some Underlord. For Night Pulse. Like for Night Pulse, when it comes to the offlane, they have the ultimate last pick, so they can decide after they see the position 5. But you are playing into a CK, so you have to keep that in mind. I haven't found a single hero that completely destroys him, but Brew is in the pool, and maybe that would be an option for them. They are strong illusions, but still, like I think Brewmaster does well.
There's no SF, obviously. There's no space for a Lich to emerge at this point in time. Unless they want to do something really crazy. They ban out the Phoenix, though. Even though, like you said, it's not necessarily always a solo hero. Still would be super, super, super annoying.
Yeah,
I would like to see whatever other hero they get. Something that does have a big team fight spell. That'll, sort of force Night Pulse to have to play around it in a fashion.
Yeah. I won't mind that. I think something different would be a different approach. That is, would be something like a Shadow Demon. You just pick an SD and you have save into Disruptor. I think that's also a solid approach because you have a lot of frontline. Ember, Darkseer, Chaos Knight. These guys are just going to be going in, making a lot of space for you in the backline. So you can get another backline position 5. I think Phoenix fit it very nicely because it would also be like this teamfight component.
How about Jakiro? Oh, it's Pugna.
I mean, similar to Shadow Demon in a way that he does save a target, maybe not as hard, but you still have decrep against Ursa against Monkey King, which is nice.
Yeah.
And you get some tower taking. Jakiro is solid, maybe a little bit too slow into Clock and Disruptor. That's, you know, like...
5 seconds.
just slow on the map, that's all. I mean it as I say it, movement speed. It's slow. They get on top of you very easily.
That is true. That is very true. Night Pulse, like you said, they need off lane now. They know what the lane is going to be on the other side of things.
I like the Brew. I like the Tide. I like the Underlord.
I like Underlord the most.
Yeah, all of
the
these
roots are
heroes.
good.
Yep.
Percent-based damage
Underlord
into
is
CK.
banned, though. You're not going to see it.
Oh, is it banned? Okay.
Naga.
We would have sat here for a long time before we came up with that one, my friend. But let's remember who this is. Kami is the guy that's been spamming Morphling in the offlane. So maybe that's our problem. We've been assuming regular quote-unquote offlane heroes, where Night Pulse do not subscribe to that notion of Dota. As Kami comes in, Naga Siren as the last overall pick.
Yeah, I actually had a Morphling in my game yesterday, like some rank 500 Morphling on offlane.
How'd it go?
He lost, but I'm happy he played against me. I doubled down that game. So I don't know about the Morphling and on offlane, but Naga, interesting one. I'm actually I don't know what to expect here. You get some sleep to play with. You get another ensnare, which is nice. I don't see the Chaos Knight really minding that lane too much. You have Pugna for some AoE damage into illusions. I really, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have to wait and see this one out because I really didn't see Naga offlane in forever. They have like 3 cores that are so damn greedy. Like you have Monkey King, you have Ursa, you have Naga. The good thing here is your mid lane should be like where you want. That's the lane that Monkey King should definitely not worry in.
Yeah. And no, usually whenever we see Nine Pandas playing, this extends even into last year when they were doing really well. We have seen that they tend to excel when Kiyotaka is doing well on the map, extending the tempo, and generally having decent lanes. I haven't seen him lose a lane super hard and then have high impact later on. You know, he's sort of like the inverse of an erase type of player, for example.
Yep.
So we'll see what ends up happening for him and his squad here with this Ember. Fortunately, they do have Dark Lord on CK, you know. It's CK, and I don't think the hero has been that answered by the enemy drafts. But this Naga, monkey in the works, we'll see if this actually has a big difference in the outcome of this game. I'm excited to find out. Both of these teams, though, let's not forget, elimination Dota, so let's make things chaotic. I guess maybe that's the plan for Night Pulse, right? Make the game as non-standard as possible against Nine Pandas, and that'll give you the best chance to beat a team that on paper is better than you.
On paper, they are, but these guys, I don't think any single one of them feels like they're weaker than Nine Pandas as players. These guys are facing each other off in pubs daily. They're flaming each other, loving each other. You know, it's like just a classic European server Dota. I'm not sure. I just want to wait and see what this Naga accomplishes from the off. She's got the Riptide as the facet. She's got Eel Skin as her innate ability.
Okay. Here's the strat, bro. You build Aghanim Scepter, and then Aghanim's Blink, and then you're the one that's catching the Ember Spirit first.
30 seconds to battle.
This is the new meta, I'm telling you, bro. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, like even if you weren't, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I don't know. Like I don't know what to expect. I know that the Riptide Reelin has been changed quite a bit, so maybe you can play off of that. The HP region as well on Aghanim's Shard now is very interesting too.
I was memeing a little bit about the Blink Dagger, right? But I do legitimately think in this kind of game where they do have catch, but being able to consistently affect spell immune targets with Ensnare, and given that one of those spell immune targets will be an Ember Spirit, it's not the worst thing in the world. And I would not be surprised, let me put it that way, if it did turn up in the build somewhere down the line.
Sure. I just don't know. Like on one side, you have this very clear gameplay in which you have nice team fight between the terrorized, between the offlane that's going to buy utility. He's gonna go mech. He will buy a pipe, maybe Greaves on Darkseer, some Shivas later on. On the other side, you have a Naga that already queued up power treads and raid ban. Like this is basically your carry gameplay from the offlane.
Yesterday, when Night Pulse eliminated DMS did this. Was it DMS? No, Nemiga, sorry. Nemiga did this thing in game 2, I think. But they were playing tiny safe lane. But he ended up building as if he was a mid laner. So maybe this is the inverse. The off laner building as if he's just a safe laner anyway.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage on bot lane as Naga, by the way, already. And his illusions were AFK in the jungle too. So it doesn't strike me with so much confidence instantly. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm ready to be wrong, especially when I see something like this. I want to learn. Dota is a fantastic game in that aspect. Anything, really anything can work if you made your plan accordingly. Dug deep.
You're echoing the TI6 wing sentiments, man. Just do what you want. Figure it out as long as it works. Top lane. Till the end, a little bit of damage coming in from Andrew, but he'll be okay. This lane does feel a little scary, and on bottom, there's also a lot of fear that can be put out if Solo is out of position here.
Yeah, Solo is positioning himself really well so far, and he also has this Nether Blast that he's using into illusions. So he's making Naga's life not really that easy. Just to be careful though, he's a bit deep now. Bok is right behind him. Isn't really going on him.
Solo's like hashtag calculated. We knew how it's all gonna pan out. It's Gucci creating space for Darkflow to keep farming on this CK. And then we'll just wait quite a while until we get the full complement of items. I'm still so curious about that Naga, man. I legit have no...
So far, no pressure has been applied by her, so it's not like... But again, like how much pressure can you expect? It's only level 2 Naga. Usually, offlaners start really getting that kill potential on level 3. Something like Darkseer, right? Like you get level 2 Iron Shell, that's when you strike.
Speaking of pressure that's applied on the map right now, mid lane, Warwick has just hit level 4. So Embers, Kiyotaka, good luck. I'm glad you got as much CS as you did, my friend, because you're going to stop getting any of it now.
He did get something so far, at least, you know, like he's... like basically, why did Monkey King stop being that popular as an answer to some of these melee heroes is because you can play the equilibrium game. First, you don't block your wave at all. You push into his, then you block, then you just keep on pulling the waves towards you. You just keep on pulling. And so far, Kiyotaka is doing a decent job.
Yeah. You will obviously fall behind in the last hit department, but what can you do? And he's gaining levels, right? So coming out of this laning phase, he should be able to do stuff. And now top, this disruptor might be the first blood here, and indeed it will. Sayush claiming the kill. Alberca, will he escape this? Yeah, he does. Mewtwo doesn't feel like he's strong enough. But I felt like he could have actually chased him. He has boots and level 2 Fury Swipes. Alberca should have died there.
He couldn't because he didn't have Fury Swipes. He got broken. Like he got broken and he also got hit by the Spirit Lady. So he was slowed and broken. Like it was really difficult for him to continue the chase.
Feels bad, man.
Yep.
Mid lane also feels bad for Kiyotaka. Man, it really sucks when the enemy mid hero can have like this low HP and still play this aggressively into you.
Yep. Man. That's because he already used the Searing Chains. And once the Searing Chains are out, that's when, as Monkey, you start chasing him down. He's, what, almost half of a level ahead? Not almost, a bit over half of a level ahead on Monkey. So this is something to expect. 24 last hits on Monkey, 14 on Ember. Top lane, Alberca.
One more right click. This time around, there is no Witch Lady to break the Ursa, so V2 happy to collect Alberca's head. So 2 kills, 5 minutes. We're back to the slower games. Looks like our previous series was an aberration.
Yep. What was the Witch Lady doing? She was stacking some triangle camps. She got the Ancients and the Hard Camp stacked, so Darkseer definitely can easily recover if recovering is needed. And same goes for Ember. I think that's the most important hero to recover on.
Okay, good. Just secure 6-minute rune as well. The top lane, they end up killing off till the end. Alberta, him and Sayish with these iron shell burns is making short work of this disruptor.
Such
Easy
a nice,
kill.
Such a nice combo, by the way. Like, they didn't use it this time around, but the combo of brambles into vacuum, managing to use it twice in one fight, you know, it's really damn nice. Monkey King solo.
Solo is right in front of him, and they're just going to chase the monkey. There is no steering chain to protect him. Doesn't have a decrep, so just an easy kill. Ember didn't even pretend to be coming to help him. He's like, mate, you're on your own there, Mark.
He's gonna get the rune at least. Like, top rune was secured by Dark Willow, so he's gonna get that invis. While Seyuj, he gets the double bounty rune. The enemy jungle.
Nation and them are actually here. They're thinking about trying to get a kill. Till the end was probably hoping for a glimpse, but they cannot find it in time. They've actually brought Solo back into the mix as well. He won a blood grenade. We were hoping to chase down Disruptor, but he has a glimpse, so everything's cool.
Like, it's always like this with this Monkey King on mid as well. Like, he might bully you in the lane, but once this hero that he's bullying gets level 6, suddenly one rotation is all that it takes for Monkey King to start feeding. Because he's kind of squishy early on. It's not that hard to take him down. I like this Simeon Stride, by the way, as well on him.
Which one is the other one again?
I think the other one is with the Boundless Strike, right? Is it or no?
I think so. I don't know. I can't remember.
Let me just check.
Check for us in the meantime.
The other one is Wukong's Faithful. Monkey King's soldiers do not disperse unless he spends more than 3 seconds outside the area.
Okay.
So he keeps the boys around. They keep on hitting.
So that's the gang call, basically. We're beating somebody up. Time to jump somebody. Game gonna slow down a little bit again, and with Kiyotaka being level 6 and his supports, do his supports just have to spend as much time around him as possible until they get that counter kill onto Warwick?
I think the fact is, you're just worried because it can happen. It doesn't have to, but one Iron Shell and this Ember can maybe even do it solo if he catches him with the Searing Chains, so you gotta be careful. Instead, Genter.
We'll try to get the easier kill. They have a haste rune as well from the Ember Spirit.
Maybe get
out
both.
the slide chains.
Let's see.
They feel like they were stalled out in their progression by those cogs, so they couldn't get to the other side fast enough.
By the way, I know we're just watching mid lane, but Naga all this time is going bot, just creep skipping, farming behind the tower and farming the hard camp. No one is stopping her at all whatsoever, so she's finally finding some farm and starting to take over on the bot lane.
I think it's still going to be a while before we actually have the offlane build. I mean, you kind of just have to get Yasha on this hero. You don't really have an option no matter where she is.
I guess, yeah. So he's got Power Threads Yasha next. It's basically your carry build on an offlane Naga.
They're not being punished right now. They're getting away with it. But it does also mean that the CK for Dark Lord has absolute free farm in his lane. Like, there's nobody here to contest them. He just gets to casually keep everything under his tower, dip into this camp from time to time as well.
Kind of missed half of the way, but I don't think this was on purpose. I think he just missed with 1 second. So he has to waste a little bit of his time. And because of that, Ember knows exactly where she is. There's no song, right? I think he's not level 8. No, but still no song. Instead, he TP's out. Very nicely done.
They have this observer ward here that gave away all the vision.
Yep.
So they scouted this movement, were aware of it. Waste a lot of the Ember's time as well. Feels good. While this is happening though, of course, Mitun is also just chilling, farming away. Definitely one of the, well, I would say this is one of the greedier games, but then I've had flashbacks to what this tournament has been like, and I'm like, never mind. Everybody's been farming.
No, I definitely think this is the greediest game we've ever watched. At least me, in recent times. Like Naga on the offlane, Monkey King, Ursa safe lane. These are all heroes that do not do stuff without items. Like, it's not like I'm just gonna get level 6 and start moving on the map. No, I need one or two items to start making moves. I just don't know how they play the mid game. He's going, by the way, Manta Orchid. This is literally your carry Naga played on the offlane, and that's it.
That new tech, baby. Love to see it.
No, there's no difference. Like, they're just playing with 3 carries.
Yeah.
They're not even trying to hide it. Like, your monkey is going for Gleipnir. Definitely new tech.
Either it's new tech or some of the tech from my pubs, man. Where everybody's just farming as much as possible.
Yeah,
Top lane, though, finally, 9 Pandas can take his tower at least.
Dire's top tower.
They are getting the... That's what they're getting now with the Darkseer, though, right? Like, you take down the tower.
Is under attack.
He has the smack. He's gonna rotate now mid. You have the Pugna. I've been told that this Naga Kami does this very often, right? Like with the morphing on offlane, now with the Naga does the carry build, but like you're playing into a Pugna, it's gonna be easy to do that. Awkward.
Looks like Genta's about to get picked off potentially here. We'll buy a little bit of space and time, but there's almost no way you survive this, my friend.
It's not TP. He's still dead.
If he was to survive, he's a quad. Oh my god, he's actually gonna survive. Oh no way, dude. Okay. Yo, Taka's like, what are you fools doing down there? Need my help? Fine, I'll show up. Gets the slide out, gets the kill. That was a little bit longer of a chase than they wanted, so they will smoke up and try to get something else out of this. In mid lane, it is this Monkey King that they would be hoping to get to, but he takes the double damage, vacates this part of the map, so he's not going to be a viable target.
Let's see. They're rotating with the smoke still, searching for him.
Smoke gets popped though by Janta, who just respawned, but that close to the tier 1 tower, they're not going to go for it. Now, actually, this Saiyish Dark Willow might be in danger herself, because till the end is here, does have glimpse, and we still have the AD rune sitting on this Monkey King. Coming on the back end, they drop the Static Storm as well, and remove the Dark Willow's life.
Doesn't it feel good when you kill the Dark Willow that's hunting you as a support, you know? This is what Dark Willow does, right? Like, she kills even cores alone, not only supports. Feels very nice to punish her, but yeah, nice little kill that they get on the Dire side. They have some teamfight coming from Disruptor, of course, in the Clockwork, but overall, any sort of a kill right now for them matters because they need to buy time for this Tricore to come online.
How far are they towards their big items? The Battle Fury is up on the Earth. We do have... Just need about 1,200 gold for the Mjolnir, or the Maelstrom rather, to be finished on the Monkey King.
Middle tower.
And Naga, she practically has her Manta. We'll have it in like one camp now.
Yeah, the problem with it though, like you can start fighting, but I feel like Manta is... this is the problem. Maelstrom on Monkey is a farming item. Battle Fury on Ursa is a farming item, and Manta on Naga is also a farming item. So you got 3 farming items. You don't have anything to really fight with. You can fight with Monkey a little bit. Like, he's the one that can bridge this gap, but he's not the best at it. He's not like the best hero to do that.
Right now we see around this river, Monkey King does find himself getting rooted up, but they don't have enough mobility on the heroes behind the Ember to catch up to him. Just gonna get on the high ground. Now Ember has to be careful. Disruptor's coming back. Yeah, nice. Disruptor's here with the Static Storm. And Ember Spirit will die inside the Wukong's command. Brought down by this Disruptor. What a TP from the support player of Night Pulse.
He got so jebaited. Kiyotaka, that's crazy. Like, this is the second time the Static Storm is being used on their side of the map. And they're punishing Radiant really hard. 9 Pandas are really not respecting till the end.
Ready Raptor. Problem, top lane. D-Tune took a little bit of damage from Dark Lord, but I think Dark Lord and the crew need to get out of here. They have to know that the rest of 9 Pandas will not take this line down. Well, reinforcements are coming, but they're trying to position on the high ground to force this fight. Look at Dark Lord hoping to find the Reality Rift onto the Disruptor, and he will get it. He gets glimpsed back, but the Chaos Bolt will land before he hit home, and they should be able to bring down the Disruptor as a result.
Because there is still Darkseer here. Clockwork cancels the TP, doesn't TP through.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You just can't take these fights, especially if you don't have Static Storm. And right now, I feel like even with the Static Storm, no one dies as long as Darkseer is around. He's got Greaves. He's got Guardian Greaves. Like, he can save you. It's going in, though.
Going in on the high ground. Power Cogs will push some of these heroes back, but that should likely lead to the death of Snake. Clockwork Goblin does hook away. Nicely done onto this Ursa. Now Burka cannot catch up in time, so he lives, and it's fine.
Yeah, they're just pressuring, taking over the map as they should.
Yeah. What can they do, right? Nightfalls won't do anything. Can't do anything, really.
Yeah, they're just playing the... I really think this is their read on the game and how the game should be played. That's it. Like, they just feel that the map is big enough for 3 carries and they want to try it out and see how it goes. Know that they play these carries on offlane in general, so if it has worked before, it can work again.
This Clockwork, though, the price for this working and for these heroes to be able to have the free space they want to farm is that somebody has to show on occasion, right? Top lane, though, they're going onto Dark Lord. The CK, yet again, going to find himself on the receiving end of some damage, but this time they have a Static Storm, so they are able to kill him.
Dire's middle tower.
Very nice. Like, that's the perfect target for them to kill. And the only thing that they lost is a Clockwork on the other side of the map. They're even going into the pit. Like, okay, this is working for them. Like, they have this Riptide. Furious vibes, yeah.
Dude, I love Dota so much, honestly. This is really the best game in the world.
Oh, this is... Yeah, you just see something that shouldn't work on paper, but it's working, so... You have to learn and adapt for the rest of the game, I guess.
Ember Spirit, gonna try to chase down this Disruptor. Raptor does get a little bit of assistance with the Boundless Strike, but he dodged the slides. He's juking, but the jukes will have to come to an end eventually. Vacuum interrupts the TP, and they do kill him off.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. Nice attempt to juke it all out.
So this Naga Siren down bottom, she's now building herself into a Heart of Tarask, having fully shoved in these lanes.
Yeah, why not? I'm the carry now. What's crazy is that they are finding enough space. The only one that I see is kinda falling behind is the Monkey King. Like, he is creating space, he's the one making moves, jumping around, you know. Meanwhile, Naga and Ursa are the ones that are farming the most, so your offlane is basically your position too when it comes to farm priority.
9 Pandas, though, they're sick of the farm fest. They want to brawl a little bit. They smoke up as 4. They don't have the CK with them, but they can connect to him down bottom. They will not need to. They come across Janta, who will break. How many engagements has he broken now? That 9 Pandas have tried to go for? So many. He'll do so again.
Every single one, yeah.
This is one of those situations, right, where if somebody would just look at the scoreline and be like, you know, those Clockwork 0, 4, and 1. What the hell is going on? Why is he the one that's suffering all the deaths? Then you see where he dies and what he's stopping from happening, and you're like, okay, this guy's actually playing well in this positioning.
Yeah, I mean, he's always on point, breaking smokes and just leading them on a wild goose chase most of the time. Even survived a couple of times with hook shots. But one thing that worries me a little bit about this Night Pulse's draft, by the way. Okay, you have this 3 core, right? Like 3 carries, getting items. Well, there's a Darkseer against you. Like, he's gonna have 3 carries, illusions on his side as well.
And one of them is a Naga, right? So, Naga, I mean, Ursa illusions aren't that great, but Naga and Monkey King one's pretty good. Up lane, Janta. Man of the hour, the sacrificial lamb for the Night Pulse lineup. Yet again, putting his body on the line for the course. I think you might want to. No, they're not going to harass the tower. They actually just all poured out. And look where they put it. Ember put it bottom. Guess where he is at? He's underneath the Static Storm. Oh no. Oh no. Are they going to go for him? Yes, they are. There it is. Full combination. The Wukong's is out. The question is, do they have the damage to kill him? The Dark Willow Terrorize is going to help out a lot. But the Glimpse, oh my gosh. They don't kill him. He was 1 hit away from dying. The Terrorize actually ends up saving his life.
Yeah, the TPs were amazing from Night Pulse, the way they did it. Like, Darkseer had Pugna following him top, and on bot lane, Terrorize, Seyuj, he followed the Ember with the Dark Willow, just buying him enough space, you know, to Remnant out. Very nicely done. Of course, it wouldn't have worked without him having a Remnant, but D2 mid lane Invis. I was thinking about it. They ping him out. They know. Yeah, they knew.
Kiyotaka might be bottom of the course in terms of net worth, but his difficult starts, the game is definitely getting better. Still only the one death suffered by the Ember.
Yep.
And arguably it's a death that shouldn't even have happened at that point in time.
It's just the lane, really. Like, you couldn't expect a better game from Ember. Like, you're playing into a Monkey King, you know that the lane is going to be rough afterwards. Like, he died once in that. Okay, that Static Storm was a bit sus. Like, he did decide to chase a little bit too far. But overall, like, you really have to be happy with his performance.
We do find he has something resembling an active item from the side of Night Pulse. Picked up a Blink Dagger for the Ursa. So, well, I would say potentially they can start making things happen, but then I see that he's got a Nullifier queued up. We still don't have the Gleipnir and Monkey, so they'll be content. Just keep farming.
Yeah, just keep on farming. Like, if you're getting so much out of the map, why the hell not? Like, this Naga is 400 gold away from full heart. 300 now. Like, he's gonna have heart, man, to work it.
So putting some pressure out on Solo. Will Solo die? Yeah. He might burn out. He will. Kami with the solo kill here onto the Pugna. They are chasing him for revenge though. Kiyotaka and Sayush, they smoked up. They do not know that VTune is here, but now they do as the smoke pops. So they're not going to find the revenge they want. They're bringing in Darkload though. Maybe they're going to try and force an engagement, but this would be 4v5. I don't know about this one. They're actually going to get songed into. The song is there. They have Static Storm. V2, he wants the dots here. He wants the big Alberca. They also silence Sayush. They cannot send in the Terrorize while this is happening. Beautiful kill picked up. Warwick now also shows up. They get the glimpse back onto Darkload, into the Wukong's command. He is surrounded on the CK, cannot escape the power cogs, and he will die. 2 heroes picked up in the remnants. Does he have any more remaining? He does, but he's slowed down, held in place by the ensnare, silenced up and killed. Kiyotaka makes it a 3-0 in favor of Night Pulse.
And this Disruptor is doing so damn much. Like, every single Static Storm this game was on point and was on the right targets. Of course, the song is what set it all up, Kami, with the good old TI1 song into the Static Storm, into the black hole. I mean,
the sleep, the surge, it catches everyone.
It catches everyone, yeah. He did catch not everyone in Static Storm, but he caught who he needed to catch, and that's the Darkseer. If he's caught, he can't vacuum wall. Your teamfight is basically simple and easy off of that. Man, I don't know. I'm too old, just like Solo. This is some new tech.
What's that thing from Malcolm in the Middle? The future is now, old man.
The future is definitely now. This is, yeah, very strange, but it's working.
Yeah. I must say, also shout out Kami to have the presence of mind. He realized what happened in that last kill. He's like, the only way Alberca lives is with Terrorize, so I don't even care if he actually does damage. We'll silence him and deal with him later. They didn't even kill him. They literally just let Sayush go. They're like, we don't care about you, bro.
Yeah, it was a very nice play. You know, sometimes people just all in on one target, use everything they've got, but finding the Dark Willow and silencing her, very nice.
Yeah. In the aftermath of that fight, Monkey King now has a BKB for himself. So the terrorized plays that we saw from Sayush earlier will not work out this time around.
And it's kind of annoying for Dark Willow overall to play into Naga. Like, all these illusions running around, destroying your brambles. Also now you have, like you said, the Monkey King BKB, the Ursa BKB. They're all basically online, and if you look at Disruptor, like, he's got a point booster and 1,000 gold. Without a Philly Stone, he's really getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter.
This right here, this is really the new tech. I'm glad we got to witness this. Top lane, they have a ward that scouts Kiyotaka. Oh no, this is the last thing he needs. Boundless Strike will be there, Static Storm on his face. And even if he's not physically there, Liz, somehow, some way, this Disruptor is still having mass amounts of impact in this game.
Ember, once again, rough game for him, even with the Yules, just not enough to stay alive. They're trying something different as well in their builds. Like, if you look at the CK, I don't think this is very different. This is one of the builds, but he's going for the Silver Edge. Gonna have that Shadow Blade maybe to catch them by surprise.
Solo
no, Solo.
is about to just get eviscerated. Woo!
He tried, you
Wow.
know, he thought those were illusions, so he went in and tried to just destroy one of them with life drain, and he just instantly falls. That's a full Bloodthorn, of course, on Naga. You will be dying in a matter of seconds on any of these heroes.
Need to rename this spell from Riptide to Rip Solo. But that's what this game has been like now. Whenever he's in front of Naga.
And that definitely just disappears. They need a Lotus, and he is queuing it up. He's got Perseverance and 2 items in the quick buy, but not enough gold, unfortunately for him, just yet.
Is a Roche available? Right now, man is sitting on the dire side. By the way, which do you think is Roche's home? Where's home and where's work for Roche? On the sides of the map.
On Dire.
Okay. So when he's going to work, he's going Radiant side.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I guess I have to go into the light. Look at when you click on Roche, do you see the chain, like the Aghanim's chain? No, you don't.
No?
Actually, for me, there's a weird bug. I see his face. Like, I see Roshan's face, it's zoomed in, and it's like, I'll send you a screenshot. It's really cool. It's like he's swagged out.
Okay. Send me the screenshot. We're gonna have screenshots of our fight after this as well, because we have a big smoke from the Radiant Dire lineup. Ember Spirit Kiyotaka does slide into the trees, realizes that Kami is here. How are they going to engage this fight? They do have the song act already on the Naga Siren. Roxy has all of his spells. They just popped the Phantasm on the CK. He's going in for the backline wrap. Not gonna find any of the supports though, and there's the song. On the eastern part of the fight, they have Alberca and they have Kiyotaka. They're gonna settle for this Roxy first. He's inside the Wukong, but he's not easy to kill right now. They use up onto this Ursa. Unfortunately for Alberca, he dies regardless still. Meantime though, the CK was able to eliminate the Clockwork on the back edge of the fight, and now they're going for more by bringing down the Disruptor. But the cores are much stronger than the Dire support, and now that they activate BKB on Warwick, they just jump and kill CK. A mega kill streak immediately coming in here for the Monkey King. And that is 3 for 2 and another Aegis for Night Pulse.
Just another easy fight for them. Like, just another one of these. You have 3 cores, 3 carries going in. You have a Nullifier, you have your Bloodthorn. I don't even know how they fight this any longer. They need to somehow make sure that the Darkseer can use his spells, because right now he's unable to do so.
Yeah. But it's tough, right? Because if you start the fight, but you don't go immediately onto the Naga or the Disruptor, then they'll be able to bail everybody else out by dropping their spells. That's tough, man. So much. And I think it's also problematic because if Disruptor dies after shot, doesn't really care that much. Wait, he found Ember Spirit. He cannot hold him in position long enough. He gets up, fails out. Or does he? This was on the high ground. It's Ami though. We only have 1 ensnare right now.
Nullifier,
they are coming
Monkey.
in. The rest of the squad. The Nullifier was extended. The right click was used. And Kiyotaka is dead.
He's dead without Disruptor using anything on him. Like, they didn't have Disruptor. He was still dead, TPing to the tier 2. Like, this is where the game becomes ridiculous. When your Ember starts dying to heroes that are not Disruptor. Because that's why you picked this guy. You picked him to hunt down these spirits, these elusive heroes. So you must defend your base now.
25 seconds without Ember Spirit being available. We do have a different fortification at least.
Is this the first roll?
It's the second roll of the game, but one of the first ones
Yeah.
in a while. Quite a while. Fortunately, not really going to dissuade Night Pulse from actually mounting this push. They keep the right clicks out. The melee barracks work for Night Pulse. Despite having tri-core Uber Greed lineup 30 minutes in, they're the ones that take the first set of racks.
Yeah, they're just utilizing all of the maps so damn nicely. The way they farmed around bottom lane with this Naga is... The fact that she was uncontested as well. I think... So the biggest issue here that I see is you had to go mid to help your Ember because he was in a really bad matchup, which freed up space for Naga on bot to do whatever she wanted.
All of a sudden,
Solo.
Rip Solo.
Run.
Rip Solo.
Run.
Run, mate. Okay. We'll be fine. There's a
Will he?
glimpse elsewhere though, as they go onto Alberta in the mid lane.
And
Well,
Solo.
he's definitely not fine. And now back on Solo. It is still Rip Solo. Well, hook shot ensures that there's no possibility of escape. Now, okay, you know how I know the game is generally lost? When the enemy team is able to push 2 tier 2 simultaneously, things are not looking good.
Yeah, yeah. That hookshot wasn't even necessary, by the way. That was just like a nail in the coffin.
Well. 20 seconds. Let's have buyback. Would be loath to use it right now. Warwick, oh my gosh, he set them up. Put the pipe here directly onto Ember. Ember, though, did have a remnant in Fountain. Never feels good to you need that remnant, but give it aside.
Dark Lord, bot torn, maybe this is it.
Okay, let me do this. And they get the damage. Yes, they can. Kami's gone. Man, we still forget how much damage is he taking here. And now Ember Spirit finding the side chain onto this disruptors, but till the end will die. The base to middle will be held.
He's very damn angry and he's hunting for more. He's got this Bloodthorn Shadowblade build. He wants to find more, but look at that courier, by the way, that's flying right next to him. If he could kill that courier, that would actually have been worth. That's full Aghanim's on it right there.
Aghanim Scepter. Doesn't find it though, sadly. Okay. So what did we learn from this last fight? There is still potential to burst Kami, and if there's potential to burst Kami, we can presumably kill everyone else. But it requires us to have like perfect control of that hero.
Yes.
And even then, Darklord took like what 40% HP damage himself in a short order of time. So it's not the easiest jump either.
It's not the easiest. I feel like they've got all the offensive items now on him. I do think that he's got 2.6k gold. I want to see what he builds next because I really think he still needs a BKB. Like, you gotta have this BKB so that your initiation doesn't get interrupted instantly on the CK. He might opt to greed out and go for like a Silver Edge first or maybe even some Heart. But in this game, I really think the BKB is necessary.
Yeah, I'm playing into Disruptor.
He's going hard. Yeah, he's not doing it. I mean, okay. It's a different approach. He will be very tanky, so maybe
the rationale.
No?
You know when we saw that Static Storm top onto Alberca? Alberca did actually manage to survive long enough to get off GG boots eventually. So maybe that's his rationale. If I can live that long that I can get off Phantasm, I'll get all my HP back in like 2 seconds with the Chaos Strikes.
That's true. But if you do get... Yeah, let's see. The BKB, they do have some BKB piercing abilities, like from the hookshot at least, if nothing else. And a Basher on Ursa as well, of course, is also there.
He just expires. Night Pulse were trying to use its last vestiges to find a fight. They will come up short, as 9 Pandas are either hosed inside their base or having
Solo.
Dark Lord doing his best emulation of Yuragi. Oh no, Rip Solo. Well, if they're killing me here, they are not on the doorsteps of my base, so I am fine with this one. Solo.
Yeah. Debated all of them on one side. CK at the same time is farming your triangle with the illusions, farming the other side of the map. So yeah, you're not too terribly sad about that.
You probably know that Night Pulse will be waiting for the next Roshan anyway, before they mount a really big play up the hill. So we do have some time. Will it be enough time for him to finish the full heart before then? It should be. Yeah, with how long Rosh is taking. There's a song somewhere there. It's onto Ember Spirit. And guess who's here? It's till the end. It's the Disruptor. He's about to bring the end onto this Ember Spirit. So Kiyotaka killed off again.
Yep. There comes the Aghanim's. Disruptor has it, and I believe this is the first usage of it. So they, at least now they know. There is a big DD on Chaos Knight. I believe when he picked it up, he didn't say amplified damage. He said double damage. So I think so, at least. In any case, let's see if he can use it for anything, because bottom lane is gone, but they can push through bot into mid.
He has that rune. It's going to be lasting a little while longer, but if he wants to make use of his presence, he needs to come home right now. Solo. Well, Rip Solo, we know what it is, but he does have buyback. Will almost certainly want to use it, and they don't want to use the Kiyotaka one, but holding without him will still be very difficult. But here comes Dark Lord going in onto V2. V2 got off the enrage first though, so the damage was not there. That's a very nice terrorize from Sayush into the brambles. So Nightfall not necessarily feeling that great about their positioning here. Need to get out.
And
Alrighty, they hold again.
one problem that CK has got is if he's playing versus heroes such as Ursa, or maybe even a Jug with the spin, you know, like they can react. A Chaos Bolt, like you can react to that. The only way you can kind of initiate is by using the Orchid first. You know, like you use Orchid and then you use everything else. But you can't do that versus a hero that has a BKB. Like, it's just not possible. They will always react and counterplay you.
Pandas. Although they'll be happy that their base is not in shambles right now. Still must hurt that they dropped everything and they couldn't kill a single hero. And Night Pulse realized the same thing. They're like, wait, guys, they dropped everything. Let's just go again. Ah, dog. Guys, this is no longer fair. Please leave Kiyotaka alone. They're going to go on him inside the base, kill him off. Does have buyback, but it will be low to use it here. Very least Static Storm is down, so maybe he'll feel a little bit safer now that it's not available.
Now this, you'd love to have had a Shadow Demon in these fights now, right? Like someone that can save against the Static Storm, or maybe even a Rubik with a lift back.
Also, doesn't have PKB. Doesn't have PKB. They're gonna go on him. He is healing up quite a bit though. The Guardian Greaves are popped as well as the Dream, the Suck coming in, other partner. Look at Kami. He's the one that's falling low. Dark Lord yet again proves he has enough damage to kill him. And now he's trying to chase down V-Tune on the edge of the fight. The kinetic field slows them down a little bit, but they are still chasing. They get the roots on him. V-Tune, this Ursa, he is held down here, Lizard. They're gonna be able to kill him. Till the end, cannot assist him here. Just forced to try and get out himself.
Yeah, Warwick.
They get 1 and 3, man. Massive amount of gold.
Very nice. Warwick as well on the other side, forced to just TP away, run away. Maybe start out-pushing the other side, but Dark Lord is on a hunt. Like, he sees him and he's going for him. Instantly, he didn't wait a second. He started moving top. He might even be able to kill him.
He's gonna get you while there's BKB on cooldown, so he has the damage. Does he have the time to do all of this? Going on him, the power council will do a lot to save him. Man, you know, the couple of hits that he couldn't get off because of like the first battery assault and the first hit of the hook shot literally saved Warwick's life.
Pretty much, yeah. The hook shot and the clockwork just being there, having that presence of mind that, okay, my Monkey King is out there farming, let's just go with him. Maybe I can interrupt some gank. Very nicely done by the clock.
But with all of these big heroes being dead, Roshan is open. That means not just an Aegis cheese, but an Aghanim step for now for them. Who do we give it to? Do we give it to this DK as a save tool? Do we give it to this Ember?
I feel like you can give it to CK as a save tool. Let's see who gets it. They actually give it to Darkseer. Darkseer was queuing it up anyway. And it, look, like, Aghanims on Darkseer is the item. Like, you want to get it. It's one of your core items. It's really good. But in this game, I feel like they're having some difficulty saving this Ember, who just bought back, by the way. So, no buyback on the Ember. Normal punch is not gonna save him. Meanwhile, that Aghanims, it could maybe, you know, it could interrupt the sleep initiation with the Disruptor Ags.
I'm certainly with you on that front. But Kiyotaka was a little bit far away from the crew, so Alberca will sit with this one. And for the first time in this game, 9 Pandas, they have the Aegis. They're playing outside of their base aggressively. But they still have to come home, because home is in shambles, needs a lot of repairs to be done. Right now, you're wishing Repair Kit was in the game.
What's up with you and Repair Kit? This is like second, third time you're mentioning it. You really want it back, don't you? You like these 150-minute games. I see how it is. Yeah.
You remember I grew up on watching Chinese Dota. One of my favorite games of all time is still DK versus IG, TI13, Game 3.
And Scary Faces Cloud9, right?
No, that one was too much. That one was too much. There's a limit. There's a limit. But to be fair, Scary Faces Cloud9 did give us Owen as a person in Dota, so definitely worth it in the end. Now,
Dark Lord.
Big move happening. Dark Lord reveals the smoke with his Shadow Blade. Where was the reveal? The reveal comes now. He does have an Aegis, but he's very far from his team. I don't think they should re-engage on this, but that being said, he doesn't have buyback, so they might not have a choice. They're coming to try and help him, but it's too late. He is gone 80 seconds in the grave now without having buyback.
That's the power of Silver Edge being bought on CK. Like, you want to be hunting 24/7, and sometimes Yeah, you break a smoke and you die without a buyback. This could be game losing actually. Like they can. So what's nice for the Nine Pandas that is tier 2 on top is still alive. But I'm not sure if they have to even go tier 2. Maybe you can just go Throne here.
What they attempt, they take out the racks. It looks like, well, they don't know for a fact how much gold this PK has. So they're going to respect his potential. Instead, what they're going to do is their favorite pastime. Let's go kill Solo.
When you don't know what to do, hunt down Solo's bug.
Okay, you've got the Solo. Please, bro. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, look. He's not going to die, Liz. They're going to fail. The pastime is not happening today.
The jukes are there. Like he manages to get away mid, also pushes out mid a little bit, helps out his teammates, and Chaos Knight should be alive, at least for the high ground push. Maybe the tier 2 will fall fast enough, but they are actually smoking up. They want to fight on the tier 2. I like this because it's a little bit more unexpected. CK taking
into the trees. Kami going to be the first one out. And we need to go to lock down this Naga Siren. So Papa BKB has a blood one out onto the Tuck, but the Tuck has a BKB of his own. Now with the strong go from Kami.
Chaos Knight, Chaos Knight.
Especially the Chaos Knight on the back end of the fight. He's inside his Static Storm. He's sent in the Terrorize, but it will not be sufficient to save him. The hook now, finding Solo on the back edge of the fight as well, granting beat to the double kill. Cannot run either. Kotaka was hoping to hold his ground. He does run it back. Very long second, and the remnant seems far enough away. Is it Warwick? He has the vision, but he doesn't have the counter strike. He got the Gleipnir out, but he only realized that he should have done that a little bit too late. Yotaka lives. The big bad CK is yet again on for a full minute.
What can they do? What do they have here? Like, not really a lot. There is no disruptor, of course. So they still don't know about the buyback, so they're not willing to fully commit, but they are now.
Okay, they come now on Yotaka. If he dies, he does not have buyback, and we know that for a fact. That's going to survive for a little bit longer. Alberca looking for the back wall, catches it onto 3. These illusions. We're at the stage of the game right now where Nightfalls can safely deal with them unless they're followed up by a CK.
They're holding really nicely. There's no mana on V2, no mana on Kami. Because of that, they're gonna fall back. They don't want to, yeah, like, their resources were really damn low. The ball was actually really good. But Disruptor has TP'd in. He's got Static Storm. Only one missing is Ursa. They're not falling completely back. It's so annoying to push high ground into this, man. Like, you have this wall, illusion, brambles everywhere, sleight of fist, Ember hitting you from distance.
Gonna have to play the long, slow poke game or wait for the next Roche. An easier path past this. Man, okay, Doctor, bro. We need PKP yesterday, man. Holy smokes.
Yeah, this heart, it looked good in that one fight on the high ground mid, and then it looked bad in every other fight later on. BKB here is maybe a little bit nicer because you can start off with it. You pop the BKB and then you go in, and then you don't care about the sleep and the Static Storm. So you can maybe even kill off Naga before the sleep ends.
If they use sleep to initiate again, because it is online. Oxia has wall again in 20 seconds. We have Phantasm up again in 45. Let's take a fight before those markers hit. They don't have the best vision right now. Nine Pandas are doing a good job of staying in the one little alcove in the map that's actually safe for them. Nightpass in the full wrap. We're in the base now. The hook shot on the Sires. Sires gonna get blown up, but does have time. Bringing a Gleipnir. Some of these heroes, he is really forcing them to stick around for this fight. There will be a Song of the Siren committed, and he actually remnant onto the far side of things. Alex Bombo on the back end, it catches Alberca and Solo. They die, and Alberca doesn't have buyback, so we will not have a back wall here. In the meantime, Darkflow can't really do much, but he might need to go and assist Kiyotaka, who's been Gleipnir outside of the base, hookshotted into and killed off. But he picked up enough money for a buyback, so he can return to this engagement.
At least you'll have the Ember here for the high ground push. These songs are being just a menace for Nine Pandas. They're unable to fight. Every time they try, someone very important dies instantly in that song, Disruptor combo. This time around, of course, it was Darkseer. He didn't manage to use anything at all. This is probably like Alberca, all the games that we've watched, like he's had some really nice performances. This is probably the weakest one out of all of them because he's been so damn well shut down by Disruptor Naga combo. Naga
As we
level
all know,
25 as well.
Anybody who plays Hades 2 knows that if you hear the song of the Siren, you're not about to have a good time. Because here they are with their mega creeps, looking for tier 4 towers. Yotaka and buyback, and Alberca is up right now. They would love to force a fight like this. Going first onto the clockwork. The Static Storm was there though, yet again. Dark Lord unable to keep going in this fight. He has now been addressed, he has been controlled, and he has been killed. No access to this PK, but the back wall from Alberca, it was really good. Yotaka hoping to follow up with this, but he got one hit bashed by V-Tune. So now he's immediately forced out of the fight. The terrorize from Sayush lands onto pretty much everybody, but where's the follow-up? Where's the hurt? They can't really do much on the back of said terrorize, and they're still playing 4v5. Until the end, they have access to the glimpse. He's holding it for now until they have the appropriate target. I think they're gonna save it for the Ember or something. Not that they need it at the moment. They are still looking very good. I think they're running a bit low on mana.
V-Tune is in.
V-Tune, before Alberca does survive for now. Pops cheese, runs himself away. Kiyotaka is just playing out of his mind right now with this BKB, doing his best to hold the game. And they are still holding. V-Tune is starting to fall low on the HP, only at 1500. Doesn't have a heart, doesn't have any life skill of his own. So we'll have to back off for a second.
They managed to hold once again, and look at them. They're just all TPing away. They're like, okay, you can have your fun. We're gonna go back, get our mana, get our next items as well, because they're really damn rich. 20k ahead after all of this is said and done. They don't have to finish the game straight away, and it's not really that difficult for them to do so anyway. Like, they can start it off again with the Naga. They can maybe even wait for Roshan if they want to. It will be up in 1 minute. A really difficult game for 9 Pandas. A game, what's the probability? Like, probably maybe 0, maybe 1.
Zero.
Yeah, it's 0%. I mean, it's 0% for a reason. This is a game that is... Like, some games versus Megas are easy to come back in. This is not one of those. This is a really damn difficult game. Because you're playing versus a Naga that can just sleep you, pick you off anytime she likes to.
And it's not like, you know, if I'm playing CK, do I want to be hitting mega creeps? Absolutely not.
Yeah, you definitely don't have a skill set for that. Manta helps. Like, your illusions are pretty good at dealing with anything, and mega creeps are no exception.
Naga has an illusion just sitting in the pit, waiting for the big man to return. And 9 Pandas solo buys a smoke. I think he's understanding where they're at in this game. The thing that sucks though is because their base is in such shambles, they could actually lose to creeps.
Bro, don't touch this Tormentor. It's a bit too strong. I love that he's dancing around it. Oh, the scan connects too late.
The scan hits perfect. They arrive.
Is it perfect? Woo. It is. Okay, it is.
Yeah. It's perfect. If it was 1 second later, they'd all be dead right now.
I was worried because they're really speedy, they're really fast, they have hookshot rockets to scout, this monkey can jump. I was afraid that they might get caught on a Tormentor. That would suck. Like, it's such a bad way to end the game.
Oh, we're gonna have another Roshan, another Cheese, another Aegis. Let's see, who's getting the ads? It'll probably be the Monkey King, right? I'll give it to Ursa. Oh yeah, Ursa didn't have this. Okay. Did he need one? Like... I don't know if he needed one, but yeah, why not? Whatever, allows him to play without BKB now, so it's cool.
Give him everything. Give him Aegis. Get him Aghanims. Give this boy everything. Cheese is for the monkey. There, he gets that to work with. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do finally have a BKB on CK. Now, this BKB is a little bit too late, but it is there at least.
My support's not gonna flame me afterwards and say, why didn't you buy a BKB? I bought BKB, dude. What are you talking about?
Exactly, you know, you just...
When you buy it, like, as the fountain's exploding.
Or when you like, join a fight, even though you know the fight is over, just so you don't get flamed.
Exactly.
What do you mean? I was there.
Oh, Night Pulse, this is it. You wanna try and come and end this game? The question is, how will 9 Panda stop this? They are approaching this very methodically. Night Pulse are very happy to just spam them in with these Kami illusions. God, this must be so annoying to play into. They have to pop a Crimson God just to help with that. But it's not like this spam will ever end. This is going to be a never-ending siege from Nightpulse. Oh no, BKB used now by Dark Lord. That's the 9-seconder. The song is there, and look what they're doing. They're chasing past his allies because they know he's now isolated. His BKB will finish. They're going on to Dark Lord. They really want him. The vacuum wall, very good from Alberta, buying some space, but not enough. CK is gone. Kiyotaka maybe might follow him into the grave. He dove in. Unfortunately, not enough control, and most importantly, not enough life for him to continue this fight. GG, well played, is called by 9 Pandas, and after 50 minutes, it is Nightpulse who continue the run of upsets here in the Eastern European qualifiers and secure Game 1 against 9 Pandas.
A 50-minute game, a lot of kills, 48 kills in the end, 16-32, like very nicely done by Nightpulse. The way they played is, it's not even about like the current meta or something. It's about the map and how they play the map, and the fact that they made this tri-core of Ursa, Monkey King, and Naga actually work without any utility. Like no one on their team, besides the Clockwork, I guess, a little bit, was buying utility. Clockwork had, what did he have in the end? He had Boots of Bearing and Crimson. Like that needs to be said. Everyone else just building for themselves. Aghanim's Disruptor, Naga just going Bloodthorn, Manta, Monkey King as well, of course, going for his items, and so was Ursa. But the way that they played the map made this all happen. Made this all come true for them. Disruptor Static Storms were absolutely on point with the sleep, of course, which makes it even easier. So, a very greedy draft, but a draft that had a lot of synergy.
They somehow make it work. We also have to shout out our Clockwork, who was putting his body on the line so often. Kind of ruined the early game that 9 Pandas had envisioned for themselves by just being constantly intercepting their moves around the map. That slows down Kiyotaka, who's not able to fully recover from the tough start that he had. And unfortunately, just throughout this game, it's if I'm playing Ember and I get my BKB after the Disruptor has Aghanim Scepter, then something has definitely gone wrong. Things are just too tough, too difficult. And even this, right? This is one of the best fights that they took in the entire game, but all they can do is kill supports. These cores are effectively immortal unless they're getting caught like solo underneath a tier 3 tower, everybody hitting on them while they're silenced.
Yeah, there were some issues that they had with 9 Pandas draft in the end that you can see some synergy that wasn't really there. This synergy, I would even say, like they go on this CK, right? And you want to kill him in the Static Storm. Meanwhile, as a save, instead of something like a Shadow Demon or hero that's like that, maybe Oracle, he was banned, but whatever. You went for Pugna. Now the problem is, if you decrep the CK, he cannot heal with his passive. So you're healing him, but he's not healing himself, and I would argue that he heals even more than you heal him with your ult. So overall, a little bit rough for them. 9 Pandas, like they just got new age. This is some new. They got new tech by Nightpulse.
Yeah, they got new. They were not ready for this one. You know, did not know what was coming. Were not prepared, and they definitely got slapped down because of it. Now they are aware that Nightpulse might have the predilection of going towards the uber ultra mega greed, and it's going to be more important for them than to get more heroes except Kiyotaka, who can actually reach forward and hunt these heroes down. You know, let Dark Lord play something that carries the game. The rest of the squad can take the responsibility for hunting heroes, because like there were pretty much no opportunities in this game past a certain point for pretty much anyone to do anything unless it's Kiyotaka leading the charge. But usually if that happens, he's getting himself killed simultaneously.
Yeah, Kiyotaka didn't have a good game, and that's why he was. Usually Ember can't do exactly that. He can go in and just create stuff happen and then move out with the BKB use, whatever. The problem was that his game was bad from the laning stage. He was picked into a direct counter. Like this Monkey King is a direct lane counter, so he basically had half the CS. But he still actually did pretty damn well on the lane. He managed to get his level 6. He started rotating. It wasn't looking that bad. Like he died once in that Static Storm on under the outpost, but no huge mistakes from him. I think one thing that I would have changed, maybe looking back, one of the simple fixes within the game. I mean, in hindsight, of course, it's easier to say it, but I would not give the Aghanims to Darks here out of the pit. I would definitely give it to the Chaos Knight. because then you can maybe even put the Darkseer up front or the Ember and use that ulti from CK to save him from the Static Storm. It doesn't save him completely, but it buys you. It's all about these seconds. Like 1 extra seconds, you're out of Static Storm. You can pop Yules, you can pop BKB, you can start fighting or Guardian Greaves, you know. Because that Agonist wasn't really used, and unfortunately for Alberca, this was one of those off games that every offlaner gets every now and then. The impact was there later on with the vacuum walls, but most of the duration of the game, it was a really, really difficult game for him to have impact.
Yep, we certainly did get a lot of impact coming out of the offlaner of Kami. That Naga Siren, you know, Night Pulse were like, bro, do this thing, put us on your back, and he certainly showed up. I think there's 2 things that three things. Obviously, the map tech, 9 Pandas are struggling to deal with right now. The map is just way too big. Second is hero tech, because how often right now as an Ember Spirit player are you really playing against these monkeys mid, right? You know the matchup is bad, but you're not dealing with it all the time. And how often are you dealing with a uber greedy offlane Naga Siren, right? In terms of when to punish her, how much freedom to allow her in the lane. I can almost guarantee at some point, Dark Lord's like, guys, it'll be fine. It's just a Naga. Even if she gets the excess gold, what's the worst that could happen kind of situation?
No. I'm really happy that he didn't go for some like Greaves build, you know, like some utility Boots of Bearing or Greaves build Naga. He doubled down. He just went, no, guys. There's enough space for everyone to farm this map. I'm going Manta, Bloodthorn. My clock can die a couple of times while I'm farming. It's going to be worth it. And it was worth it in the end. Like Manta, Bloodthorn, blowing everyone up, getting that Heart of Tarask early on, and most importantly, setting things up for the statics. Well, very nicely done by Kami.
Great play from Kami, certainly living up to his name in the offlane position. However, 9 Pandas still have another opportunity, another bite at the cherry. Maybe Solo can find a quick fountain of youth, access this young man's tech, and deliver it into Game 2 to send us into a deciding Game 3. We'll find out if he can find that fountain after a very small break. So we'll get some water and join us in a few minutes of Game 2, Night Pulse versus 9 Pandas.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Eastern European qualifiers on the road to the international. Although we should maybe rename these to the young man qualifiers, because these kids are really showing up within this region and bringing us some spectacular Dota. And so far, Night Pulse did that in game 1 to dispatch 9 Pandas. So 9 Pandas 1 game away from elimination. We're going to find out if Old Solo has what it takes to beat these young kid back, get them off his lawn. It's, of course, me, Small Snare. I'm with Large Lizard. Fam, give me the young man tech, bro. What do we need to do here?
Dude, like Solo needs to. I feel like he's adapting this whole tournament. Like every game, every series, he's like, you can see the adaptation in the drafts and in the strategy and how they're approaching the game. But every game he gets hit by something new and something different. It feels rough for him and Metrim as the two old school coaches, two old school drafters. But I'm not sure what they need to adapt, how they need to adapt into going into this game number 2. Because if Night Pulse goes and does the same thing with like these Tricore, with Naga on the offlane, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe get some carry that owns her in the lane. Maybe get something that's much, much stronger against her in the lane. Because they had the Pagna and CK. I think CK owns everything, but Naga has these illusions. It's kind of annoying to play into. You can't really deal with them as CK. And Pagna was forced to rotate out of the lane a little bit too early. So one thing that I would do, all things said and done, is make sure that my mid laner has a better matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we literally spoke about that before the game started, right? About how Kiyotaka plays the map when he doesn't have a good start. And unfortunately, it came to pass. So we need him to download the Erase playstyle, do exactly that. We'll see, like, they haven't necessarily secured his lane just yet. Normally, in the past, when they would lose a game mid pretty hard, they would normally go back for his Wind Ranger. I don't know if that's going to be an option for them here, but it is always in their back pocket that we still have his trump card. And we still haven't even seen his Tinkerer. Maybe if he feels it's the last game, the game isn't too bad for it, I can play it. I doubt it, though, since the enemy team already has Clockwork.
By the way, Kami played position 1 before, right? Like, he used to be a carry. He's the cut guy. So
yeah. He played for what is that team? Hydra.
Yeah.
Hydra for a while.
Yeah. Gambit as well. Like, he's had a couple of big. Like, he's the only one besides Night Pulse. It's him and one more that actually have been in some bigger teams. Everyone else is a little bit. VTune, of course. So him and VTune have been around. Everyone else doesn't even have. I think. Maybe one player has a Wikipedia profile, and that's it. Everyone else is very unknown, completely new to the scene. They're making it work, though. They're definitely making it work. They're making it work with these Tricores. Maybe Ramses should go back to offlane and play carry from the offlane again. You know, just pick Naga. Terribly offlane. Let's go.
I mean, Ramses' his current team, he has Pure on the one side and Tops and mid, so can make it work, can figure it out. Night Pulse, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We are still gonna stick with the Clockwork. We go back for the V2 Ursa, and we don't get disrupted this time around. We're gonna steal Sakuchi instead.
Just on that note, Ramses, is he playing offlane or carry on Tundra? Pure is still carry, right?
Pure still carry, yeah. Pure still carry.
So he can steal this stack. Ramses can steal the stack and go full carry on. That position 3. But let's see, 9 Pandas, they pick the Beastmaster Weaver. I love their opening. It's very strong. Even into something like an Ursa, I feel that you shouldn't struggle too much. Like, you get that level 3 on Beast, you get 2 levels of Boar, and you just start hurting Ursa real bad in the lane. I don't mind it too much, but VTune did amazingly in that last game. And now on top of that, on 9 Pandas, they get the Razor. So they're definitely trying to eliminate the carry. They're going in like, they're picking these anti-carry heroes. You have Roar, nothing saves you against that. Ursa does have Enrage, so I have to take that back. Enrage is really nice. And then you have Razor following you around as well with Static Link. And on top of that, you get Elder Titan. I feel this is something that we discussed earlier. It's Solo's, one of those solo heroes. He's going back, like, this new tech that he tried last game didn't work because it got even out-teched. So he's going back to comfort zone. Just Elder Titan, let's play our own game.
There's a lot of mid-game timing and tempo from the side of 9 Pandas. I do want some insurance though.
Just give Naga. Yeah, I was honestly, like, I see this Razor. I see this Razor, I see this Beast, I'm like, just take Naga again. And okay, Beast is a problem with Aghanim's maybe later on, but this Razor usually dislikes playing into her, especially if she's not like the hero that you're going on, if she's some offlane or whatever position for. All these illusions he doesn't deal with very well, and Snare is nice against him. Sleep is nice against him. Like he goes on someone with static link, you just sleep and you kill him off first. So, yeah, let's see. Elder Titan into Naga, I think you get that AoE at least. You can you can deal with her illusions a little bit better, but honestly, it's not that great.
Yeah. Feels like Kami should still be able to do his thing. Kami, what is the name that you called him? His previous name? Cut. I knew him as Dream. I knew him as Dream, yeah. That's when I first started encountering him, when he was playing on like Gambit and stuff years ago. But he's gonna show us again just how good this Naga can be in this game. And honestly, like, you have so much armor. You don't die quickly to these heroes unless you're the one that's being completely focused down. So you can always bail somebody else out. Naga, Sara, and offlane, man.
For me, the big difference is the fact that 9 Pandas have the ultimate last pick, and because of that, they can adjust their mid lane accordingly. They don't have to put this Razor on mid. Like, they can switch things up a little bit. And let's see, Night Pulse, they ban out the Tinker. Kiyotaka Tinker, of course. So if you're 9 Pandas, you know what's a decent hero for them right here. Actually, Meepo. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing something like, because Naga doesn't do anything to that guy. And what is the Kiyotaka? I know that he played Meepo in the past, but why would Meepo be good here? Because you can hunt down Naga anywhere on the map 24/7. Like, she cannot split push. Like, you can always have that one of your Meepos following her around, catching her, killing her off, and you're not wasting your time because you're farming with the others. So maybe an option for them.
I wouldn't mind that at all. Seeing the Meepo come out for him. I also do think you're right that Razor, I think Razor should just go safe lane. Because when we see 9 Pandas play, Dark Lord strikes me as better at being one of those like stable tempo controlling type of carries, not like the win condition. Whereas Kiyotaka very often strikes me as the win condition for his team. So I think give him that responsibility in this all important game so that if you lose, you at least went out on your best foot forward.
Let's see. They're definitely thinking, if they already banned out one cheese, I would ban out the second one as well. Get rid of that Meepo. Probably one of the hardest matchups for Ursa and Naga. They just don't do well against him. These two supports as well do absolutely nothing to him. And you know that they've played it. If you did your homework, you know that they have played it in the past. If not that, what then? What are you picking into? Flash? Okay, also an option.
Okay.
Oh, but there you go. You don't ban it, but you pick Timber instead. That's what you do. Okay, this is really cool.
Yeah, you cannot play Meepo into the symbol. That seems like a death knell. Well, now you don't have much time to respond to what this mid matchup is going to be. So who remains that can, maybe do they go the Monkey King and then try to like beat the Timbersaw in the mid lane?
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe some burst damage from distance as well is possible. Maybe Storm is banned, right? Yeah, Storm is banned. Oh,
only spirit left is Void Spirit.
Yeah, no spirits then. No spirits for sure. Like, Storm is the only one that you would like to, anyways, against him. Trying to think here. Let
me think of Kiyotaka heroes. Lina, Wind Ranger, Void Spirit.
Lina, OD
maybe OD.
Kind of, these kind of heroes are decent against Timber. Kind of crush him. Wouldn't be that bad.
Chocada passada.
Not a lot of time for 9 Pandas. What's going to be the look, guys? We are going the classic Wind Ranger.
Yeah, okay.
Well, like I said, whenever they lose a game, and it's actually kind of crazy how consistently they do this. When they lose, they come back to Kiyotaka Wind Ranger, back against the wall. All right. In this game, let's see. What does it provide for you? It will give us a little bit of lockdown. It is long range damage. And also, if you have BKB with Wind Run Focus Fire, you can kill Kami even through her own sleep, which is always very nice. Lane against Warwick, you'll be perfectly fine there. And you'll be able to move around the map probably a little bit sooner than the Timber does. I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it. I don't think it's like the absolute best hero in all of Dota they could have picked, but it certainly is the most comfortable thing that this iteration of Nine Pandas could have gone for. Pretty much everybody, with the maybe exception of Dark Lord, I haven't seen him's Razor, but I've seen a lot of Beastmaster from Alberca, a lot of Sayush Weaver, a lot of ET Solo, a lot of Kiyotaka Wind Ranger. Get some comfort and get the win.
Yeah, they went back for the full comfort, and I'm not sure about the matchup only. I know Timber has this twisted chakram now as well as his facet. It's a little crazy. I want to see how well Wind Ranger does against him. They picked it into the Timber, so I suppose they understand the matchup very well, and they think that Kiyotaka's Wind Ranger will be having the upper hand. Of course, the way they play right now, right, like on Timber, you don't even go for your armor very often, so those hits from Wind Ranger can stack up and become a problem eventually. So on the flip side, though, you are playing Wind Ranger into sleep. Like, you have this sleep, you have this and snare as well. Until that BKB is up, like, you can't get caught even through the Wind Run.
Yeah. Certainly one of those like high intensity games, very dangerous on both sides of the coin, right? It's either you play the limits very well and you succeed massively, or this can easily fall flat on its face. That being said, I do think it suits Nine Pandas better this draft for them, for how Night Pulse has been playing the game.
Yeah, for sure. What suits them the best, I would say, is the fact that they're not playing into Disruptor anymore. You know, like, that's what really, really matters.
Kiyotaka just like, thank God, bro, I can actually buy items. They do stuff.
Did you know, by the way, that as Elder Titan, you can cast Astral Spirit on the Twin Gate and move the spirit through the Twin Gate and then run it through the map?
Oh, and then it gets like all the damage on the way, right?
Yeah. It's kind of it's a cool trick. I misclicked the spirit on the Twin Gate and learned that yesterday.
Well, one of my homies spams ET. Like, if I just say hello, man, he always is dropping some random ET facts on me. I'm like, okay, dude. Not everybody likes this hero as much as you do. It is a very cool hero, though.
It's a really cool hero, yeah. Everyone likes to have plus 100 damage early on. His facet is really nice, like this. Natural Order is really good if you're a support. The momentum is really nice as well if you're a carry. A pretty solid hero.
Well, game's about to start off. Let's see what the bounty rune trade looks like. It will be just 2-2. All right. Nobody's going to go too far. And one of the things you were mentioning in the draft is they need to have a better possibility of putting pressure on Takami. Is this lane better at doing that with the Razor ET?
I think it's pretty good. I at the same time, I think there isn't anyone that does pressure as much as CK right now, but Solo can dish out some serious hurt as the Elder Titan, and so can the Razor. So the bot lane should be much better for Nine Pandas. And top lane is the one that interests me as well quite a lot, because you have Weaver and Beastmaster. I feel like once level 3 connects, they're so damn strong.
Yeah.
You're gonna have bugs, you're gonna have these boars level 2. That's so much damage.
Honestly, I wouldn't even be too angry at seeing them go at level 2, right? There's some of the few heroes in the game that technically have 3 spells at level 2. So you can try and leverage that to get very aggressive onto Rubik.
You can leverage it because of Weaver and him being very strong at level 2. It's just that Beastmaster on level 3 gets all that slow as well. And the boars become really annoying.
Was a plasma field thrown out on Takami. And we're already seeing the intent of how they want to play this lane. Last time around, Dark Lord was mostly like in front of his own tower, dragging the creep wave there to farm it as safely as possible. But now they're like, we're not giving Kami a free game. Absolutely not, bro.
Definitely switching things up a little bit. Learning from their mistakes in game 1. And you're playing with TT. Like, if you're playing with TT, you really want to be aggressive. You want to be doing stuff.
Very do-stuffy hero. One of the big... Oh, this is interesting. Click on this Razor. Looks like he wants Maelstrom in this game. From the safe lane here.
Okay. It does make sense. He's electrical current going Maelstrom according to the lore. But no, it's not really that weird. Like, he's playing this position 1 Razor and he wants to scale. If you can go for Maelstrom, you can go Mjolnir, or you can go Gleipnir as well on him. It's not really that bad.
I miss the days where the Mjolnir was part of the build from the safe lane, and you'd go like Mjolnir BKB, you'd run in a fight with static charge on top of you. And you're like, let's go, boys.
Does
But
anyone
back then you
build it?
also bought Ags as well back in the day for the double Eye of the Storm hit.
Yeah. Does anyone, by the way, buy Mjolnir anymore? Is there a single hero
Just in
that
general?
buys it? Yeah. Because everyone goes Gleipnir, I feel like.
Juggernauts have been. I've seen some Juggernauts back.
Yeah,
now.
Jug does. That's true.
But everybody else, it is indeed the Mjolnir that has been preferred for them. Bottom. Dude, Dota's such a fun game. Laning phase in between the lanes is happening right now. So we actually have 2 laning phases for the price of 1 down bottom.
Yeah, but the clock did a really nice thing doubling up these waves. So because of that, you're going to have a huge wave pushing in. Elder Titan getting a full wave on his own. Meanwhile, Razor actually...
Going onto the Razor. Janta has the battery assault going, but he's underneath the tier 1 tower. So instead, they might be looking for the turnaround. It doesn't have the plasma field, but should have a couple right clicks. They just need the vision, but there's the field. It's up. That should be the first blood going the way of Dark Lord.
Yeah, very nicely done. At the same time, Kami, he expected Echo Stomp, I guess. And because of that, he didn't go in. If he knew that there's no Echo Stomp, maybe that's a dive right there. Like, you could have went on Razor a bit deeper.
Ultimately, though, they don't decide to go on him. Just let him ride, let him chill.
But the only problem is, you remember ET, he got a full wave. And even though it's kind of nice because this is happening, it's pushing in. Because of him getting 2 waves, he gets level 3 very fast. Mid lane, that power shot does not connect, unfortunately, for Kiyotaka. So, Oric does get his rune.
Also already a much better lane in game for Kiyotaka. Like this time around, he's actually leading the stack in terms of the network. And Bichun, okay, he's fine, bro. They're just harassing each other. Everybody's just playing around, clicking their buttons to make sure the spells work. It's okay.
What do you think? Why did he take the AoE on Rubik this game?
In this game,
Because like if you go for the other one, the mana reduction, it's really nice with Tsukuchi. Yeah, I don't see like power
most of these
shot.
spells aren't AoEs. Okay, the only one I can think of is Echo Stomp and Wild Hawk Dive. Those are the only things. Till the end is dead, though, he'll have some time to contemplate this decision inside the fountain as Alberca helps Sayish to chase him down.
Just a lot of work being done by 9 Pandas. The lanes are going much better for them. That needs to be said. Like top lane is winning, bottom lane is doing very well as well. Is winning. Mid lane doing quite alright too.
And unlike in the previous game, one of the reasons why this is the case, because mid lane wasn't a complete travesty, these supports have just been chilling on the side lanes, happy to keep poking, harassing. They don't need to make any big adventures middle, so they can keep the pressure up on these off-lane / safe laners.
Yeah, that's a big difference. Like when you don't have to stem the bleeding on one of the lanes, when you can just chill and help do your own job, it feels so good. Like when you're forced to only rotate, let's say minute 6, like they're doing right now for the runes, but the rest of the time you're just able to sit in the lane. The game, of course, feels much better. Kami is unable to do anything with this Naga right now. Like Razor is completely uncontested.
We have seen quite a lot of gold in this bottom lane being expended on regen as well. Meanwhile, Dark Lord has been allowed to just play. Hasn't bought in any regen, has full power treads right now. Building in towards getting his Maelstrom and keeping the farm rate up.
But that's how he played last game as well, right? Like his laning stage wasn't really that impressive when it comes to pressuring, but once he maxed out mirror image, he just started creep skipping. So kind of expect the same thing to happen in this game.
Dire are scanning.
Taking back a look at mid, Warwick. It's level 6 now on his Timbersaw.
Dire's middle tower
Playing a standardish game. Obviously, he's going to be behind the Wind Ranger, but not so bad right now. Actually, it's pretty bad. 700 gold. Damn. It's bigger than the CS difference suggests.
It comes down to the region as well, like the amount of consumables that you have used on yourself, of course. Yotaka so far still has the set of tangos from the get-go. He's really enjoying the
I also really like this Wind Ranger building Diffusal Blade. I mean, Diffusal is part of the hero's kit, but in this game, these heroes on Night Pulse, this Timber, these Nagas, we saw in the previous game, what ends up happening when they run out of mana, they run out of steam. They have to keep back more. Looks like I can sort of force that to happen more easily.
Yep. I actually have seen this build pop up a bit more often right now. Nothing too crazy, but every now and then Naga, Kami, they're just not allowing this. They're like, no, you're not doing this any longer.
Not today,
Yutaka's on him.
mates. Yeah, that's what's up. Focus fire song if you want to. Yeah, guess what? You can't. They should be able to find this kill. Power shot misses. Bro, can anyone in Eastern Europe hit a power shot? Apparently not. As a result, we do have an alive Naga Siren slithering back to the base.
He didn't get unalived. He stayed alive. He can move back into the fountain, heal up. Of course, the tip on the clockwork, those cogs were definitely on point.
That is a good tip to throw down. That's unfortunate, but I think it was one of these things where killing him as a bonus, the real thing is ruining his game. Like the exact playstyle of game one will just not be allowed here.
Yeah, you have to slow him. One thing though, they have a little bit of a better time dealing with the illusions this game though, as the game progresses. Like you have a lot of AoE spells, and on top of that you have Beastmaster that's building Aghanims, as he should be. Like this game is a really good axe game on him.
And as Beastmaster is doing Beastmaster things, we do see that they are trying to get this ancient stack for Warwick. Get him closer and closer to level 10 in particular. Everything's fine right now for them. Night Pulse, although they aren't happy about the lane for Kami, and definitely not happy to have lost their tower top, they are still finding their farm for the most part on these heroes.
Snooze fest right now.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, this is Farm Simulator.
Kami doing the same thing again. They're drawing exactly where he is, but he has this nice little ward. And he knows that other Titan is coming his way, so he's probably not going to be harassed way too much by Solo.
It actually went even some vision down as well. I think they're realizing that, like, okay guys, we have to just make sure they can't mustn't even feel safe approaching this area.
And also Dark Lord, as Solo is hunting him down, Dark Lord uses Plasma Field to kill the illusions, mid lane, Warwick.
Yutaka is very low on the HP. He needs to worry about additional damage coming in, but he knows there's no more left, so he feels confident in going forward. Sadly, they don't have the full damage that they need just yet. Beastmaster's coming in to supply it, and they get the power shot. Okay, some redemption coming in for Kiyotaka, ruining the life of this Rubik.
That's what you wanted, right? Like you wanted some power shots happening. But you know what, like Warwick, with this Timber, so I feel like he's filling out the same role that he was filling in that last game, and that's, he's just annoying. He's up front, he's making stuff happen, he's being the one defending or attacking these towers. Meanwhile, he has these two carries, one on offlane, one on safe lane that he's buying space for. And he's kind of happy with all of this happening on the mid lane, all of this pressure being on top of Timbersaw, because Timbersaw is one of the best heroes to take pressure anyway.
It's definitely working out very, very well for him right now. Kiyotaka eventually will be able to pepper this tier 1 tower down, but definitely taking longer than you would have wanted in the first place. What they should do, actually, we need to start talking to production and say, guys, when you have these portions of the game where everyone's farming and doing nothing, just play some elevator music in the background.
Under attack.
I'm down. I'd love to see that, yeah.
So something might happen middle, because we do have a level 6 Clockwork who is sitting with a smoke and is looking for an angle potentially of initiation.
Nice stomp.
Find the stomp onto this Rubik, with Sayesh also coming in, throwing in the bugs, giving them the minus armor, and the focus fire will help to shred through his HP pool. You still see that they go in for these power cards. A lot of damage coming in, but Warwick is certainly not going to cross the river until he can guarantee that this kill will happen. We cannot just yet, so he will not right now.
Yeah, what did he get? Illusions? Okay, no, nothing crazy, no region rune or something like that, but still very happy with the fact that even though he got hookshot, hook shotted, he stays alive and he's about to complete his defusal. So now that becomes a problem. One big thing that Nightpulse really needed to do, which they didn't really, is give this Rubik a lane to get his 6. Now he's getting it. Because level 6 on Rubik really changes things. Suddenly you can move around, use the Sukuchi, you dish out a lot of damage, and you bring a lot of control to these fights.
Sukuchi would be an amazing steal for Line right now, wherever he's at. Sayish did have his urn, so building in towards the Spirit Vessel. Always very, very useful to have against a Timber Saw in the game. Mid lane, they're going again onto Kiyotaka. The Tier 1 tower is still alive. He didn't manage to destroy it just yet, and he will be dead before his team can come and help him. But here they come nonetheless. Dark Lord is the first one in. They eventually take out the tower now. The Bugs scouted things a little bit, but haven't found any easy grab just yet for themselves. The Beastmaster can't close the gap onto Timber, and they're too far from the support. So they moved a long distance for this one and lost their Kiyotaka, all in exchange for nothing.
And they freed up space for Vitun, who didn't have as good of a game, but now he's finished off his Battle Fury. Feels good, man. The scan connects as well. He has a nice little ward to scout them if they go on top of him, so very nice. They couldn't go for Timber Saw because Rubik had a lot of damage as well. He has this level 4 power shot stolen, so if you go on Timber, you don't kill him, you might find yourself being killed very easily. One thing that is different on the map, though, Naga is farming her side way more often than she did in last game. She's farming this ancient stack next to the Tormentor, instead of being constantly under the tier 2 creep skipping. And it's a big difference. Like, you're getting way less out of the map because of that.
I mean, we see this difference in her net worth, right? At this stage, she was already like top 2, top 3. Now, she's all the way at the bottom. And unlike some of these other offlaners who, you know, if I'm playing like some Darkseer or whatever, who might not have the most amazing game, I could still have a fight or two where I really contribute. Then I have to be very careful about their first uses of sleep so that it's not a wasted amount of time for her. They're drawing the line on the side of 9 Pandas to keep playing aggressively onto the top side of the map. They probably had that discussion as well after failing the kill. They're like, guys, now this Ursa is going to get really big. We have to get to him, encroach upon his map as much as possible, and they will succeed in doing so. He does not know that they're coming at him. He doesn't have a blink dagger. They're right on top of his face. There's the focus fire. He's got an rage, and they didn't shackle shot him because they do not have it. Unfortunately, now the hook will come in. They dove onto the high ground. Kiyotaka! Okay, he gets hard punished for that one, and now the rest of 9 Pandas, they also have to abandon the tower pressure on the tier 2.
Look, there's a tier 2 tower. Everyone is alive on their side of the map. Even if they TP, they have enough time to TP on the tier 3. I'm not sure really what they expected. Like, there is... The chances of them killing him are there, but they're very damn low. Solo mid lane.
Solo's gone. Rip Solo.
Yeah, look at Naga now as well. Because you're doing that to the Ursa, you're freeing up space on the other side of the map, and now Naga is starting to farm. Like, it's like this very annoying play in which you go on one side to deal with one carry, the other carry is farming your side, and you can't deal with her. It's like, I really don't know what to do with this any longer.
You know, I was actually wondering, I was thinking to myself, who do they remind me of, right? I think it's always nice when you see teams play to think of which historical squads give you that best resonance. This is Alliance gameplay right here, man. This is the most annoying thing in the world. Well, it's slower Alliance gameplay. They're not like overwhelming you, but it's the same precepts on the map.
Did you see this? He juked him and he continued farming. He's farming now the hard camp, and he's gonna farm this other hard camp and maybe go for the creep skip again. Yeah, he's gonna creep skip. Like, this is ridiculous. It's so funny.
The future is now, old man. You're learning. Rami is still showing us what's up.
I mean, creep skip isn't a new tech. That's been around for a really long time. But doing it as a Naga from the offlane, going full carry mode, that's new tech.
Now they're putting pressure top though. Need to get the tier 2 out of the way. Dark Lord even popped the ultimate here with the Eye of the Storm. The only target that might tie is the Rubik. We try to actually get the lift onto Razor on the high ground. With the usage of these power cogs, this Razor is terminally low and they will actually end his life. And the Rubik Only now does he die. Solo forced to commit a spirit on the high ground. My god, he made that difficult. And yet again, another push on the tier 2 broken. Tower's gonna survive.
Yeah, Ursa farming, Naga farming. You killed the Razor, you lost your position 4. There's absolutely nothing of value that was lost for Night Pulse.
Oof, man. This is something else. This
Look at that,
gameplay.
he scouts them in the jungle and the Focus Fire is used on an
Oh
illusion.
my god.
He just used Focused Fire, so even if they get on top of him down bottom, he doesn't die any longer. Like, he just scouted them out. Like, he's creep skipping mid, creep skipping bottom, scouting them out in their jungle. Like, this man is really on point with his illusions.
Well, the vision that he's provided might also set up for a kill because they are smoked up. They really want to get inside. The hook shot is at the ready, but they have retreated on the high ground. So for now, Dark Lord should be A-okay and safe. This Naga, though, really started. I think if they get to game 3, no matter what the results, oh, obviously they'd have to win, but you have to ban this hero first.
No hook shot, mid.
Out onto Solo, followed up by Yorick. Warwick putting a lot of damage,
Nice
but there's a
shackle.
shackle shot now. Catches onto both Warwick and the Rubik. One is dead, till the end should die soon thereafter. And another shackle shot. Kiyotaka showing why he is so renowned on this Wind Ranger.
Why? Because he can deal 500 damage with one spell, I see, yeah. It's insane.
They do get killed
Razor.
by Dark Lord though. Was he left behind? Wasn't able to retreat away. Open kill.
Wasn't left behind, he went in. He went behind. He wasn't left behind.
Sometimes you gotta have that ruthless aggression.
And sometimes you get punished for it. So it was a nice play in the beginning. They got Rubik and Timber, but in the end they lose their carry. So it's kind of, you know, it evened out in the end. The trade is okay for 9 Pandas, but they will be playing versus Orchid Naga now. She's 200 gold away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
I
middle
have
tower is
Orchid with the Manta. You see what kind of hurt you can put out. Fortunately, though, these supports on the side of 9 Pandas, you know, not like Elder Titan is a very squishy hero. Weaver can be very elusive, so will be effort required for Kami to leverage these items. Now 9 Pandas going to be jumps us from got these Weaver bugs, but the Razor coming nearby. And 9 Pulse are very far away. There should be a few.
Yeah, they're not really checking it. They have Rocket Flare now off cooldown, but it's not being used, so I'm not sure if they didn't read this at all or not, but it looks that way at least. It looks like they don't really care about Aegis.
Might be looking to make a play bottom. Yeah, that's what they're doing. We're gonna go on to Kiyotaka. Their vendetta against him from game 1. Okay, it's over now because he win runs back. But they might still no, just leave. Please run away though. I'm kind of surprised that Janta changed his mind because he was the one initially going towards the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
But maybe it felt that they probably had some vision. They would have scouted him if they didn't pop the smoke.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is definitely a kill. She's got like 1000 HP, maybe 1500 with Power Treads on Strength, and you have Orchid on Naga. So there's definitely kill potential now for Night Pulse. You can kill heroes. Top lane though. High ground being pushed. They're really pressuring the Saganums.
Want to use this Aegis and the Aghanims. Crucially, they do not want to give Night Pulse time. They've seen what happens when they just are given the time to be on the map.
Ursa mid lane,
And now
V2,
Ursa
Shackle.
V2 needs the shackle shot to connect on top of him. Will have the enrage. How on earth does he get out of this one? They're throwing axes after him. He's being followed by Kiyotaka and he will die. Yeah, Janta thought he was coming in to help, but all he's doing is helping the potential pockets of 9 Pandas. He flies away with the jetpack, but they will eventually have the beat on him. He's being chased down into the Radiant jungle. Will buy some time, but ultimately will die. Another double kill for Kiyotaka. And a much better performance from the mid laner of 9 Pandas.
Elder Titan solo might die here.
Oh,
And lose the Wisdom Rune.
Solo. Is he gonna get soloed? Solo gets soloed. Rip Solo again strikes.
Did you see how he got like ensnared right in front of the Wisdom Rune?
Oh,
That's
no, I
like-
wasn't watching Sag, man.
Yeah, he got ensnared just in front of the Wisdom Rune. Naga takes the Wisdom Rune and then kills him off. That's like the saddest that can happen to you as a support. And like you, I know you mentioned that he's a bit tankier. He truly isn't. Like Elder Titan isn't a tanky hero when he's a support. He's tanky if he gets Aghanims or something like that, but most of the time you really want to keep your distance. I mean, he's going on Windranger.
Windranger,
sure about this
going
one.
on who actually? Because even though he got silenced up, now Kami getting a lot of pressure put on him. The Shackle Shot cancels the TP. And he stuck around a little bit too long, reveling in the sweet taste of Solo's blood. Eventually gets him killed.
Yeah, he tried going on him. He thought that, okay, I work it at him, I can maybe take the skill. She has nothing to, you know, dispel that Orchid with, but all the mana was lost instantly, just from the right clicks.
Zero scary, man. Going for the BKB next to the Kiyotaka. How far is Dark Lord from BKB? Still quite a ways away. We'll finish off the Vladimir first. But there's no way you don't buy BKB on Razor.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think you're getting it after this. There is a world in which I can see him not buying it, but...
Okay, let me rephrase. There's no way you win the game as Razor without buying BKB.
Well, he didn't buy BKB last game. He regretted it. This time around, at least he's not playing versus Disruptors, so... maybe he won't be as heavily punished.
Right now, him and Alberca just happy to pressure their tier 2 tower in the bottom lane.
They're smoking up on top lane, though. Bichun might be the one debating here. Not sure. Kiyotaka is just hiding. He knows what's up.
Yeah. But in the meantime, if he's able to keep this up, then they can force Night Pulse back. At some point, I'm not going to be happy watching more and more of their tier 3 towers taking damage. Yep. They mount the retreat. They're returning.
Yeah, that's something that they're doing much, much better. Oh, V2.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can Kiyotaka do this alone? Let's see.
Yeah,
No
he
mana
can.
remaining. Rage is there. Yeah, he's there. Hope you enjoyed life, my friend. Gonna get himself slowed down at the very end there by the inhibit and then killed off.
He was so smart about this, just waiting next to the trees for such a long time, utilizing this vision that he has.
Let Kiyotaka be a lesson, y'all. Play under your vision and you will attain success.
Just that sitting there for 1 minute can feel really bad for most players. You know, you're wasting a lot of your time, but Alberca bot lane. He's got BKB. Kami needs to...
Does need to be careful. He songed for this one. He's just gonna wait until he tries to TP.
Yep.
Solo's coming from the other side.
He's gonna have Orchid though.
There's gonna be
very nice.
the roar. Very nicely done. Sayesh steals the kill, did none of the work, but takes all the glory. But nonetheless, Kami is dead.
He's also buying Gleipnir, so it's okay for him to steal some kills. He's going to scale into a right clicker.
They
But
have 3 Gleipnirs.
I like the way Alberca did that because he just pops BKB and doesn't allow him to TP away. Uses that roar.
Wait, Lizard, is 3 Gleipnirs acceptable? Because if they do get one on Weaver, they'll have 3. Him, Razor, as well as the Wind Ranger.
Why not? You can. It's a very acceptable item build. I mean, as Weaver, maybe you could argue, okay, you can go a bit more utility, maybe buy some Lotus or something like that for the Orchids. But these Gleipnirs are really nice into Naga Illusions. They're really nice into Timbersaw as well. Just getting that catch. Plus the
Also, I guess if you have 3 of them, then whenever BKBs are down, any fight that doesn't have BKBs on Night Pulse, you win not just the fight in damage, but the fight in positioning as well, pretty much automatically. Okay. So, new tech on new tech today. I like this. Top lane Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka might be in a bit of danger
He's got
here.
BKB now.
Does have BKB. Needs to get it off before the song emerges, though. And actually just go headlong onto this Naga Siren, throwing in the ultimate, almost killing her off, requiring the assistance of the rest of the team to bail her out. She's trying to TP out. Kiyotaka won't be able to do it the very last second. It gets cancelled. Still kills the Naga on the way out. But man, what a painful, painful death for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's painful because he also lost the BKB in the process, right? Like he used the long one. At the same time, you're happy with that. You're slowing down this Naga. 1 kill after another. Like this is how many 3 times that he has died now. It's quite big because you're delaying the heart as well. That heart and Naga becomes a really big issue. But you don't maybe even care anymore because that really big issue can be answered by your own heroes. Like you have this Aghanim's BKB Blink Beastmaster that's almost level 18. Higher level, better drums of Slom. I think it's really important what he's doing.
Razor as well, very close towards having the big Herbe, and you have BKB, Manset Leipnir.
So he is buying it.
Bro, listen, I play a lot of Razor. We're the most boring players on earth, dude. We always buy BKB.
Well, your job is to link on top of a target and follow it around. So BKB usually does come in handy to dodge all the CC.
Speaking of that Razor, though, he's pushing pretty far forward in the mid lane. Saish was silenced up here by Kami, but having the jump again, he's fine. And in the top lane, who's not fine is Dark Lord. Dark Lord, very far away from the rest of the crew, and he will get killed off, ripped to shreds by V-Tune's bear.
He didn't get killed off, he evaporated. He go Alberca. He's got that BKB. We use his blink first. Quick fingers.
They just want out. The rest of Man Pandas are like, yeah, that kind of sucks. The only problem is, the only good thing for them is that Roshan is not going to be back for 2 minutes, so they're not going to be punished by losing the Aegis as well.
Yeah, they don't really know that, right? Like, they can send some boars and stuff, but this scan will connect. But if Timber leaves it, let's see. Never mind, the power shot. There's a full smoke. They still want to take this fight.
Radiant's middle tower.
Razor would only be able to TP to the tier 2 tower. But looks like the fight's going to break up. Roshan will not join the party either. Everybody just goes back to farming.
Yeah, but they are using this smoke to hunt down Timber. Who does have a blink, who does have a BKB, but he needs to
They're hunting
bail
on
straight.
2 places. They just found a Rubik underneath an Observer Ward here. And Timbersaw unfortunately doesn't get caught. He's now invis up as well. Kami might not be so lucky. Kami? Not going to get seen though, so he should be fine.
Actually, I think he just saw Weaver on mid lane, right? So he knows where most likely they are at. They're slowly, on night pulse, when it comes to items, they are getting some. Like V-Tune, of course, on the Ursa almost has that Abyssal completed. Naga, during that last fight as well, she had a heart, 1,000 gold away from a full Bloodthorn. That will be very helpful against Wind Ranger. Once her BKB is out, you really want to be popping that on top of her. Mid lane, Warwick.
Let's see what happens here. Oof. Close, but nothing happened. Also, I guess that this Naga Siren, she's changed her build a little bit. She went BKB onto the heart last time, but now she's going for the Hex, and now the hook shot onto Kiyotaka, forcing a BKB out of him, and they're just body blocking him. The TP will happen. V-Tune is not here to cancel it, as they cannot get through the BKB.
That's a pretty big deal. No BKB on her now for 80 seconds. Double damage is there for V-Tune to be picked up in a bottle. I love when this happens. You give the bottle to your carry, you bottle that DD, you save it for the right moment. And the right moment would probably be Rosh. Like, Rosh has respawned, they know it. They just use the rocket.
Night Pulse. They can get here and control this area before 9 Pandas arrive. Could be so good. BKB on cooldown for another minute. Let's see how they decide to approach this one. They're going to go for the full wrap, of course. Clockwork is still throwing in rockets, getting as much vision as possible. But we all have to wonder about the X factor of Kami just coming in with the sleep out of nowhere.
Exactly, like the sleep is a big difference maker here. They do have 2 BKBs on Dark Lord. Smoke is broken.
With the BKB, the first target to come across this Kami is going to get roared up. Can they kill off this Naga Siren? The song is there. She's still surviving. The bugs are eating away, but she will not die. And now, because of this Dark Lord, his BKB finished while he was chasing Naga. He's completely out of position. While that was happening, though, they do manage to pick off Warwick. So V2 needs to TP out. The rest of his crew has also vacated the area. And that was so close, but somehow Kami does not tumble, yet again slithering to safety.
I can't believe the way Clock survives as well. Kiyotaka has to be mega mad about that. He does go with a power shot for what exactly? He just went for the Watcher. Now the Trosh is being taken. Ursa will go for the Tormi, most likely, right? Yeah.
What was taken? Alberta will pick it up. We've been seeing more and more Beastmasters being the ones to handle the Aegis, especially when they go for this Axe build.
Yeah, he had the last Aegis and they give him this one as well. He's always in front. He's the one being attacked and he's the one doing all the front lining, so it does make sense giving it to him. The way Naga lives through that fight was crazy, by the way. The only reason why that is even possible is the heart. Like, the sleep plus the heart, she gets away. And no BKB on her, nothing like that. No butterfly, no craziness, just Hex. Shot.
Onto Sayash. He does have time lamp, but he's silenced him. Will he die here? Laps are up. Nope, not in time. The lift is instant. What can you do? It's a very nice little free kill.
Rubik does have this roar. This is something, even though you're playing into Aegis, this is something that you could use. Like, it's a really good spell to steal, and it's not really a hard one to steal as well.
Bro, with how many fights we've seen post-Aegis go the way of the team that's fighting into the Aegis, maybe we need to buff the Aegis again. It's not strong enough.
2 lives, 2 charges.
Yeah. And 2 lives, 2 charges, and each time you die, it's like Phoenix Ulti. You get a full reset on your spells.
Please. No more. I think this one Aegis should be enough for Alberca, for 9 Pandas to finally maybe breach high ground. They are thinking about it, but everyone, literally everyone is alive on night pulls. You want to get a pick off first. And look at Naga. Kami, he uses that twin gate. He wants to creep skip.
Yep. Pretty much has eliminated the Radiant tier 2, forcing a deny out of it from Sayash. Don't you feel like if you were in this game, if you were 9 Pandas, wouldn't you be going crazy right now? Like, I'd be really frustrated in this series, especially by this Naga Siren. Just pulling me this way and that. It's like, you know, yesterday we were talking about old school Morphling. I would felt trying to kill him. That's how I feel watching this from Kami.
Yeah, but this is something that you're more used to, I would even say, right? Like Naga, split pushing, using illusions. It's like classic. Nothing really.
Yeah, but normally it's from the safe lane. I'm like, okay, guys, we're gonna all smoke and kill her, and it's fine. Now we kill her, then there's Ursa on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's like in the last couple of patches, I think Weaver has been doing that the most. You know, just creep skipping and farming next to your tier 2 tower. But Naga is a different beast when it comes to that, of course.
And Panda's doing their best to try and corral Night Pulse within their base so that they do not have to deal with this Naga push. They're putting some pressure on the tier 3 tower right now. They will need to come and respond to this one. Rambo actually blinking forward. They're going straight onto Warwick. Do they have the damage to kill him during the stun? Yes, they do. He is gone, and so is the clockwork, forcing an early buyback out of him. B2, though, he finds Kiyotaka ripping through the Wind Ranger. She's just gone in the blink of an eye. And now Dark Lord, that managed to get off the leash, though, onto the bear. He's walking this little bear, walking B2 around. He wants to walk him right into his death. And with the Gleipnir holding him in position, he'll hit him uphill and kill him. No buyback for this Ursa, as the ET splitter also kills off the Rubik. All of a sudden, 9 Pandas. They time-lapse of Cyrus. They still have multiple heroes here. Only Kami. Him and Warwick need to try and defend this all by their lonesomes. They take away the first life of the Beastmaster Aegis. They've also killed off Dark Lord. Alberca will be forced to BKB TP out.
1 second on the hookshot. He doesn't manage to do it. Hookshot also misses on the other Titan. Weaver, yeah, wasn't envisioned. He couldn't get him. But overall, that's a buyback on Warwick. That's a buyback on Clock. And you managed to kill most of them. You didn't manage to get anything when it comes to objective. It's really damn sad. Mostly because if you look at the damage, you see one guy that didn't do anything at all. That's the Windrunner. Like, she got killed off instantly by the Ursa.
Yeah.
Kind of unfortunate for Vitun, because he got to the fountain and then that one extra hit, literally the last hit, kills him off.
The game giveth and the game taketh away. I mean, to be fair, Dark Lord deserved that kill after barely missing out on killing Kami bottom. But that was Dota or Gaben balancing the scales, making sure orders return to the universe.
All things are balanced as they should be in Dota. Which is, all things are imbalanced.
Imbalance. Now that Dark Lord has returned, they're all going to be playing as a team. Do you think they should try and move like that again? Or do you have to wait for the next Aegis before you feel confident enough?
You know, if they manage to do something more and take down the racks, at least, I'd say yes. But like this, it's very difficult to make these moves. They don't have buybacks, and you know that. They don't have a buyback on Timber, no buyback on Clock. So killing these heroes off might be very tempting. They have to be careful about a couple of things. First and foremost, Naga with the Hex. She's got that now and can make a difference in these fights.
That will definitely be a big deal, especially because Kiyotaka still doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere. No Lincolns in sight for the Razor, and I'd be astonished if the Beastmaster bought one. So
yeah, Beast just got his Havoc Hammer. Like, this is such a good item for this game. Like, you're playing into Naga. You have Aghanims, Shiva's, Havoc Hammer. You have Dagon to kill one of the illusions as well. And
they're playing into Naga, and they're trying to kill this Naga. Ami, up BKB, just needs to TP out, but Alberca is there. The BKB Primal Roar. Clearly, Alberca is an enjoyer of Hades too. Does not like the Siren Song. Boss takes her out like it's nothing.
Yeah, they managed to kill him off the last fight. I don't know how easy that will be now with the spell lifesteal. 15% now on the Beastmaster. And on top of that, of course, you can just burst them down with Dagon. Heal up quite a lot, 75% once he uses it.
Also, I like that they did finish the Satanic, and they just got Shard for, or he's queuing Shard for Dark Lord. But with Satanic, like, him and Beastmaster, a lot tankier than they used to be. They will survive for quite a while, especially against these small instances of damage they've been receiving. What is next for Night Pulse, though? What do they need? They still want the MKB for this Ursa. Warwick wants a Hex as well. And Naga did finish off the Hex, but wants BKB. It feels like Naga's actually just been the primary recipient of the roll. I think Warwick has been rolled like once or twice, but half the time it's just Kami. They're like, we want you out of the fight first and foremost.
I think it's a good target as well because of the sleep reset, and she's bringing a lot of utility to the team, even though she went all in right click, right? Like, there is this Hex, there is this Bloodthorn, there is the sleep as well that can restart fights. Like, if they could dodge Beastmaster while he has the BKB up, I think that would be the best play for Night Pulse. But right now, there's no dodging him. This man is level 23. He is leading the charge.
Damn, the difference in experience between these two squads is very illuminating. Kiyotaka's 24, Warwick is 20, Kami is 20, Alberca is 23. It's only like V-Tune that's high up there in the level department with his counterpart.
Yep.
Difficult game in this mid to later portion of things.
He's waiting for Rosh, but once again, Roshan, it will not spawn. He's not that lucky, and instead it's going to spawn down bottom where 9 Pandas have already set up camp.
It was kind of rude though. They're catching Roshan while he's at work. He's got things to do. Y'all are gonna bother him with all this noise around him, man.
Yeah, well, they will smoke and try to be the ones that bother him instead.
Kiyotaka's not here just yet. There is an outpost that he can TP to though. Night Pulse trying to reclaim some meager map control. Hope to be able to contest the Aegis. Fortunately for them, they do have a clockwork. So will have information of when the Roshan is available, so they won't commit too early. The wrapping though, a big wrap around here. The smoke is about to finish though, so this could get complicated for Night Pulse.
Yeah, they are under a ward. The Rubik has been spotted. Yeah, Dark Lord knows. He's going in with the Lotus.
Squad Lotus, BKB, Eye of the Storm going at the same time. Primal Road out onto Rorik, but V-Tune, he's being controlled up right now. Kami's trying to bail him out. Dropping the Song of the Siren. They didn't use their BKB. The BKB finished from Alberca, and Razor didn't use his just yet. But here comes Kiyotaka now, looking for V-Tune. He's supposed to use a BKB. Till the end, will be the first casualty from Night Pulse. As Kami tries to TP out, will he be able to do so? He can't keep getting away with this! He's safe in the base, Lizard. He was supposed to be a dead little snake, but instead, she is fine. But they do overall lose their fight.
Yeah, they lose the fight and they lose the Aegis. This is Refresher Shard, Aegis. You can give it to either the Beastmaster or the Razor. You'll be very happy with 9 Pandas. If you're 9 Pandas, yeah, you don't get Ursa, which arguably you could have gotten, but it's still fine. I think you're happy with this. The fact that they have this ward in the lane that scouted out Rubik, they just caught a little glimpse of Rubik. And because of that glimpse, they know exactly where everyone is. So they pop the Lotus on Razor and they just send them in. And it would be even maybe okay for Nightpulse if Vitun didn't have to blink out. But the moment he blinks out, he loses the ability to go back into the fight and just can't do anything. He needed to completely bail.
Kami really did his best to try and save everybody there with the song. And Alberca, the one problem with the BKB, the way he's been using it, was he BKBs before he shows up to the fight, just to make sure he can get the roll. It does mean that it's down to 6 seconds now, so it's not going to provide the long-term protection in these fights unless he finds Kami basically immediately now. The execution risk has actually increased a bit.
Yeah, he's 25 though. He's 25 and he has the shard, so he has the double BKB to use on Beastmaster.
Kami sending illusions a little bit far forward there on the Naga, feeling kind of brave here. Yanta was ready to throw in a hook shot just to break things up if needed. It might actually have to do so because there's a primal roar onto Kami. They're chasing him down. They really want to find this Naga kill. ET Spitter will be behind, but not catching anybody out really. There will be Warwick, who also jumps in on the backline to try and interrupt matters. Succeeds in this endeavor because 9 Pandas cannot find any kills just yet. But now Dark Lord still carrying an Aegis. He's going forward. And here comes the second primal roar onto Kami. Kami's gone without buyback. Gleipnir now holding down V-Tune and the Clockwork, and they kill V-Tune. But there is buybacks available.
We killed Razor as well.
Razor? That's a death, but that's an Aegis on the Razor. Buyback now coming in from Warwick 2. We want to chase down Kiyotaka on the north side of this fight. He's underneath the tier 3 tower, gets jumped on here. He is still chilling. Here comes Alberca. Another primal roar. Are you kidding me? This 25 talent is nuts. Dark Lord now with his BKB going. I think he would like to leave as well. He's like, guys, I've kept you all alive. Let's get the hell out. Crazy fight inside the base that 9 Pandas not just end up winning, but take buildings off the top of as well.
Yeah, till the end, just spamming Hawks around him. 4 Hawks to protect this Rubik, but that's not what he wanted. He probably wanted to steal that roar a couple of times. Even though Hawks are nice, V-Tune clearing the waves, but they're clearing his base. Got the bot, got the mid. Now they can move towards top lane. Naga no buyback, Clockwork no buyback.
We're gonna jump in directly onto the Rubik. He's like, those are my birds, bro. You don't get to play with them. Go back to Fountain and get your own.
Yeah, he does have buyback, and the Naga is up. Kiyotaka?
They have to stop Megas from happening. They cannot allow that to be the case. Kiyotaka in the mid lane going 1v1 against V2, forcing a fight to go in towards him. But they're going to be able to stall this one out. And the team is helping him. In the meantime, there's another engagement up top with the Razor versus the rest of the gang. Kiyotaka really wants V2, has forced away all his mana. There's the focus fire. V2 is gone. After the sleep, though, they're going to be able to take out Dark Lord as he's falling lower and lower on this Razor. I say that, but with the Satanic, he's fighting back! The Primal Roar goes back onto Warwick and Kami.
GG.
They kill them off. GG is called. And game 2 goes the way of 9 Pandas. Do not count Old Man Dota out just yet. They are keeping their hopes alive on their road to TI.
Yeah, this was so well deserved for them. Alberca played out of his mind. Kiyotaka as well found so many good pickoffs with his Wind Ranger. Very well deserved game 3. Like, this is not only that, but the fact that they found the right approach to deal with this Naga on the offlane and this craziness that they were bringing in game number 1. I'm really happy that they didn't just bow down and lose 2 games in a row, because it can be like really disappointing to lose series such as this one in that fashion. At least now they know, okay, we figured this Naga thing out. Like, let's play some normal Dota in game number 3.
That's probably what they want to prove to themselves, right? That the game is as normal as humanly possible. What will the outcome be? And they look really solid. They don't allow Naga to make the game weird. You need heads up. Man, what a legend. Solid in the laning phase. He comes out of the lane, taking away so much map space. Always finding the right person with the jumps. I think there's only one time, only one fight, the one that happened bottom, where he rode somebody while Song was still up and about to be used in the fight. Normally, if he rode somebody that's not Naga, that means Song is down, it's already been used or whatever. Great performance from him. Also, I must say, Dark Lord, he understood the assignments. His role was just be there, bro. Be this body, link Ursa, press R. That's it. You don't have to do anything too weird and wacky. The only time he did something weird and wacky was this one, but that's when he's killing Ursa by diving him in the fountain. So it's an acceptable situation to make those kind of plays. But man, really, I'm impressed by Nine Pandas and Alberca in particular.
For sure. It was a much easier performance for Dark Lord as well to play. You know, your lane is going well, you're buying all the defensive items, you don't have to do anything crazy, you're not playing a disruptor, so the game looked much better for him. He wasn't the star of this show and he knew it. It was all about Kiyotaka and Alberca. Even the two supports, you can kind of feel their presence, but not really, nothing crazy coming from both the Weaver and Solo. Sometimes just being there with Astral Spirits. Like, I think the biggest factor from Solo was just being there with Astral Spirit, giving that natural order for Kiyotaka, moving around the fight so that he can just help out a little bit in the damage aspect. Of course, the magical for Alberca as well, giving him some bonus damage too. And most of the time, Kiyotaka was doing it on his own. Like, he just gets that diffusal, runs across the map. Do you believe in diffusal now?
Yeah. No, I said I believed it in this game.
Yep.
Remember, I said it was good. I believe. I'm good with this. It's very good. In this kind of situation, it's incredible. Kiyotaka as well, I'm glad that they gave him his hero, right? Like you said, the game was primarily about him and Alberca. The thing I liked about the most about how he played this is he was playing Wind Ranger like it's a spirit, always looking and hunting for kills, right? The moment he got that Leipnir, he was only farming heroes. Only like after he realized I need Lincoln Sphere, he sort of asked for like 2-3 minutes to farm before we saw him on the map again. But his role, there's a reason he ended 14, 4, and 5. He was the assassin. He kept assassinating folk, and they were able to come out with the victory. And especially because there were a lot of the kills that he did put out, which were onto the Naga Siren. And like you mentioned in the game, anytime you kill Naga, you get to delay her ever further, make the hero much less viable than the monster she was in game 1.
Yeah, he had a very how to call it. He had his damage was very effective. Like, he didn't have the most damage dealt on his side, which is normal for Wind Ranger, but he had very effective damage. Like, he was killing off, like you said, Naga or Ursa very often. He was hunting them down and 100 to zeroing them. Meanwhile, the one that had the most damage on their side was Razor. But that's the nature of the hero. You have a lot of AoE damage. You're just in the fray. And by the way, what's up with Weaver? What's up with this picture of his? He's kind of like tweaking a little bit.
Looks like he's... No, not that picture. That's the picture where they take you. It's like 11 o'clock at the bar. They're like, let's take a selfie.
I see.
Night Pulse, though. Yes, they lost this game. We did still get to see some cool stuff with the Naga, but clearly Nine Pandas are up to the task of responding, especially responding on the map. So going into game 3, do you still want to see Nine Pulse continuing? Hey, Alberca gets a shout out as well. Really played amazingly. Do you still want to see them really double down on this triple greedy core, full map spread type of gameplay?
I think it's what they do very well, and I wouldn't mind to see them do it again. Maybe just adjust with the bans or adjust with what you are picking Naga in. If you do have to pick Naga, maybe they have something else. I've heard stories about their Morphling as well, but their Morphling is really damn strong when it's played on that offlane. I think this is their strat and they're making it work, so I'd like to see it again, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we should look past the list of any other carry hero that Dream has played in the past, because Kami might pull those out in this elimination game. Let us find out if that will be the case, or if Nine Pandas have really found their groove and Old Man Solo will be progressing further in his qualifiers on the road to the International. We see what happens after a few minutes break. Get some water, join us in a second for some more Dota 2 action.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back, one and all. We're here for game 3 between Night Pulse and the side right now of Nine Pandas, where the loser goes home, the winner gets to continue on their road to TI, and of course, we just get to be entertained no matter what. Yet again, I'm with level-headed Lizard. Liz, the draft is about to start. The gameplay is about to commence. What do these teams need to be paying attention to? So what does Night Pulse need to do? What do Nine Pandas need to do to secure victory?
Nine Pandas, I feel like they've already figured out what they need to be doing, and they did it really, really nicely in the last game. I think that one thing that they got out of their mid laner that's very different from what they had before is they got this assassin type hero that can 100 to 0 almost any carry. And why is that important? It's important because you're playing versus a team that wants to play 3 carries, right? Like they want to have Ursa farming top lane, they want to have, okay, maybe the mid laner isn't farming as much, but Ursa is farming top and Naga is farming bottom, and you know it for a fact. So you can just sit there with Kiyotaka and be like, okay, he's eventually going to show up here. They're not doing anything. They're not making any plays on the map. I know that he's going to come to farm because this is the only place that he can farm into. So I'm going to sit here and wait. And I think that adjustment was really damn nice. Also, the adjustment to just having a good lane versus Naga. But if I was Nine Pandas right now, I would actually ban out. Like, I'd be like, okay, I won versus this. I've lost to it. Why would I let them make an adjustment and ban some of the heroes that I just played with? Instead, I can just force them to play a different strat. That's what I would do, but Solo is a different breed.
Solo comes from the school of Puppy. You know, some of these old Eastern European guys can be a little bit stubborn in their drafting philosophy, but I'm with you. The game becomes too annoying. Even if it's winnable, it just sucks to play. So we'll see if they do decide to do that. They leave the Naga in the pool, banning out the dogs here, and they just go back for Alberca's Beastmaster. So they're daring them. They're like, if you want to go for Naga, go for it. We'll just build Aghanim Scepter again. We'll come in with Blink into your face with the Primal Roar. So we dare you, Kami. Play the same thing.
Yes, I think that's it, right? Like this is now the battle of, and no, they're daring them. It's like I dare you, I double dare you. Pick that Naga. And that's what that's the statement. This is a statement first pick, Beastmaster. Then again, if you're Night Pulse, you see a Beastmaster, you know he's going offlane. Pick heroes that are strong against him. Pick heroes that don't really care about boars, and you know, like these illusion-based heroes in the lane against him are usually very nice. You can do that, like, or you can pick one of those meta carries that are strong against him. So I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. We'll see. We'll see what Night Pulse goes for. In any case, I want to see them stick to their guns and play this Tricore area anyway. Oh, by the way, they're in Serbia. Night Pulse, that is.
Oh, Night Pulse. Okay.
That's where they're boot camping.
They sadly do not have the super cool cabin in the woods aesthetic from Navi. What can you do? Maybe if they win the qualifier, they'll get a sponsor for a new house.
It's looking good enough. It's looking good enough. Same for these guys on the other side. Like Nine Pandas, they're looking like in a big hotel room. Yeah, Navi is on a different level. They're in that's a completely different level.
You know, I'm looking at these bans, right? And a lot of the heroes that were problematic in this series are still available. Should Night Pulse, I feel like Night Pulse need an answer for Wind Ranger. Do you ban Wind Ranger, or do you try to pick something into it that you feel, because I feel like if they have the option to play Kiyotaka mid Wind Ranger, they just simply will every single time.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure if you can waste a ban on her, because she was the ultimate last pick, right, in the last game?
Yeah.
It was Timber into Wind Ranger last 2 picks. So if she's not that valuable to be picked earlier, maybe you don't ban her. Meanwhile, they're going for their Ursa once again. I agree with you. Like, he's playing on a different level when he's playing that Wind Ranger. It's looking really damn strong from him. So maybe something for them to consider, but you don't have a lot of bans remaining anymore.
You know, it used to be the days it's always funny to me about drafting. Whenever they add a ban or whatever, people always complain it's too much, and then not long into the meta, people are like, there's not enough bans, guys, please. It's too tough. What is going on here? And Nine Pandas might be reaching for like an Ember for Kiyotaka potentially, with them banning out the Underlord, because we've seen a lot of Underlords being picked specifically into the Ember Spirit.
10 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
for sure, yeah. The Underlord against him, against something like a CK as well, is really nice. And if you're Night Pulse, you already have revealed your position once, so banning out something like a Chaos Knight might not be the worst idea. Like the hero is absolutely busted right now, so it has lost games, of course, but Tinker first. No Kiyotaka Tinker.
Guys, come on. 2 games in a row, you're gonna do this to us? They did it last game as well. Just gotta see it. Just 1 game. Oh, they will go back for the Clockworks. Something you mentioned about how they very clearly have gotten into a certain groove, right? They're like, this is how we play Dota. And I think these 2 heroes, in particular the Clockworks, seem to be instrumental to the idea of how Dota should be played right now.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree that you shouldn't. Like, look, this is the elimination game. This is the lower bracket. So you want to be winning this game no matter what. And if you lose, you don't want to be losing with something that's an experiment. So going for a Clockwork makes a lot of sense to me. Clock, even something like a Rubik next would be solid. Like, just repeat the same thing once again. Disruptor, okay, can be used, can be fine, but Clock Rubik for me is also pretty damn good. I have to say, I wasn't as impressed by the Rubik as I was by the Disruptor. I feel like he had way more impact with Disruptor, but then again, you're playing into Weaver, you're playing into Beastmaster, you're just giving them that one extra thing that they have to worry about if you're playing Rubik.
You know, yesterday when they played their series against Namiga, Nightpulse literally went, in 2 games, they picked 6 heroes. So they're very comfortable just playing in their groove, doing what they need to do. But Nine Pandas has solo. Someone's also been around the block, seen everything. They're perfectly happy to run back most of their draft too. They're like, okay, cool. We know the Beastmaster Weaver lane can beat the Ursa lane. We know how good Elder Titan can be with the right partner, and he can zone out whoever is being played by Kami. So I also like that they're like, if you're going to do the same thing, we just beat you, so we'll do the same thing too.
Yeah, with a small twist on Nightpulse, they go back for the Disruptor. One thing though is Disruptor had an amazing game 1, and he was playing into Ember, and that Ember was also crushed. And then it's like you're playing Disruptor into a Spirit that already doesn't have any farm, so you're literally just double downing on completely destroying him. And it becomes simple. Sometimes when you're playing Disruptor and you're playing into these Spirits that have a lot of farm, you're the one being hunted and killed off. But okay, they're the ones that get the Ember. So we're going to see something a bit more active from their mid laner this time around.
Don't you just pick Wind Rangers though, as Kiyotaka here?
I wouldn't mind it. I think it's pretty solid for them. There are some issues though. You're playing into Glimpse, you're playing into Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Hookshot as well. There's a ton of control coming from Nightpulse, so yeah, you might be worried about those things.
Well, Nine Panda still have to pick up a hero for Dark Lord as well. He's played CK and Razor today. Other people have been playing like Lifestealers. Lifestealer wouldn't be too great. The enemy team has an Ursa, so trying not to lose the game. Let's see. Morphling can be a bit dangerous because there's already a Disruptor. It's just going to make your life a living hell. It definitely should be something active though. I don't want to see him play like a big farmer. Something that can show up. Apparently Morphling I used to think is a big farmer, but Yuragi proved me wrong about that today.
Morphling overall into Ember, into Ursa can be played, but they go first and foremost Wind Ranger. They get their mid sorted out, and now they just have to get rid of whatever they feel like is the worst matchup for her on the offlane. Like something that can, or just in general, what they think that Nightpulse need, right? Like if this was just the beginning of the patch, something like Axe would be an insta-ban, but
5 seconds.
or maybe even a Legion. But yeah, you don't really care about those heroes anymore.
Honestly, I'm just so sad. I wasn't home around the time the patch dropped, so I missed a few days of being able to get free MMR playing LC.
It was literally the freest MMR of my life. Like, you go in, you press Q, you're unkillable. You literally had Pango's shield crash on your one spell. That also dishes out
5 seconds remaining.
hella lot of damage. So.
Yeah, an absurd amount of damage. Let us know in chat how much free MMR you gained from spamming the Legion Commander before she found herself being nerfed. There's Nightpulse now taking care of the Ursa counters. We've had a Razor removed in the previous phase. We have to protect this Ursa a little bit more now. What other carries that Dark Lord has played in this tournament? We'll quickly take a look. Let's see. He played Gyro one game. He played TA the one game. He played Wind Ranger the one game. CK, of course, Razor earlier on. Yeah, those are the heroes he's played.
I feel like CK is still solid. I don't mind Ursa into CK that much. But for 9 Pandas, I feel like it would round their draft up really nicely. Like, there is no Lich or anything like that. Like, what are you really afraid of? Nothing. Not a single one of these heroes is something that you worry about, because you are buying that Orchid anyway. Some extra attack speed from Beast is nice. The lane with Elder Titan is a bit wonky. Like, usually with ET, it's nice to have a ranged hero. It's also nice to have something that has a bit of a slow. Even something like Plasma Field really helped out in that last game. And Night Pulls are the one that banned Troll. Okay, Troll is also good versus Ursa, right? Like versus Ember too, so they get rid of him.
Let's see, I don't think they want to go Tiny. Another 0 armor carrier, maybe. I want someone that just buys BKB, honestly. I don't really care what it is. I think you just allow Kiyotaka to be the bigger damage dealer again. If this was a lifestealer instead of a Ursa, I'd say just go slaughter safe lane, make it work. It'll be fine. Actually, slaughter safe lane wouldn't be too terrible here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd keep it simple. Morphling or CK, have a decent game. They ban out the Naga in the end, so they don't want to play into that. And this kind of makes me think that it's more Morphling than the CK, but it can be either one of these two.
Yeah, Morph is definitely the best one, I think. Give us the water boy. Give us some burst damage. Way out of Clockwork Cogs. Yeah, it'll be good stuff.
Or put Wind Ranger safely in last pick Meeple. Let's go.
No. No. 9 Pandas tried that the other day, remember? They did exactly that. And Kiyotaka, I just feel Dark Lord doesn't play like that map assassin role that they need this Wind Ranger to fulfill. So giving him this Gyrocopter, some magic damage, someone that can steal. It's just I think they just needed, just like a normal safe carry. That's just fine. That's just pops BKB, uses his ultimate, but is not necessarily responsible for winning the whole fight,
Yeah, they also got this combo that we discussed. Like, they have this Elder Titan 5 with ranged carry that brings out a lot of damage, some control as well. So, not too bad. I like it. I like the way their lanes look as well, like Weaver Beast on one side, Elder Gyro on the other. Now you have to find a hero that actually likes laning into Elder Titan and Gyrocopter. Like, there honestly aren't many.
Let's see, Kami. This is the time, my friend. Delivered us that new tech earlier on. What is it going to be today? It is. Aww.
That's no new tech, man. This is.
I'm so sad, bro. You know what's actually funny? I didn't even conceive of normal offlaners because I just didn't believe he'd pick any of them.
This is very standard. Like, your most casual draft coming from Night Pulls, they're going away from, like, considering how the game 1 looked and how this one looks, it's like a completely different team. Ursa is the same. The supports are more or less the same. But now you have an active mid laner that's a playmaker that scales, but is a playmaker, and you have an offlaner that's an absolute standard run-of-the-mill position 3.
Yeah. Well, this is a good opportunity for us to find something out, right? Because very often when teams do discover some new tech, bring us a new way of conceiving of the game, what can often happen is that they don't have a way to back to normal Dota, right? To just play regularly and still win. So I think it is a very good thing to have your bag be super deep so you can win the crazy games, but also win these stock standard, every single buddy is playing these kind of drafts. So since it is just going to be a normal game, draft to draft, what do you think? Which team do you favor here?
I have to say, I feel like this is the closest draft out of... Well, this is the 2 most normal drafts we've seen in this series. And I also think that these 2 drafts are the closest ones when it comes to just the way they're going to play it. I do still like the Weaver plus Beastmaster laning stage. I feel like it's going to it's going to give a lot of issues to Jenter and VTune. I'm not sure if they're going to lane. I guess they will lane the Disruptor on the safe lane. I'm not sure because they're switching things up a little bit here and there. And overall, I do actually favor Night Pulls when it comes to this ultra late game. Kiyotaka for me is... I don't know. Kiyotaka actually Wind Ranger. I'm trying to convince myself into Night Pulls, but I don't know. That Wind Ranger looked very too solid game 1. Game 2, that is.
Yeah, well, we're going to be seeing whether or not Kiyotaka can replicate that solid performance, not just from yesterday, that we historically know him for on this particular hero. It's going to be a matchup of 9 pandas, the old versus Night Pulse, the young. Old man versus some kids. Let us get into it for this third and decisive game. And remember, everyone, loser, don't go home. You don't go anywhere. You just stay exactly where you are because you will not be going to Copenhagen. Feels bad, man. Also, wait, as a player, where do you think is most painful to lose? Early in the bracket or like at this stage of the bracket?
In the qualifier,
Yeah.
it depends what your expectations are like. You know, if you have high expectations, losing early on can be really devastating. If you have a low expectations, losing later on is really devastating because you start getting hope, you start believing, you know.
I see that. That's kind of like what happened to Team Turtle in China, right? They were playing for memes and fun, then they beat LGD and they were like, hey guys, wait a second. Wait a second. We can really do this.
Yep,
So
pretty
the
much
thing I'm-
exactly, yeah.
The thing I'm most interested about in this game, what do you think? How will Kami play this now that he's playing just a regular old hero? Do you think he's got any laning tricks that he's going to be up to?
I don't think so. I think this is your standard offlane centaur. He went for the counter-strike, so he's doing the double edge. No horsepower.
No horsepower. Gonna have a fight potentially around these runes here. A lot of harass that side should already put on the disruptor. And it looks like the trade will benefit 9 pandas. Good positioning, nets them 3 bounties.
They're a bit stronger. Around, oh, cogs. But I hit some people with... Unfortunately, it's only level 1, so it doesn't burn as much mana, but it did look silly a bit.
Hey man, look, anything that you can do to decrease the amount of rocket barrages you suffer in lane is a good thing, so shout out to him. So this game's underway now. Mid lane, Kiyotaka reprising his role on the Wind Ranger, but playing into Warwick on his Ember. I don't think the Ember can have fun here, right? It's going to be a lot of harass coming his way by the Wind.
Especially on the earlier levels. You get some sleight of fist and then you can start spamming Kiyotaka a little bit, but overall it's not really a fun lane.
We already spoke somewhat in the draft of this Beastmaster Weaver. We've seen what it can do till the end. Be careful, mate. Every single time you wander beyond this particular tree, you need to watch that melody replay. Find those circles under the tower and say, stay right there to stay alive.
Gotta be careful on both sides though. Disruptor is a bit harder to kill now, I would say. Solo. He's so tanky, so strong as well. Like, you get bonus armor from your Astral Spirit. And by the way, we were talking about heroes that get factually 3 spells on level 2. That's Elder Titan as well. Astral Spirit is his innate now. So you can get the passive if you want to.
It feels so unfair, man. If you're not one of those heroes and then you encounter them at level 2, you're like, really? Seriously?
Yep. Well, some heroes get that, and some heroes get Hive Mind or something similar.
Yet again, we're starting things off with a bit of just a farm trade snooze fest. And Kami's lane is especially normal. Top now, Sayish. One more creep away from having level 2. So we'll see if they decide to ramp up the aggression as that happens. By the way, can you hear that airplane that sounds like it's flying directly above my house?
I can't.
Okay. That's actually kind of scary, I'll be honest. It's a very loud noise.
I can't, yeah. I had a bomber plane fly over my house like a month ago. I know how scary it can sound. My house was shaking.
Yeah.
Like a B-52 or something. I don't even know which one.
I'm just glad that it wasn't dropping any ordnance, because otherwise I'd have to solo cast.
Yeah. I'm pretty glad as well.
Down bottom, Dark Lord. Just gonna put some damage onto Yunter. And with the Mango, he can actually get the skill. He did go for the Afterburner talent. Or would he get faster?
Oh no, he's blocked. He's blocked.
Oh no! Oh no! He did his best. How could he have known that that's exactly where the cog would spawn, preventing him from escaping, and keeping him right there with the gyro?
Yeah, that's absolutely unfortunate. Like, if they spawn a little bit rotated to the left, you know, counterclockwise or clockwise, he's able to walk through that. Yeah. Unfortunate for the clockwork. What can you do?
Hell, if it was old patch and you can just hit the cogs once to destroy them, you would have been fine.
That as well, but they're going on gyro again.
Cogs onto Dark Lord. They really want to put this pressure out. And here is the explanation of how he intends to play this lane. Maximum aggression from Kami. Nets them a kill
Solo
onto the
though?
Gyrocopter. Solo. Can he get there in time? No. The body blocks will be good.
Maybe he
They
can
have
kill
Hoof
one.
Stomp at available. No, they've got Hoof Stomp. He'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Yeah, that was really nice the way they swapped the aggro. Solo, it's like he's a creep, you know, they're moving. They're going back, swapping aggro in between them. Because he knows he can't get to one of them. Like, he can only get to the closest one. Or he's gonna get body blocked and his Astral Spirit will just be gone.
Still a pretty big kill for them to pick up. The Dark Lord there. Gyro still has pretty decent CS numbers though, and that shouldn't change anytime soon. So he should still have a game unless they keep chain killing him at this point.
Yeah. Not only the decent CS, he also got the First Blood, right? So he got sent base, he used that First Blood to buy some items, he came back with phase boots and full magic wand. This is a pretty big gyro for minute 5.
I feel like it would be cool if, like, when you hover over your gold, you know all the various stats that it shows you of yourself? If it showed you how much gold you've gained and lost from kills, that would be a cool thing. Speaking of
Very
kills,
depressing
till the end.
sometimes, yeah.
Is he gonna be depressed? No, he's fine. TP's home. Well, it depends on the role you play in the game, right? Or how good the game is going. Like, if you're having Alberca's game from game 2, I want that stat definitely. I'm having Nefrit's game from yesterday. I don't even want to know how much gold I have.
You don't even want to know in what game you are. You just want to forget it straight up.
Yep. Top lane. Solo. Oh, thank God. Solo has only done this once this entire qualifier. Just before elimination, he's doing it. The classic Solo blood grenade rotation through the twin gate. I thought it was a different guy, but this reminds me that it actually is Solo. They get the kill on the top lane and put some grief onto the V-Tune Ursa.
Yeah, and you can instantly go back down bottom. One of the things that allows him to do this is the fact that Gyro can farm the jungle on his own, even on level 4, stack it a little bit, so... Really nicely done. Alberca is level 5. You get level 3 Call of the Wild Boar, so a lot of slows from that, and till the end...
Disruptor's dead. Yeah, he's super dead. Oh my God, he's super dead.
Ursa cancelled the CP, by the way.
Yeah, so now has to waddle out of the base. Ooh, that's painful.
I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, because there is a non-zero chance that he TPs and he dies after Disruptor if there's Roar. So maybe he decided, okay, this lane is absolutely lost, let's go jungle.
Alberca gonna do the same thing he did in game 2. Take the tier 1 tower early, put pressure on the top side of the map. However, unlike in game 2, Kami is playing a regular hero, so not gonna command as much attention as he did, which means that V2 cannot take advantage of those distractions to go back and farm top. How's this Ember Spirit doing? So he is level 6 right now for Warwick. Not the most gold in the world, of course, as you would anticipate with this lane matchup. But he's gonna get his Seal not that far away from having the phase boot, so it's not being completely shut down yet.
Yeah, I think who's shut down are the supports. Like, the levels are not looking that great on Night Pulse. Disruptor dying, Clockwork dying as well. Like, if you look at Solo, he's level 5. Weaver, level 4.5. Has a Urn already stick. You're much happier with your performance on supports. On the other side, Yotaka, DD.
Forcing Warwick to have to remnant away.
Not sure about this. They do have Glimpse, but can they actually kill him?
They're gonna try for it. He's inside the kinetic field. Stampede gets committed to bring the Clockwork in, so they force him inside the power cogs. And that will lead to the kill. Not enough reinforcements from 9 Pandas, so they just take Kiyotaka's life.
Kiyotaka is a player that likes to solo.
Solo, is he? My gosh, the briefcase? Woo! Woo! Okay, Solo.
Gotta respect the briefcase, man. Like that's why everyone likes playing Elder Titan. And if you are playing Elder Titan, you're playing it for these moments. Just hitting with 300 damage or something, it's crazy. They are moving top though. They want to shove Alberca out of this lane.
They actually accomplished this though. Right now they're fighting over a bounty room. Sayesh found the swarm bugs onto 2. Not going to be able to kill either of them. Instead, it's his own life that is in question. And he will die off. Beastmaster unable to help him out on that one. Kiyotaka, look for the power shot, but you know what? I've just accepted that it's not going to happen in this region. It is what it is. No power shots. Warwick, Echo Stomp will be there. Power shot not necessary as the Wild Axes will take him over. Now we have a power shot going in onto this Clockwork with the Stomp from Alberca setting up for the kill. It's a double for the Beastmaster. This man cannot be contained, and this time around, with no Naga to worry about, he's happy not to buy the Drums of Slam. He's going straight in for the Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, I don't mind this. He's going to be pressuring the map so damn hard with this. So nice little item build switch up from him. By the way, Ember in that engagement, he had 1 second left remaining on a magic wand. And if he has the magic wand, he has enough mana for Remnant. So unfortunate for him.
This Remnant might need to be used. The Stomp is going to be missed by the Centaur Conqueror, but the space has been made to push into the tier 1 tower. And that will be claimed by Alberca as well on this Beastmaster. And they need to be... I was about to say, you need to Remnant back immediately. He was trying to set up for the Shackle kill.
Yeah, they're just abusing the fact that Clock and Disruptor are level 4. So they really aren't that useful in these engagements, in these fights. Kiyotaka gets the shield drone. Is going to be completely fine.
Going to be getting Dark Lord towards him having his item. Kami has a Clockwork nearby him, but like you said, no level 6 on the clock, so the only way of initiating onto him right now would be the Stampede. You would presumably want to save that for another occasion unless they are 100% certain in the kill.
And maybe if Ember is there, you know, if you have your position 1 nearby, the 2 of them, they do have the damage to kill him. I really think they do, but they need to get him a bit further away from the tower.
Meantime, V2 just getting harassed a little bit. There will be a glimpse back onto Alberca. He has the Primal Roll. They're thinking about turning around and using it, but he's just going to let it go. They're not going to be able to find this kill, so we do have a dead Beastmaster potentially. No, he's still alive. Warwick doesn't have the burn damage to kill him more. Finally, with the slight, he does. Solo able to help chase down onto Kami. Guy's underneath the tier 2 tower, though, himself.
Any power shots?
Potentially wants more. We have Glimpse in a moment. It's very available now by this Disruptor. Warwick is very low on the HP, but they lost the vision on Kiyotaka. Power shot does connect, and Sayesh comes in for the assassination. Double kill, and that's going to open up space for Dark Lord. He throws in the ultimate, feeling a lot more confident without Warwick to worry about. And they kill off Disruptor. Homing missile onto V2. Doesn't have enrage for another 20 seconds. So he probably does not survive this, and he does not. Double kill for Kiyotaka. Now Yonta, he could be in danger as well. Kiyotaka has the Wind Run, has the right-click damage. They have the kill. It's a triple for this Wind Ranger.
And that's a full defusal completed on the Wind Ranger, and that's a heavy stone lifted from the back of 9 Pandas. I feel like this is basically the way they like... This is where they look the best. Like when they're owning you around these tier 2 fights, outplaying you, because they're mechanically incredibly skilled. If they can make these things happen, especially when they have a small advantage in the levels, allows them to do exactly that. Solo had plus 300 damage, by the way, on Elder Titan. Hitting Ember and hitting Centaur. He's the sole reason why Centaur is able to even be killed in these fights. Glimpse.
Glimpse is going to be there, but it glimpses back. Sayesh, unfortunately, will not help you against Kiyotaka. Focus fire. With bugs on you, you're dead. Nothing you can do.
Absolutely. That was, I believe, without defusal. Now he does have defusal as well.
Scary times, man. Top lane. Look at Warwick. He needs to be a little bit careful here. But he's okay. They do scan. He knows what's up. He will not get himself roared, but he could still get himself shackle shotted. And look, they know where he's at. But unfortunately for them, he's a little bit too far on the other side of the tower. And Kiyotaka does not want to risk a massive streak just to try and chase him.
Yeah, he was invis, but he got scouted out by the sentry on the cliff and the creeps around him. So doesn't manage to do anything with it.
Things have not been looking easy for the side of Night Pulse. We see V-Tune in the jungle, trying to farm in these Ancients, finish off that Battle Fury so he can progress in this game. And, you know, Kami still building into a Blink Dagger. They will need that to make bigger plays for themselves, but it's going to be a very different game when they don't have two sources of absurd net worth to reckon with. It's pretty much all going to have to come from V2 in the physical damage output.
What think, Kami?
Kami. I don't think they can kill him with just these two. We need another. It's got Blade Mail, Double Bracer, and a Cult Bracelet, and still sitting with the Salamene's Bathwater, so he should be fine. Warwick, though, definitely not going to be fine because, dude, Kiyotaka did it again. The same move he did last time, sticking around in the top lane, waiting for an opponent, scouting them and solo killing them with no one else around.
Just 100-0 basically till the end. Is around with the ward, but where do you even plant it at this point? Wherever he wards, his heroes die afterwards, so it doesn't really help.
You know what also kind of sucks, right? If the Wind Ranger finds you during the duration of Shackle as Ember, you can have so much of your mana burnt away that even the 2-3 spells that she uses won't give you enough to actually have a remnant. You just die anyway.
Same is happening to Ursa, actually.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not having a fun time of things. 70 gold away from having Battle Fury. How far is our Gyro from the Aghanim Scepter? He has it. So the enemy carry has their farming item before you have yours. Always feels very good. Mid lane, they might be looking for Warwick's life here. If they can find him with the Primal Roar, it would be very, very dangerous for him. But we walk underneath a sentry. So Sayush gets scouted. Warwick knows what's up.
I don't think they're gonna give this move up at least. Helm of Overlord, they have everything they need. Gyro is also joining in. He's got Aghanims completed. The Dark Lord is very ready to take these fights.
It would be nice if they can take the fights on the triangle and then take away access to this area of the map from Night Pulse. Sadly, though, they find it a little bit too difficult to encroach on that side, so they'll content themselves with playing around top and taking away areas of map.
Is Rosh time's near?
That's awesome. Why not?
It's Rosh time. Rosh o'clock.
Russia clock. You know, he's home. Somebody called him and said, "Hey, Russia, you home?" He's like, "Yeah, guys, come have some coffee. You know, we'll get a drink or two. It'll be fine." So they're just coming hang out with the big man.
Did you see that screenshot of Overwatch?
Chain.
Yeah. No, not that one. On Reddit, there was some Overwatch where everyone is in Roshan's pit, but everyone took the items out of inventory. The dude is like, I don't know what's going on here. How do I judge? Yeah.
Clockwork is going for a hook play, does not manage to do it. Feels a little bit bad, but we'll make sure that he doesn't die for this either.
Sometimes the best hooks are the ones that don't connect.
Somebody's gonna. That sounds like one of those quotes that should have like a sunset behind it. You know, one of those inspirational quotes.
I think most of my Clockwork teammates are inspired by that quote and Pudges as well.
You know, they say you don't miss every hook that you don't throw. I miss every hook that I do throw.
Yeah, I do throw. So it's the same. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Throw it or not.
9 Pandas, 7k gold lead in their favor. Jump in from Kami middle. This is actually the first time we've really seen him on the map, and he's gonna have a big impact if they can get this kill. But they got the wind run out on Kiyotaka. It's not gonna be an easy kill, but nonetheless, they do find it. Beautifully done. Kami, what a time to announce yourself, fam. We'd missed you.
Yeah, between these two teams, I feel like the biggest hero is Disruptor. Like, he just makes everything happen. They still have hookshot if they want to take this fight.
Yep, Glimpse back online as well. Just marinating them a little bit, poking them with the slightest Yorick. Kami though, he blew into the lane. It might not have another initiation, but Dark Lord just ran right into him. He does have an Aegis though. So Kami doesn't really want to stick around fighting him. After all, Primal Roar will be there on his face. They couldn't back the Gyro though, so they can't keep the damage out onto Kami. Kami Doesn't have Stampede.
Weaver in the
Doesn't
back.
have a way out of this one. He's being caught out, but there is a Weaver going for the supports, looking for Yanta. Yanta won't die just yet. The EO Splitter won't drag back Kami. So by some miracle, nobody dies on the side of this Night Pulse lineup.
Yeah, it was a nice defensive glimpse on the gyro. You called it very nicely. He didn't have, they didn't have any damage follow-up. The cooldown was used, and it connected on all of them. It was really nice, but they just didn't have that extra oomph that was needed. And Wind Ranger, of course, not being there, and gyro as well being glimpsed out. Smoke again, like Night Pulse, they're just ready to fight, ready to brawl.
Man, there's no gyro. He went top. He's the Aegis carrier as well. Let's see if they can get themselves out of here. Unfortunately for Night Pulse, the two heroes they find first are the worst. Weaver and Wind Ranger, extremely elusive targets. Without a clear beat on them, there's no way you're getting that jump.
Yeah, you just need vision on Yutaka. Some good, decent vision for a while, and then you can glimpse her back. I think he'll need to buy maybe an earlier BKB this time around in comparison to the last game. You are playing into Disruptor after all, so it won't be easy to get away from him.
Speaking of Disruptor, he might end up being the target of this particular smoke gang, because he's the nearest to these 9 Pandas heroes as they're encroaching on this side of the map, but he also starts to make his way to the north, and they're not going to find anybody with this move. Yes, can you steal Tormi? Is that the play here?
Yep, you can steal the Tormi. Steal the Tormi, maybe even stick around, avoid the triangle, steal the 21-minute rune as well. If you really want to, you can force high ground with the Aegis, but I think that's a bit too early.
Tormi, who does it go towards? Goes towards Saish. Alright,
Radiant's top tower is
completely fine with that.
Yeah, it's not really the best, but between him and the Elder Titan, it's probably the better one. Like Elder Titan Shard, I feel like it's only good when the Elder Titan is a core. I mean, it has some niche uses, like you can get away with it, or you can move from one side of the map through the other with the Spirit. Like, there are some nice usages, but most of the time you just want it on a core. Mid lane.
Mid lane.
Solo.
Night Pulse going on solo. Oh. Definitely doesn't have an Aegis or a shot, doesn't have anything to help him. We'll get killed off by the glimpse, but now quickly with a lot of Aethos. Forced into the enrage. After Taka shows up, nobody to shackle through. We need to get out of here. Darkwood can move this first time. Primal Roll going out on Sakami. Might be in danger. A lot of space being created by this Darkwood though. The cogs were great, the static storm even better. They still end up losing the Zento. They need to run. Limps back onto the gyrocopter yet again, but it's not good enough this time because there's too many 9 Pandas heroes ready for the chase. Double for him anyway. It ends up being a 3-for-2 engagement, but one of those lives was an Aegis that was expiring in 1 minute anyway.
It was a nice little play by Centaur to kill off the gyro with the blade mail. It was okay, but like you said, he still had the Aegis. Nothing of real value was lost for 9 Pandas. They're happy with that fight.
What have you made of Kami in this game relative from the other performances?
He had a couple of plays where Kazi was needed to the end of his nickname, but overall, I think he's doing fine. Like, he can play. He has a white hero pool. Obviously, he can play that carry from the offlane, and he's doing everything that Centaur should be doing. A couple of Stampede plays. The item build is solid. Like, it's not that they're forced to play offlane on such heroes such as Naga and Morphling, if that makes sense. It's just that they like playing them.
But now no Aegis being in play. Night Pulse. Let's see how close are they to next big items. I don't want to see them smoke again until they finish the BKB on Ursa as well as this BKB for the Ember Spirit. They're not that far away on either. So until then, stay safe, boys. Wait for the items and then we'll try and re-engage. We'll probably also have a Crimson Guard at that time as well. So we'll, in general, just have much more tankability in the fights. What do we make of Dark Lord not fighting to go? We'll talk about it in a second, but we do have a hook shot onto Solo. Does he have anybody to help him? Not just yet, but he does with Sayish throwing in the Aethos. And yeah, pop Stampede.
Yules is there.
Again. Yules Scepter though. from Sayesh. He's got these utility items. He will not be able to bail out Johnson. He hook shot it into this one. Has no way out.
Yeah,
Easy kill onto the clock.
Yeah, they didn't even have to commit the roar. And Beastmaster saw it. He's like, yeah, no roar needed. When it comes to the Gyro not buying BKB, like, it can be a bit dangerous, but he has a lot of status resistance this way. And he's building it to Satanic next. Let's see. Jump in.
And then jump forward onto a worker with V2 following up. They almost blow up the beast, but he survived long enough to get off the BKB. And now with the Echo Stop into ET Splitter, it's going to be a massive wipe. They've already lost the ET and the Disruptor. Ursa cannot help because he's dead. Centaur about to join him. They buy back on the Raptor. Considering doing, I don't know what here. They flips back.
It's gonna
the Gyrocopter. Here comes Warwick with the BKB going on Dark Lord, actually getting the kill. So they commit hard for that one. They take the risk, but the risk pays off.
Yep. The dieback on the Disruptor definitely worth it. At least you get Gyro. If you don't kill the Gyro there, maybe this is a side even. Because they just pushed your high ground. They killed your cores. They don't get the full side of Rexes, but maybe a tier 3 at least. So nicely done by him. A little bit risky, but yeah. Let's see if he switched up to the BKB. No, he didn't. He's still going for Satanic. So usually what happens is Carry plays and he's having a really good game, and then he reaches this point in which he's like, do I buy BKB? Do I don't? Do I not? And if he dies, he switches up instantly for the BKB, but
yep.
He died and he didn't. He's still going for Satanic. I think Satanic is also nice. Like, you can pop it in Static Storm too and just keep on hitting.
Maybe that's the idea, right? Once you get Satanic, all that bonus HP as well, that they might not have enough to actually kill you, and you're still life-stealing with the Aghanim Scepter, right?
There's also one extra thing here. It's not only for the stats resistance from SNY, it's the blade mails that they've got. Like, they've got blade mail, blade mail on Centaur. It's really nice to have some lifesteal into these items.
I like that explanation. And he's not just going to have lifesteal in a couple of minutes. If all goes well for 9 Pandas, he'll have an Aegis as well. And that's what Night Pulse is setting out to stop with this new smoke. They have BKBs now on Ursa and on Ember Spirit. They should feel a bit more prepared as well, knowing exactly the angle of this fight. It's been scouted as well. They know that they're not in the pit just yet, but they're definitely in the area.
Alberca sitting in front, trying to break that one. He doesn't have buyback. Solo as well might actually be the one that in the end breaks it. The courier will give away his position.
Still, Alberca, such a tough customer. 3k HP, 29 armor with BKB as well. Not easy to bring down. And if you fail to bring him down, then he just rolls you and starts the fight in the opposite direction. This is good though. They got them to wait out the cooldown, and then they jump onto Kiyotaka. They're finding this Wind Ranger. Can they kill her off? Yes, they can. She is down for the count. Now, this is the best part about playing Disruptor. The chase, is it? Echo Stomp into the ET Splitter. Look at Solo. The supports get eviscerated. Primal Rogue gets blown in onto V-Tune, allowing the damage of Dark Lord to be dished out indiscriminately. They take out the Centaur. Ursa, by some miracle, manages to TP out. But my god, that's the second fight in a row where Solo shows us why he keeps playing this Elder Titan.
Yeah, most damage dealt in that fight as well. 4 versus 5 fight that they managed to take and win in the end. They were all converged on one spot because of that kill on Kiyotaka, so his Echo Stomp was really on point afterwards. He managed to catch them on the retreat. And their splitter, of course, followed up. It was perfect.
Yeah. Pain and suffering for the side of Night Pulse. Would you start the fight by killing off their mid laner and you still get demolished?
And keep in mind that they used the Gyro's ulti before that, right? Like,
yeah.
A lot of wasted things from 9 Pandas, and they still win that 4 versus 5.
15k network lead for them. Now they're at Roshan's house. He's serving them some cheese and crackers, but looks like Night Pulse, at least genre, wants an invitation to the party, showing up as the clockwork, but check Solo, blocking the angle. He knows what's up. Old man Trix will not be fooled
Any cheese
by this young man's flair. No, they wanted to leave some of the cheese for Roshan. He said, have some. And they're like, nah, guys. You were so gracious to us to give us the cheese. You should have some too.
Hunter, is there Yules? There is, but he's so fast. Never mind, he gets him.
Yeah, we're gonna get him. Homing missile catches up. They will be able to find this kill onto the clockwork.
I just love the Yules on Weaver this game. Warwick will be... Oh, he's snatching the cheese.
Is he gonna steal the cheese?
What does he know, though?
Maybe they clicked on enemy heroes, right? Because some of them were in vision now.
He clicked on
And then they're
everyone, I
like-
guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So like, where's the
Rocket
cheese?
player. Rocket player. I'm stupid. You have clockwork.
Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, Clockwork was busy dying. I'm not sure he had enough time to rocket flare into the pit.
Maybe as Roche was dying, he rocketed, so the flare vision
okay, I see.
remained or something like that. I'm not sure. But in any case, Weaver's Yules, amazing this game. Good versus Ember, amazing against Ursa. You can use it as he enrages. And really nice into Stampede as well, because you can catch any single hero. Plus, later on in the game, you can buy Wind Waker versus Disruptor ulti, if Disruptor ever finds that Aghanim. Well, I know I've seen Weavers build the Yules quite a few times recently, but this is probably the best game for it that I've seen.
Definitely love the Yules here. Bro, he's also getting a Maelstrom delivered from the courier now.
Yeah, he's pretty big. They have some really solid items like Maelstrom on Weaver, AC completed on Alberca's Beastmaster. Your Gyro basically needs 800 gold for Satanic, and he's gonna have that as well.
Yeah. This lineup is super strong right now. I mean, they can still die, but it does take a lot of good execution coming in from Night Pulse, and especially this Disruptor. Man, he's so far away, light years away from getting this Aghanim Scepter.
Well, he did buyback for that Gyro kill, right? So, unfortunate for him. He used that life to get a single kill on position 1 on the enemy side. Lost a lot of gold and he died afterwards.
He sacrificed himself to save the day. G. Still have another couple minutes left with this Aegis on 9 Pandas. Still haven't completely broken through the base, so not dealing with any super creeps just yet. Still some places for V2 to farm on his Ursa. He has the full Basher, BKB, Blink, Battle Fury now, so it's going to be a while before he has enough for a new item.
Nice little shard as well. It's not the one for a clock, but on Disruptor it is.
I mean, for him, he's just like, thank God I can sit further back.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get jumped as fast. But here they come. 9 Pandas. Still have the double damage rune sitting on Dark Lord. I mean, damn, what did he do to be the one that's always getting glimpsed back? The damage is coming in. Tier 3 tower gets lifted up right now, but it's already at half HP. Stun connect onto V2. He could jump him, but Warwick has been doing a decent job clearing out the creep wave. There's gonna be the jump in from Kami. He gets stunned up immediately. He's gonna get destroyed without buyback, and he also followed into the grave by Janta. I don't know what happened, but miscommunication clearly went south. And Night Pulse end up being hard punished by probably multiple lanes of Rax here.
You're jumping a Gyro with double damage Satanic and Aegis. I don't know what the communication could have been, but go in definitely couldn't have been the call.
Oh no. It also means that other heroes have to play more safe because they can't rely on the Stampede to get them out.
I think this game might be just done here. Like you're waiting for 15 seconds at least for your Centaur. But just the Flak Cannon is killing them.
Just Flak Cannon hits with like an ATOS being thrown at you, or Gleipnir rather, kills him off like it's nothing.
They've got 1 extra minute to finish off the last set of Raxes.
Okay, Dark Lord getting glimpsed back into the base. Man, just getting on top of this guy is such a difficult task, and he still has the Aegis available. Kami jumping the backline on top of Solo in there, but I don't know about this one, mate. He's all by his lonesome. Gets forced off back onto the high ground, though. Dark Lord chasing after them, throwing in these Rocket Barrage and Flak hits, terrifying them away from him. But now, they have an easier chance. They use Static Storm onto Sayash. Sayash is not even dead just yet. Warwick wants to go in, will be able to bring him down, but that's a big ultimate and gives Kiyotaka the space necessary to use Gleipnir on the 2 cores on the background. And now with Kami and V2 both dead without buyback, this game is pretty much over. Warwick, they want to kill him to complete the set. If the supports are easy to remove, Warwick pops BKB to stay alive, but it does not matter. GG, well played as called. Although Night Pulse gave us some new tech, gave us some new things, 9 Pandas and Solo show us that the old school is still the current school to follow.
the old school definitely working out in the end. I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't try to go for the same new tech that they played in game number 1 and game number 2. Maybe not with Naga, but with something else. I've heard stories about the Morphling and whatnot, so maybe something like that could have happened for Kami on the offlane, because this last game was probably the weakest one that they performed, and also the one that 9Pandas performed the best. I feel that 9Pandas did so much damn good things in this game. Their supports were constantly over-leveling the enemies. The rotations were completely on point. Alberca had so much on the Beastmaster that he was taking down the tier 2s, knocking on your tier 3s sub 20 minutes in the game almost, on the top lane at least. So very nicely done by 9Pandas. I think they deserved this W, and they were probably the ones that everyone expected to take the W, maybe even easier than they have.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't... They demonstrated on the side of Night Pulse that even though they lost, it required 9Pandas operating at like tournament level in order to actually beat them. And they did succeed. It was pretty good to watch in the end, but I think like 9Pandas, once they got a better strategic understanding of how to stop this Kami playstyle, became just way too difficult for Night Pulse to recover. You know, in retrospect, having this Ursa hero, it's one thing when Ursa's in the game and there's another like big core around you can rely on. But when he's the only one that has to be the big bad boy in the late game, things look markedly different for Night Pulse.
Yeah, specifically because they're itemizing for him. Like everything that they're doing, they're itemizing specifically for him. They're making his life really damn difficult. Yeah, you have Enrage, but most of the time it's like this. You Enrage, BKB TP out. Like, that's not really what you want to have from your position 1. You want to be... you want to be having him jumping and deleting targets. He just didn't have that. He didn't have that impact in game number 2 and 3.
No, he did not, unfortunately. Vtune not really able to do all that much on his Ursa. Very few kills being achieved on the map. And also the biggest stat for me, how we know he had a tough game, Ursa did 6,000 damage this game, dude. Yep. Like, oh, that's pain and suffering. Of course, happiness if you're a 9Pandas fan, though.
He's 0-4-5, like 0 kills on the Ursa. This is where you blame your supports for kill stealing. Like, Disruptor has 1, Clockwork has 3 kills. It's their fault.
Yeah, exactly. Never my fault. Never my fault. They're going to be giving the MVP to Sayesh here. I mean, Alberca got one in the first game, and he was also instrumental in how they played this particular game for 2 reasons. Obviously, you mentioned how good he was in lane with the Beastmaster. But once they secured Alberca, Sayesh was pretty much just camped in between middle and top, right? Running there, going through heroes, throwing swarm bugs at them, constantly annoying them and providing vision for his team, making it a lot easier when Kiyotaka or Alberca wanted to make their moves into that part of the map.
100%. Like, I love the... It's not even... Okay, the Yules was fantastic on him, and it helped out quite a lot on this soft support Weaver. At the same time, no matter what you buy, it doesn't really matter as long as you're doing your job. His job was to crush the lane, he did it, and then give all the info for the remaining of his time on the map, right? Like, in remainder was just him running and giving info, breaking smokes, using Yules on targets that are trying to get away with Stampede. Everything was on point.
Standout game for Sayesh, standout performance overall from 9Pandas, and that will mean that they proceed to play up against Na'Vi later on today in order to remain in the tournament and in order to get a spot in the finals tomorrow, the lower bracket finals. They still have to win those to get to the grand finals. So they get a little bit of a break. They get to go and breathe, chill, but not chill too much because they got to stay sharp, practice a little bit, because if it was difficult to beat Night Pulse, Na'Vi is not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, we still have another series in between that one, which is our upper bracket final. So Liz, one more prediction from you. Tell me, how do you think that game is going to go between Yellow Submarine and 1win?
Oh, it's going to be a cool one. Like, 1win for me overperformed. I didn't expect them to be here where they are at. They won versus Na'Vi, and they also won versus Night Pulse. Meanwhile, the Yellow Submarine, for me, they're my favorites. They're my favorites to even take the qualifier. I really like what they're bringing. I really like the way that they've improved through the qualifier, so I'm expecting some big things from them. Not biased at all, just really above the way that they're reading the patch right now and the way that they're playing around Satanic. On the other side, you have Cloud, and he's done some pretty damn good things on that offlane yesterday.
I think that's what this game, I love that you said that because that's exactly my feeling. One win, if Cloud is doing well, they will do well. For Yellow Suba, if Satanic is doing well, obviously they should be able to win out that game. No matter what, it's going to be a good contest of a closely matched teams with superstar future generation players on each one of them. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, more Dota 2 action. It will not be myself joined by Lavish Lizard anymore. Instead, we send it to the Brits, as they will come colonize our stream and give us some good gameplay. See y'all in just a few minutes. Go grab a drink of water, get some breath outside, and join us soon for some more Dota action in the upper bracket finals on the road to the international here in Eastern Europe.
Official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good whatever it is where you are, and welcome back to the Road to the International here for the Eastern European Qualifiers. That's right, thank you so much, Snare and Lizard, for an amazing cast. And we'll now be taking the reins, me and two Govers, so we get into the upper bracket finals here. Very exciting stuff as Yellow Submarine are going to take on OneWin for that first slot in the grand finals. T-Gov, I mean, how did both of these teams get here?
By winning 2 series, no matter how a bracket works.
Perfect.
You
Excellent.
stupid
Appreciate
man. How
you.
dare you ask the dumbest questions coming
Look at
in.
this. Even production is doing a better job
having
than
to
you.
show you how a bracket works, all right? So a team wins, and then they win again, and then no. Okay, jokes aside, though, we do have Yellow Submarine OneWin, like you just said. Yellow Submarine, they got her through beating Liga Team. Liga Team did have some roster changes coming into the qualifiers, so again, not in full force, and that is to be the case why they have been since eliminated, but beating 9 Panda as well, that looked pretty impressive. And I think Yellow Submarine, they are the big storyline so far of this qualifier. Of course, you probably are aware of Satanic, their carry player, the aspiring, very young lad from Eastern Europe who has been pretty much on the radar for a lot of people in the last year or so. And yeah, so far, so good for them. They are 1 series away from a grand finals, and it's kind of cool to see, like a Team Spirit Academy team, and early days, but
sure.
a very hard deployment.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Spirit Academy team coming into, TI qualifiers. Maybe we should have expected this. Who knows? But so far, they are undefeated. 2 O's all the way for Yellow Submarine. 1 win. Definitely not the case. They have lost a game in all of their series so far, both against Night Pulse and against Na'Vi. And, well, you could maybe look at, the quality of the teams they're playing against. But to be honest, it's also pretty even because both the teams went similarly as far through the brackets. So, yeah, it's pretty even in terms of things go. So I do feel like just based on that, you could maybe start leaning Yellow Submarine's favor just due to the consistency there.
10 seconds remaining.
We will enjoyably wait and see. I think we have already proven to ourselves that the whole who do we favor is not really meaning anything in this qualifier. And
that's true.
Which I think is the best version. I think, unfortunately for Dota, at least, it has, at least in other regions, it's rather predictable, right? Like you look at SA and you go, maybe Heroic, the Beast Coast maybe returning. You look at EU, and obviously you don't need me to list the teams that we expect to win, right? You're kind of... So I'm kind of happy, at least for this qualifier, that there is a little bit more of that kind of like, who knows what in the air.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of upsets across the board, but this is the region which is really going crazy now. Like, I think LGD getting eliminated is obviously quite surprising, but in this region, we don't have Virtus Pro anymore. Like, Virtus Pro has been the best as Eraser's just jamming out here. Look at this dude. Hell yeah.
Is he singing or is he drafting?
It's like me and my tech check. Maybe he just sings the heroes he wants.
10 seconds remaining.
Beautiful. So yeah, pretty crazy region. You would not expect this to be the upper bracket finals, especially not with 9 Pandas, with VP, with Na'Vi in these qualifiers. But here we are. You're going to have to deal with it. And these teams both absolutely deserve to be here. They have fought their way through their series, and especially Yellow Submarine looking extra crispy here in these qualifiers. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what they can pull out of the bag here. And we're going to start things off for them with the Phoenix and the Centaur coming out for them.
Draft-wise, I'm kind of enjoying both concepts. I think Yellow Submarine have set a really strong foundation with their draft. Phoenix normally plays 5 rather than 4 now. We used to see a lot of Phoenix 4, but the laning advantages of a 5 to secure carry has shone through a little bit more in the patch. And well, at least in regards to OneWin, they're going for some good kind of simple counters, right? Of course, they opened up with the Willow, but now you have the Clockwork as well for that cogs containment. There we go, got there in the end. So the supports are somewhat dealing with the Centaur. You kind of have an egg killing hero with the Willow, but not really to be the case. I think, if anything, it's just more pacing that you set with Willow Clock. Against the Phoenix, there's obviously multiple ways to deal with him. Either make the game be too aggressive, that he doesn't get to utilize egg when he wants to, or have the egg killing heroes. So when the big team fights do come into play, he's not really feeling as impactful. So again, they're kind of 2 of the bigger options. And so far, I feel like OneWin are leaning more on the go high kill, go high pace, and pair that with Beastmaster as well. Early axe pick up, get a blink dagger, jump onto your opponents. One when looking to break down this map once they have a couple key items in play.
Yeah, definitely. I think Beastmaster stocks have been rising pretty heavily through these qualifiers. I think for me, the shining stars of these qualies have been Beastmaster and Chaos Knight for the most part. These two guys have become really, really popular, and they seem to utilize it super well. You've got some very, very good players here busting out the Beastmaster. And, this hero, he gives you a bit of everything right now. He gets on the front line, he gives you that big lockdown, does tons of damage with the Aghanim Scepter. With that, in combination with his new facet, he's just doing way too much damage to really deal with in the front line. So, big fan of this Beastmaster pickup here. I think it's really good. One of the few heroes which is going to be able to bring you enough damage to threaten this Centaur, so he can't just sit on the front lines and do his thing, and also doesn't really care too much about Phoenix. He's going to get a little bit of attack speed, especially with the facet, to try to take down this egg. And also, you're not really bothered about missing too much, because you got those drums. You can just bang your bongos and ignore the egg.
Yeah, of course, the key difference here for kind of Beastmaster versus Phoenix is Beastmaster, his aura only affects himself and his own units now. So it's not as if you can look at the whole, oh my god, Beast is everyone's gonna get it, So that is at least one thing to note, but it's not the craziest. And Ember Rubik.
Indeed, yeah. So really locking in on this draft here, and pretty quick from Yellow Submarine as well. Like, look at the amount of reserve time they've used in comparison to OneWin right now. And Snap picking the Ember Rubik pretty decisively. OneWin, they will respond with the Morphling though.
Yeah, I think in regards to like overall draft structure and what looks nicer to play, I would be leaning OneWin. Right, this Morphling didn't really take too long to pick it up, and there is no punishment for it. You like playing into Ember, you never get killed by him. There's no gank that really punishes. Embers also don't really go Vessel to play into the early game. It's a lot of like Mage Slayers and Maelstroms. So yeah, Morphling feels really good there. Their supports will never punish him. And we pair that already, like we said, with the fight from the Clock and the Willow. Yeah, I think we're going to be very, very happy with this. And we emphasize the importance of Satanic for Yellow Submarine in the carry role. His carry pick will be very important to be on the money here. Of course, Ursa was a pretty cool ban, I think, from OneWin. They do have a lot of problems now to solve. Yes, they can take the fight into the heroes, but do they really win a big team fight at the moment? I don't really think so.
I'm not sure carry? Yeah. It's bold. We'll see how it works out. Bans now. We'll get the Ursa, we'll get the DK, we'll get the Tiny. Basically all of the high win rate or high contest rate heroes being taken out of the pool here. All the big carry heroes which have just been doing well recently are gone. So now we are down to
I could see maybe Troll as an option for Yellow Submarine. Like, they have ultimate last pick in the draft, so talking about their carry is a little bit of a wasted bit of time, but I think having a hero that can muscle up into Beastmaster but provide that kind of lock-on fight could be very good. Again, we'll get back to that in a little bit. So for OneWin, at least, they need a mid laner. I like the bans from Yellow Submarine. DK Tiny. It kind of feels like the missing piece of the puzzle for OneWin is the let me just start the fight and everyone else can rally around me. Hence why DK Tiny, they fit that build somewhat perfectly. Pango's already banned out in the first phase. I don't know if OneWin is like an Earth Spirit team, but we've been seeing that a lot, at least in Eastern Europe. But if they were, then I'd be calling for that type of hero as well. It really does kind of lean into what they want to be achieving here. Let's check the Chira Junior hero pool and refresh ourselves. Storm Spirit as well, also, to be fair, does really good. With the Anti-Mage ban, yeah, I could see a Storm pick here, and draft looks perfectly fine. Lots of backline jump, and it also further amplifies the issue of having Rubik Phoenix as your support duo, because these heroes, other heroes need to do all the team fighting for them to do the damage, and they actually do go for the Earth Spirit, so cool. He is an Earth Spirit player. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, as you said. It makes a lot of sense. It gives that draft a bit of punch, a bit of initiation, a bit of just kind of getting into the fray of things. The one thing about Earth Spirit is that he's been a little slow to get going. Like, usually you just want to hit that kind of like blade mail or something. Spirit Vessel blade mail seems to be the build at the moment. It's a little bit of a build up where we don't tend to see Earth Spirits doing much before that point, which can be abused. So maybe Ember gets a slight tempo advantage. There's a window which the Ember Spirit might be able to abuse. But he's also an excellent counter rotator as well. I think that's a key thing for Earth Spirit, is that he's always going to be ready to respond to the aggression coming out of Yellow Submarine. So Yellow Submarine, 1 minute left. What is their carry? It's going to be the Terrorblade.
Choose your hero.
Oh, Terrorblade's like the carry that you go, yeah, you know what, game's going to be a little bit funky, but let's just go for one of the big ones, one of the big carries, and it can itemize somewhat to play into a Morphling, and you can go Scardy. You can lane nicely into Beastmaster with the reflection. Of course, the argument will always be, you're picking an illusion hero into Beastmaster with Ags, but Terrorblade plays on more range than other illusion heroes, so it's not as impactful in that kind of, it's not like a Naga Siren or a Phantom Lancer type matchup. No, this is going to be a hard, like if Yellow Submarine win this game, they aren't just like the stack of individual players that have, you know, got themselves. This is like the type of game that they really show that they are a team that can contend to qualify, because for this to go right, their heroes need to be in the right place at the right time. They have to respect the inevitable aggression of Earth Spirit, Morph, and Beast with the supports behind them. I'm excited to see if Yellow Submarine can win this game, because there are so many cool things they'll need to do to win it that it just shows that they are way more than the kind of like the fresh team that has, you know, rocked up to the qualifier. Like, they've not won anything. They've also been an open qualifier team like the entire year, losing open qualifiers. They might get to some closed, but like they've not been a team that has been that strong, right, this year. Sure, they've got players that people are respecting, but they've not been a team to respect. So yeah, this is the draft that will convince some people if they are to do it.
One thing about OneWin is that the guy I feel like who's stepped up the most recently has been Cloud. And I actually feel like this is a fantastic Beastmaster game. He's the one hero which can really answer the Terrorblade here in terms of, you know, getting on top of him and causing him issues in the fights. So I'm really excited for this Beastmaster. I feel like he might be able to tip it in their favor, and I'm actually leaning OneWin in terms of the drafts for game number one.
Yeah, I am too,
how about you?
No, yeah. I look at OneWin's lineup and I don't see that simple punishment to a Morphling. The Beastmaster should lane relatively well. I think Chiro Jr. will be able to poke out the egg to just fight, and like that's why I'm leaning on the concept of the win. They are doing some incredible Dota to win this game, because it's like one bad egg or one misusage of Stampede and the Terrorblade's isolating and will get killed off. Like, this is so scary to play into, because the fact that you have a Beastmaster Raw with the potential of 2 high damage repositioning core heroes to follow up, right? Like in Dota, if your carry can suddenly get to a new place in the fight with damage, it's so scary. So you have Earthroot with Roll, Morphling with Waveform, Clock with Hookshot. There's so many ways for OneWin to like poke you in one place, but then restart the fight elsewhere at high speed. And that is why I'm a little bit concerned for Yellow Submarine, that they cannot match that tempo and energy in the fights until they have like 3-4 items across multiple heroes. A late smoke though for OneWin. We do enter the game.
Yes, yeah, they're looking for some violence here, I would guess. 30 seconds on the clock until those runes spawn. OneWin with the big wraparound. Who will they find, if anyone? And obviously, you want to be closing in onto King, onto Satanic. Oh, can we call him King or Satanic? I feel like we should just keep calling him Satanic so people know. But
Satanic,
yeah. But here we go. Blood Grenade comes out along with the rocks throwing onto him. He levels up the reflection to try and buy himself some space, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The entirety of OneWin are upon him, and they do kill the King. Cloud grabbing first blood on the Beastmaster as well. Not how you want this top lane to start out for you.
That looked pretty cool as well, right? The Terrorblade, he didn't get hit by the initial root, and then the cogs just threw him right into the center on top of another root. It was pretty nice. But yeah, OneWin. I am a massive fan of these different styles of smokes at the Bounty Runes, and this time they do the late smoke. They choose to go top. Yellow Submarine are not prepared for it, and it's going to be a very important first blood going the way of the Beastmaster.
Yeah, these qualifiers have been all about breaking the script, you know, breaking the script in terms of the teams that are making it and breaking the script in the gameplay as well. We've seen Night Pulse pull off some upsets and get really far. They did get knocked out earlier, but they did that on the back of playing basically 2 or 3 carries every single game. You know, the script's in tatters, it's burning on the floor, and that smoke is just another example of how they're trying to change the game and just trying to try out new things. New patch, anything can work. As Rue's going to get bounced around inside those cogs by Respect.
Bot lane, this is going to be kind of the most important lane, I feel, to some degree. Because the Morphling will be free farming up the entire time. And depending on how Centaur wants to itemize, will be, I think, the state of the game. We've seen, obviously, Blade Mails from Centaurs. We've seen, you know, Blink Rushes. And in this game, I would like to see Centaur maybe sacrifice his farm a little bit just to get onto the map a little bit earlier. Because the quicker the Centaur can play with the Ember, it's going to look really good.
Jump in here onto the Rubik. Yep. They want to bring him down. Rue's going to be that target. Fatebolt reducing the damage output. I mean, they can't really compete on this kill. Now Kazane coming through onto Respect. One more right click, and they'll bring down the Clockwork instead. Punished for their aggression in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And furthermore, a point about the Centaur, if he does have a good game, Pipe as well is incredibly good this time around, right? Like the magic damage from Beastmaster with his Ags. Real Morphling! that should not be happening. Like I'm talking
That's
as if the
illegal.
Oh my golly gosh.
A
Okay,
level 30 Morphling player as well, right?
Yep, okay. Well, you know, as about Centaur needing a good game because he can open up stuff based on like blinks and pipes and whatnot. Well, here it is.
Top lane, Cloud. He's being beaten down here by the Metamorphosis. Terrorblade. The Brambles come across from the Willow. Uh-oh. That's Decor. Takes a step too far forward and will be punished for it. Another kill for Cloud. They try to go on him, but he's the one who comes out with the goods instead.
Yeah, the value of the wand early on. Beastmaster kind of baiting in his opponents a little bit to then turn it around. But you can see the killer mentality that Yellow Submarine have, right? In both of their side lanes, they really are trying to push the limits and find those little pickoffs. It worked out in the bot lane, didn't really work out in the top, and this is, you know, some early life here for Yellow Submarines. They respect the fact that they need to get as much as they can from lanes to delay that kind of inevitable Earth Spirit rally of the Radiant team that will maybe poke them and prod them around the map too much. What is the build? Cherry Jr. not really showing us where he's going to be going on the Earth Spirit yet. He only has treads and a wand in his quick buy, but let's think about it. I could see Vessel being quite nice if he gets it really early, eat through the tankiness of his opponents. Is it a good Blade Mail game? I guess the thing with Blade Mail for Earth Spirit is like, it gives you armor. It's just an additional source of damage in the fight, right? Where you throw Magnetize down, if they're hitting you as well, you're returning damage. It just feels like more of a casual pickup.
Yeah, I can see him skipping it if he wants to, but I don't really care if he builds it or not. You know, if he builds it, great. If he doesn't, then fine. Yeah, it's not broken. It's not amazing.
Yeah, I think the main argument will be like it's like Vessel or Blade Mail. Like Vessel, you go find the kills, and then Blade Mail is like you go find the team fights. So we'll see which type of Earth Rate he will be playing, but yeah, so far 2 for 2 on the kills. Net worth's relatively even. CS is relatively even between everyone.
And Cloud leaving us absolutely no doubt as to what he's going to be building this game. The Aghanims queued up after the Arcanes. It's what we've been seeing a ton of here on this Beastmaster. The damage is just way too much, especially against these illusion carries. Just feels so good. So yeah, as mentioned before, his main job is just going to be to jump on Satanic, shut down this Terrorblade, not let him get off his right clicks in these team fights. And I can't see a whole lot stopping him from doing that, but we shall see.
And a pause. Bug.
Indeed.
No, I think if you type bug, you have to say exactly what the bug is, so then we can fix it.
Yeah, I agree. They need to be specific. Screenshots.
Fill in the GitHub.
Absolutely. It is surprising, like, how hard these Beastmasters do rush these Aghanim Scepters, like, especially for Universal Hero, to skip Bracer and Null and all of this stuff just to go straight in for the Aghanims with after the Arcanes is really surprising, but it keeps happening, so obviously it is the play.
I think it's the same logic as when like the Bane would rush Ags or like this type of thing. It's like for Beastmaster, you get Aghanims and your game just rips open, right? Like you can farm stacks, you do everything. He is currently underneath tower though, so we'll be delaying that Ags timing just a little bit.
Yeah, nice rotation in from Rue, the TP into the trees, lift up, throw back, causing him some issues. And they weren't ready to respond to that.
Yeah, it's like your game begins when you get this item in regards to farming, right? It's like the same as like, I guess a better example would be like PL Aghanims, right? Like you can go Diffusal Blade to play a bit more aggressive, but in certain games, if you know you can get the Aghanims, why would you not go for the farming tool to then get 3-4 items way quicker, right? And the same logic can be here. Cloud though does get his first death of the game. Probably not going to be swayed away from his item choice, and Sweden Strong getting the deny on the region rune, very nice. Still has the Shadow Realm, so it won't be going down.
Yeah, that's just a nice kind of pressure relief for Chira Jr. there. Not having to deal with the region rune Ember, meaning he can still trade and try to put a little bit of pressure. Otherwise, Array's just going to run at him.
Radiant are scanning.
Sarnate down to the bottom side. Grabs himself now 2 healing oaths, by the way, on the centaur.
Kasane, gotta be careful. After a TP in.
Yeah, should be a kill. Chira Jr. just going to be able to drop him. Magnetizes out as well, just to make sure he absolutely goes down there. And because of all this, he doesn't even pop the Healing Lotus or the Magic Wand. It's kind of insane levels of discipline there, but he's like, I can make better usage of these. Like, I'm obviously not going to live this.
Yeah, I think if the Centaur had maybe ultimate, then he could have entertained the let me stampede away with wanding and lotusing and hope to dodge the cogs. But yeah, he's level 5. He accepts his fate. It was sort of quite an underwhelming gank, right? Like the Ursert rolls in, misses his roll, throws out a Magna. I was like, he died, but it wasn't really flashy. But
yeah.
But still, neither team really has the ability to go crazy aggressive at the moment. It will just be a matter of punishing that positioning. You know, Beastmaster steps up to the tier 1, he dies. Centaur steps up next to tier 1, he dies. And maybe both teams can think about that a little bit more. As Kasane in the bot lane, he hasn't really changed his script on how he wants to play the lane, right? Like seconds later after dying, he's straight away underneath that tower. But Earth Spirit, he doesn't want to gank him again. He's making his way top. I think Chira Jr., he can do a lot for his team if he finds the setup, but it's something being very, very careful with their farming now.
Amplified damage rune picked up here, but without the Magnetize, I think it's very hard to play this. He had Magnetize off cooldown. I could have seen him going for the turnaround there, but yeah, just got to wait for that cooldown, unfortunately. Really just waiting for Chira Jr. to get into this game. It's going to be the Blade Mail as the option, so probably be waiting for that one.
I just realized Centaur, he didn't go for the move speed facet. We often always see move speed.
Oh, yeah.
Where you go like triple bracer, don't buy boots, but this time around he's doing his additional double-edged damage. So yeah, big burst in playing. Yeah, one thing, he's feeling the brunt of it a little bit.
Hang on, let me read it, guys. This is we've seen a lot of Centaur. We haven't seen a lot of Counter Strike.
Basically, he takes damage and returns that through the double edge. So that double edge technically didn't do anything based on his facet.
Okay. Oh, we're out up in the top side. They're going aggressively here onto the Phoenix. Phoenix level 5, so no chance of getting off an egg here, and we'll just be dropping. As Decor is gone again, as OneWin really assert their dominance here in the top side. And look at Cloud's net worth. He is just absolutely farming this game right now.
Yeah, they can't stop it, right? It's constant farm. Even when they kill him off, he's ripping through the jungle, only one component away from Aghanims, and yeah, it's very spooky to see. Chira Jr. activates the amp damage, and he wants to try and kill off Kasane. This time around, he does have Stampede.
Yeah, will it be enough to keep him alive, though? The cogs are going to be there from respect, and Kasane's just sitting here waiting. He has got a large healing Lotus. Not going to use it, though. Goes down to Mankushi, and once again, Chira Jr., he will rotate upon the Centaur again. Fair enough.
I don't know what I feel about these like centaur deaths. It's like he dies, but he's dragging 4 heroes here. So it's like, does it really hurt Yellow Submarine? If anything, I think it probably buys good time for them to catch up elsewhere. 1 win though, they'll be happy getting whatever kill. They know their game is incredibly good. Beastmaster soon will become a force to be reckoned with his Aghanims. The Morphling, after his one, meme death in the bot lane, has entered his farming pattern. Cheer Junior we see in the middle lane, picking up the blade mail very soon. So yeah, 1 win. They're kind of on autopilot right now. Find some couple kills, hit their creeps. No real pressure is getting applied to them.
No, unless you're Phoenix and Centaur, who are just kind of chain dying. But
yeah.
As you say, who really cares? I think the biggest issue is this Beastmaster getting his really fast Aghanims from all of this. We'll see what Cloud's going to be able to get done with this. This is when the game really, really opens up for Clemson. I mean, the 1 win. Damn, that was a blast from the past.
Oh, gee, what was that one? What
That's
qualifier
what
were you
that was
referencing?
it's what they used to be called, Clemsani, before 1 win picked them up. I always remember that weird, like, you see you can't see it on stream, but in game they still have the old logo of like that, just this random guy. I don't know who it is, but just it poked my brain.
Hero that we've not really spoke about yet is Ember. He's been farming a lot of stacks up his team, making the hard count snaps, and he is very close to Mage Slayer. These are going to be some of the small things that I'll be leaning on. Get that slight hit onto the Beastmaster to prevent the magic damage from being as potent. Get it onto the Earth as well. The question is, do they have enough follow-up after the fact to do it as a hook shot in?
Holy shit, they
mid-lane?
are going on the Ember Spirit right now. Jesus. I mean, it's a long-range initiation and just like the hardcore commitment to that fight, which made that so convincing. Wow. 1 win. I mean, what a kill for them to get as well. This should mean that they're able to make their first play with the Aghanim Scepter without the Mage Slayer in play, which is going to be basically plus 40% on the effectiveness of these drums of Slom.
Yeah, the death breakdown for that kill was hilarious. It was hookshot, roll, terrorize, bramble. Like every single spell available was just kill the Ember. Like everything.
In the same second as well, just vomited out. No chaining here.
Satanic though needs to be careful. He's getting scouted out right now by the Invisitor Spirit, but again, no magnetize.
Surely this is obvious. You know they've just picked up the Aghanim Scepter here, but he's just going to walk straight into them. Roll does connect. The roar is going to be there, and the drums of Slum come banging on through. Array's jumping into this one along with the egg. They're going to try and take it down, but Rue is there to force them off. It's going bad. It's going terrible. They move on to Cloud. They'll kill him off. A lot of damage dealt, but not enough to keep him alive. Hook shot in from the sidelines. Respect. Trying for the Ember Spirit here, but that's not going to happen. And with those damage from the 2 supports stacking up, he is going to go down as well. Very, very nicely done from Yellow Submarine to respond to the aggression. Yes, they do lose their Terrorblade, but with the 3 deaths on the side of 1 win, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, that was a very required response, right? The Terrorblade couldn't get off Asunder, so you then have a really nicely egg as well. It's like on the high ground, it kind of baits them to thinking they can kill it, but the Rubik's also there to protect it with the lift up to throw the Willow away. Beastmaster then disengages knowing. So yeah, overall, really good response from Yellow Submarine. The issue is for them, they are making a lot of moves to react to 1 win's aggression. They lose their mid, they lose their Terrorblade top. Sure, they get kills after the fact, but they're not stopping the farm from the Morphling. They're not really stopping the bigger game plan that 1 win's leaning on. And this smoke here from Yellow Submarine, this will be their chance at maybe trying to achieve this. They are just getting prevented to moving in by a single cogs from the clockwork.
Yeah. You can see Array's being like, I don't really want to just like bounce off this cog to grab a shield rune.
This is so awkward. They like 5-man smoke, grab the Terrorblade, AFK in the river to then wait for a shield rune to then get blocked by the actual clockwork as well. And yeah, quite a wasted move from there. Losing out on a whole round of jungle farm potentially due to that.
And it's really interesting to compare the two moves from the two teams as the hook shot does come in onto Kasane down here. Monkuchi's upon him as well. It's a tricky kill, but not that tricky. I'll slowly bring him down. The Stampede is going to be there, but coming in from the sidelines, the rest of the team moving across. Eraser's turning up though. Wants to turn this around, a jump forward, a stun out onto Respect. Monkuchi still looking for the kill onto Kasane. Kasane moving to the tree lines. He's playing it well. He's playing it very well, in fact. And Monkuchi's now out of position. He's running out of mana here and running out of strength as well. The roar comes out onto the Terrorblade, holding him back and getting Monkuchi out of danger. Erase still looking, but probably won't be finding as one would get themselves away.
Yeah, Kasane did a very good job there, kind of baiting one win to go onto him further. They weren't able to get a multiple cog bounce back onto Kasane, so he disengaged nicely. Yeah, Yellow Submarine, they bring a lot of heroes down to only to kill off the one support. Doesn't feel too good. Oh, okay.
Phoenix. What the? Huh?
So the cog went off the hill and then back into the hill. That's probably kind of cool.
You'll just have to TP across the map then instead. Whatever.
I mean, I don't want to bring up the question, but I'm going to bring it. How does Yellow Submarine kill the Beastmaster when he finishes his BKB in like less than a minute? He's about to hit 10,000 net worth at 16. He's got more economy than the Terrorblade and Morphling. Like 2k more net worth. It's mental.
Yeah, I think
at
we're
how quick he
looking
farms.
probably towards the Skadi on Satanic, which you know, it's in production, maybe pre-production, maybe alpha testing, but we'll get there, I reckon. So the top side, they catch up Monkuchi. Hello. Kasane gets the jump. No strength morph coming out. That's going to be a dead puddle up in the top side and probably a dead tower to go with it.
Yeah, Kasane finding kills that you don't expect onto the Morphling. That Centaur into Morphling, you love playing into it. The Centaur, he takes some time to wind up that stun on that hoof stomp, and Monkuchi died in laning phase. He now dies here as well. 2 deaths that you could argue shouldn't. I mean, maybe the top one could happen, but still, Kasane doing very good at catching this Morphling by surprise. The BKB now complete onto the Beastmaster. Any other items really that they're using? Not really. Oh no, actually, Chira Jr., he's going for the vessel after the blade melt. So he's really, double downing on let me go for the cheap fights, and I kind of respect it. Like, we've hyped up the Beastmaster a lot. The fact that Morphling shouldn't be dying, but he is. That's a whole other realm
He's
of
died twice,
debate.
and both of them has been him getting caught out on full RG. So
yeah, that's a bit rough. But I do like the idea that Ursper is respecting his Beastmaster is going to be so online that if he just goes, hey, let me throw out an extra vessel charge or soak up a little bit of damage, he will carry me in the fight. This is not a greedy Ursper. But Yellow Submarine, they're now smoked up again. Like, the last time they smoked it didn't really net anything good. And Kasane, he jumps in onto the Willow.
Willow already done. Chira Jr. coming in from the sidelines here, popping that blade mail, but there's so many different damage sources coming into him. It's not going to make a difference. Chira Jr. just get cooked up, and now they go for more. Stampede coming through, giving them the vision they need. Cloud has been seen. Cloud running in at them. Pops a roar, pops a Satanic. He's trying to bring down the Terrorblade. He gets off the Sunder. Is it going to be enough, though? King trying to stand his ground, but it won't be enough. Satanic will fall. Cloud, does he give his life for this? I mean, even if he does, I think he's okay with it. The damage is coming on through, and with the Spirit Vessel and the fire from the Phoenix, it should be enough to finish the job. A Sleight of Fist will do it. Cloud will fall. So once again, it's just going into the Morphling here as well. Monkuchi getting a bit zesty with it. The side of Yellow Submarine, back themselves away. Don't want to turn around and hard commit to a Morphling when heroes are respawning. They just want to get themselves out. Take the W, which is it's a poison chalice. Your carry did still die. You are relying on him to win you the game.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Yellow Submarine trying to make these big team moves, but I think the first time they smoke, it got broken. The second time they smoke, they lose their Terrorblade, and I think they're a little bit lucky that they ran into the Willow to start. Right, like, you find the really strong anti-aggressive hero first. The Beastmaster's also not into the fight at all, because they do see him from a ward elsewhere, so they have the confidence to make that play, but still, it's a little bit uncomfortable for them there, as they know it's like, wait a second, if we do this smoke but Beastmaster's there, or we don't find Willow, can we win the fight? Should we win the fight? I think there is going to be a little bit of debate now on Yellow Submarine on what they want to be
Moving
doing.
in onto Rue here. We'll be bringing down the Rubik at the very least. He gets the roll to try and get himself away.
Ooh, nice
with the
force.
axes chasing, won't connect. Rue might actually live this, but they've been distracted by Kasane, which is a much bigger kill anyway. So they'll just settle for that one. Bring down the Centaur. And potentially, if they stick around long enough, grab themselves Wisdom Rune, Tormentor. A lot of loot to be grabbed in this area if they can hold it.
The positioning for the
Tormentor is
But look
gonna
at the
be
Phoenix.
play.
Maybe. Oh, come on. Big play.
Come on. He's throwing
Okay,
in the
that's a
fire.
little
They're like,
play.
wait, get out of here. Get out. Chasing him away. Making sure they do get the top. Wait, Sweden's strong.
Got slighted down.
Yeah, but he got the, they got the Tormentor. Sweden Strong was one who picked up the shard from that, and now with the Phoenix coming in, they're going to force out the BKB from Cloud. He needs to get away from this Supernova, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Erase jumps in, cuts him down. The greed from OneWin, heavily punished here by Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit optimistic for OneWin to play in that area. I think trying to go for the 20-minute Tormentor when you haven't really broken your opponent, they are going to contest it, and they get the shard,
Radiant's bottom
big
tower
plus,
is under attack.
but then they lose a lot of other heroes as a repercussion for it.
Fortified.
Back to mode farm now. What is the item here? So phylactery complete for Morphling. I kind of feel like one would need to be the aggressors, right? Like you've had this BKB timing for Beastmaster, but you've been able to pick up an entire Blink Dagger since they've smoked, since they've made the move.
Here we go. Roshan now being attempted. What? So what's going on this game? The objectives are just like everybody's having a go at it. The soft commit. It's very interesting indeed. And by the way, I just want to point out that Terrorblade sent an illusion from the Roche Pit through the portal all the way down the enemy side of the map to deny the Wisdom Rune away from OneWin, the 21-minute Wisdom. So if you're wondering why these sports are going to be underleveled in a bit, then that's why. Well, the Roche fight continues. Jump in from Kasane. He finds Cloud just holding him back, stopping the Beastmaster from really coming into the fight. The Roar actually comes out onto Kasane here. Cloud's not really in the fight, getting off the drums, but that's gonna cost them quite heavily here. As the damage out from that double edge is kind of insane. Taking down both the Clock Dirt and the Earth Spirit very, very low. But the pit could be theirs. Roshan is pretty low, but they have to chase them away.
Kasane's aggression there, finally getting punished. He blinks in by himself. His team's not ready to follow up, and when they play on the fringe of that fight and they get the Aegis. And this was kind of what I expected. Like as soon as you get the Beastmaster BKB, why weren't they the ones making the moves? Of course, Submarine did a very good job at trying to dictate the game a little bit, so they didn't allow the ball to get online. But now with the Aegis, the blink on the Beast, soon to be BKB on the Earth Spirit, like this is OneWin's time to remind Yellow Submarine that they are lacking some key concepts with their draft, and we'll see if OneWin can to further this lead now. This should be the time in which they can do it.
Sometimes, like, you see something which kind of humbles you a bit. You know, in that last fight, that roar out onto the center, I was like, ooh, I don't like that. Because in my mind, this Blink Roar BKB is just the only answer they have to Terrorblade, right? Like, it's the best answer they have to Terrorblade, at least. And for him not to use it in that fashion, I was very much, like, not happy about it. But actually, it's obviously completely the correct play, because Roar is still Roar. It doesn't matter if you get the drums off or not. If you're getting the kill onto the center when he's out of position before the rest of the team can collapse, the concept of the team fight is already won for
Just
one
don't
win.
give Roar to Rubik.
That's also important, yes.
That's the only thing I care about in this game right now. It's like, if you're giving Roar away, a lot of problems Yellow Submarine have are suddenly instantly fixed, because you have this like insanely high duration BKB piercing stun that you can utilize to combo with your egg or the Terrorblade to right click through. And he's given it away once already in this game, so Cloud will need to be careful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yellow Submarine taking over the bottom side of the map right now, slowly but surely. They got to be careful, though. They are not the Aegis team. They're pretty far behind in this game at this point. Even though it's only a 1k gold advantage for OneWin with this Aegis and just with the tools they have right now, it does just feel like conceptually it's going to be hard for Yellow Submarine to find them. A nice blink out from Kasane. Very, very quick there.
feels like he shouldn't be able to blink out there. The amount of high range spells they have in play to cancel out a blink, but none used, and they opt to try and get right on top of him before.
I don't think, yeah, they're smoke popped around the camp, so they kind of just wanted to blink in and cancel. Yeah. Trying to force this on one win, but not willing to commit themselves like under towers too heavily.
Because she is going to have his counter soon. That will change the pacing of the fight just a little bit, right? And it'll be very explosive.
Shotgun Morphling is back. If you can blow up this Phoenix before the fight starts in earnest, obviously that's going to be insane. No Supernova. The huge problem is, well, they might not even need to. Phoenix has been just found without him. Shira gets on top of him. Cloud brings him down with the Roar. No hesitation to just beat down this Phoenix. He is so much off Yellow Submarine's team fight.
Yeah, instantly Yellow Submarines are already pushing up mid, pushing up bot. Not going anywhere near this Aegis timing. Satanic Terrorblade, he's had quite a quiet portion of the game, right? But Skadi soon complete on him, and I think that's more what we're looking towards. Like, what will Yellow Submarine bring to this next engagement? As they are trying to go for a pick off on clock, and they do find success there. And I think Yellow Submarines, they're going to be itemizing to be very formidable if they can set up the fight nicely. They've got Gleipnir, BKB on Ember in the future, Crimson Guard on Kansane, the Skadi on Terrorblade. These are really big ticket items to kind of take the fight a little bit longer, and I think that's what Yellow Submarines want to do, because one win outside of the Morphling jump with the Beastmaster, it's a lot of damage over time for one win, like the Magnetize from the Earth Spirit, the Poke down from the Willow. So I kind of like the fact that Yellow Submarines have identified that just a little bit, and they are itemizing to not just take the we have to kill a hero in the instance. It's let's just try and win the fight over a minute or two, and it will make these upcoming engagements very interesting between the two teams.
The kind of clash of concepts here. If the fights aren't decided in the first 2 seconds, then it does feel like Yellow Submarine should start to take over, especially with the Satanic now completed on King, on Satanic. This is such a big item.
He's not got Satanic, what are you on about?
Sorry, Skadi on Satanic.
There we go. I was like, Jesus. I'm looking at his inventory.
Who names themselves after an item? Come on, guys.
But no, to further the point, right? Like the future of Terrorblade will be the BKB to brush off the damage from Willow and Earth Spirit, a Satanic down the line for sure, to also further give him that desire to stand his ground. And I think that's where the game will get really comfortable for Yellow Submarine. It's like we said this at the start of the game. It's like it's the middle portion where the pacing for one win should be so high that Yellow Submarine feels like the game becomes complicated. But if they solve those problems through their aggression, through their their positioning to whittle down the resources, then they can overcome that, and the items will fix some of their problems. And I think we're kind of in that moment where they're like 10 minutes away from being able to command the game just a little bit more. And I do keep posing the question, like, where is one win's aggression? Like, sure, they took the Aegis, they took a couple of towers, but there's been a lot of absence, a lot of farm, and now they smoke up. Of course, the Aegis has expired.
I think we've seen a pretty quiet game from Respect, honestly. Like, he's been playing more of this Crystal Maiden style of support where he's dealing with waves and kind of getting caught out, which is fine. On the other side of the map, I haven't really seen him start anything. I might be wrong in that, but I feel like most of their fights have been started by Chiro Jr. and sometimes Cloud. I want to see his Clockwork getting involved in enabling his team a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's been the fact that his cores haven't found good moments to layer the items, right? Like the Earth Spirit got Vessel, but then the Beast wanted something, and now someone else has got a BKB. Now the Morphling wants to farm his BKB. It's been really disjointed item timings for one win, and they just didn't capitalize on their Beastmaster well. Yellow Submarine, they keep wanting to smoke as a 5-man, and big items are in play. The ones that we've already mentioned, the Crimson Guard, the BKBs, the Skadis, like they're all here. They're all ready to play. One win, they need to be careful, and they are. They've dodged the smoke. They've sat back just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mind this dodge from them. I've been wanting to see them fight for a while now, but, you know, now they're smoking up, you know that they've hit some timings. You know that Yellow Submarine, there's a reason they're suddenly so confident. And it's a very good reason indeed. It needs to be respected.
I will use the "it should be illegal" card very soon. If OneWin don't 5-man smoke, when they get Shivas on Beastmaster and BKB on Morphling, they don't 5-man smoke and try and take over this game, then I will be leaning towards Yellow Submarine because they're being extremely proactive compared to OneWin, who has just been so absent, it feels like, from the game.
Yeah, this feels like the best time, especially with Roshan coming off. You know, they've got an obvious time to go and win a fight, and then they have an obvious objective to take afterwards. There's a lot of positives for them to go and make some action happen right now. So, OneWin.
Okay, short or long Roshan? Go. 1 second. What
Short.
are we going to get? Ooh, kind of short.
Take it. I think under a minute counts as short.
Yeah. I'll take that. I'll give you the gold star. And OneWin, they... I mean, in theory, they could technically just AFK down here. Of course, against Terrorblade, it's always hard because the other lanes will get skipped in. So you do need to show some presence, but I think keeping Roshan in mind, they're jumping into the Ember.
Yeah, they are. Roar is going to follow up as well. The stun is long, and the kill is good. Munkushi brings him down 650 gold for Munkushi, but more importantly, the Tier 2 Toyo Tower being taken on down by Munkushi. Aegis available if they really, really want to go for it, but they have vision in the pit. They know it's not up yet, so they're just going to knock on the front door. Actually, Tormentor. Let's get a bit of revenge for earlier.
That is such a key pickoff. You wanted Respect to be a little bit louder in the game. He finds the Ember, and the Ember just got a gem delivered from the Phoenix. It was on cooldown, by the way, as it got put into his inventory. He loses it instantly. So this Phoenix, he's going to be very upset with that pickoff. That is like that is economy towards the Hex he desires, and yeah, Roshan has now respawned, which is scouted out by the Rocket Flare and the Boar. OneWin rushing their way down
Full
here.
Surveillance detail on this Roshan.
Oh, I hope someone tells the... I don't know if this is a thing, but Earthspirit's looking to go for a Shivas as well. His Beastmaster already has one.
Yes, double Shivas, not sure on that one.
It's not the highest value of players. I think maybe like an AC could help his team out quite nicely. Even a Lotus, to be fair, could be pretty good to complicate some of the fights, but yeah, just double Shivas probably ain't it, Chief.
I mean, yeah, I find it hard to justify that kind of thing, where it's like, sure, like the stats and everything are kind of good for the hero individually, and having your own is like, it's luxury, but it's exactly that. It's luxury. It's not efficient. It's not. Yeah.
I mean, technically, you could Shivas pop onto an illusion and then do it again to hurt illusion again, right? So it could just be a multiple... Have you ever got into a lobby and you spam Shivas randomly for no reason just to do lots of damage to something? That could be the option. Just, I don't know if I'm too much of a fan of it, but if they do commit for it, then it is a strategy that they care about rather than just a, oops, I forgot. But we'll see if he changes up in the future. And you can never really read into Quick Buy too much. And yeah, Submariner, they are knocking on the front door here. Yeah,
real Terrorblade here knocking on the front door. Yeah, they're going to come home, and commitment not quite there to jump the TB yet. I mean, the full team was behind him, so it wasn't a completely empty threat. And again, OneWin always showing respect here. And that's leading to like a very slow game, but a successful one for them so far. They've got both Aegises, they've got a net worth advantage, they've got a very rich Morphling and a very rich Beastmaster. Spirit, he's a pretty low net worth core most games anyway. He's having a good time
still. It's just the
still.
fact that throughout the entire game, Yellow Submarine have been the team that does everything, right? They're the one smoking, they're the one making that initial move. That like, even when they're down on an Aegis, they're looking to progress something. And that's where I really don't see it from OneWin. They have all the items, they have everything to win a fight, yet someone on the team's constantly making the call of wait for this or wait for that or don't fight them. Now they're finally smoking up, and I think Satanic should be complete on Morphling if his courier does get to him. Oh no, I've lied.
You lied to everybody.
Ah, well.
Jira tries to connect onto Ember. Ember
His butterfly.
sees it coming and gets away. Shield Rune also available for him as well, so
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
reasonably tanky as Kasane gets his bottom lane pushing out. And now we'll return home. There's Submarine. They jump in onto Morphling. Morphling caught out full Agi. How many
Again.
times am I going to say this cast? Wow. I mean, Monkushi is not having a good day on this Morphling. Just
It's been the
ages
third time
gone
now.
like that. Yeah, 3 deaths, 3
Like-
times where he's been caught out on high Agi.
Dying to Centaur once like this, sure. Dying to Centaur twice. Dying 3 times? That's too
Like-
much, especially like when you have clockwork in your team. Like you rocket flare the high ground, you then walk up the steps. Like you know that the best play to make against a Morphling is the quick jump when you walk up the steps. Like once you're fortified in that objective siege, then you'll never get jumped. But just a lapse of judgment again from Monkushi. And sure, they're going to return to the high ground, but at half strength now, it could have been so different for them. They just respected Kasane just a little bit more.
This is crazy. I mean,
And that was
you
also
can see now
the
he's keeping
banner siege
himself
as well,
on about
right?
a little bit of extra strength. Yeah. Roll in. They want to try it the other way around. They want to go on to Kasane here, and that's going to work out beautifully for them. The kickback from Chira Jr. helping out massively to get the kill onto the Centaur. Well, that's one way to stop him being stomped on Folaji.
I mean, that should have been what they've done the first time around. And for one, when they're having to kind of play out the experiences to find out what they need to do, right? Rather than just doing it correctly the first time. And good to have shown that development, but still not the best. Returning now to the high ground once again. And look, that's where it is now looking for the AC. He's realized that double sheep is not the play. They jump onto the envelope.
Chira Jr. looking for the kickback. Can't quite find it, though, so we'll just have to back himself away. No BKB used from the Ember Spirit either. Very, very patient here for Erase. That's going to keep this high ground alive for Yellow Submarine and force back one win. They've got lanes to deal with. 2 waves approaching their high ground, so they'll go and deal with this. Look for the reset. Cloud, by the way, going for a refresher orb. I mean, I say going for, he's got it in like 1 more wave.
So many hawks.
So many damn hawks, dude.
There's just so much farm on all these heroes. Like you look at Morphling, like Satanic is what, 5 minutes away. You just said refresher for Beastmaster. Like, I could list every item in the game right now, and it's like they're just really big ticket items from both sides. And yeah, 1 win. Aegis has not been their friend. And okay, here you go. So this is it. So Terrorblade's about to get the MKB, so that'll deal with the butterfly for the Morphling. You then have AC complete on the Earth Spirit to help with the the physical damage from the Terrorblade. It's like both teams are going toe for toe in like what item they're going to bring to the fight, and it really just feels like what fight you can construct. And either team can easily win it at this stage. I think the net worth lead doesn't really mean anything at this stage.
I think eyes on Rue, especially on the next fight as well. You really want to see a good usage of this Lotus Orb. If he can Lotus that raw target, then it's going to be a complete game changer. No easy task. That's for sure. Pressure is on.
I just want to see a raise on the Ember Spirit enter the fight this time around. Like I think Kasane, there's been a lot of pressure on him to find a stomp. When he hits the stomp, it's fantastic. When he doesn't, it gets really awkward. So I think I need to see Ember. Like he's got so much tankiness, right? Mage Slayer, Shivas, BKB, like resistance is everywhere. He has to be the
He's going
initiator.
to just jump into the whole team. He's got the BKB though, and this is going to be the start
They
of the
jump to
fight here.
illusion.
Yeah, Aegis has been used. Chira Jr. in trouble. BKB's out from him, but he needs to get himself away, and he's not going to be able to do so. Erase cuts him down. Meanwhile, Cloud trying to jump in on the sideline. Raw's been used, but hasn't not been used successfully. Refresher is available. He's going to use it to get the blink away. Refresh to blink up the high ground. That's clutch. BKB comes out. Raw is going to be there. They'll get it onto the Terrorblade. The Lotus is out, though. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Munkushi, he's got the right clicks. He's got the damage. Going to steal the Ember Form now. Chain them up together. And Raze has gone down as well. Kasane going to follow his teammate to the grave as Munkushi finally finds a successful fight. Rue on the sidelines also getting caught out. The damage coming through from the Morphling. Way too much for him to deal with. It's going to be 4 dead on the side of Yellow Submarine. Oh my god. You got to give him credit, Rue, with the Lotus there. Did get it off, but Munkushi was ready to follow up with the damage, and Cloud, sick fight from him.
Yeah, and wards wins games. That high ground ward in the dire triangle enabled OneWin to disengage from the fight, hold the high ground, clockwork, nice positioning on the top side. And as soon as Terrorblade walked up that steps, everyone just went, kill that Terrorblade. And when Satanic drops, there really isn't much of a fight. And credit to Yellow Submarine, they kind of took the fight in a very nice way. Ember finding their jump. Kasane did get baited by an illusion jumping onto the Morphling, so his big initiation and statement was wasted. So Munkushi stepping up in that last engagement. He struggled multiple times throughout this game, but doing a nice bait, preventing himself from getting 100-0 maybe. But yeah, OneWin. Their draft was really strong. It felt like this should have been the story from that when they had that 15-20 minute timing and they squandered it. It did get complicated, and they now take 2 racks, but yeah, OneWin really showing why this lineup is so scary to play into. Everything has to go right for Yellow Submarine. They need the best positioning, the Kasane initiation, the egg to layer, and Respect. He's jumping onto 2. They found him.
2 heroes found completely off guard. What a hook shot in from Respect. The 4-star back up the high ground. Double buybacks coming out straight away. Munkushi, he's on the run. He doesn't have a BKB, does have a Mantra Satanic though, so very, very tricky to keep locked down here. Respect also trying to get himself away. It's going to be another Chains, another Satanic coming on through. Cloud trying to chase them back here with the Wild Axes stolen by the Rubik. Not going to be enough to kind of catch these heroes here. Cloud still has a BKB if he really needs to use it. Raze really wants to force it out of him. He's holding for now on the Beastmaster, getting pulled back by Chira Jr. Kicked as well. What a bro. Gets him to safety. The tip will come through, of course. And OneWin, everybody's going to get themselves away. Holy, what a hook shot from Respect.
It's just the vision, right? Like OneWin, they utilize it beautifully to get the first set of kills to set up the taking of the racks as they're disengaging. Then they see them, wait a second, they shouldn't be allowed here. And the movement, the speed they do it, right? Morphing waveforms in, gets kill. You then force staff back out on other heroes. Yeah, it's just very high-paced Dota when OneWin can control the game. Again, it took them some time to get here, but they are showcasing the strengths and speed in which this draft can play at. And with 20,000 gold lead, it is optimistic Yellow Submarine to be this far up, but Roshan is available. OneWin though, they're doing a deep wraparound. They're trying to find someone, but there is no one here. If they continue this round, they'll bump into Rue. They do see the Courier. Oh, they also see Satanic. Oh wait,
yes, Satanic just
hello. What?
Oh, the game crashed. Okay. Well, fight's taken out anyway. It looks like it's just an observer issue here as they just start taking chunks out of each other. Satanic getting very low in the middle and does go down. Munkushi takes them all down. The Rays trying to hold on the high ground here. The buybacks are coming out thick and fast for the side of Yellow Submarine. Cloud fighting up, trying to chase the Phoenix. The buybacks are coming. They got to come through the portal here, but they've lost the Phoenix. Ultra.
What did I just watch? No, what did I just watch? I just saw like 2 teams walk into each other, and there was it was only like a second or 2, but it felt like an hour. They were just like, hi? Okay, let's fight. I was very uncomfortable.
I don't know. There was something weird going on there. I don't know. Well, either way, a huge fight for OneWin. Once again, though, Aegis immediately got his Munkushi trying to get on to get. He's just trying to fight up into him. Satanic, the madman, tries to take down the Morphling. Almost does it, in fairness. And that will be that. I mean, they had to try. They had to try. No one else had buyback. Everybody else was dead. And that will be GG. Game number 1. It goes to OneWin. Man, OneWin. This team, which no one was really expecting to get this far, suddenly 1 game away from the grand finals.
Though, yeah, again, it's a very good victory from them. I would argue that their draft did cushion some of the big blunders that they made in this game. it wasn't the cleanest of victories. And I think Yellow Submarine, with the difficulties their draft presented them, they played very well to go toe for toe for this long. It was like, once you talk about what 25, 30,000 gold on heroes, it's really hard to overcome that, and you need so much to go right. And specifically, like this game, it's like if Kasani doesn't find the stomp, you do not find the fight. And of course, this was the big fight that really ruined, just prevented Yellow Submarine from kind of winning out this game. Like they're fighting into a high ground area underneath that Radiant ward that you see on the left hand side there. The one win able to reposition perfectly every single time, just get a kill, go again, get a kill, go again. And I think for Yellow Submarine in this upcoming game, they shouldn't be too disheartened, because they were in control of the pacing for so long, and one win, it was, like I said, it was quite an uncomfortable victory. So I have the feeling that this easily could be a 3-game series.
I agree. I mean, we know that Yellow Submarine have the potential to do it. I think this Terrorblade pick was extremely bold. It wasn't like an amazing Terrorblade thing. It was clearly just a case of like, hey, we need something to fall back on here. We feel a little bit uncomfortable. Let's just get the TB. Ultimately, it felt very well answered by the Beastmaster and actually by the Morphling as well. And even by the Esper potentially. So it wasn't really a fan of it. Of course, that in the losing team, it's always easy to say, but yeah, didn't really come put together in the end. Like 3 and 6 on the TB, not really what you want to be seeing. Didn't really get off any hero damage. Very tough.
Like, we didn't really see much from the Phoenix, right? Like, it's not a very good Phoenix game. Of course, it was picked very early, but like, the Phoenix didn't really have any statement moments other than like a very early game egg or two. Rue, he tried to do work on his Rue, but wasn't able to. I think they were missing that extra like simple stun to lean on. Like if Kasane has to do everything, it's so hard. Like when he hits the stomps, it was spectacular. They punished Monkushi a lot of times. They could kill the Willow, but it really felt like they just needed something else. And maybe you could argue that if a race played this Ember Spirit a bit more aggressive, played for the poke rather than constantly farming, the game also could have been slightly different. But like when I look at these two drafts, I think I would prefer to play the 1-win draft every single time, because the draft lays into itself beautifully. It's so nice to look at. Like you've got high range damage, but also ability to collapse onto your opponent. Your early game timings are insanely good. Your lanes are strong. So it's like, I think for Yellow Submarine, it really is just a matter of just alter 1 or 2 aspects of your next draft, because your play was really good. Like you punished 1-win a lot throughout the game. You had moments of brilliance, but you always, after it, you fell back onto the, wait a second, we just can't do this because of this, So I do hope that we get a slight adaptation, but Monkushi being the standout player, I think production might be memeing him a little bit there. He did die 3 times to a centaur, but
unforced deaths.
He did have good, mental resilience to showcase his ability to win out the game eventually. But
Cloud was robbed, damn it. Give my boy Cloud the justice he deserves. Obvious MVP for this game, I'm saying. I think he owned. It was a great Beastmaster game, great pick, but he played it perfectly and was just like always rich and threatening Yellow Submarine right where they didn't want to be threatened. A really nice win here in game number 1 for 1-win. Yellow Submarine, I mean, perhaps the favorites coming into this one, but as we all know, there are no favorites in this region. Anybody can win, and we're seeing 1-win now, just 1 game away from getting to the grand finals and the EEO road to the internationals. Very, very close to them being able to taste victory. So, guys, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we'll be back with game number 2 of 1-win versus Yellow Submarine. See you in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Here we go. Game number 2 here in the upper bracket finals of the EEU Road to the International, where we have two teams battling it out. It is Yellow Submarines versus One Win. And true to their name, One Win have just got one win in the first game of the series, putting Yellow Submarine in a tricky position. They don't want to go down to those lower brackets and start fighting for their lives down here. But they got to change things around from game number 1. Obviously, we enjoyed the ideas they presented, but in terms of like the actual matchups in the game, One Win's draft just looked way nicer, way easier, and they even got away with some mistakes on the Morphling. You know, a few clumsy deaths from Mankushi didn't even matter. It did just feel like their game was just so much easier to play.
Yeah, pretty much exactly that. Like, I maybe that's also the reason why One Win did take so long to win the game, because after they fumbled the Beastmaster timings and Yellow Submarine was being very aggressive, they just kept telling each other, well, guys, we're going to win this game no matter what because of our draft having maybe potentially better scaling, better team fight abilities, better pick-off. So if we do just want to hit creeps, then just keep doing it. And when we're confident, we'll win the game out. And I think that's fair to do. But also, I would like a team like One Win, you know, the caliber of what they have in Eastern Europe, to just do more. Like, it just, if there was a part of me which felt super uncomfortable, like we're in the upper bracket, we're in like the penultimate series before grand finals, and a team like One Win, when they have these like insane timings, are suddenly fully picked apart, and like fear is installed into them, where they have to now wait for like another 10,000 gold across heroes to then want to really be the team that makes a statement. It's that alone is causing me some concern for them, but I'm sure that is answered by the fact that they just are so comfortable with their draft that they don't really care and they don't want to make moves. But we'll see in this upcoming game.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got more to offer us here, more ideas, more strategies as we get into game number 2. What's been successful for Yellow Submarine? How were they presented in Qualifiers?
10 seconds remaining.
So they played a pretty relatively weak team in round 1, which was Liga, but they also had a very aggressive lineup where they had like CK with Willow, and they had also another draft like Centaur, Willow, and Enchantress as support. I think this is the type of team that they rely on aggression to be their friend. Like, don't forget game 1 in their lanes, like Kasane on Centaur was killing the Morphling. They were diving on the Phoenix to try and kill a Beastmaster. I think they're really aggressive, and when they get a foothold onto the game, they just take over. Like against 9 Pandas as well, same construct. They got CK with an Ember, a Beast. Like, that is a lineup that once you get a little bit of a lead, you take over. Game 2, they had Storm Spirit, CM, Terrorblade as well. Like, if you lose any control of your map, it disappears. So I think for Yellow Submarine, if they beat you in lanes and have kill threat, the game is theirs to control. But in this game, it just wasn't the case. Like, they just didn't have that level of map pressure through kills to really lean on. So I'm hoping that's something that they might utilize in this game. And already with a Darkseer, that can do it, right? It enables other heroes to seek fight. You then follow up with Evacuo after. I just want to see Yellow Submarine have a little bit more killer mentality in their opening heroes.
Yep, it's a nice start. Maybe comboed up with like a Nyx or a Beast, or a Spirit Breaker. One of these classic counters or combos with the Darkseer would be really nice, I think, for them. Clockwork would have been another option as well, but that's going to be grabbed by One Win. Probably my favorite hero of the Qualifiers, just in terms of being able to watch it and how much it can do in the game and in the fights. We're seeing more and more use of these kind of ice puck cogs as well. So they've been super fun to see people experiment and find new ways of kind of abusing this mechanic to the point where I think it might get nerfed. We'll see.
Yeah, it will.
Radiant team ban.
That's why you got to be careful with TI qualifiers, right? Like, all the teams who are invited, they're hoping the qualifying teams don't play the strategies that they're playing. Otherwise, you're going to have this like, wait a second, that's my TI strat. Hey, please, Yellow Submarine, stop picking the Darkseer. We need to play that for TI, you know? So I'm going to be careful the qualifying teams don't whip out all the good stuff straight away. But yeah, I think Clockwork is showcasing some required bans. I would be intrigued to know if Dark Willow is going to get banned out in this next phase. I think both teams will like it a lot to complement their draft without really revealing too much. And Clock Willow combination, very strong. Darkseer Willow as a lane, very strong. You can vacuum into multiple routes. The Willow against Clockwork's nice. You can terrorize them away. So far, hasn't been touched in regards to bans, but it is Probably more difficult for OneWin to ban it, as you only have a single ban in this phase.
10 seconds.
Banning a support doesn't feel too good, but again, if Dark Willow's ignored in the next phase, I would be very
5
surprised.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's been a staple for Yellow Submarine so far, and OneWin have played it a little bit as well. So
Dire
fully expecting that one to come
Radiant
down.
team
Good for both teams. And there you go. So Yellow Submarine, they should have seen this one coming, and they should have 2 picks ready. Just bam, bam, right now. Or they're going to discuss it a bit first.
Yeah, they have to talk.
10 seconds remaining.
There's a little bit of talk is required. You don't want to play Spirit Breaker here, by the way. It's near impossible to play Spirit Breaker into Clockwork and Willow.
Yep, that sounds awful.
The roots prevent your charge. The cogs, you hit them. It's not good.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely looking at Nick Assassin here. I feel like I'd like it, even though it's not a super meta hero right now. Just with the
I'll be
Dark Tier
honest,
combo.
I hate that hero. Competitively, I hate it. Like, unless there's a very clear reason of like Koto Illuminate, I really am opposed to it. It's like you're trying to play for pickoffs in a pro competitive game where they group up and play on sentries and vision. It's so hard to really use. I'm sorry, but
No, you're good. You're entitled to your opinion, no matter how wrong it may be.
I was gonna say I would lean more for a Rubik. I didn't get there, but when you jumped on Nyx, I got a visceral anti hatred or a reaction for it. But I think
I felt it.
For pro play at least, like you need a little bit more of a reliable team fight access, and like Rubik Darkseer, Willow Darkseer, these lanes are very, very good. As much as it's a traditional melee hero, you just don't need a body for lane to double Iron Shell. You can just play on creeps and just be stronger in other ways. And I think Rubik CM, nice pairing. CM will give you good laning top, amp up the earlier fights. Rubik will be able to lift out our cogs, but also steal the Dark Willow spells when needed. This feels like a much more playable draft for not giving away too much information. OneWin, there they got 2 picks now. Supports are already in play.
Yeah, you got to start grabbing yourself some calls here. OneWin.
Give me like a Mars plus mid lane, like Mars Leshrac or a Mars Storm Spirit. Like, give me like a. I don't care what you have because your supports aren't really good lockdown for. Once my mid lane is a bit online, I want that type of mid laner with an off laner that goes. You don't get to play any team fight because we just overwhelm you now. That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. What else do we have in the mix here? Underlord is actually taken out of the pool. I was going to think that one might be quite nice, but triple down on the roots. I mean, they could also grab their CK now. There you go. And your offlaner, leave your mid for last pick. So it'd be CK, and I mean, I do like your Mars suggestion. It's great against the Darkseer. It's great with the Willow. They could also go for Brewmaster. There's no chance of Yellow Submarine taking it, so it's not really a block pick. It's just like a skirmishing hero for them.
That's what they lean towards. They do have a lot of reserve time still, like 45 seconds. And they go for Brewmaster. Yeah, very, very annoying picks here for sure. Like, we've seen the strength of CK throughout the qualifier. Different direction, kind of what I was thinking, but still very, very strong heroes. Like Dispel, very good. Like you said, yeah. And team fight wise, OneWin are looking very formidable. And I think that's kind of the difference I see between the two drafts right now. It's like in game 1, game 2, OneWin across the board. You just go, wow, that's at some point will be scary. Like the CK executing here, that's scary. The Brew playing with the Willow, that's scary. And Yellow Submarine right now, they are lacking that. Of course, they do need 2 big core picks to fix this, to carry and the mid lane, but now they have to find a lot of answers. Like, do you want a carry that can survive the CK jump? Do you want to be a little bit more explosive in your damage? Because if you don't kill a CK instantly, he ults, he then turns it and he kills you. If you don't kill a Brute instantly, he'll Primal Split. A Willow, she'll Realm. Like, you kind of need a little bit more punch in your fight, because pickoffs are not Yellow Submarine's friend. They like to take a longer team fight, which is the kind of the opposite of OneWin. They will execute you instantly, and sure, they themselves go for the Storm Spirit.
Yep. A little bit scary into the CK, of course. You have the options of just kind of blowing him up if you catch him off guard. Storm does not have the health to be able to survive that. But that said, you know, it's not exactly the instant initiation you need versus Storm Spirit. It's a very slow catch. Same with the Brewmaster as well. He offers you pretty much nothing against Storm Spirit. The split's going to be way too slow.
10 seconds remaining.
So now you get to ban out some answers to the Storm Spirit. You've already picked it, so it won't be banned. You get to just be nice and obvious with your bans here and protect this Storm Spirit pick.
Just be very loud with them. Hey, we hate playing against Ember with Storms. Okay, noted.
Put that in the book for game 3.
I think probably... And again, one would have last pick. It's going to be even cooler for them to get a mid laner. Because for one win, like if they see a certain weakness in the carry, they can punish it through mid as well, right? Like I called for Leshrac earlier for one win, but it could still be the same case here, right? Like early game damage from the submarine might not really come into play. You force Darkseer to have to think about pipe, and he also wants to go mech, but then these items aren't. It's like you expect them to be bought, but this last pick is pretty cool. I think
it's really free, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's very, very free. That's why certain drafts look insane, because you know that you don't have to fix anything. Like the first 4 picks for one win, there's no real concept or care. Like you could argue maybe tower damage is something, but in regards to map play team fights, it does everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even with the pulverizing, ruling and the CK, like I think you're good. There's really very little. And even things like even the more niche aspects of drafting, which you know us plebs don't think about so much, but the pros often do. Such as vision inside team fights. You've got that in buckets with the Brewmaster and the Clockwork. The Brewlings will always go and get you some vision. The Flares will also do that as well. It's a really, really well-rounded draft, like 4 heroes from 1 win, and I think the Submarine, they've got a bit of patching up to do. Like, they're missing a lot here. They're missing pretty much any Roshan taking ability, tower taking ability. Like, objectives are not their friend right now. Obviously, you are playing with Satanic. He's a very classic support player. Carry player. He just wants to pick some big right-clicking heroes. I was going to suggest Juggernaut. I think that would have been fantastic for them. So, other options here for him.
Flashbound's very good. Then they go for Naga Siren. Okay.
Into Brew? Really?
Yeah, you can go for like the Manta Orcitum can be okay. The reset, I think, is the key thing. Like the song map play as well. Like one win doesn't really like when people get behind their aggression and they have to think about going back to fixed lanes. Sure, there are going to be like these like, Brew can hurt the illusions and stuff, but I think for map and stuff, it's okay. And one win, they go for Pangolier. No, I think I favor one win's draft a lot here. It's less about the X hero versus X hero stuff, but it's more like the general pacing of the game. When Darkseer wants to join a fight, his Naga will be farming. The early game fight, there's a lot of punishment for Storm where he can't just pop off. If he goes to the Dark Willow lane, he can get hit by a root. The Pangolier can also follow him around the map and match the aggression. Brew can hit split. So, yeah, no, this is... Again, I'm leaning one win. I think Yellow Submarine have to do a lot of things right to win this game. And it's just a lot of, like... They really just force themselves into having to play, like, TI level Dota to win out a game. Like, you're looking for the song disengage to vacuum wall into a storm ags and to blow people up. There's so many things you require them to do that I just don't expect them to get there at their own pacing. So yeah, I think one win, this should be another kind of slow and steady win for them. And I look forward to seeing if Yellow Submarine can showcase it. They didn't really do it in game 1. There was moments, but not enough to really convert. And yeah, they've just drafted themselves into a very technically challenging draft.
I would agree. Yeah, I think no one has an easy game here. You've got this Storm Spirit who basically needs a BKB as far as I'm concerned in this game. I feel like if he tries to go for some Eternal Shroud nonsense, then he's going to get punished really, really hard. You've got this Naga Siren who's, there's so many answers to the board for her illusions. You've got a Pangolier and you've got a Brewmaster. So 2 forms of heroes which can just kind of cut through your illusions. I'm not a fan. In terms of playing the map, yes, okay, Yellow Submarine can get out there. This Naga Siren can cut waves. The Storm Spirit can go deep. You've got Iron Shell as well. So in terms of map pressure, that should be good. So if they don't get run over, I'm expecting this to be a long one. but I also can't see many ways in which Yellow Submarine can take the game without some really significant mistakes coming out from one win. I hope I'm wrong and I'm underestimating their strategy, but yeah, we're going to find out. But perhaps we are heading to one wins spot in the grand finals, but still a lot of Dota to be played until then.
Oh, look at this one for one win. They keep doing it.
They
They found Terrorblade in game 1. This time they might be able to find the supports, but
The ward on the high ground, kind of crazy. Pings have come out. They knew that someone was sitting in the trees there, so
30 seconds to battle.
that's the information which one are working with right now. I mean, it's very unlikely that anybody's going to approach this high ground, right? So for them to kill someone, it's probably going to have to be wrapping in behind for this rune here.
that's nice as well. The sentry as well whilst they're here, so they smoked here to then block up the ancient camp to prevent the Darkseer stacks that he can use to Iron Shell. Oh, I like that. That's very
The battle
forward thinking from one win there.
It is indeed, yeah. And bounty runes will be secured with ease. Obviously, Nagatara and Illusion never going to be able to deny bounty rune versus a hero that just needs to click for it. So 2 for 2 on the bounties, and we'll see how this kind of pays off for them. I agree with this entry. Not sure how I feel about this ward, but I guess it was just for the level 1 fight. You know, if they anticipated
Yeah, it was,
action
yeah.
taking place there, they wanted to be prepared for it.
Pretty much. Just it's always key. If you're bringing 5 heroes to smoke to an aggressive area, you need to place the vision. Because if you miss the kill because of lack of vision, it's your own fault pretty much.
All right, let's get into it. It'll be Chira Jr. on his Pangolier versus Arrays on the Storm Spirit in the middle lane. So far, so good. The Storm secures all the last hits in the first wave, and Chira's goes under tower, which is going to be a pain in the ass for him to CS against. Damn, it's the first wave. Ooh. As long as he gets the range creep, right? It'll be fine, right? Oh, God. Oh, no. Chira Jr. is getting worked right now in the first few waves.
Storm against mini heroes, you enjoy it. I think Pango, of course, get a couple levels under the belt, get a bottle, and then we'll see it not swing the other way, but at least go back to more a bit of a stable state. And in top lane already, the Rubik and Darkseer try to be as pressuring as possible. That the lane started, they fade bolt in the CK, doing everything possible to keep them low. And that's pretty much how you want to play these lanes with a Darkseer. If you get your opponent to half HP straight away, you get to level 3 pretty much for free. That probably should be the case. Also quite a difficult lane for Clockwork to want to play. You often play on getting on top of your opponent, and if you do this time around, you are going to be taking a lot of damage. Of course, with Power Call, you can mana burn and play on distance, but still not really utilizing the full effect of this lane top. Will be one positive for Yellow Submarine in a game that we've already kind of presented to be difficult. They do at least have one lane going pretty well for them to start with.
Absolutely. Monkushi, he will eventually come to the point where, you know, he gets a bracer and treads and all of a sudden can live in this lane very nicely, as well as Chaos Strike giving him the heals. Will be tricky for them to bring him low anymore. But still, off to a good start. And yeah, mid lane, really, really good for a raid so far. Fantastic, actually, for Yellow Submarine in the mid lane. Chira Jr. is going to have to play a bit of recovery mode here at mid. As down at bottom. Ooh, Satanic getting pretty damn low on the Naga Siren, having to get himself way back under tower. Harassment coming out. Shadow Realm doesn't quite connect from Sweden strong. As topside, that is a low Clockwork running himself away. Stun out onto Rue. Rue's going to be okay as well, though. Trading is getting spicy up here in the top lane.
Luckily they had their salve, so they're not going to really be kicked out of the lane. Just enough resources to keep going. Either side just punching into each other. Ooh, Lotus. Anyone going to go for it top? Nope. Everyone's ignoring the Lotus in top lane, yeah.
No time for Lotus's pretty flowers in this lane. It's all muscles and mud.
I would be intrigued to know what like the latest Lotus timing was for a pro player. So I feel like in pro games, like it hits 3 minutes, they're taking it. It's like it's such an important resource. And do you think
I remember casting one of the very first games post patch, and they didn't care about the Lotuses.
Oh, how far we've come here.
I know, right? I know. It's just pure stubbornness. We were like, surely a little burst heal like that is good. And they're just like, nah, not taking him.
Don't want him. Don't want him. That's 3 seconds away from my creep wave. And of course, that is a very illegal play to make nowadays. So
Absolutely.
whoever thought that would... probably not at TI, to be fair.
No, absolutely not. It was some online event thing, but yeah, it's interesting. We always talk about this, but the fact that most pros are followers and not actually innovators it's just easier. It's just easier to copy what other people are doing, and it's not like there's a patch every day, so let other people grief their own games trying new things. You just take it easy and adapt with the meta.
Titanic getting a little bit bullied in the bot lane. Under tower.
Yeah,
Quite
he's
a big
cooked
wave
right now, quite literally, as that Cinder Brood just doing
Dying.
so much damage, and the Shadow Realm will finish the job. Cloud, it might be going down as well, though. Has got a lot of decent damage to throw out onto him, but he's going to be fine. Fairy Fire available as well, so not under any threat here. Gets himself back, and that will be that. First blood out onto the Nagasaran. Not an ideal start here for Yellow Submarine, at least in this lane, but all the lanes going pretty decently, to be fair.
Yeah. I think all eyes are going to be on, of course, Kasane, but also a race from the mid lane. Like, he's done really, really well with the Storm Spirit so far. And the question is, like, what item will he bring to the game? Right now, his quick buy is looking at Witchblade, but I think Storm needs to be active. Darkseid needs to get his levels. He's getting poked off. And we are going to go onto the Rubik. Onto the Clockwork, sorry.
Clock.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're going to get that kill. Down clock will fall. He was very, very brave. I was literally about to comment saying every time you can get this cogs off onto Kasane and drain his mana, it's going to feel really, really good for you. But obviously if you die, then that doesn't feel really, really good, does it?
Supports.
Ooh, haste rune for Storm.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big deal.
Radiant's middle
But Cherry Jr. does get the bottle refill from his Clockwork. I'm anticipating when a race will it's such a very difficult move for Storm. If he makes the move and doesn't get a kill, his early efficiencies for laning phase will fall apart. Like, he's only 400 or 500 gold above Pangler. I think a lot of people might be expecting, oh, Storm's gonna rip open the game, but no, he has to be very, very careful. Like, he needs to find like that perfect opportunity. And with a haste rune, if one would step up the lane at any point, get anywhere close to a Radiant Tower, he will TP, utilize the haste to save mana and get kills.
It does make it much easier. And actually going on Satanic down to the bottom side, this surely feels like an opportunity here for the Storm Spirit, but with the wave under his tower, he's very much just looking to clear it out first before he does make any movements.
That could have easily been a go for the Storm Spirit. The wave just wasn't set up and denying the wisdom.
Go, maybe.
Very nice micro there for Satanic. I think micro more like a heads up play, but still very good.
Yeah, he did this last game as well, denying the wisdom runes of Kasane. Getting bounced around, Chira Jr.'s in, but the Storm is here to respond. He takes down one, moves across to the Pangolier. Chira Jr. trying to get off the Rolling Thunder, will be able to do so. Kasane has to dodge him out, but the Raze has already taken down Monkushi as well, and he wants them all. He wants everybody. He's going for Chira Jr. now as well. Chira Jr. running himself way under the tower. Sweden Strong going to come in from the sideline as well, throw down the Bramble Mace, stop the Storm chasing any further, and Chira Jr., he's still got mana to work with, but absolutely no spells. He's got the rolling, the shield crash just about available, and it will be enough to bring down a Raze, punish for the over-aggression, and now one win. They're looking to take down Rue as well, and with all their resources back, they'll be able to bring down this Rubik eventually. He'll try and go for the deny, but that's not happening. Chira Jr. gets another kill here, and that's going to be level 8 on the Pangolier, but a huge punish up in the top side.
It's kind of the necessary response. When Storm makes a move, you have to mirror it in the one win. I'll be very happy that they're able to shut him down, prevent him from taking over the game. And, net worth-wise, Pango is pretty much even back with the Storm Spirit. A couple hundred gold here and there. It's always a joy to watch with these type of mid laners. Like, who breaks from the lane first? Do you mirror that move? Do you make sure you take the fight there? And Chira Jr. and a race. Just following each other around the map.
Like a pair of besties. Chira actually has the AD here, so this might be a little bit awkward for Raze. Just wants to get himself away. get yourself down that cliff into relative safety. But with rolling thunder available in 2 seconds, TI13 might be feeling a bit cocky. With 2 supports backing up a raise, he'll think better than going for that play. So coming up on the 10-minute mark, and things pretty even across the board. There's only one hero who's really struggling this game, and that is the Naga Siren. Satanic not having the best of times on this Naga Siren. The lane matchup just wasn't really in her favor. You're gonna have to retreat to the jungle to farm up. That said, you're a Naga Siren. Happy to do that. As long as you're undisturbed, you're gonna catch up eventually.
Yeah, look how far back he was farming as well. Like, he's farming like the deepest camps at minute 9, not allowing like any twin gate movement, any Brewmaster push wave. Let me go find where she is and split. So yeah, Satanic showing a lot of respect to the aggression potentially from 1win, and he'll be happy that his team's making a lot of noise towards like top and mid. That will of course like buy a lot of time, like you were speaking about.
Yeah, you also always have to respect Brewmaster, right? Like, just one of those heroes which can kill enemy carries by himself for some reason. Thankfully, he doesn't take the tower super fast, so, you know, there's a bit of stalling happening. TI13 with the shield rune.
No, he's going for the very cool build. He's going for the Echo Saber, which will be completed into Harpoon. The reason why the build's very nice is during roll, you can harpoon your opponents, throw them into your roll stun, it then hits them, and then of course, utilize shard and whatnot to do additional stuns. But no, I like the build a lot. It's very, very annoying. And you're a universal hero, so you utilize the stats very nicely. This is not really the start of the game that Yellow Submarines wanted. Darkseid can't make moves. Of course, Naga can't make moves. Storm wants to make moves, but he's been shot down by the response of 1win, and now they're smoked up with the Storm, pairing up with the Darkseid to get a bit of additional damage through the Iron Shell. Killing a clock is not the recipe for success as you enter the portion of the game where 1win will be the stronger team.
Yeah, I mean, stopping him from getting level 6 is nice, especially with the Wisdom Rune denied as well. So they are going to go for this play, get the kill, turn it into a tower.
TP'd in.
TP's in.
Oh,
wow.
they're going for the twin gate. That's why.
Okay, the rest of the team's coming on over here. They're looking to make the plays, going firstly on to Kasane, and he's going to be taken down with ease. Another look forward for more. The barrel does connect onto Adskor, and he's going to be following his teammate next to the grave. If they have the damage, then they do. Wow. Cloud and TI13 taking chunks out of the Crystal Maiden and gave themselves a secondary kill there as a Yellow Submarine. They get the tower, they get the kill, but they are punished for it.
Deleted. I'm always so scared as a support player. I'm always scared when like Pango and CK are very strong. Like Pango can just jump on top of you, you're dead. CK gets on top, you're dead. Like, there's no real play to make this early into the game for these supports, and they have to be careful. You step up and they go down. They are trying to go into Shira Jr., but with no real mana and or items yet on Storm Spirit. Still yet to complete that Witchblade.
Yeah.
He also trying to get Invis rune, but that's about it.
He had a shield rune up on the Pangolier as well, hence why he took absolutely no damage there. So it's a very optimistic play to try and start a fight on him. There you go. Sure, we'll be okay for now. And Cloud resumes his life in the bottom lane, shoving out the wave, threatening the Naga Siren, being annoying. All that good stuff. Satanic just doing his best to farm up as quickly as possible, get himself on the board.
Satanic, though, you say he's farming up, he's farming up into a timing that isn't going to be very explosive, right? Like, he'll get Manta, and by that time, Brewmaster should have Radiance. And then, of course, when you get Manta or Naga, it's like, okay, now I need an Orchid. But the Orchid timing, still, it can prevent a Brew from split. But do you do enough damage through the Radiance burn? You're going to have to lean on other heroes to help you out there. It's not like the equivalent of, let's say, like a Ursa with Battle Fury Blink, where you rip someone to shreds by yourself. This upcoming, probably like 7 minutes or so.
Array's jumping in the middle lane. The hook shot is available. They're going to go instead onto Adskor, who's trying to come in round the sidelines here, as he will be the one to die for this. The supports were ready, but they didn't feel like they could convert on the Storm kill, so they went for the easier prey instead, and that would be the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, they're trying to look to not really instigate fights, but just see what's happening on the map. And OneWin are cleaning up these kills very, very nicely. Chira Jr. will not be complaining that.
The Crystal Maiden just pinged exactly where Sweden Strong went into the jungle and exactly where he warded as well. So, watch this, man. He buys a sentry.
Under attack.
I'm sure there's a Vakban joke in there somewhere, guys.
I don't know. Let's see how accurate he is with the sentry placement. If it's right on it, then I'm ringing up, making some phone calls. All right. That was far enough away to not be suspicious. Good job, Aztekor, keeping the cheats undercover.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Sweden
attack.
Strong. Goes to the D ward as well. A little bit of poking and prodding at each other. Middle tower is starting to fall here. Yellow Submarine, do you want to do anything? Oh, yes, they do. Raze comes flying on in. And Pangolier, he's got the illusion rune, and that might just get him out of here. Beautiful terrorize from the sideline as well from Sweden Strong. That's King finding Sweden Strong in the sidelines. Already used the Shadow Realm, but Respect's already gone down. And now big zip in from the side, from Erase onto Sweden Strong. That's going to get them the 2 kills. Oh, dear. Well, finally, Yellow Submarine punished for this middle lane push, which took a while, and despite an incredible terrorize coming out from the Dark Willow, they do just grab themselves the 2 supports, but it would have been a dead Pangolier if it wasn't for that, so respect.
Yeah, that's the key thing there. If he had died, then Yellow Submarine would have taken that confidence, taken that additional economy. Like, he's got 3 kills. He's got a little mini streak to bring more gold towards him. So him surviving, very important in not giving Yellow Submarine that cushioning amount of gold to get to another item. And support's doing a very good job to keep him alive. And the Brewmaster, he didn't really want to enter the fight. He didn't have Radiance complete. He now has it completed. If the Radiance was in play, that's probably different, right? He's going to hit that split, run into the middle of all of them. Pango, even on half HP, he's rolling up and they're going for the kill. So Yellow Submarine, they need to be very careful. This is a very, very strong timing from the Dire side right now. And the CK in top lane about to complete Orchid as well. This is, that could get very, very scary for Yellow Submarine.
It's such a bad Naga Siren game as well. Like, you're trying to play an illusion hero into a Radiance Brewmaster, into a Pangolier. Oh my goodness, this is going to be tough. At least the CK might struggle to find you, but he's got plenty of other targets to bring down.
It does feel like, you asked me the question during draft, like what enabled Yellow Submarine to get to this position? And these 2 drafts just have felt like near polar opposites. Like, they're going for super high macro map playing style lineups that will split push you to death and find these little quirky moments. And like, that is not the raw aggression that we're seeing. They are trying to be aggressive with the Brewmaster in mid though.
Oh, they're not going to get him in time. The split comes out, and now Cloud, he's going to start chasing, and he's going to grab himself, at the very least, a support kill from this. They are waiting. The heal's coming out. Okay. All right. They'll keep Rue alive. They're not just going to leave him for dead. But in comes a Pangolier looking to stun up. And a Song retaliated to. But it doesn't matter. The Bedlam's out onto the Pangolier, and that's going to allow him to get the kill onto Aztekor. And now Nagasaki just has to leave. She's trying to get herself out, but the Terrorize is out. Cloud does go down here. They'll get the one, but Ray's going to trade his life for it as Makushi comes into the engagement. Naga trying to stand her ground, trying to fight, doing good damage in fairness to the CK, who's trying to back himself away. But eventually, those illusions are going to burn themselves away, and the real Naga Siren will be revealed. She's gone for the real in. Interesting, as they'll bring down Chira Jr. On the side, Rue just being chased by the just Dark Willow. She's going very deep for this one, though, and is going to pay the price. Bye-bye.
Ooh, okay. One when they're going very aggressive, but not really achieving much, right? Sure, they get the storm kill, but it's a lot of kind of like independent, desperate chase downs, and yeah, they disengage very, very nice from Yellow Submarine there.
What an interesting fight coming out from both of these teams. But yeah, finally, one win do get punished for a little bit of their over-aggression. And this is a big win for Yellow Submarine. They get a lot of money for it. And most importantly, Satanic was able to stand in the fight and actually get off a bit of damage and get himself at least something out of this game. So that's a nice step forward. He's in the middle lane. The fights continue. Erase. This is brave. He's got the zip away though. Gets up to the high ground. He's going to be okay. And with the regen room, might even be able to reset from this one. They had the damage to bring down Chirigi. Now Erase jumps straight back in. Gets some respect. He's owning this fight right now. And now the Nagasara coming in from the sidelines looking for Munkushi. Munkushi silenced up. Taken down. One win. What are you doing? 4 heroes dead in the middle lane. Not respecting the regen rune storm in the slightest.
I mean, they're not respecting the regen. They're not respecting the fact, like the fight before, the Brew's using split, starting the fight. They joined Brew at the very end of a split to then feed away many kills, respawn, go back to mid. They try and kill a Storm Spirit, but they layer their TPs incorrectly, so they don't have the awkward follow-up from CK. Instead, it's someone else. Really, really uncomfortable 2 fights in a row, self-inflicted from 1 win. And Yellow Submarine, of course, they're going to capitalize and they're going to take that every single day. No team would ever allow 1 win to blunder like this so quickly at the 20-minute mark. And now a 7,000 gold lead, which, wow, that is a gift. That is an upper bracket game 2 gift that 1 win has given Yellow Submarine.
They're not just in this one; they are fully in control of this game now. That was just 2 catastrophic fights in a row, which just gave Yellow Submarine a shit ton of gold. I mean, look at this graph. What am I seeing here?
And Satanic's also looking potentially go for a Radiance. Like, he's going for a Shroud to soak up some of that extra damage, but we spoke about the difficulties of this game for Naga and, you know, the physical damage from the CK. If he does get a Radiance, and he is just playing the map and just keep waiting for the opportunity. I'm not opposed to it, but Yellow Submarine, they are now smoked up. They need to be careful.
Weird
they
to see it this
have...
late, but I'm interested to see what it will do for them.
Yeah, it's like I'm just worried that if Yellow Submarine get a little bit too carried away, they need to find like the pickoffs. They need to like they yet to fight into the Brew split with the roll, full HP, full resource, and they're jumping on the Brew. He has no dispel. Yeah. He's going to be going
Ward
down.
Spirit from the high ground gives them the vision they need. Cloud gets broken down. Respect as well. Also going to get killed off. You see a Ray zip into the backland, already looking for the +1 as they'll bring down Respect and the Panda. My goodness. And this is what we've been used to seeing from Yellow Submarine.
Oh, woof. This game was just like so chill for 1 win. It was so like everything was aligning to like these insane timings, and now they've just like shot themselves in the foot. And Yellow Submarine have so much confidence. Like look at a race in the Storm Spirit as well. Like he's going for Kaya into straight BKB. He doesn't want to get hit by a single Orchid. Like he's not trying to be greedy. He identifies the fact that like every item he buys has to be a statement item. He can't go for any scaling. He can't go for anything. He needs to win every fight in the upcoming moments. And I think that's exactly the case for all the heroes in the Submarine. They are making sure that their items all pack a punch. And now Shroud is completely on Satanic. He can step up just a little bit more in these fights. He doesn't really care too much about the Willow. So far, his songs have been incredibly good to ensure that the fights are on Yellow Submarine's terms. And then they will be a little bit lost potentially in what they want to do in the game now. Everything was in front of them and what they had to do, and squandered that aggression.
I remember at the beginning of this cast when we said we love this 1-win draft. The only thing that could mess us up is some big throws and
yeah.
Well, here we are. 6k gold advantage for the side of Yellow Submarine. And the one thing this draft does very, very well for Yellow Submarine is pushing out waves, securing the map, putting pressure. It's going to be annoying for 1-win to play this one from behind. They just don't have the wave clear on their supports.
Yeah, I think the luckily for 1-win, the cores will step up and do it at some point. Like the Manta and Brew down the line with Radiance can skip waves. CK with Manta can do it. Of course, Pango, but the supports don't really do it as well. It's more the fact that like you want to be killing heroes with your draft. So if at any point your draft is using Mantas to go backwards, you then don't have that to utilize in the fight, to utilize in that big pick that you're looking for. And I mean, we'll see if Satanic does go for the Radiance. Like we've said, it's a little bit late, but I think just having that evasion and further complementing the wave pushing will just really it will just annoy 1-win. It will make them have to clump up at some point, and They'll like group up to push out a wave, they'll then smoke up, and then it'll set up for a vacuum wall and whatnot.
I'm enjoying Respect's gameplay here. This isn't his jungle. This isn't where he's meant to be.
He's role playing
watching.
neutral creep, yeah.
That's the cool. Oh, hello, friend. How's it going? Just farming some camps. What about you? Yeah, me too. He's actually trying to move into his own ward here. Oh, going for the TP. What the? I didn't know you could do that. Is this guy Phoenix or?
Yeah, it's Phoenix's cousin. Don't double check me on the lore there, but
Yeah, that sounds correct.
of course, in case you aren't aware, Phoenix can sunrate off the map. Clockwork can fly off the map. Basically, any movement which just pushes you forward no matter what, you can then clip off the side of the map. As for example, like Batrider Firefly, you can't do it, right? Because you have to manually like move there. But
So once again, looking for a bit of action here for the side of Yellow Submarine. Who will they find? Chira Jr. seems to have read it pretty well. He's getting himself back. Be the one to catch here.
slow down the game because they respected the not double orchid, but unorchid on the Naga Siren that has been able to follow up after every cheap stun that they've used is now removed, right? You've got Manta on all 3 cores of 1 win. You do not care about this this pesky orchid that has pretty much been like the nail in the coffin in most of the smokes. And we will see if 1 win want to contest the Roshan. They don't have a can. Probably not. They aren't really showing their map positioning to care about it.
I actually think I would like to see it. I think they have good team fighting potential in a pit or something like this, where you've kind of got them locked down to a certain area, but
they've just lost a lot of confidence though. That's the thing. Like when you're a team like 1 win, who got a lot of kills early on, you had like 7-8 kills, you're feeling good, you lose the game, but you lost the chance to play your game after your own moves. In the back of your minds, depending on how you look at Dota, you can easily oversubscribe to playing defensive, and I think that's exactly what's happened. They were hyper aggressive, squandered their lead, and now it's just they're on like plan D, E of their strategy, which we just did not expect them to get to this quickly.
And now Titanic, he's got himself the Radiance finished up, Aegis in hand, Orchid available as well, so Eternal Shroud also in the bag. Very, very strong pushing power. They found the Willow up on the top side, likely going to be a death, a 4. Poor Sweden strong up here. Raze continuing to chase Yules. It's going to be annoying, but definitely not going to keep her alive. But still, all this time, the lanes are getting shoved out super deep. Like, look at Chura Jr. once again, shoving down this bottom tier 2. Respect desperately trying to get the middle wave shoved in as well. So they're being annoying as we have a disconnect coming out from the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Submarine, they're playing it really nicely. Like, they're running around as a bull looking for the pick whilst Naga progresses the map state. Meanwhile, again, 1 win. At what point do they really want to fight? Of course, into an Aegis, it will never feel good. This will be the window where 1 win is most comfortable at dodging the engagement. I would like to think that in 4 minutes' time, when Aegis expires, surely they need to rally up and go for a fight. And again, it's reminiscent of the first game, right? Like you expect 1 win with their timings to go aggressive. This time they did, but failed. And now they are victim to their own mistakes. Until we see 1 win want to be proactive, want to really do anything. And by then, another round of items will be coming into both teams. And Naga potentially could be entertaining a heart at that point. The Storm, he's going to have Meteor Hammer for just additional regen. Shiva's on like, it's... Yeah, 1 win confuses me. Like I'm very vocal in game 1 about how 1 win, it was an uncomfortable victory, and now these things are coming to light again in the second game. It's a very strange upper bracket best of 3 series.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like 1 win just have like a kind of poor read on where the game's like actually at. I feel like their game state read isn't amazing, but they make up for it in kind of gameplay and drafting. Like their drafts have been superb both games. for sure.
Dire's top tower
When the game
is
gets
lost.
difficult, gets complicated, it does seem to be a... I mean, at least they're all on the same page, I suppose. There's no cause getting caught out or anything like that.
I think the true test of 1-1 will be when this age expires or soon to expire. Like how they
Yes.
want to operate into that kind of potential power spike that they might have.
Yeah, the issue with this Nagasaran is so big, I just don't know. All of those answers suddenly just get put to the background. It's just going to be so hard to kill. Cloud in some trouble here, going to be forced to pop the split. Now needs to try and get away. They've managed to catch out the two problem pandas though, and the Earth Panda will just slowly but surely get clipped down. Bedlam stolen from the Rubik, going to secure him the kill. And that is a dead Cloud, and also no split available for the
Clock.
time being. Oh. Yeah, also being caught out by
They're dealing
Satanic.
with the wave skipping heroes have finally been dealt with, but and they are aging through the Aegis, right? Like
They are.
we said about 4 minutes, and now suddenly it's 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Like they're now having to do a lot of work with this. To note though, you don't go high ground with Yellow Submarine's lineup. You send illusions to chip down the towers, but you never really do it yourself. And Chira Jr. though, is he the next victim?
Let's
he
see.
got
I
the
mean, he's
roll.
managing to get the Rolling Thunder out onto the Storm Spirit and hold him down, but the rest of the team nowhere near to help out, so he'll just use the rest of his Rolling Thunder to TP away, and Chira Jr. will be alright. A little scary for him to play the Pangolier. All he's got is a Manta, so if he has to use anything to dispel, then all of a sudden Orchid's going to be super, super scary for him. We really, really haven't seen anything from this Chaos Knight this game. I'm sure there's some people in chat who haven't even noticed that there's a Chaos Knight in the
Well,
game.
now they have. He's front and center on camera.
Hello. He's fast, he's got items, you know, he's got everything you'd expect a CK to have at 30 minutes. Problem is, there's just a much bigger fish in this pond.
Ooh. Satanic, he swapped up his build. He didn't go for the heart, he went for Scardy.
Oh, okay.
He's so annoying to play into. Yeah,
Dire's bottom
slightly less tanky than a heart, but very, very damaging in the fights. Illusion was hitting up the Scardy procs and whatnot. Okay, Aegis is out in 30 seconds
Alright.
time.
Will we see some gameplay?
I mean, they haven't really bought any items though. Like in time of Aegis, one was able to farm a heart on CK. That was it. Ags,
respect.
okay, Ags on Pango. That's it. It's so rough.
Ooh, they're hunting for the clockwork here.
He's hiding. He's fine. He's off
He
map
knows
again.
what he wants to do.
It is worrying that the best play one wins made in the last like 15 minutes was Respect jumping off the map.
Yes. I think it's the only play they've made.
Also true. Okay, they're smoked up. Here it is, Nomad.
Whoa, we've got some action happening, people. The first play that one win have made since the colossal throw in the middle lane. Who will they
Sunny nearly
find?
ran up the high ground.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect target. They can kill off this Aura bot Darkseer. Life gets easy. They reveal. They know where they are. Sonic, he has been picked. They want to take him down before he can get off this wall, but he will get off the wall regardless, and that's going to make things awkward. Terrorize coming out as well, keeping the Darkseer alive. All of a sudden, it's looking a little bit awkward. They have taken them both down, but Respect is dead as well. The song's going to come out, and this might just be them getting themselves away. I don't know, though. Satanic, he's sticking around. He's going to get interrupted by Chira Jr. Chira Jr. is looking to turn it around onto Nagasara. Naga trying to fight into the entire world right now, and that is not a fight you're going to win. Ultra kills for Mankushi. We hadn't seen the Chaos Knight for a while, and now we definitely see the guy.
What a smoke from them. They just waited perfectly for one win. We said that they had to wait post Aegis. They hit the smoke, they wrap around, they then see the Darkseer on the low ground, and Kasane, sure, he had a nice defensive position to start with, but it just wasn't enough, and those submarines, they were too split up. We finally got to see the effect of how dominant one win should have been in all the team fights so far in this game. It took them half an hour to get here, but it is back to splitting the map for Yellow Submarine, back to being afraid.
Chira Jr. probably the MVP of that fight as well, just cutting through everybody and also getting the interrupt on the Nagasaran off at the very last second there. We utilizing the double jump to catch him on the last second of the sleep. Very, very nicely done. overall, just great patience from one win. Like, honestly, they weren't like us. They weren't like, oh, you know, I still think there's a world they could have taken that Aegis fight, but you know what? They respected their timings. They waited the clock out, and it worked out for them. So they knew that they could play the map properly. So credit to them. Puts them in a good position now. You have Chira Jr. now completing with the Aghanim Scepter. With that Echo Saber's super annoying, applying that slow to everybody in the fights. Tormentor falls. Chira Jr. now has a shard to work with as well, so roll-ups there. Goodness.
Will OneWin find the jump again? Nagasaran isn't actually in the area right now, and they found the storm.
It's a perfect target. He does get off the BKB though, which means he's going to be able to get away. In fact, he goes back in to kill off the clockwork with Kasane. So of course, just kind of letting it go with a freezing field on the sideline. Stun does land onto the storm, but the song's going to be there to help him out. Your Titanic once again looking to stick around. It's going to be tough to bring down this tanky Pangolin, but with the rest of the team not really coming through for him. Maybe they get a kill, but the sun's down to the Storm Spirit. Mankushi trying to find the target. He gets interrupted though and can't finish the job. And now getting jumped on by the Nagasaran. Needs to get himself away, but with that Bedlam upon him, he feels strong enough to go back in, look for the Darkseer, gets that kill, but now in the clutches off the... I mean, it's not enough. It's not enough. This is a huge problem here. Oh, the fight between the CK and the Naga. CK just gets away and blows up the support from the sidelines instead. Stunned forever, but who cares? Now with no one left to help her out, Satanic's all alone. They'll take him down. Rubik's finally dealt with as well. A double kill for Cloud as they'll take down everybody on the side of Yellow Submarine except the Storm. Whoa, 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 buddy! The fight's over, my friend.
Not for him? That was... Okay. When he hit Zip, I was like, I have no idea
wait,
how
did he
far
get the
he's
gem?
zipping.
He was getting the gem, I think.
No, he already had it. He was just trying to look for the CK kill.
Well, that was unhinged.
That was... to start OneWin mechanically blundering a little bit, right? They jump the clockwork, they don't layer the stun. Thank God we have a replay. So see here, they don't get the cost push back, they don't get the terrorize, and because of that, what should have been an instant storm death opened up to a very, very close fight. And the MVPs of this engagement were the supports for OneWin, constantly fighting, doing their job, trying to prolong the fighters, and we of course we got to see the big duel between the carries ripping through the heroes, kind of next to each other, going for their, you know, what a fight. But yeah,
I think Cloud as well for me, definitely up there with the highest impacts on this fight. He was just there with his Storm Panda on the sidelines, just blasting down the Naga illusions. He got about 3 uses off. Like the Storm Panda was on like 5 HP for most of the fight. And yet he still managed to get off like 3 or 4 usages of the Dispel.
No, you're right. Now I watched
down.
the highlight back again, I'm changing my tone. I'm giving it to Cloud. Like I just remember seeing like the kind of the utilization of the items from the supports to kind of keep the fight going. But yeah, Cloud, when I watched that replay back, yeah, he was just kind of full HP the entire time, just throwing out spells, being as annoying as possible. And but no, yeah, I think OneWin, I don't know why, but every time they do something well, there's always something uncomfortable that's happened, right? Like they need to be cleaner in their execution.
Yeah,
they need to be
really
cleaner
do.
in their calls.
But if they get it, if they can just tidy up their gameplay just a bit, then, you know, this is their qualifiers. They can make it. And then who knows how far they can get. At the...
I mean, if they are to win this game, well, including this game, they are 4 games away from TI. Which maybe it's a bit spooky to say it, but they are technically very, very close.
Yep. They won't be saying that to themselves, though, that's for sure.
No, not during the game. That'd be pretty silly. Hey guys, don't forget we're 4 games away from winning TI by... Oh, not winning TI, but getting to TI.
Yeah, I used to, when I first started like interviewing players and stuff, I always used to be like, oh, were you thinking about the stakes in this game? And every time I was like, no, obviously not.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
It is a very silly idea. But you're like, Dota is such a complicated game that if your mind's even thinking about anything other than the game you're in, you are destined to lose.
What am I having for dinner? It's different, obviously, when you're on the main stage and there's a crowd and everything. Then it's kind of hard to, you know, the literal trophy of the tournament sitting on the stage in front of you. Kind of a bit of a distraction.
It does wander. One window with the Aegis themselves. Trying to clean up the towers, taking bottom tier 2, taking mid tier 2. They have 3 minutes on it. And because top tier one's alive, it is going to be quite a time sink to move all the way to top to take those 2 towers as well. But I feel like they probably will want to poke a fight in this kind of middle to bottom area of the map.
Both tier 2s taken on down.
Okay.
Back themselves away, yeah. They want to get them all.
Sure, so this is the
All
map
outer
towers.
towers.
Yeah. Like, when you have Aegis, you either break down, 2 lanes and just take whatever you can, or you take every single outer tower to ensure when you do win that fight, you can get megas and, okay, 1 win. Opting to go for this is the safer play. Like, running up into high ground, into a vacuum wall, into a storm spirit jump. It isn't going to be the most comfortable, so I think I do prefer the map play, Roshan. I'm just walking around as 5, making sure that no one's going to get picked off.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, very safe, as we've seen from 1win. They don't take risks. They don't force it too hard. They're not trying to go high ground before they're ready. They'll take every single tower and then likely wait for that next Aegis. So, Satanic, you went for Bloodthorn, Manta, Ioskadi, Radiant, Eternal Shroud on the Naga Siren. So, basically fully 6 slotted at this point. Going for the Scythe of Vice as his last item.
Probably will ditch the treads to get that one. But for Yellow Submarines, they are, I don't know, echoing what one would have to do during the Aegis, to skip the map, wait for the items. Of course, Storm Spirit High Ground is so scary. If you get the Aghanims, 1win, they can falter, right? They got 4 melee heroes in the Dark Willow. Of course, sieging high ground is, again, relatively uncomfortable. You just set up the brew split and kind of wait and do it very, very slowly. But Storm Spirits in this position, they can be the real factor that can claw yourself back into a game. It's been very, very clear. Neither team ever really wants to go high ground, by the way. Like, whatever team has Aegis or momentum, you kind of get to tier 3 and go, maybe we just chip it down with illusions.
I'm interested to see how this works though, because they've got Fade Bolt, they've got Crystal Maiden spells with Crystal Nova. They've obviously got the illusions coming up from Satanic.
They're trying as quick as possible, overwhelm before they set up. The other Submarines, they are not ready for this. Heroes are now TPing back and already having to use Glyph. Because they weren't ready for this, they did not respect 1win just rushing up to the high ground. They've done so.
Flying CK illusions coming at you as well. The barracks starting to fall here. Yellow Submarine, can you do anything about it? The Storm happened to BKB and get himself out of that Orchid has used upon him. There's just nothing happening here, and Cloud still kind of sticking around with his Brewlings, just trying to finish off the range barracks here, or at least do a bit of damage. But now the banner does fall, but the melee barracks, the important ones, have already been taken. 1win, that's what they wanted. And now the Aegis runs out, and they are out safely. Very, very clean stuff.
I'm very surprised Yellow Submarines weren't ready for that. Like, you saw them hit your top tier 2. Aegis is expiring, so if you start the fight, when Aegis drops, they might be a little bit more reserved. And like Darkseid, he was farming some medium hard camps during this time. He TP'd back once the melee Rax was half HP, and at that point, you are just accepting that you are going to lose a Rax, and now they're smoked up, of course. The Aegis is not in play. Aghanims is completely on Storm Spirit. Can they find a jump? Can they reveal this big ticket item? AoE Vortex. You fight
one of my
2 heroes
favorites
next to each other.
Like, the fact that this ability is so strong of a team fight spell, and the fact that it's on Storm Spirit, a hero that can basically be anywhere at any time, it's a very potent combination. I wouldn't say it's underbought just because Storm needs so many items to be an effective hero throughout the game. So we do only really see it in these late game situations, but yeah, I'm always a big fan of it when it does come out. Works very, very nicely. Like, with a 25 talent, Storm can just do stuff. It is an incredible game for Overload attack bounce, and then you get that shard as well. But we'll see if he's able to get there or not. When he gets there, they suddenly have another really realistic option online for dealing with CK and his illusions. And not just CK, but also the Brewlings as well. The Storm's going to be able to eat them for lunch.
Oh, they're going to fight Satanic.
This is deep. They get on top of him. The stun is there. The Bedlam's there to follow up as well. Terrorize, and they take it out. Oh no. Oh no. 1win. They just blew this shit wide open. They'll go in now to the Rubik as well. Rubik's taken out. The Storm comes across. Electric Vortex, it's pretty, but pretty doesn't win you games. And now they are just going to start knocking the front down. Thankfully, they don't have a creep wave just yet, but they're running for it. The Brewmaster, he's got the wave. He's running it in right now. A CK illusion on every lane. Just trying to deal with the creep waves as they spawn.
Satanic had a very brief second to react there. He didn't press the BKB that he purchased to prevent him having buyback. Now for 45 seconds, your carry isn't in play. And we saw this in the last game as well. Like, there's like that uncomfortable moment where like Satanic sees the enemy, they kind of pause and then they fight. And yeah, to buy out the BKB and in Death Summary, the first stun was a Chaos Bolt, which is not the quickest of stuns. And CK trying to find more. Erase doing everything he can to buy time. 18 seconds for Naga Siren.
Middle barracks is down though. Bottom barracks, they might not go for this one. They'll get both of them at mid and back themselves away, but that is the cost of losing a Naga Siren like that. I mean, what a great play from one. Like, who expects to be killed there? It's so deep. And there's, of course, a little bit of luck there in the fact that the first hero they happen to come across is the Naga Siren, but also just, like, very, very clean, efficient kill.
Yeah, much better stun control, right? When you look at the Storm kill or attempted kill earlier, compared to them layering the stuns for the Naga Siren, like, they really stepped up on their lockdown layering. And Roshan is a very, very quick respawn. Going to be up in 10 seconds time. Will be a daytime. They're not scouting it as of yet. So they won't be instantly going to the pit. We're going to be seeing a team fight before Roshan. Both teams are smoked up. The Submarines have faltered in most of these fights. You've really not seen the combination. But if Kasane can hit a multi-hero vacuum with that Aghanims from the Storm Spirit, like a scuffed black hole, but they can do it.
Here, that's for sure. Keep your eyes open, folks. You don't want to stack on this high ground if you're one win. You got to keep your cores apart, and they're not doing it at the moment. But that said, their initiation is very, very quick and very deep as well. Arcane Blink gives you that. The Naga Siren illusions flooding in now. It's going to give them information.
They've just swapped places. Oh, so tense. Cloud running in first.
Split gets used. Cloud looking for a target. But the Pistol Maiden, I mean, it's a CM. Whoa, Rue. Stole a battery assault rather than the Rolling Thunder. Well, he's dead anyway. Song is used here. Interesting. They need to get themselves out. Surge used onto the Naga Siren, trying to get her away to safety. Storm Spirit also going to TP out of this one. They don't want to play this fight without their supports, and that's going to give up Roshan, which is going to make their high gun defense very, very difficult indeed.
At the point where Yellow Submarines wish they had a different hero at this stage of the game, right? Like they go for the smoke, they don't find anyone, they hold the defensive position, and it's just too easy for OneWin to run in their heroes and not really be too threatened. As long as they don't clump up for the combination that we mentioned, there isn't too much of a kill threat. If you're using vacuum on a single hero, if you're vortexing a single hero, it just opens up the fight for OneWin. And Yellow Submarines, they can wait all they want, but they're just not being given the opportunities.
They wanted the Aghanims, I'm pretty sure. That's why they stopped doing Roche.
Yeah. Will Kasane go for BKB or for Ags here? So I see production, they're kind of leaning towards the Ags option there. They're hoping he doesn't go for BKB.
Telegraph, these Swedes. They just want to see some punches taking place.
To be fair, damage is lacking right now. I don't think Yellow Submarines need to care about surviving, because right now they don't do anything in the fight at all. They just exist. They eventually just get destroyed. And
I'll be honest, I've been kind of surprised at how little damage we've seen coming out from these Dark Seer illusions. They just haven't been much of a factor in these fights. I was expecting more. Now, the high ground push doth begin in earnest. No more barracks remaining. If they get this later barracks, then it's going to be mega creeps. What can they do? Jump in onto this big old just blob of units here, trying to take them down with the Vortex. Satanic gets kind of weakly jumped on here. Not a big commitment. Reel-in being used just to drag the Chaos Knight out of position. Satanic uses Reel-in more than any Naga player I've ever seen, by the way. He loves it. Makushi, he doesn't love it too much, being dragged out of position, forced to use his BKB early, despite having an Aegis. Kind of interesting. Are they? I don't know. It depends what they can do with the illusions or not, when they keep their barracks alive. Seems like the answer is tentatively yes. But that's a problem. In 35 seconds, they're going to have another split and one win. That's all they're waiting for. They just want one more split. Go for it, and you will get those range barracks, the melee barracks. God, this is such an annoying way to play this, but it's absolutely correct from one win.
Both teams are leaning on illusions to be their lifeline, and the one win is just a little bit easier. Monkushi's going to go for the Aghanim soon. Even further, throw in more illusions.
3 of their calls have mantas, so they definitely win on the illusion game. And
they do. All right, here we go, split. Trying to get the mega creeps.
The real commitment's coming in here as Chira jumps in. Oh my goodness, Atakor is just completely gone. Buyback available, but their barracks, they're already taken out. Satanic, he just gets stunned up for the time being. I think Yellow Submarine have just waved goodbye to their barracks and will just be trying to hold on to mega creeps. Crowd around the tier 4s, try to use them. Cloud, he's going to leave his Brewlings in here. The real Brewling. The Storm Panda is out safe. Now 60 seconds, no split, but no real opportunity here for Yellow Submarine to take advantage of it. The game is nearly over, it feels like. They'll try to hold as long as possible, but so clean, so patient. 1,000 knives stuck into Yellow Submarine, and finally the beast will start to fall.
How long will they hold out for? How long will Yellow Submarines keep trying to prolong this game? The net worth has 18 minutes of just a downward spiral. Not a single fight has gone their way. Not a single combination has connected.
Yeah, I reckon
so difficult.
We'll probably get to around 50k net worth advantage for the Dire side, unless they find any good opportunities.
The smoke, they're just going to blink in, no cares, absolutely rip them to shreds, send them to the lower bracket.
Storm is seen here. The fact he doesn't immediately zip away from the flare is pretty Chadley. Will now TP out. Chira Jr. not going to find him. Storm will be alright for the time being, but that's the kind of play you want to be making. Someone just steps slightly out of base, flare, chase, go for it. And now Cloud jumping in again. They're going to try to deal with him, but the reality rift is there onto the Storm Spirit. He's going to be okay. Continue to stand his ground and just click away. He does have that 25, so the overload charges are here for everybody, and they'll help clear through these illusions. That's why they're not really being flooded right now. Blink out from one win before the Chaos Bolt from the Rubik connects. They're chilling out for now. Again, the Naga Siren is your frontliner, and Satanic can kind of just stand his ground as long as his team is safe behind him. Chaos Bolts being exchanged between the two teams. Reelin being used as well to try and drag Mankushi out of position. How long can both teams keep this up? I think the answer is a pretty damn long time, to be honest with you. Aegis, 10 seconds now for Mankushi. He's gonna get himself back to his team. Play it nice and carefully. Refresher Orb Storm Spirit. He bought out.
All right. Aegis expire. Come on, Yellow Submarines. Show us some life. Get that refresher. Get the double vortex. Everyone's been waiting, about 20 minutes to see it. But, get the vortex. It really is the impossible comeback.
Just your casual Storm Spirit quick buy here. Triple Hyperstone. This man has dreams.
Look at this wraparound. They're smoked as 4. They're kind of clumped on one win. This could be it. Come on.
It could be good. It could be really good. But they smoke up. They're going in. They're knocking on the front door. Kasani and Arrays, they're positioned beautifully here. They're going to commit forward onto Satanic, and now we jump in. It's not amazing, but it is going to get them the clockwork. Mankushi also in a little bit of spot of bother here. He's going to get himself away with the BKB, and the reality is over towards Illusion. He's going to get himself into a degree of safety. Song's going to come down as well, though. Satanic is chasing. He wants a CK. He's not going to get the CK, though. They'll instead settle for the Dark Willow. She goes down, and now Chira Jr. also stuck in the middle of it all as well. I'll look over towards Cloud. Cloud, though, he gets off the split, turns around, blows up the Crystal Maiden. Satanic now in the middle of the fight, but once again, they're looking past her. They're looking for the Storm Spirit. Satanic going to be chucked back in by that Void Panda, causing all sorts of issues. Respect tries to hook shot in, but only finds the Darkseer instead. And once again, Satanic in the middle of everything with the Raze going for the CK, and they will bring him down. The buybacks are coming though from 1win. They want to try and take this one right now, but they're fighting into a lot of buybacks available on the side of Yellow Submarine. I don't know if this is a fight you want to stake your hopes on. They're trying to get themselves back. Crystal Maiden is gone without buyback, and the Ancient is starting to fall here. The creeps are on top of them. They've got so many issues to deal with here for Yellow Submarine. There might be a window for 1win to close this one out. A bit of a reset happening. The Satanic takes the front lines, and I think they've just realized the 1win that there's not actually a great opportunity to end the game here. The buybacks is available for at least the Naga Siren and the Darkseer. Storm obviously had to use his in that fight, but my god, what an absolute brawl that was.
It's so commendable for Yellow Submarine to make that type of smoke wrap around. It could have maybe been a little bit better, but of course you do not want to, you know, hope for more in this position. You're down like 25,000 gold. You got the initiation from the Storm and the Dark, so we finally got to see some type of fight from Yellow Submarine. And the fact that CK, Pango, and Willow all bought back. Yes, you're still down Mega Creeps. Yes, you've got
see that,
no tier 4s to your name. But if 1win get a little bit too excited here, if they try and make a play now with these buybacks not available, you never know. I think 1win, they got a little bit surprised by that wraparound. I called it the impossible comeback, but if 1win try and make a move now in the next like 7 or so minutes, the slim chance has opened up for Yellow Submarines. It's nothing special. It's nothing to get too excited about, but there is... It went from being like 100% 1win should win to like 96%. And for Yellow Submarine, you take that. You take that little sliver of hope and win.
Mancusi just needs to like not die.
Yes, no man, don't worry. I can answer for you straight away.
Yeah.
If Mancusi
He's even
dies,
bought a
then this
Wind
game's
Waker.
insane.
Look at this dude. You know what helps you not die? The Aegis of Immortality.
That is going to be up in a minute 15. Those buybacks is so important. Naga, Siren, Darkseer will have that available for this fight. Same for the Brewmaster for 1win.
The Ward Spirit on the high ground. Raze, he loves a bit of this. They do know he's here, and they're going to throw the barrel at him to make sure they know that he knows. He knows that they know. CK pops the Aghanims. There's going to be illusions everywhere right now, which just makes it even more confusing.
Well, yeah, they got to get back to the base. The mid wave are coming in. Yeah. They forgot to retreat. So if Yellow Submarine, if they can push out the waves, run 5 heroes down another, like, so Naga have to deal with 2 waves, whilst you then run down 5. Contesting Roshan is so hard for them to do, but...
You know what I want to see?
Take this Aegis and try and throw their heads into the Ancient. There is a glyph in play for Yellow Submarines. I cannot emphasize how important it is not having buyback on CK for 5 minutes. Yes, he might get Aegis, but if he dies twice in an aggressive position, Yellow Submarines, they're actually smoking up. They're doing it. They're pushing out bot. They're pushing out mid.
Okay.
They got 5 heroes.
They have
They're
about
running it down the lane.
2 minute or so to get this done before the waves are back in their base.
If Yellow Submarines win this fight,
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yeah,
they
same.
win this fight. There's no way. It's so hard for them. They have to find the CK and bring him down. And now they get seen. They're going to be the ones to give away the information first. Cloud immediately running at them. He's got the split available. They're going to steal the Cinder Brew here on the Rubik. And of course, 1win, they're in no pressure to try and force this one out. They're going to try and go for the Brewmaster, but with the Terrorize coming in behind him, he's going to be able to get off the split. And now things look a little bit difficult. Kasane just trying to take down Mancusi. I mean, he's found him on the sidelines, and with the illusions, he's actually doing a decent amount of damage to Mancusi, forcing him back and forcing him to use his defensive Wind Waker. But BKB still available as he finds the Sword Spirit. He's got no buy. Oh, that's a great target from Mancusi. The reinitiation. The damage is coming in. The Crystal Maiden on the high ground, trying with the freezing field to do something, anything to keep them in the game. But it's another dead without buyback. The base is under attack. They've had to get back on Kasane and on Satanic, and that should be the game for them. Now it's just a simple case for 1win of getting the Aegis, coming to the high ground and destroying the Ancient.
You gotta give it to Yellow Submarine. They really do. Like, no matter what the economy looks like, whatever the map state looks like, they still try to go for that next fight, and they weren't finding it. One was very disciplined with their positioning. They had the smoke themselves. They didn't allow Yellow Submarine to find their entry and start the motions of what could have been a magical comeback in game 2. And with the Aegis buyback soon to be off cooldown in upcoming 2 to 3 minutes time.
No, they're not defending this. They'll try though.
70 seconds on Storm, 40 seconds on Rubik. It's a matter of 8-click down lanes, guys.
Yep. It's a really simple one to end this. They got to do everything. We need a song. There's no refresher, so 18 seconds on Wall of Replica with refresher orb available. If Kasane gets to use that, then at least it'll be a flashy end, but it'll still be an end. I see no way for them to defend this.
Song?
Oh, getting stunned up, getting beaten down. The damage coming in from the CK. Buyback is available from the Naga Siren. They'll need to use it now, though. First comes the fortification. Kasane tries to go in. He's got the combo. He's got the refresher available. He'll use the first yellow dispels, but then immediately gets caught out by the CK. Gets off the wall, but does go down himself. But now, using the illusions, they have to try and find a way to bring down Monkushi twice, and that's just never going to happen. The song's coming out to just try and delay the inevitable, but no one's respawning. That is the problem. No one's going to come and help you, Titanic. You're all by yourself with the Rubik, and the Ancient is slowly but surely going to fall, and it will be the 2-0 for one win. But wow, what a way to do it.
I'm going to sit back and just, I'm not going to comment for now. That was, I mean, one win, like they win, but there's something about it which is so uncomfortable. But that is major props to Yellow Submarine. I think Yellow Submarine are showing us that they still aren't, a full team. They've been together for long enough, but they're lacking some key aspects to put themselves into a really qualifying position. I think one win, they showed that throughout the year, slightly better results, better in the closed qualifiers, getting to at least, or technically got to an event, but yeah, I think the disparity in experience really shone through in this series, and one win wasn't the cleanest one, but they were able to close it out. They got the 2-0. They are going to be our first grand finalists, and what an end. I enjoyed the fact that I think if I put my Dota hat on, Yellow Submarines never win, but they gave us like this slim kind of hope that maybe they could. It was very, very slim, but fair play to Yellow Submarines. Luckily for them, this is the upper bracket, so they aren't eliminated. They will be able to play up against either Navi or 9 Pandas tomorrow to potentially book their ticket for a rematch against one win. And yeah, what a nice, pleasant series.
Indeed, yeah. It's unfortunate it didn't go to the full 3 games, but I guess we'll save that for the grand finals, hopefully. But yeah, it will be a 2-0. 2 very, very good games coming out from these teams. Yellow Submarine just missing that little bit of spark, that little bit of oomph, that little bit of extra gumption to get them across the finish line. And it does mean that one win take the 2-0 and will be the first team in those grand finals, looking to secure their spot at the International 13. Oh, man. I mean, it's hard to choose here out of MVPs, because obviously Monkushi just had a very quiet game and then all of a sudden exploded into the late game, ending the game 17-3, doing an absolute ton of damage in the process as well. Like, full props to him. Brewmaster as well, obviously.
Give it to Cloud. I know
we
it might
have
be
to.
too
We
late.
didn't get him last game as well, so I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Justice for
we have
Cloud.
no idea who they've selected, but
No.
Yeah. If it's not Cloud, I'll talk about Cloud. If it's Cloud, I'll talk about Cloud. I'm just going to preemptively warn you what's happening on the next screen of this this graphic.
Indeed. But yeah, I mean, he was so good, like blasting down these illusions, controlling them up, and just being annoying.
I'm
And,
talking
oh my
about
god! All right, Monkushi, yeah, okay, fine. Big carry, big horse, big cudgel, hit lots of people, nice stats. Sure. But let's talk about the real MVP T.
No, yeah, of course. I think so many highlights where initially we were praising other heroes, and then kind of when you rewatch the replay, you're like, wait a second, Cloud's doing so much work here, but it's just because it's like subtle work that you don't really see it. I think the hidden gem for this game, of course, was Cloud. We can talk about Monkushi just a little bit, as he did finish the game 17-3-8. He was the initiating factor to get the Naga Siren when she had the BKB no buyback to get that kill to open up the game. After a quiet start, he then found the ultra kill when we wanted him to step up. That 31-minute smoke that we were talking about post Aegis, he led the charge to to do everything. And we
Yay,
have also now
fixed.
changed it. We have the technology, but no, it's again, for one win, this was a series which showcased that they have a lot of experience. They know what they want to draft. They know how they want to play. Yes, they make mistakes. Yes, they aren't the most polished team, but we are talking about a region which, you know, the best of the region are already invited. Like we're talking about like the third, the fourth best teams in the region fighting out, and you know, we're not expecting to see, you know, TI winning performances right at this stage, and it's about the improvements from here to get there. And,
yeah, we want to see the young bucks with the spark to make it all the way to pull off that magic. Yeah, to get to the main event and then pull off some surprise wins at the main event and win over the hearts and minds of the fans. And honestly, either of these teams could be that team, but right now, one win definitely looking like the better one. Definitely in this series, you know, nice two-way victory from them. A few things just to improve upon, but then they're going to be a really, really scary team, and not just for these qualifiers. But of course, first things first, we need to get through the qualifiers, and that does knock Yellow Submarine down to the lower bracket, meaning that they'll get to face the winners of our next series, which of course is going to be Na'Vi versus 9 Pandas, which is going to be an absolute banger. A lower bracket match, by the way, guys. So the winner goes through to face off versus Yellow Submarine. The loser gets knocked out of the qualifiers. It is a very, very tense matchup between these two prestigious EEU organizations. Who is going to come out on top? We're going to be finding out after this short break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Elimination games are always scary, and when your TI hopes and dreams are on the line, it gets even scarier. But these players need to put that to the backs of their minds as they face off against each other down here in the lower bracket in the road to TI here for the EEU qualifiers. It is Na'Vi versus 9 Pandas. T, have your name? Take the floor. You can choose which team you want to talk about first.
Sure, easy. I'll talk about Na'Vi, why not? So I just want to start with less about the actual play, draft and whatnot. It's really cool to see. So Na'Vi actually at the moment, in their bootcamp, in their main facility in Ukraine, they have like a meetup. And like Ghostix there, who's like a big Ukrainian streamer. They've got like an actual live audience watching the games being played. And it's just kind of cool to see like the kind of camaraderie to that level. And no, it's kind of wholesome. So you don't really see that too often with like teams or clubs or whatever doing it during qualifiers. So it's cool to know that there is like that kind of big backing to try and get you know the fan level of Na'Vi to push the team forward. So but yeah, it'll be a very hard series going up against 9 Pandas.
It will certainly be a tough series. I mean, typically, neither of these teams have really been able to get out of the qualifiers. It's been a struggle for the both of them. So we'll see if either team is able to push the others out and make it all the way. But of course, it's a long road to do so. First, they got to beat the other, and then they have to beat the side of Yellow Submarine, who have been doing pretty well in these qualifiers up until their loss just now to 1 win. And then you got the grand finals against 1 win as well. So a long way to go. I'm sure that's not on any of their minds, though. All they're thinking about is heroes. And right now, we've got the first pick of the game, which is going to be the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this is a hero that against 9 Pandas has been banned out in the first phase pretty much every single time. The only time it wasn't banned in the first phase is when Yellow Submarine actually took the Storm away. So a lot of respect going the way, of course, of Kiyotaka's Storm Spirit. But Na'Vi, they had their prep, they made their notes, and this is not a slip up of, oh, whoops, they got the Storm. Like, they've clearly concocted a draft, which they are hoping can beat out the Storm Spirit. But it is a bold play to make, especially when the likes of, VP was scared of it, Yellow Submarine was scared of it, Night Pulse was scared of it. Like, there's been a lot of fear shown towards the Storm Spirit, and now it's finally in the hands of 9 Pandas for the first time in this qualifiers.
We'll get to see what it does. I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited both to see how good it is in their hands and what they're doing with it, and also what Na'Vi have in store for answering it here. I mean, I'm sure that Darkseer isn't that hardcore Storm Spirit's counter we are looking for. This is just a really strong first pick, which they want to pull out the bag, but the counters will come later, and we will get to see what that is.
I mean, Sanctity loves playing his Ember, which got banned out. I was about to talk about, of course, there's the Tiny as well, but guess what? Got banned out. So when I tabbed back from my notes to talk, my notes were ripped to shreds, so such is life.
What? Love this
hero. Go for the Nyx.
Love this guy. Okay. Yeah, I know you're a big fan as well.
I don't like the hero unless it has a clear purpose, and this game, it has a purpose, so I don't mind it. Of course, Carapace against Storm Spirit will always... not always catch him off guard, but can potentially catch him off guard whilst he's farming. The kind of uncontrollable damage is very simple for Nyx to Carapace on top of. When Storm jumps in, if you don't have detection and Nyx is hugging that hero as well, you'll stun him up and kill him off. Natural pairing with the Darkseer, like we of course always enjoy due to it being double melee, play the wave. So yeah, overall perfectly fine Nyx assassin game because he has a very clear path to a team fight. Find the Storm and punish him.
Makes sense to me. Meanwhile, of course, that leaves a Clockwork unpicked, very popular hero right now, so that is going to go to 9 Pandas in the end. In fact, Clockwork, one of the very few heroes in the 90% club of contest rate throughout the qualifiers.
No, that's kind of cool. Okay, so my reaction to this Kotl is that you're picking Kotl into a Nyx assassin.
Yeah, that's cooked, right?
But the Kotl is a support position, so it's less about me illuminate wave and pressure map and more I'm a mana battery for Storm. And I think we cannot overreact to it, because if Kotl does play with the Storm and accelerates the ability for Storm to farm, Storm can get to BKB much quicker, therefore not caring about what Nyx does pre-BKB. So as much as, yes, you can on face value go, why the hell are they picking this? I think it does set up for accelerating the farm of Storm, getting him online as quick as possible, You play on Chakra. I'm guessing he'll still go for Solar Bind, but he could also technically go for the teleport option just to utilize Storm a little bit more. But I don't think we can overreact to there's a Nyx in the game, this is bad. There is a lot more to this pick than just that.
That's an interesting point and well made. Let's not forget as well, typically if they're in the 4 position, they do get a little bit of farm with Illuminate, so we might see him getting to that Aghanim Scepter, which is another nice answer to not just the Nyx Assassin, but very good against Darkseer. An excellent answer to Surge. You just can't get away from that Ignis Vatus, and could cause some issues here. So, an interesting pick, a risky pick, very. Another Silencer comes up from Na'Vi. My God, what is happening?
I don't know why I'm giggling so much in this draft, but it's just these heroes are like you're getting like big heroes who aren't very good against Nyx getting picked, but there's other meanings. You've got unpicked heroes of Silencer getting picked up. I'm guessing he's going to go for the Global Silence, will reapply after Global Silence facet. If he goes for the I'm not silenced one, then I will be very uncomfortable. But no, in this Na'Vi lineup, it does play on some very aggressive timings. Silencer, as much as he's a dead hero, he does have life when there's a lot of aggression, right? Like if you can play behind other heroes doing their job, you throw in that one global or that one little bit of assistance. Of course, his whole toolkit got changed up because his E is now like an aura, not a spell, which I really hate, but whatever. He will be able to push his team forward in the fight, and I think they just need to carry that plays on this time. Also, Lifestealer, maybe even Juggernaut to some degree, are like the big 3 carries that utilize Darkseer and the natural pressure that Na'Vi can apply.
So we have seen 2 silencers in the qualifiers so far.
Na'Vi did play already, right? Yeah.
Na'Vi played it, yeah. And one in, I think, the China qualifiers as well.
Right.
So,
yeah.
2 games, 2 wins, though. So, 100% win rate hero. Easy.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I meant to rephrase. First that I've seen. There you go.
Yeah. It was actually the first game of the first series today, which they played it in.
Yeah, I'll sleep in, mate, I'll be honest.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. No. Just like people were sleeping on Silencer, unlike Na'Vi, cue the air horn production. Okay, we'll work on that. It's okay. Don't worry. Imagine if they actually had that soundboard ready.
I wasn't brave enough to press it. That's also really, really loud.
I do as well. Oh,
no,
wow.
don't press it. Don't press it. It's so loud, dude.
I forgot we could do that. I forgot we could. We'll do it in the game break. We'll test it and get production to hate
we'll
us.
deafen each other on production. We'll appreciate that. Centaur coming out for the side of 9 Pandas. I mean, I'm bored about talking about Centaur anyway. Press Stampede, run around. The only fun you get to have on this hero is if you've happened to get an Aghanims from Roshan, and then you can spend a few minutes trying to figure out how Workhorse works.
And for this game, as much as we've seen it a lot, it does answer a lot of problems for 9 Pandas. Outside of they don't really have a lot of team fight for Na'Vi. It's like the vacuum into an impale, so like a very small combos. And if you press Stampede, you're running away. Global. Centaur can also go for like a Lotus Orb if he wants to, or an item along these lines of a Dispel. So when the global comes into play, he presses Dispel. Oh, hello. And as he dispels, then you disappear. So I think the tankiness for 9 Panda is also very important. Like you've got Storm who gets BKB quickly in this game. Centaur naturally like a Shroud, a Blink, maybe some dispels of his own. He's gonna be very tanky. Like who will Na'Vi want to jump if your carry can't do the damage? And that's why like Lifesteal is a very good ban. I still think Ursa should be in mind here. Again, I like Jug as well. I think Jug's really cool. Like some Aghanims of Skadi, Mjolnir, like Swift slashing people, constantly poking. Then you have the big Omni Slash on top of the vacuum combinations. Yeah, it's like there's some pretty good options. Ursa, Jug. I don't know. Maybe am I missing another hero? Is there another carry that I'm missing that really plays into these aggressive timings?
I think it's just Ursa and Monkey King are the ones which are really sticking in my mind right now.
We don't see Slark too much. Yeah.
Lifestealer banned out. Weaver is still in the pool.
I don't see Weaver. No, I don't like that pick for Na'Vi. I need a hero that is like another body of aggression, like through 100%. Innate tankiness. Like Slark could be cool just so you can use your Shah to save people, and it's further utilizing Darkseer. But that's too volatile. We haven't spoke about Sven, to be fair. There's actually so many carry picks, actually. That's maybe why 9 is taking so long. Like, you've got Jug for the healing ward pacing and damage. You've got Sven for the big cleave on top of vacuum, plus another simple stun setup. Decent lane with silencer. You've got Ursa for the explosive pick-off plays that you can provide. Like, the fact that we're entertaining 3 or 4 carry picks that all can work for Na'Vi, it will be nice to see which route they go for. And 9 is, of course, taking a long time to decide which of the multiple heroes that we described, but each carry will all do a different thing for Na'Vi's lineup. Depending on which carry they go for, it will change the pacing.
There's also a few like left field options where if they want, these 4 heroes can kind of babysit a Medusa really well and let her just kind of sit around and play a very slow game.
No, you're right.
So that could possibly be an option. But yeah, it's 9 pandas to pick first. I feel like they might want Weaver into Silence is kind of rough, so probably not.
Turn to pick.
They ban up the Terrorblade. They pick CK.
Oh my god, we missed CK. Or did you mention it?
No, I was only thinking of Na'Vi carries, to be fair.
Oh right.
I kind of just was waiting to see what 9 pick, and I was not trying to predict what they were going for. I was more intrigued by the response. And now that they have more information, they see the CK,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
I'll go for their carry. And the team's talking. They seem pretty content with what they're going to be going for.
Remaining.
I really want to see Navi try Pudge here. I think in lower bracket it's a rough pick, probably very risky, and the Ursa makes
I'm
made more
sorry.
sense. So we'll go for it. It's definitely safer, but could have been interesting. But no, they'll go for the Uragi Ursa. Makes absolute sense here, and will be a pretty nice matchup for him. So, with all the heroes picked up, both drafts fully complete. Which side are you liking here, T?
I look at Navi's lineup, and I do see this type of draft working wonders within Eastern Europe through multiple patches. This, like the Darkseid with the Nyx and a silencer to boot. Like, even when you think about like Solo on the enemy team, like he's played this draft back in really dominant VP days. I'm talking many years ago, but this type of draft before.
I was a boy.
Yeah, Navi are bringing it back to life a little bit, and I think there's a world in which the silencer can be very annoying for the Storm Spirit. Like, we emphasized how important it is for him to go BKB against the Nyx, but now he's going to play into a global, so BKB doesn't really do anything for him, and there's going to be like this balance of what can Storm really do when he's against the Nyx plus silencer support duo. The CK though is always the key factor here. Like, CK just obliterates these games, and we've seen Ursa vs CK before, where Ursa can survive CK but can't kill CK, and then CK kills everyone else whilst Ursa's just tanking. And because of that, it's really hard to not want to side with the CK team. But there is a world where I really respect the concept of Na'Vi at trying to find punishment in the Storm, and we'll see. But maybe I'm leaning a little bit Na'Vi based on just the natural timings that they'll find, and they'll sync up a little bit easier. Yeah, I'm torn. This is a very close game. It's really hard to call based on draft feel.
Drafts coming out from both teams. How will it go down? Well, we're going to find out as we open the book on game number 1 in this best of 3 elimination series between 9 pandas and Na'Vi. I think a lot of this comes down to the CK and the Ursa. The CK has just been so strong throughout this qualifiers. The hero really is in a good spot right now, so you're going to have some decent answers for it. And even last game, where they had some good answers for it, wasn't quite enough. We saw the Darkseid against CK matchup there, and it really wasn't that convincing.
Killing off their own wards.
Interesting. They get their ward deny and then deny their own ward to make sure that believing that they've given off too much information and they were just going to deny it there quickly anyway. So makes some sense.
And we don't see Silencer often. And as a player who used to enjoy playing Silencer, I gotta ask, why did you have to do him this dirty, Valve? I don't know if you're listening and a big Eastern Europe, TI qualifier enjoyer, but he went from having, 3 spells and a glaive to we did go for recall. Cool, that's nice. We did mention that. So recall and coddle, very good because of the Storm Spirit. If there wasn't Storm Spirit, probably not as useful, but dragging a CK someone into the mix, very cool. Love to see that. But back to my Silencer Pain. You took away his spells. He's as boring as Lycan now.
Hey, let's not get carried away.
Yeah, true. No, yeah, true.
At
He
least
has
all
two
the spells
buttons.
don't do the same
Yeah.
thing. I mean, kind of, but
And mid lane already, both heroes are dropping pretty low. Sanctity using that kick to throw key attack under the wave and storms for it. Actually bullies these melee heroes with the facet of static slide, sending the remnant to walk towards the melee hero. Just further complicates these melee versus storm matchups.
do you remember back in the days when Silencer had where last word was if you cast a spell in radius of Silencer, then you got silenced?
I'll be honest, I don't remember.
A long time ago. That was annoying. Good times. Anyway, Sanctity versus Key Attacker in the middle lane. The Spirit matchup, once again, this is becoming more and more popular, it feels like, as time goes on. We're seeing the Spirits with a triumphant return to the middle lane, getting some very, very good innate abilities across the board, turn into pretty monstrous laners. Or facets as well. Storm, especially as Keeper, getting very, very low in the bottom side, having to run away from the Silencer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nyx Assassin getting absolutely bounced by Solo. Oh, you don't get to see the quadruple very often, but it's a pleasure when it hits.
He just lost absolutely everything to his name there. I think Clock kind of feels like the answer to Darkseer for lane, at least. You can burn the Darkseer's mana. Darkseer naturally always wants to play on... he doesn't like to buy mana regen. He wants to like get himself to... Like, I mean, it's early on, sorry, let me just emphasize that. Like, he wants mana boots and soaring down the line, but if he's buying like mangoes and clarities for the lane, it's just hindering his progression. So any cheap mana burn early does hurt him a lot. Zayas does not have any mana.
Yeah, it didn't really matter if he bounced there or not. He's got no mana left regardless.
You don't get mana, you don't get hit by cogs at all in regards to the stun or the mana burn.
Wait, really?
Yep, you just need 0 mana. But to have 0 mana is pretty hard because you have base mana. It's like a
Huskar.
Correct. Huskar does not get stunned by any cog. Correct.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, they made Anti-Mage like the Mana Seeker. I immediately went to test if it worked on the Huskar, who's permanently on 0 mana, but thankfully it doesn't. Otherwise,
that would
you
be
not be able to
hilarious. No, I'm near a Huskar. Thanks for the free damage. Bot lane.
Go on then. What do you think of the name Dark Lord as a player name?
I have to wait and see what he's like in interviews.
You wanted to have like the sweeping emo fringe and be like, you can't understand my. Oh my god!
Yuragi.
Yeah, he's gone. He's absolutely gone. The damage is there. They'll get the return kill, and Aldi, well, they'll be forced to pick up the pieces. But yeah, First Blood going to the center. He'll be very happy about that one. Decent win for 9 Pandas down here in the bottom side. It's up at top. Getting very, very aggressive, and Zayat is going to be paying the price for it. As Solo is able to just run him down with the battery assault. Those cogs causing him so many issues. Nyx Assassin really not having a lane here.
No, yeah, I think Solo's pulling an absolute shift in how to stop Darkseer from enjoying his time as he hits double cogs again. He's got 2 points in it.
With it.
Yeah, every time you get hit by a cog, you lose 80 mana. So just hit 2 cogs and Darkseer will be reminded that he's lost an Iron Shell worth of mana, if not more.
Very cool.
And bot lane, the Yuragi, when it's going aggressive, he still had Lotus when he was going up against the Centaur, and maybe he mistimed the next double edge, and because of that, he dies after the Centaur, and it doesn't feel good at all. I was about to praise how well bot lane was going. Like, he's just chilling, hitting creeps. They're not really under too much pressure of the Coddle, but luckily, before I could say it, it wasn't proven wrong.
It goes wrong, yeah. In the mid lane, Sanctity getting very, very low to the Storm Spirit here. Luckily, has got himself a stick and a Fairy Fire, but going to make a trip back to base regardless. This is one of those weird things where you kind of have to go back to base to refill your bottle to make sure that you can fight for the power rooms. You don't want to give Storm power runes, so yeah, it's a bit weird. It's up on the top side. Darkseer kind of getting caught out a little bit here. Does have himself a Lotus. Will use it and get the Surge away. So they won't be able to complete on that kill, but does continue to be a bit of a domination here for Dark Lord up in the top side.
Again, it's a very free lane for Dark Lord to farm up. We've already praised Solo and what he's been able to achieve, and because of how sufficient these lanes are, it's very hard for Na'Vi to bring their supports to mid lane, and Nine Pandas, they are going to be the ones to assist first for the 6-minute rune. Solo already setting up top. Oh, Sanctity be able to get the rune.
Yeah, Solo being very ambitious here, and Kiyotaka kind of responding to it. Rune will be on top side, and that's going to secure it for Kiyotaka. Illusion rune for the Storm Spirit. Going to be a pain in the ass now for Sanctity to deal with. It means any sort of kill potential you could possibly have thought about onto the Storm is now completely gone. Magnetize will just get taken off.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be using it too early. It does feel like Sanctity's waiting for an opportunity to rise on the side lanes. You know, the natural aggression that we've been speaking about, the Centaur playing up into Ursa's face, the same things. They are jumping right now. And, you know, of course, the bot lane, Storm, he sees it, he TP's in. Yuragi by himself.
He's just gone. That is a dead bear on my screen. The damage is way too much, presenting a pretty delicious opportunity there for Kiyotaka to absolutely take advantage of. But you got to be honest here, you know, when you're going for that kind of kill, going that deep, you know, far away from your tower, I mean, you know that he picked up a power rune. It's very difficult to really rationalize going for that play there.
I think the Ursa science of both of these heroes want to be up in the face of their opponents, right? You want to apply the glaive stacks, you want to get the fury swipes. You're quite aggressive. And Kiyotaka, he hasn't left the area, so if Yuragi walks up again, he will be dying a third time in this laning phase. It's not what you want to see from your carry.
The counter rotations coming though. They'll see Kiyotaka and immediately start to play onto Yuragi. Yuragi's going to use the Airshock defensively to try and get himself away. Nice zip from the Storm to get away from Sanctity. Sanctity is looking for a target. Needs to get off the Magnetize here, but can't really find the heroes. Will finally drop it and now start to get the damage coming through onto the three of them. Centaur getting kind of low, but takes down Yuragi as he tries to go in deep. Sanctity going to fall as well, and Kiyotaka lives through it all. Double kill for the Storm Spirit. Doing work in the bottom lane and getting both the kill onto the carry and the mid laner. I think I'm starting to learn why you got to ban Storm Spirit out versus 9 Pandas.
He's just playing the game at his own pace. He waits for the opportunities, he sees the TP, he doesn't leave the area, and
That's okay.
That's why you get the Nyx against the Storm.
I'm learning so much here, guys. Zayat's coming in, trying to get another kill here. He's going to have a Mind Flare available in 2 seconds, but doesn't have the mana for it. Can't finish the job onto Solo. He's going to get himself away. Zayat will be left wanting.
What level was he when he got the kill? He's now level 7.
Radiant's top tower.
That's insane.
I mean, top lane wasn't that good. That solo kill, just Zayat is relishing that one. All of the problems that we were about to talk about instantly removed because of a single pickoff. Zayat, he needs to utilize this advantage that he's been gifted and bring it into the game. But yeah, it's for 9 Pandas at least, they were really enjoying the start of this game. They had no real issues. They've punished Yuragi now 3 times. He does have ultimate though, and Koto is TPing this someone. Who is he TPing? Anyone? Okay, he's TPing Storm Spirit. This is going to be such a filthy combination the entire time.
Yeah, this is going to be super free. Gets off a little bit of damage in response, but Solo's able to pick up the kill with the battery assault, and yet another kill, which Kiyotaka's pass off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We can talk about that mechanic in a second as Yuragi's. Dark Lord also shows himself bottom, and Yuragi, he doesn't want to be here. He needs to run away.
Zayat is in the neighborhood though, has himself the spike carapace. Oh, doesn't quite get it off onto Kiyotaka though. That's a little awkward. Kiyotaka's gonna be able to get away as Dark Lord comes in with the Phantasm as well. 9 Pandas are 5 men strong down here in the bottom side. Na'Vi are not. They still have their Darkseer playing up top, so they're gonna be letting this tower fall.
And something that we haven't noted yet with the facet from Keeper Light, he can of course TP to the Storm Spirit. So rather than having to drag the Storm to his location, he can just randomly go straight to Storm, insta chakra on TP, then use his chakra again on the Storm. Like, it is so much better than before due to this factor. And the Storm, he's never going to have to go to base ever again.
What a battery he's got behind him, but in the middle lane, they do bring down Solo. They'll take down the Clockwork at the very least. It's not much, but it's honest work.
They are poking it. Na'Vi with their heroes, their lanes are, they're 50-50, but their entry to the game is not a powerful statement. If Sanctity isn't able to get pickoffs, then everyone just wants to hit creeps. As Kiyotaka trying to punish him just a little bit. Yuragi, he needs the Battle Fury. Darkseid needs to find the auras. It is just a chase to get your heroes online. And they are recovering. Their lanes just did not go well at all. They are sitting bottom of the net worth for their core to core. It is 2,000 gold lead for CK versus Ursa. Very uncomfortable.
Yeah, this isn't a matchup you want to be behind on. There's not many matchups you do want to be behind on, but this one particularly is going to be very, very punishing. Yuragi's still looking for the Battle Fury and very far away from it still.
Dark Lord's basically playing the game of how quickly can I get to Orchid to then join my team and open up the game.
And it's not going to be long.
Yeah. No, it's not at all.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of stalling here, Na'Vi, but as you say, the economics not looking fantastic for them. Another kill onto Kiyotaka would certainly help. Zayats is getting very hungry, but unfortunately, Kiyotaka just happened to be zipping for the regen rune as he got jumped.
There wasn't a scan, there wasn't a sentry. Yeah, there was nothing there for Storm to predict it. He just, sees the regen and goes, "Ooh, me!" and runs off.
Frolics over to it without a care in the world. Yeah, despite the kill line, it has been pretty slow this game. Yeah, so
do you think the first global will net a kill or not? Because it's very, very obnoxious. When you put a global with the magnetize of the Earth Spirit, like that's going to be a very, arguably easy fight. I think that's why Kiyotaka hasn't been so crazy with his map movement, right? Like, he knows at any minute, if he zips in, gets caught off guard by the global, there's a very large window for them to combo him down. It's going to be 4.5 seconds of silence with this facet. So his base global is 3 seconds. It then replenishes by another 1.5 seconds after that expires.
Yeah, it's no joke. And if you do manage to break the first one, then it just triggers off the second one, right?
Yep.
Smoke up Na'Vi.
That's the damage.
Yeah, okay. Solo's gone, but Kiyotaka looking for a bit of revenge here. Nefrit, he's going to turn it around, though, onto the Storm Spirit with Sanctity coming on through. They might just have the damage to bring him down. They will. Double kill for Nefrit as they kill off Kiyotaka. And now they're looking for more. They're looking for the Dark Lord himself. Can they bring down the CK? 5 men strong on the side of Na'Vi running at the CK, but the Stampede is going to get him out of danger, at least for now, over on the sidelines. Albakar and Sayu waiting, watching, looking, and ready to recall heroes in when they respawn as well. Where Spirit Form might run out before the Storm Spirit is back into the game, so maybe not.
I don't know if teams are really ready to deal with the speed in which a recall facet Kotor can play with. And this is personally the first time that I've actually really seen it in a pro game. And
yeah, me too.
They are respecting it. They're not overstaying their welcome. At any minute, there will be additional numbers thrown into the mix. When Kotor gets the shard as well to get 2 charges, he can just bring, it'll be 3 heroes in any engagement for free, pretty much, himself plus 2. They just showed us why the Silencer pick had some merits. I was surprised I also went for that play, right? Like, he's jumping in, he's been so careful against Global to then finally kind of break under that pressure, gets hit by that one time. Sanctity was also in position to capitalize on it and get the kill.
And it really does on this new Storm with Galvanized, it stops you completely taking over the game and becoming, like, ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. It's up in 30 seconds time. Melody, though, We'll be dying bot lane.
Does seem that way. Sad death for the silencer. No way for him to get out of these situations. Going for a 4-staff just to keep his distance from these annoying heroes who can just jump on him and kill him so quickly. Now, moving towards the middle lane. Damage coming out onto the Earth Spirit. Oh, Zayat's unlucky with the Spike Carapace there. Not quite connecting on the overload charge. And that means Kiyotaka gets away again.
Yeah, he's going to need more points on it. It's only a 0.4 second stun. And maybe if he had 2 more points, it's a different story. And levels will be his friend.
And they're having some fun as they just send out the storm to deal with the top side, but they roll in here for the Earth Spirit. But Sanctity, he needs to get off a bit of damage here. They're going to move in towards this Centaur, and with the global silence coming down, it's hard for 9 Pandas to respond to it. Now they find the Darkseer on the sidelands. Kiyotaka and Darklord in onto the Darkseer with the Orchid. It might just be enough to finish him off. It's not, but there comes the Reality Rift, and Nefrit will go down. 9 Pandas going to just hold the line here, continue slow playing these fights, as it does seem to work so well for them.
Yeah, very uncomfortable go from Na'Vi.
And now Kiyotaka in again, this time onto the Spirit, and he's going to be able to just bring him down. Sayu just refreshing his cooldowns there with the Chakra Magic, which is why he's just chaining up these electric vortexes and these static remnants.
Execution is so key for Na'Vi to win out a fight. Because as soon as you use a global but don't net the kill to have number advantage, 9 Pandas, they're going to punish you. They're going to play in the area, they're going to see the opportunity, and then chase you down. They're not in the strength to really bring Yuragi to the fight as well. Like, he's got the Battle Fury, but he needs a BKB, he needs a Blink, he needs so much more. And the double Orchid of 9 Pandas will be able to, with ease, punish Na'Vi when the opportunity arises. It was like the vacuum as well. It's like you vacuumed onto one hero, you've global, you magnetized, didn't do anything. It was a very, very uncomfortable fight for Na'Vi there.
And let's not forget that Nefrit is the highest net worth hero on the side of Na'Vi. Like he's their guy at the moment. To see him just kind of be so useless in the fight, get picked off first, it's definitely gives you a kind of sobering reminder of the position they're in this game. They really need to find a way to get their Ursa into this game, and unfortunately the only way to do that is just by holding 9 Pandas off, giving them some kills, and trying not to let them take over the game. This game is at a delicate balance right now and might just tip over in the favor of 9 Pandas at any moment. It does seem to be heading that way. The way they chain kills together in the last fight has got to be super, super scary for Na'Vi.
I mean, if Na'Vi don't control the game, their team fight is relatively hard to execute on. Nyx has to find a pick-off. If you don't get the pick-off, then you're just waiting for a skirmish in which 9 Pandas misplaying, and that is always a difficult position to be in. 9 Pandas also itemizing to deal with the global. CK soon to have Manta, naturally likes to buy Manta as well, so it's not as if you're hurting him with a different item build. Storm is going for the BKB. So we'll see the delicate fight between the two heroes. Will Storm jumping without BKB, of course, and then hold it for the global. Even if he does, then there'll be a lingering little bit of silence that maybe Na'Vi can capitalize on it. So the fights will only get harder for Na'Vi as the items come into play for 9 Pandas.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we got the funny matchup this game, by the way, of the Nyx Assassin versus the Kotor, where if Kotor's name Assassin just agree that Mana Magnifier gives you more max mana, and Mind Flare
tongue twister
does max mana as damage, so you're literally taking 50% bonus damage.
Ooh, Na'Vi doing a good job taking away the Aegis. 9 Pandas don't really ever want to go hit it themselves, but nor were they respecting it to position here to prevent Na'Vi from taking it.
Yep.
Dagon
They did a really good job
Nyx
on rolling around this area, getting the vision and controlling it up and shoving the wave out safely. 9 Pandas never really in the mood to go and deal with it, it seems. Which is a little bit surprising, honestly. Like, they're very far ahead. To give up an Aegis like that is always going to raise some eyebrows, but they really want to wait for this BKB on the Storm Spirit. You know, that's going to be absolutely crucial for them. Solo. Probably not wanting to go on this. Na'Vi is definitely feeling confident right now. They're still behind, but with this Aegis, start to play up a bit. I kind of want to just see a couple more items on Yuragi, though. tower. Zayat's just sitting just outside of tower range, seeing if there's an opportunity. There is an Obs and Sentry behind the tower, which both belong to 9 Pandas, though, so if he does try to go too deep, he would get punished, but he's going to move up towards the top side. Let's see if he can find a Storm or a Coddle lurking around here. Sees the Centaur, but he's going to need a bit of help to bring this guy down. But the help is coming. TPs are coming across. Na'Vi, they want to try and make this kill happen. Oh no, Centaur, he's walking the wrong way, and he might have just realized that his time is probably up. The Mind Flayer comes out, in comes a Stampede. Na'Vi a little slow to connect, though. And that's going to mean the Centaur gets away. Stampede used, but a life saved.
Yeah, Zayats didn't get the carapace on the right click. Of course, when you use carapace and right click and you get the retaliate damage, you then do damage the Centaur to be able to proc the stun. He wasn't able to hit that combo. Because of it, Earthra didn't connect, and off he goes. So Zayats missing the initiation there just a little bit. Now 9 Pandas themselves smoke up. They don't have Stampede, but they do have the intent to kill.
Okay. Man, Scuttle, OP, as he does just kind of drive by the Storm Spirit here. The silence not long enough to get them the kill, but Kiyotaka very thoroughly out of this fight. As Na'Vi, well, they do drop kind of a lot for that. Global used. I guess that's kind of it. Maybe it's okay. Still, Aegis kind of just ticking down here, but I mean, this is fine. Like, you're getting Yuragi a bit of farm, I suppose, but 9 Pandas have played the map really, really well. Now, big jump across from Kiyotaka here onto the Spirit. They find him. They've got the damage. He's got nothing to respond with. And it's going to be another death for Sanctity in this spot. They don't even have vision here. He's just jumping. He's just guessing. It's kind of crazy.
He has the ability to get so much mana for free with this Keeper of Light that if he's not in the game, then he's probably respecting his mana pool a little bit more. But you know, Na'Vi showing us once again, anytime Global is used poorly, they lose their entire map, and also Mandy's going to be losing his life.
It looks like it. Yep. Finds the CK, unfortunately, and
I think we're seeing like a clear proof of what it's honestly in competitive play. The fact that your entire main concept for a fight is hinged around one button getting pressed well or not. It's such a difficulty because it's not as if Silencer has something else to lean on. Like maybe if he had last word of the past, sure, but the current form of Silencer, it really is just you hit the global or you're like a walking creep. There's no plan B for Na'Vi. They have to execute in the fight, and they just aren't. 9 Pandas are outclassing them with the vision game, with the positioning. Not really allowing this Nyx Assassin as well to find the pickoffs. He tried on center. He moved mid.
If he goes mid here, he's going to die. There's an Observer Sentry down in the lane.
Just look at the position of 9 Pandas. This is why Nyx can be difficult to play in pro players. Just hug each other, hold each other's hand, have sentries down. You just need to see him one time to know what, quarter of the map he's playing. That he's sweeping very deep around the map to try and do this. He sees a Curry and he kills off the Reaver.
Yeah, that's worthwhile. You take that, kill the Reaver, TP home, and that's going to delay Dark Lord's heart just a little bit. Well, probably not delay the heart, but at least stop him having the Reaver aspect of it. Yeah, very slow game again here. When 9 Pandas are in control, like they're happy to wait for the late game. They've got Storm, they've got CK. They're very, very chill in how they take this one. Not scared of a late game Spirit. Ursa is manageable. And Yuragi is just not really able to get himself into a fighting position yet. You see Kiyotaka again, like just jumping at these camps, not a care in the world. Knows that he's got a cuddle to back him up should he really need it. BKB also available. Oh, this time he's got a regen rune even, so this time he really doesn't care. RV going to start to approach. Zayat leading the charge a little bit here, but this time they do have a gem on the Storm Spirit, so Nix's game just got even harder. He hasn't really done much this game anyway. Yeah, so it's going to be that big target here, but he's going to be okay. Gets off the enrage, and Yuragi will survive.
And that is kind of Marvy's game plan. Survive for now, itemize for the next fight. Yuragi close to BKB, 100 gold away. Earth Spirit as well, very close to BKB.
Look at the farming here from the CK as well. He had illusions in like 4 different camps, each of them being microed well as well to kill off the camps. That's really impressive. Roshan, 1 minute 20 is the timer. That's why this game's kind of been slowed down so much as well. Na'Vi did get that first Aegis when they're pretty far behind, so waiting for them to come back into it and find their footing.
Yeah. I think both teams are going to be happy to sit back and farm. The heart is going to be complete on the CK. Other than that, that's pretty much the big item for 9 Pandas. And we've already mentioned what Na'Vi has been waiting for. Now they smoke up as 5. Can they find a pick off? Their initiation really feels like either Sanctity needs to go in first or Zayats needs to find the jump, but they have a couple options. And 9 Pandas are split at the moment.
They need to be so quick on the global silence.
Can they get the Storm Spirit? He has a gem though.
Yeah, he's a really hard target to bring down here. Zayats will see him, but Kiyotaka is going to jump on him. The global silence is going to come down as a retaliation, and Kiyotaka is going to be the one to fall instead.
What a greedy boy.
No, that's gem as well. What a kill for Na'Vi to get here, just on the eve of Roshan respawning as well. Can they capitalize upon it? I mean, it's instantly a 2k gold swing with the gem going their way as well, but what more can they get done? Dark Lord's up in the top side. They're immediately looking to go here. They want to keep it on going, and Sayu's going to be the one to go down. Dark Lord going to turn around with the Orchid out onto the Yuragi. He's got the BKB. He's got the Enrage. He's going to keep on chasing. Dark Lord, though, he's going to back himself away. He's got the Centaur behind him as well as Solo. They're going to try and fuck up this fight as best they can, and Zayats comes in from the sidelines as well. Everything being used just to try and bring down this Ursa, and Ursa just gets himself away. It's Dark Lord who's getting low. Yuragi jumps back in and gets the kill. He still had the stacks from the Fury swipes from earlier, so he gives his life to get the CK. Galvacut will take him down with that blade as they move over towards a Clockwork Solo. Well, the 3-man stomp slows him down. Imagine might just keep him alive. Solo's going to live, and he's got a hook shot, and guess who's back? Kiyotaka back from the grave, ready for revenge, getting on top of Sanctity, his best friend. And he gets that kill, and yeah, gets the gem back. That is so vital for 9 Pandas. And all in all, nothing changes from the first last 2 minutes of Na'Vi making stuff happen. Ultimately, it just returns to 9 Pandas' advantage.
Yeah. So Na'Vi, they get the kill on the Storm Spirit. Storm, he's been conditioned when he sees Nyx, oh, he's by himself hunting. So he doesn't care jumping him. He goes down. Now we get the kills top. They keep extending their play, but Nefret, he's just not there at all. He's in the bot side of the fight. He has to run from bot all the way to top. And by the time he finally gets there, we obviously saw the events unfold. The Storm Spirit respawns. They get the kill. And not only that, they give the gem back instantly to 9 Pandas. For Na'Vi, the gem is such a critical resource. They need to deward the sentries. They need to prevent that true sight, which is hurting the Nyx Assassin from pre-playing the map. And 9 Pandas, very, very good for them to kind of recover what could have been a lot of momentum going the way of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi instantly smoke up. They know that they're strong if they can find the connection. Triple aura on Darkseer, Pipe, Greaves, Crimson. He can push any hero in the game forward to survive the jump, but they just need to find that
jump. Awkward Roche respawn though. It's going to respawn with 15 seconds of nighttime left. And it's 9 Pandas who have set up on the bottom side, Na'Vi who have set up on the top side. Yeah, with the Ursa, if they're ready, and if they're quick, they might be able to take it down. It looks like Na'Vi are willing to commit to this. This is so sick if they actually try this. This is going to be so sick.
If they mass TP to bottom, they are going to get ripped to shreds.
No, they're running. They're doubting it. It's about to respawn. 3 seconds, and Roche is going to be up.
Go. Can they do it? Wait, spawn. There we go. Go.
It's spawned perfectly for the Fury swipes as well. The damage needs to come in thick and fast. 6 seconds before Roshan leaves, but they have the slows, they have the damage. Roshan cries out, and that's going to let 9 Pandas know.
One more hit.
Solo comes flying in from the sidelines to try and pick up the banner, and he's going to do exactly that. Will lose his life for it, but grabs Roshan's banner, which, I mean, honestly, It's kind of value. This is a great tool for going high ground with, or defending high ground with.
They're using the twin gate themselves.
I'm going to be seen here. Hello, everybody. Na'Vi just Power Rangering out of there and immediately finding Sayu. Sayu is gone. Great catch there from Yuragi. Great read. Finds him in the tree lines. Oh, they are feeling it now, T. They are absolutely feeling themselves.
I'm just remember that just the Roshan. It's like, as he's leaving the pit, Yuragi's got like a single hit left, and it's like, yeah, boom, swipe takes the Roshan's life, and
he caught him with just like the fingernails.
Yeah,
the
final
claw
swipe.
tips.
If Na'Vi are to get themselves back into this game, it will be off the back of 2 Roshans, pretty much uncontested from 9 Pandas. Basher, of course, complete for the bear. What is the next real tool for Na'Vi to want to play the fight? I think Darkseer probably getting the Blink Dagger will help a lot as when Pandas, they smoke up, they find the Nyx Assassin.
Hook shot in, they just want to bring him down, but the global silence comes down. Na'Vi are happy to try and fight this one. Nice now from Zayat, but should just be dead here regardless. Key attackers BKB saving him from the silence, allowing to keep on the fight going as, my god, the illusions absolutely tearing Sayu apart. He has to run away from this one as Yuragi gets on top of Solo. Solo's going to be that target, but Yuragi now taking a ton of damage from Dark Lord himself. He's going to try and turn around and fight, but the Age is about to pop here. Without enraging, without BKB, he can't risk dying because it will just be chain deaths from him. My god, this CK is just too damn strong. They can't fight into him. A misinitiation from Na'Vi, and they are forced right back to square one.
Just the communication on Na'Vi is really lacking right now. You've got like the initiation from 9 Pandas. Na'Vi's still trying to take the fight. These little clutch plays like Malady keeping himself alive against the Storm Spirit. You have the 3-man Vac Wall from the Darkseer from the low ground. Meanwhile, Yuragi's just not in position to even want to take that fight, so he's running in. And then don't forget, like 2 fights back when the Darkseer was running from bot to top to try and kill off Solo and they give away the gem, they just weren't in position. Like the important game-deciding moments in these fights just aren't. Like Na'Vi's just not ready. They always seem to be lacking a piece of the puzzle. Whilst 9 Pandas, they're there as a team, as a unit, making sure that they bring all their sustainability to the fight. They've got the Illuminate Hills, the CK at the heart, the pipe on the center. There's so many resources for 9 Pandas that if you don't execute easily or cleanly, sorry, on Na'Vi, you are going to get, just shown the door. And that is what is being happened. They're reminded every fight that they are not executing well enough to start making some ground in this game.
Zayat is indeed going to see a lot of 9 Pandas members. They're looking though, Na'Vi. They're considering. Yuragi's pinging the gate, and they're immediately going to go for him. Solo comes through the gate. They don't know who they were going to get. A lucky dip. But they find the clockwork, but Dark Lord immediately looking to start some shit, and he's going to find Zayat to immediately bring him down. Yuragi trying to fight into him, but I'm not sure he could do so. He's just fighting with illusions right now. The real CK comes in from behind. BKB out from Yuragi with the global silence. He needs to find himself a target. The attacker's going to be that target. He backs himself away. Electric Vortex out onto Nephrit, takes him down. Yuragi getting so low, and he is gone for the first time. Sanctity needs to leave. He's going to be able to... No, never mind. The Bloodthorn's going to take him out. Maldi gone as well. Zayat's trying to fight up here, but he is all alone. He bought enough space for Yuragi to probably escape from this one, but it's 4 dead on the side of Na'Vi. CK, man, I mean, he's very, very farmed, and he is way too much work to do.
So many layers to 9 Pandas fight. You've got the tankiness, the steep, the infinite mana of the storm because of the bottle thrown into the mix with Solo amping up heroes. There's too much for Na'Vi to deal with. They went for a very delicate, high-paced lineup that needed to play on every global, every pickoff, and it just hasn't been the case. They've squandered too many opportunities, and now 20,000 gold down. 9 Pandas taking the tier 3 with ease, taking the racks with obviously no contest as 3 heroes are dead.
Well, that's a brave attempt from the Darkseer, but
yeah,
brave is the nicest word I can use for it. The CK illusion's just mobbing at this point. Man, this hero is so strong. Navi, they get one more fight. They get one more chance, one more attempt. No Aegis, don't forget, so if they can kill off the CK, then, you know, he's dead. But not like that. Maldi's gone, Uragi's gone. That was their carry. Okay, this one's over, friends. Game number 1, looking very, very likely to go to 9 Pandas right now. They're looking to knock on those tier 4s. Darkseer does not have the wall, and GG is going to get called. And game number 1, it goes to 9 Pandas.
Yeah,
Who needs
quite
Aegis?
the
Who
game.
needs Roshan?
No, you don't need it. I think you just need to be able to kill your opponents, and I really liked seeing this Coddle position 4. I think seeing the recall used in this fashion, it will remind a lot of players that, hey, you don't have to go for the solar bind option. You can just utilize the Shaka really nicely, specifically because you can TP the Coddle to that hero. You're not just griefing your core by taking them to random places to help be this mana battery. And how many times do we have to see CK Centaur become soon unkillable with 2-3 items? And yeah, Na'Vi, like their lineup, it looks cool based on pacing. Like if your lanes go well, if you can take every Roshan and use it to progress the map, then there is life to this draft. But Yuragi died 3 times in lane. The Earth Spirit was shut down in early moves. The globals weren't always synced up with the best amount of damage, and yeah, they faced the repercussions. We look at the highlights already, and it is just going to be a lot of 9 Pandas chasing down Na'Vi who weren't in position. And just look at the minimap in these highlights. Yuragi's farming the Ancients whilst his team is trying to take the kill. And you can easily blame Yuragi for being here, but like, we do not know the communication happening in the team right now. No. If Yuragi's told his team he's going to farm, Na'Vi shouldn't fight. If the team is told to fight, Yuragi shouldn't be farming. So it's really hard. Like, I mean, it's very easy for Twitch chat right now to go, oh, Yuragi's farming is really bad. But you don't know how that communication was set up. And it could be Yuragi's fault, it could be the team's fault, but this happens too many times for Na'Vi that they did not play on the same page. And 9 Pandas, they did that the entire game. They were reading the same book, they had the same line.
Yeah, it should really be very straightforward for Na'Vi, really. Like, when you break it down and you can kind of, like, look at things from, like, a kind of outward perspective, then, in theory, it should be really easy to just say that, oh, we jump in with Ursa, we pop Global Silence. You know, Ursa should kill something in that situation, you know, especially with Global Silence in its current form. But obviously, practice is a entirely different thing. You can't just run around the map all game with your Ursa and your Silencer. He has to hit creeps, he has to do something. So, you know, it's a tricky game, it's a complicated game, and in the end, it does go 9 Pandas' way, who just had a pretty simple game to play. Like, that's the thing about the Keep of the Light and why we enjoyed it so much, is because it did just simplify Storm Spirit's game so much. Kiyotaka could play risky, he could play deep, and sure, he gets punished for it here and there, but what they gain from that pays it off infinitely. Like, very, very good stuff.
And I don't know, should CK be a not ultimate last pick, but like a 23 pick in the draft? It's such a high value hero, but it got picked so late, and
yeah, stuff should be banned.
I'm just looking at some of these heroes, and potentially in their, you know, in their roles, they are some of the best. Like, Storm is, if not the best mid laner potentially of the patch. CK is becoming the best carrier of the patch. Centaur is one of the best off laners in the patch. Clockwork is, you know, rising star. We've seen it a lot, and easily is in contention for like top 3, top 5. Kotl nowhere near top 4. Felt like the best just because of the strategy they had. And yeah, 9 Pandas, really strong draft. It had a lot of opportunities to fail but have comebacks, and I think that's maybe the difference, right, between like the Na'Vi lineup to 9 Pandas lineup. Like, Na'Vi's lineup, if you make mistakes, those mistakes will compound and make your game feel really hard to play. Like, if you make a mistake with 9 Pandas, you can shrug it off. Again, we'll get there. We got the kills, we got the play. So if Na'Vi aren't executing as cleanly as they did in the upper bracket before they got knocked down, then maybe they need to stop being so specific with this type of play and open up opportunities to play out difficult games, because these Eastern European teams, they really like going for like high risk, high mechanical skill, high play, but then if they don't execute, they don't have any game to play. Like, Yellow Submarine failed with this logic in the series before. Na'Vi just tried presenting this logic in this game. Maybe they need to simplify it just a little bit to make sure they can really go toe for toe the entire game.
Maybe that's what it takes. We'll find out. Game number 2 is coming up very, very shortly, guys. Will they be able to claw it back on the side of Na'Vi, or is it going to be a 2-0 from Nine Pandas? Now 1 game away from elimination. Na'Vi, it's time to get your heads in the game and sharpen up if you want to stay in these qualifiers. We'll see you in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Chaos Knight has been the hero of the tournament, consistently smacking teams down with his massive cudgel. Could the same thing be happening here? Or are Nine Pandas going to get taken down in game number 2? That is what we are here to find out. But, I mean, what is it about CK that's making it so strong? And how does it answer the way that these teams are playing so well?
Well, you itemize very well. You buy armament, so you're naturally very tanky. You can take early fights if you need to. You farm really quickly. You also have the innate for additional illusions. You buy Manta to utilize that as well. So you have a Dispel, so you don't really die to any early engagement. You've seen the damage. you show yourself out of position for 1 second. The fact that you have a carry that can reposition enemies into your damage. The illusions is you itemize to be aggressive. You can itemize also to be very tanky. So if you do get jumped, you have turnaround potential. It's like the perfect recipe for a hero to do everything. You also split the map really well because you have illusions. It does too much, and
yeah,
in the future probably CK might. I mean, it's only just got back into competitive play, but we probably are a couple months away from CK getting probably nerfed or at least changed. Even though he's only recently to form, yeah, he's so good.
Give him a Sand King treatment, take him out back, one in the back of the head, and be done with it. But will be a consideration for both these teams. And you can see Na'Vi changing up their opening here and going for the Enigma. I mean, CK, as strong as he is, he may be a fundamental hero, but he still can't escape a black hole.
Yeah, true. You can't. Trying to think where this will go for Na'Vi. The last game, my concern, or my, I guess the frustrations that they brought for the solo Undying. All right, we'll get to that in a second. But I think for Na'Vi, as long as they can play with a more team, they'll look pretty good. This is the reason why Nick's Assassin always is a little bit of a question mark. Why I don't like the hero too much. Like, even though there's a very clear concept of kill Storm, how many times would he chase to find the Storm, but he runs underneath the Sentry? He doesn't get it. So now, like, the whole aspect of your draft, which was punish the mid laner through the support, never came into play. And then when you get to the team fights, you got a Nyx. He's worthless. He's just awkward. He's a useless hero. So I think this time around, as long as Na'Vi can find a Zayat's hero that gives a little bit more of a punch to the fight, it could make life a little bit easier. But already the lane, if it is Enigma off lane with the Undying as a position 5, that is a setup for running at the Enigma, pressing Decay onto these Eidolons, trying to be a bit of a bully and put a wedge between Enigma's laning presence towards the carrier.
So what kind of support hero can you get here for Na'Vi, which can lane well with the Enigma and also stop the aggression coming out from an Undying, plus, say, a Weaver or some other aggressive carry hero they could grab?
I think you've kind of touched on it with, like, Weaver. Like, I just want to see a position 4 that goes to lane and constantly pressures. You could
so they take the Weaver themselves on Na'Vi.
Yeah, you could have like a position 4 Weaver if you want. You could mean, there's just a lot of options. I think Undying, when you want to stand up and be the aggressor, if there's ever kill threat against you, it's really rough. Like Tusk, for example, Zayats plays it is decent. You can shards the Undying, you can tag team him. Yeah, it's just really nice map play. You then free yourself up to make moves elsewhere. Down the same line of thinking, Marcy Monkey King that Zayats played also fit the same bill. Undying wants to step up, you just drag him. Sure, these are heroes that will be annoyed by decay, but you want your position 4 to be the kill threat to enable Enigma to kill the Undying. That's basically the main thing I'm hoping to see from the position 4
Okay.
of Na'Vi.
We'll find out what they can pull out
monkey,
of
yeah.
the bag. Yeah, monkey banned out. I like that. Well read. So, man, I'm worried. I am. There's always that concern. The hero we've been talking about, CK. I mean, what if they just pick it here? I mean, they've already got the Enigma. Sure, Enigma's good, but it's not the answer. Do you want to spend your whole draft trying to solve this problem? And what if you just get 2-0'd by back-to-back CK domination performances from Dark Lord? That feels scary, man.
Okay. They go Rubik themselves. I mean, Rubik, Enigma, the matchup speaks for itself. Still Black Hole, feel good. Now, will Na'Vi respect it? And I feel like a lot of the analysis that we'll bring in the second phase will be referencing CK due to its prevalence of the qualifier so far. Let me double check Na'Vi drafts actually real quick. When was the earliest time that they've... Actually, they haven't picked CK so far. They played Sven, they played Gyro, they played Ursa, Gyro, Windrunner, Morphling. They're yet to be a CK team.
Oh, they've ignored it. And, well, talk about the Marcy. It's going to come out now for them. Now, this is a hero we've seen in a few different positions so far. I feel like it's likely to be a support here.
Correct.
Essentially,
yes, it will be position 4. Just position 4. An abundance of team fight coming up from Na'Vi. The eventual BKB timing of the Marcy from the position 4 role, the egg, the black hole. These heroes don't like getting ran at though. Like a lot of greed. Enigma Phoenix, they need levels to feel good. Marcy needs BKB to feel good as a support. You do have laning advantages potentially depending on your matchups, but if your opponent is high paced, it can be difficult. That's probably Na'Vi's way to deal with a potential CK is like this. You can't kill us all type of thing, where it's like you don't kill Phoenix as an egg, there's Marcy, so it's like deterrent, and that's why Nine Pandas, they go for the Weaver. It's a very strong lane with Undying Weaver. Undying can body the initiations, Weaver can play on range and should never get jumped himself, so not opposed to it. Does give a good point of scaling for Na'Vi though. It's if you don't get run out and lose your map in 20-25 minutes, your late game is very, very formidable. So
I'll be honest, I'm expecting really big things from the Zayats Marcy. Like this needs to own and really save the top lane for them, because they've picked this, Undying Weaver is a really, really common combo, right? They picked Undying. I immediately said Weaver because we see it so many times. You've got the body and the damage, as you were saying. So they've picked this Marcy knowing what's coming. Surely they must have known what's potentially coming for Nine Pandas. So I want to see it do well. I want to see the reason for this Marcy pick, because I don't see it myself, but then it's not a hero I understand really well. Now Nine Pandas are going to brood. Holy moly. Double bugs.
Yeah. Oh, God. Na'Vi's going to have to find some anti-aggressive heroes here. Like, Pangolier could come to mind.
Yeah.
But you need to find heroes that can push out waves. So there's no tower protecting here for Na'Vi. That's the thing. Enigma likes to play from a strong lane to take down towers. They themselves go CK. Will it be... It'll just be off lane, Bruno, I believe, for Nine Pandas. I think it's Albacar that likes playing it in the off lane. I will need to double check who the player is for their team. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember who actually plays it. But, I mean, Kiyotaka does play it mid as well. We'll see which lane it goes to. I've seen it been played off lane. I've seen it been played mid. the key thing here is that 9 Pandas, once they get themselves out into the map, Na'Vi won't have a lot of time to farm items. There won't be this chill phase of the game where it's like, oh, sit back and sit in the wave and push it out. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get to our Orchid soon on CK. No. This will be Weave will play with the Broodmother, scooching around, getting kills. You'll quickly farm up beforehand. Na'Vi need to find a hero that can just delay that as long as possible to get themselves online, because once Na'Vi's online, then sure, Brood and Weaver, they'll fall flat. Going into what Na'Vi has could be impossible. The journey there will be very difficult for Na'Vi, and we'll see what the plans are for 9 Pandas. What do they see as the Sanctity mid hero, high active heroes? Of course, Ember was a good ban before in the previous game. Probably Tiny again. I think Tiny with the crash landing, with a Kanda build, just blink, put a hero to half HP if not dead. Could be enough, and yeah, they ban it out. So Sanctity has to find the hero here that can give his draft some life and some time to deal with the onslaught of the double bug.
Yeah, it's 2 very slow cores versus you. I mean, they need to hold their lanes together. They need to hold the early game together. Ooh, I mean, there's nothing this mid pick can do about the lanes. We know our lanes. It's Phoenix Chaos Knight and it's Enigma Marcy. I feel like 9 Pandas are really going for the jugular here, though. Like, this is kind of exciting to see in a draft. The team just goes so, like, hard and attempt to just force Na'Vi out of these qualifiers.
Mm-hmm. I think it will probably be Brood off lane, like double checking the players a little bit more. It makes a bit more sense. Yeah, I looked at Dota 2 Pro trackers, and at least recently it's been Albacar playing it and Kirtaka hasn't. So what would be the mid pick here that, if you really want to seal the deal, I think Leshrac would be very good for 9 Pandas. Again, they do have the last pick in the draft, so they'll see everything. So now Na'Vi themselves, we've already mentioned that Sanctity has a lot of pressure to find his hero. Playmaking, high damage hero that can keep the game alive for heroes to find their time. And sure, we've already referenced Pango much earlier. Kind of stopped talking about it, but
yeah, it's the first one we mentioned. So it's good. I think it's good. It's probably the best pick in this situation. It's a tough situation is the only thing. So nothing they picked here was going to make me really kind of swing my vote. I don't know. I feel like 9 Pandas kind of got them on the ropes here. The only thing they're lacking in 9 Pandas is stuns and kind of lockdown of any kind.
No, I don't know if the draft's that drastic. Like, I'm very concerned for Na'Vi, but if Na'Vi execute, then like eventually they are unbeatable with this lineup. Like, Brood falls off a lot as the game goes later. CK, we've seen it time and time again. Like, CK into Weaver. Do you really think Weaver's going to be able to kill off a CK as the game goes ultra late? Like, it just takes like one Rarity Rift with Illusion and Weaver's deleted. So it's, I think, like, Na'Vi, it's going to be very uncomfortable. Like, as well, Marcy, when you get to BKB Basher, you jump onto a Broodmother. Can Brood really kill off the Pango roll with the Marcy jumping you, the egg plus the black hole? Like, late game Na'Vi, like 30-minute plus Na'Vi wins this game. If you communicate, if you play well as a team. That is why this last pick for 9 Pandas, I think I want to see them like triple down on that aggression. Don't ever allow Na'Vi to get there and really showcase your ability to play the map very cleanly, very well. And they go for a Void Spirit.
I was thinking of, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they have subscribed to beat your opponent in 30 minutes. This is the entire 9 Pandas philosophy now in this game.
Exactly. We'll see how it works out for them. Very aggressive, very, very lane dominating from 9 Pandas. They want to be coming out of those lanes with like a 2k gold advantage, a couple of kills under their belt, and all of their cores above their counterparts. Will they be able to do that? Well, we're going to find out. Overall, the lane matchups, for the most part, looking pretty good. I don't know particularly how Broodmother lanes. I believe she's super annoying now with these necrotic webs, which just stop regen. Obviously they don't stop it entirely, but it reduces regen, which is very, very annoying as a carry to play into. So you're not kind of comboing up with like a ton of harass. You know, it's a Rubik.
I could see Brood feeding though in this lane. With Phoenix getting fire. So like, if Na'Vi get level 2 and they have stun, Reality Rift, Icarus Dive, and Fire Spirits onto a Broodmother, she will be dying. But if you don't get the early kills on Brood and she gets to level 6, plays on her spiders, plays kind of like the longer game, eventually farms up to her time, takes tower, that's when the game can get a bit more difficult. So I think the safe lane and pre-rotation should be Na'Vi favored. Once rotations come into the mix, of course, it can easily change up. We saw how Yuragi was pressuring the centaur in game 1. 2 rotations later, the game's deleted for Yuragi. And that is the same story here. Brood should be under pressure, but if Voice Spirit TPs or a Twin Gate gets used from Undying and Yuragi dies, that's when the pacing of the game really comes online for 9 Pandas. So a lot of discipline is required for Na'Vi to not overextend, respect the inevitable aggression from 9 Pandas, and get themselves online as quick as possible, because this could just be a bloodbath from 9 Pandas. This could just be a sync up as early as possible and sweep through the map. If not, I am expecting Na'Vi to win out the late game.
Yeah, if they can get there, that's what it all comes down to. It's one of those drafts where one feels like it's on a timer and just needs to weather the storm. And we need a clean game from Yuragi here. You know, we know he's capable of it, but in this team specifically, he has been sacked off a little bit. They've generally prioritized other lanes and tried to find success elsewhere. And the safe lane has suffered as a result. I don't think that can happen with a CK. You don't want him to be too far behind, because his hero needs to kill to feel good. That said, he does just farm until like 25 minutes in most games we've seen it, but he needs to be farming from ahead. So currently Webb's in the middle lane, but that's just Broodmother being annoying. Might leave this web here, actually, due to the necrotic web. Yeah, actually, I think he's going to leave the web here.
That's actually really, really cool.
That's super toxic, yeah.
Oh, no,
my
what a
God.
shame. I'm so sorry that you have 15% regen reduction. Whoa.
Oh my God, that's that's actually it's very good, but yeah, it's also very silly. Not how the hero is supposed to be played. It's like this is one of those things where it's like, no, Valve, Valve didn't mean for you to do this, but also kudos for
Okay, but why
figuring it
didn't he
out.
then web mid, walk bottom, web bot, twin gate top, and then play on lane?
Yeah, you've only got like 3
Yeah, you
webs
only
to
got
place
3
down
webs,
at a time,
yeah.
so
Yeah, you do play on one web top just to win over every other lane. It does sound hilarious if they were to do that. But also
Wouldn't
maybe a
it?
grief if you don't have 2 webs top, but still. Support brute? No, no.
cook, we can get there.
No cooking.
We just need to workshop it a little further. But for the lanes, there's a lot of violence taken out. They've got a lot of frustrations taken out on each other right now, it looks like. Bottom lane, of course, seemingly going excellently for Na'Vi for the first trade. The Weaver tried to run forward and just got blasted in the face by these Eidolons. Zayats as well, just like throwing Solo over his shoulder and giving him a good old spanking. That's a good start for them. We'll see if they're able to keep up this momentum and shut down this Weaver Undying lane, which is so very scary.
Yeah, so Solo actually opted to not bring out any sentries on his first round of his courier. Therefore, the sentry advantage is going to go the way of Na'Vi in the bot lane. And what you just described for Weaver will just happen time and time again if they don't bring out additional sentries. Meanwhile, in top, the lane is pushed up quite nicely for the Broodmother. So this level 2 timing of the CK might not be the most impactful, as Brood has the protection of her tower very close to her. Yeah. Solo, his courier, very late to come out with sentries. It's honestly maybe a very large mistake for Solo. He also gets jumped.
He's suffering
Level 2
for it
the
right
lane.
now. They've
Yeah.
got a lot of damage coming down onto this guy with the Malefice, with the punches, with the rebound, but won't be taking him down. But this is very budget harass from Na'Vi is the thing. Like, they're not taking a ton of damage in response. Nephra's not losing any resources. It's very, very nice. It's looking to be a successful lane for Na'Vi down at the bottom side. So we're really ticking one of those boxes for them to kind of stabilize this early mid game where the aggression from 9 Pandas needs to come from. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's pretty chill times. Sanctity obviously being pushed in pretty hard. Pango does seem to struggle in the early levels against most matchups these days. It's just how it goes. Nothing to get concerned about.
Zayats?
Yeah, maybe
Deny?
dying here,
Nope.
trying to get the deny. Not going to happen, though. Dark Lord will be getting first blood. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not the expected result after how strong the start of the lane went for Na'Vi, the sentry advantage. The lane was also pushing the way of Na'Vi. For Zayas to jump in was a little bit of a blunder. And Weaver can be very happy claiming that. Also getting the Lotus as well. A safe lane of 9 Pandas. Going well after a slightly turbulent start. On top, and we didn't really see the level advantage utilized by Na'Vi to get the kill on Broodmother. They did a very good job on 9 Pandas to hold the wave. So what could have been some good laning advantages for Na'Vi haven't really been used.
Question. In the top lane, onto Albica. I'm not sure they've got the damage to finish him off as he scuttles his way over the cliffs, but Yuragi chasing him all the way back under his tower and securing himself his own lane. They know that the support's away, securing the water runes, which Sayu will do successfully, meaning that Pango does not get the bottle refill. But I'm interested in bottom lane. Now that Zayas is back, full health, full mana, how's this lane going to look? Solo going to continue being annoying, and Enigma getting his strength all sapped away.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, as long as Nefrit farms efficiently, he will be going for like the Vlads, which he's got in his quick buy right now, maybe a drum as well. If he just syncs up with Sanctity plus the Marcy anywhere on the map, towers should fall. And Pandas, they don't fare very well when they're ran at. They like to be the one doing the running. Zayas does run away from the tombstone.
Yeah, not particularly successful tombstone, but also Nefrit continuing to just kind of suffer a bit. Top side, just spells being thrown at each other as usual. Very grueling lanes right now. Albica gets a Chaos Bolt thrown at him. Maldi stacking up the Fire Spirits. Albica tries to come back in with the Insatiable Hunger, trying to heal up a bit, get a bit of CS from this as well. But he might be in some trouble. Yuragi instead going for Sayu here as Nefrit gets dropped down in the bottom side and the Weaver lives. Just about has the wand, heals himself up.
Did he come back in for the tail end of the tombstone and he died to... Yeah, wow. Okay, so you can't say, but he was still taking zombie damage. So Na'Vi's still playing up into a tombstone that was just expiring and died because of it.
He used demonic summoning and then got decayed, and that killed him.
Yeah. Pretty rough.
Demonic summoning, of course, doing 100 pure damage to yourself now. So it just brought him within killable range, and Undying saw him and brought him down. That's not how you want to be dying up here. As Yuragi getting chased now by Albica and Sayu up here in the top side. He can't live through this. The slows from Aldi, not enough. Albica claims that he doth be delicious. Disgusting rude players.
Trying to get the kill. Not enough mana yet for... Okay, just enough mana for a jump.
Yeah, Kiyotaka just about going to live through this. Gets his spells off cooldown and gets himself to safety. Good pressure from Sanctity, but ultimately not resulting in a kill. And that's starting to feel like what's been happening. Also a little last game as well. Na'Vi, their plays, they almost work. Every time, they almost work, but they just don't have enough in the bank. And 9 Pandas don't seem to have that issue. Maldi trying to exterminate some spiders here, getting out the flamethrower. The old lighter and deodorant can trick. Don't try that at home.
The annoying thing with Na'Vi though, there's been multiple opportunities within laning phase to find kills, to find advantage, and again, they didn't capitalize on any of it. And on the flip side, 9 Pandas, when they see the opportunity, they take it. I mean, the Weaver being top net worth, which we're not dying in now. Ooh, I say that, and finally...
Hey, they get it.
After, 7 minutes of frustration for Na'Vi, they do punish this Weaver accordingly. When they go back for the tombstone, it does look like a freebie.
Did it again. Nefrit, please. Jesus.
Here's a level 5 on
trying
dying.
to kill off the tombstone. He's just going to deny it off. But yeah, this guy's pretty jacked.
Oh, Kiyotaka's here.
Uh-oh. The wraparound. He just wants the freebie. He wants the free Enigma kill, but he's going to go on Zayas instead. It's easy as a target. Doesn't know where Nefrit is, just assuming he was there. And we'll be able to convert on that one. I mean, they know that Nefrit's nearby because they can see the Vlads or on the Eidolon, so they actually know exactly where he is. And they'll know where the sentry is as well on the side of Na'Vi, but can they do anything about it? It would be really good for them to be able to save their own sentry here. I think they will be able to do so as 9 Pandas are backing themselves off. He's being so annoying, just trying to slow down this Broodmother where he can. As in the mid lane, Rolling Thunder comes out once again. Kiyotaka trying to get himself away, has a regen rune in the bottle as well, so we'll be absolutely fine. Zats unable to help them get that kill, and once again, it's an almost, but I'm not even sure this one qualifies as an almost.
I think Sanctity really wishes he was either hitting the big rolls and getting the solo kills onto Void Spirit due to management,
Void
or
Spirit
killing the side
turn
lane.
around onto him. Yeah, we'll be okay though.
Yeah, it's just the way that he's playing it out right now. It's like 2 Rolling Thunders onto a Void Spirit who has multiple forms of disengage. We're not seeing the effect of the early game Pangolier.
No.
I think the side lanes would have loved a little bit of assistance. Maybe in top, kill the Brood once, maybe twice, and open up the game. But instead, Alpha is actually running at the CK.
Wow, and with the help of Solo, they might just be able to do that. They had nothing to kill off this Tomb, so Dark Lord even coming in for this one as well. The 4-hero collapse onto the top lane. Malady trying to get away, but there's nothing he can do. Albica's going to cut down another one. Brood starting to take over the top lane. This is the aggression we wanted to see from 9 Pandas, and it's looking pretty crispy so far.
It's all off the back of Sanctity not being able to utilize his hero the best of what the game needs, right? Like, as soon as his spells are on cooldown, 9 Pandas, as the switch gets turned on, they're like, okay, we know exactly what to do. They mass TP or twin gate TP, move to the top lane, and it takes 1 CK death to shove in the jungle. He dies once. He's not going to want to TP back up to this lane. He doesn't want to play here, and now Sanctity's joining his team to see what we can do, but it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, we need him to be a game-defining mid laner this game, and so far it's been very, very just lackluster.
Just played mid lane for a little bit too long, yeah.
Yeah, but let's see. Can he start making some magic happen? Albica senses something's wrong. They have an observer, sees something is wrong, and runs himself away. Bottom lane, though, the push is good. The bottom tower's taken most of its health as damage, so the tower trade won't be too hard to finish off here for Na'Vi, potentially. 9 Pandas do have a pretty vested interest in keeping all these tier 1s alive, though. For them to play aggressively, having all points of teleportation and available are very, very important. Pulls out from Rubik. So, what is the best play for Sanctity to make now? He has the Arcane Rune bottled up. It's got about 30 seconds left on it before it's going to pop. I feel like killing the Weaver is probably kind of difficult. Top lane is probably where you're most likely to find some success, and an Arcane Rune followed by a bunch of swashbuckles seems like a reasonably good way to try and kill off the Brood. But right now, Albica's just playing very, very carefully. Seems to know he's the threat, just wants to hit a good timing on his Orchid and play the game from there.
Yeah, they've hit the window of Brood games where it's like killing the Brood now, it feels like a little bit too late, because even if you are to kill the Brood, the time spent with not utilizing the tier 1 TP, having to use tier 2s or run over there, it's such a time sink that Weaver will farm 2 waves bottom plus a jungle, Void Spirit be able to push out mid and maybe also join the fight top. It is not a comfortable position to be in, and it's why you have to use resources in the early game to kill the Brood during laning phase, to rotate on her in the early skirmish, pre-losing your tower. And sure, they do trade bot. Even jumping in, trying to set up for a potential black hole. Even Zayat's here as well, but not hitting the rebound.
Yeah, that's a little tricky. Nice voice line from Dark Lord as well as he scuttles his way out of that one.
And
it is now
well,
easier.
It's so uncomfortable to watch, actually. This has not been a very good 11 minutes for Na'Vi. They are
new.
Really need to clean up. This is an elimination game, don't forget.
Another day, another rebound, which doesn't connect. Kiyotaka, a pretty hard target to bring down with that one, but they should be able to at least kill off Sayu here, so Sayu will cook 2 Maldi's fire. Now, maybe a tier 1 tower in the mid lane could be an option, but I imagine 9 Pandas want to retaliate to this one. it feels very unlikely for me that they'll just let this tower fall, especially with the amplified damage on the Void Spirit. And he goes in immediately, looking at Sanctity, catching him as well with the Remnant, predicting the swashbuckle nicely, and force them off his tower.
Yeah, he did not have the second Astral Step to be able to commit onto the Painkiller. So he disengages, and net worth, we see it on the left of your screen there, Brood up top, Weaver second. Yeah, just building this lead that will really allow them to take over the game. We expect this draft to be the aggressors, and 2,000 lead so early on Malady. Might have to egg here, but again, Kiyotaka showing so much restraint.
Yeah. It's been really easy to just throw that one down there, and with an army of spiders coming his way, that's going to spook him all the way away. Although once again, coming back in, wants to be there to drop the egg if a team fight does take place. Yuragi initiating onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, they maybe not the target you're looking for there. The Chaos Bolt was used, but disjointed by Dissimilate, and now stolen by the Rubik as well. So Sai has a stun to work with. Only level 1, but all the same, could be a difference maker. The Eidolons are here from Nefrit. Very, very tanky. And with the Vlads in range earlier, decent damage dealt to the tower. Just a little reminder that Nefrit is around. He's going for the Blink Dagger and he's going to have it pretty shortly. Maybe this is the timing which Na'Vi first start playing with here. Although, they see the Weaver oh, they don't see the Weaver farming. That is a Radiant Ward. Weaver sees them running at him. It's in the middle lane. Malady is just gone. Shredded and... yeah. Pull the duck in the middle lane for the 9 pandas.
Can't really do much on the map. They're chasing for opportunities. They're trying to find the kill, but they don't have the reliable stun, that point and click pick off hero up until the items enable them. It's why Kiyotaka is playing so aggressive in the mid. Why Dark Lord is not really caring about how he farms in bot lane. All 3 9 pandas cores are on a trajectory of soon to be unkillable. Na'Vi, they need to make a move together. They keep trying, but to no avail. Nefrit, he's got the Blink Dagger. He's hit the black hole on top lane.
He certainly has. Going on to the root, but they still haven't even half health there. And Solo comes in from the side, trying to help out. Zayat's on him, though. Beautiful rebound. Gets the catch, gets the kill. And now low to Solo as well. And that's going to be a second one coming in for Zayat's here. Take down the Tombstone for a little bit of extra pocket money. And Zayat's just got a whole big map fight.
He's overstaying his welcome bot lane, and yep, he'll be dying. But yeah, for Na'Vi at least, they finally connect. It did take a little bit of a, I say, greed from 9 pandas, right? They're showing top, they're showing bottom, they're showing everywhere. So at some point, the initiation will come in, and Enigma going for that second item, Blink Dagger.
Yep, that's what we wanted to see, you know, get the Blink Dagger, find the initiation, get that highest net worth hero. Next time, the Weaver will probably be on the cards. I was saying before, it's easier than ever for Weavers to escape danger with the Skitter Step. Very, very quick hero.
Radiant's middle tower.
9 pandas are starting to gather on the top side of the map here. They don't want to play a part any longer. I mean, Sayu doesn't have a choice, really. Luckily, Zayat doesn't have Unleash available, which means that the Rubik will live, at least for the time being. Playing under a ward as well, so he feels very safe right now.
Yuragi is a tree line away from despair. Finks TPing in here. Okay, maybe he's trying to bait the fight. Pango, again, like he said, he's in the area, but
he will get orchided if he's not careful, and that means no egg for you. Albuquerque unable to secure the kill here, though, so the Phoenix will get away. Zayat and Nefrit wrapping in around the back here. They're going through the portal. Zayat, though, doesn't actually have a ton of mana to work with. Actually has a greater healing lotus. It's a little awkward. You're playing with an Enigma who doesn't have Black Hole, so it's just blink Malefice and then try to blast him down with the Unleash. It's not the boldest strategy I've ever heard of, to be honest. It might just work.
They're smoked up. They're trying to find the Brood again. RC Enigma. No vision to play on though. So running through the fog, hoping to just bump into the little old spider.
Yeah.
Nine Panda really positioned for this pickoff.
No, that's
Spread
certainly
quite
not.
thin.
I'm a little worried as well, because if they do try and blow up the Brood just with Enigma's damage and the Unleash, if Albert is quick, he can just get one right click off on the
Oh, the
Marcy.
illusion bait.
Why that's... Oh dear, they found the Marcy. All right, Zayat's finally punished for his aggression and, well, trying to stand his ground, not doing a terrible job. Rebound
Didn't
away,
die.
kills off the bug. Zayat is living for now. Styling them, actually. In comes a glide
good
nip
room.
from the Weaver. Black Hole is ready, though, and they'll drop it onto Dark Lord and bring down the Weaver with ease, but the stolen Black Hole lands onto 3. Oh, it's phenomenal from Sayu. Can the follow-up come through? Yuragi still surviving for the time being, but will go down eventually. Sanctity trying to fire it up. Does he have a team? Zayat is behind, as is Nefrit, but there's nothing they can do. Rebound actually cancelled by the blink of Nefrit, so Zayat's now in a slightly awkward position, moving north and trying to get the TP away, but doesn't actually have a TP scroll on him, so things could get a little bit awkward here for Zayat if he's not careful. Creep's also trying to give away his location, but he will escape.
Na'Vi, they find the pickoff. They feel good for a moment, but they just didn't have enough layered aggression to protect the Enigma during the black hole to prevent the steal. The Rubik was able to kind of sit on the back, get that, wait for the opportunity to turn it around, and Na'Vi, they're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to find little opportunities, but at the end of the day, Nine Pandas are just so much stronger if they're able to read the fight accordingly.
Yule's nearly up for Maldi at least, so that's going to give him some way to keep himself alive a little longer in
That's
these
true,
fights.
actually. Yeah, like he gets hit by the black hole. We are going to be seeing Marcy die top lane, but like, imagine if Malady got the egg off there. Maybe if he jumped in, had the mana, because like during the dive he didn't have mana, so he'd had to cancel dive, press wand, then egg. It's probably why he didn't get egg off, because in that moment like he's probably clicking it. Oh, whoops, and then he get black hole, right? And it's like all these fights, it's a matter of like what ifs. What if the egg got off? What if they were able to find the Rubik? What if he canceled black hole earlier to layer with the Orchid? Not to be the case though. 9 Pandas, though, 6,000 gold lead. BKB on the Broodmother, Gleipnir on the Weaver. They want to keep going forward. They want to keep trying to force Na'Vi to make mistakes. With the heroes that Na'Vi have, it just takes one poor fight and it will be very hard for them to bounce back on the map. A wasted black hole or wasted rolling thunder, a lot of their team fight will fall apart.
It's been very chill, honestly, for the side of 9 Pandas. They are pretty confident in their timings. They're not trying to force anything too hard, just slowly building their advantage by playing the map. And now they're going to get into Roche. Roche scanned out instantly by Na'Vi. They need to get here quick, and with the CK coming over, they might be able to do it. 25 seconds on Black Hole, but they do have an egg available. Roshan is dead, though. They're not going to get here in time. Aegis onto Dark Lord. Do they fight it anyway? The scan has connected from 9 Pandas as well, so they know where Na'Vi is hiding right now. They know the tree line they're in. Nefrit, 8 seconds on the Black Hole. If there is to be a fight here, he will likely get a chance to use it. But can they protect it from the Rubik? Eidolon's barreling down the bottom lane as well. Kiyotaka just going to deal with these. And Albuka back to his home up in the top lane, back to his lovely warm nests.
Yeah, as much as Na'Vi was smoked up, it was just a little bit too late for them to want to commit for the contest, and I do respect them just backing away. They haven't really completed any items to feel confident in a full 5-on-5 with an Aegis. As I say that, Zayax is ulting to hit up the creep camp. You've got everyone's just hoping to get to their next item. And maybe after the Aegis, Na'Vi will sync up to be relatively aggressive. Like if we look at all the items in Na'Vi, it's BKB soon on Marcy Enigma, Manta on the CK, like Manta on the Pango. They are destined for some survivability, but this will be the window that 9 Pandas, we expect them to want to keep punishing Na'Vi. Will they do it though? Will they sit back themselves? It's always a good question to ask these teams. I'd like to think 9 Pandas, surely, with the Axe pick up on the Voice Spirit, this has to be the window that they try to to eliminate Na'Vi from this series, from this qualifiers.
Yeah, that feels really hard to play into, actually. Because now you have a cancel for the black hole on the Void Spirit. I mean, he already had the Astral, the Aether Remnant. But now you have another one, which is even easier to get off. It's always nice to have these kind of like no-think cancels where you just blast him down. It needs to be a really, really good black hole from Nefrit. Or he needs this BKB. He's very, very close. Na'Vi just need a little bit more time for that. And then some excellent initiation in the fights. Zayat's also trying to find his BKB down in the bottom side. They just don't want to fight into 9 pandas right now, and I don't blame them. Oh dear. Kiyotaka finds the Enigma, and Phoenix also in similar troubles here. Does manage to get himself under the tier 4s. Is that even going to matter, though? The spider is coming. Albica, that's so aggressive. The TP is going to come from Yuragi, but Brew just runs down the cliff, and she's absolutely fine. BKB available still as well.
What a poke. What a statement play to make. It's, hey, Na'Vi, this is our map. You do not belong anywhere outside of your base right now.
And the necrotic webs stopping the tranquil boots from healing Maldy as quickly as well. God. Na'Vi probably hates spiders right now. God forbid any spider comes into the Na'Vi boot camp for the rest of the day.
True. It's going to be a little bit worrying.
You get squished.
20 regen inside webs and like 30 outside. Come on. Please. Sure. Okay, I feel like the necrotic webs, at least it should be like relative to, you know, maybe the positioning of Brood. Like Brood's close to you, you lose regen or something, but yeah.
Yeah.
Na'Vi just must wait. They don't do anything. If they're lucky, they'll get to more items. If 9 pandas want to fight, they fight. 9 pandas are, you know, systematically breaking down the map. You take mid, you go bottom, you take the bottom towers. Of course,
Yeah, they're sacrificing their map, sacrificing their buildings for time. That's all they need is time. Enigma's going to have the black hole available with a BKB coming up very, very shortly. Marcy also going to have that BKB very shortly from farming up this bottom side. CK, he's got the Manta on the way very shortly as well. So we're about to have about 4 massive timings picked up from these guys. Combo that with a Pangolier, who's also going to grab himself. Not quite sure what he's buying. Oh, another Manta. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's just 1 component away from a Manta as well. So 2 Mantas, 2 BKBs will be online for Na'Vi in the next minute. This is the biggest timing you could possibly hope for. Aegis is going down in 10 seconds. I've never seen a more obvious window to go and make a smoke play. Unless they really want to wait for Roshan to respawn. But C9 Panda's already setting up. They've already read it pretty nicely. See the caution they're showing here. From diving tier 4s to barely stepping close to the middle lane. Sayu, he'd be happy to be jumped here, dude. He doesn't care at all.
Yes, like 9 pandas, they know that if they make a mistake in this game, they respect what Na'Vi has, what to play on. And timings are kind of coming into play. Marcy just got the BKB. Enigma has a BKB. CK has them. Like everything I just mentioned, like the double BKB, the double Manta, like every hero bar Phoenix just picked up a tool to brush off the Orchid to survive the Void Spirit. And this is why they're smoking up. If they can find the jump, they have plenty of team fight. This is potentially to come back for Na'Vi.
Albica gets seen. Oh my god, the Phoenix has just gone already, but they're committing regardless. But the okay, they've taken down Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka actually going to buy back, but they've lost Solo as well. Dark Order, the backline's being punched up by Zayat. He actually can't fight Zayat here, which is hilarious to say. Zayat's actually running away under the cover of BKB. Doesn't want to fight with the Weaver, so is going to lose his life. Meanwhile, on the backlines, they're just trying to catch the Enigma. Yuragi holding steady for now. Surely there's a black hole coming sometime soon, and that is not what anybody was hoping for. Didn't have the BKB for it, didn't have the damage. Nefra and Yuragi both going down, and Na'Vi, it's not the triumph of this fight. It's not a good fight. It's messy, it's broken, and it might just be the end of the line for them.
Yeah, the execution just was not there. Na'Vi start with Malady leading the charge, but he gets caught by multiple silences and stuns. He cannot get the Yules off to then egg. On top of that, the Enigma BKBs very early in the fight to not hit the black hole. He was scared of the Rubik whilst getting pressured by the Brood. So when he does hit the black hole, he's wasted the BKB already. Pango's off zoning a Weaver. Like, Na'Vi was so disconnected in this fight as a team. The 9 Pandas utilized the buyback, the outpost to get straight back into it. Na'Vi, they need to clean up their act if they are to win this game, to even have hope of showing us any form of comeback. Because that was their moment. They had all the items, all the the damage required to break down this net worth deficit they have, but just did not execute as well as 9 Pandas.
Kiyotaka here again. I mean, this is a dieback on Kiyotaka if they can kill him, but the rebound just an instant off, and now they look for the turnaround. Surely the egg must come out here. Maldi will get it off, protecting the players on the side of Na'Vi. Dark Lord, though, he's just going to be able to come in and kill it, and the cube, it's rolling around the fight, causing all sorts of issues for the side of Na'Vi. Stun does connect, though, onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka without buyback would be a decent kill here, but he's going to get the astral step down to the low ground. Instead, they'll kill Sayu. Albica running down the low ground here after sniping Nefrit. He's going to get away with his life, and it's just consolation prize after consolation prize for Na'Vi. Never getting the girl in the end, never getting the main fight they want. Albica going to be seen here. Okay, they've got stun, they've got damage, they will be able to take down the spider. Dark Lord, though, he's committing. He wants to fight this. He's looking at Yuragi right now, and he thinks he can take him. He might well just be right. Zay's trying to help out here, using the sidekicks, giving the lifesteal, but it's just not going to be enough. Yuragi is dead, and Dark Lord runs away on 50 HP. How'd he get away with that? Sanctity just about manages to TP himself out to safety. And once again, if they get both the cores there, maybe we can say something positive for the side of Na'Vi, but with what just happened, it's just so hard to say anything good about what's happening for them.
Yeah, this is one of those like pit in your stomach games if you're like a Na'Vi player, if you're a Na'Vi fan, because like you see the opportunities, they're presented in front of you, but every time it just falls flat. They haven't found that kind of perfect layering, and of course it's, props to 9 Pandas. They keep chasing the fight. They keep, preparing themselves to turn it around, surviving on a sliver of HP, baiting Na'Vi into trying to take opportunities that they maybe shouldn't be, or should respect the vision game a little bit more.
It's like you've got a child, and they've they've got the blocks and the holes, and it's like got the triangle piece, and he's about to put it in the triangle, and then he switches and goes to the square last second. You're like, no, it was so close to working for you, but... And I realize how ridiculously condescending that is. I do apologize, but... I'm sure the analogy still stands as Kiyotaka and Sanctity trading in the river. We'll just get away once again. Shield ring grab for Sanctity here, so something to play with. We see the highlights
they kill
here.
the Brood, and then Yuragi, rather than going for the Void Spirit, he then turns back around for the Weaver, and then obviously Weaver nearly dies. And like, the three of them, they kind of go on 2 different heroes in the moment, and nearly actually stuns up Sanctity as well. We missed that, but... If the margins that Na'Vi are playing
Here we
with,
go though.
Smoked
Another
up
fight taking place here. Again, it's a 13k net worth lead for 9 Pandas. The Brood is so very farm, but Yuragi, he's getting to the point where he can just blow heroes up if he sees them, but he struggles to connect with the Brood, so instead we'll go for the Rubik. They're just trying to blow up the Rubik, because in comes the spider, but the black hole comes out to make sure that the egg will pop, and it will. They'll turn around and bring down the spider. All is given to keep Maldi's egg alive, and that might be the play they're looking for, as they'll eat up Solo as well. And the triangle just went through the whole. Na'Vi just put it together. It wasn't the most show-stopping black hole I've ever seen in my life, but it was exactly what was needed in the moment. And now they can get Roshan.
They finally laid the spells. That's the key thing. They smoke up, they find a jump, they protect the egg, they keep the black hole alive, they don't give away the black hole, and it's outside Roshan. Like we said that Na'Vi was the lineup to play for the late game, to be the stronger team when they get there. They've been punished on their poor execution for nearly half an hour of the game. But it just takes that one fight outside the pit to get the Aegis, and Na'Vi, they will be a lot more confident coming into these future engagements, but they need to construct it on their own terms. If they do, they are the stronger lineup. But if 9 Pandas are able to poke and prod and to pressure Na'Vi's positioning, then of course they can easily still be punished. This game is, as much as it's 9 Pandas favored, I still believe in Na'Vi's lineup to be the stronger lineup. as the game progresses.
It should work for them, right? Like it should work for them, but they've gotten so much through this early game on the side of Nine Pandas, you know, that every single one of these heroes is going to be an issue. All 3 cores are going to be so damn strong. But Na'Vi are getting there. The CK has taken his place, as we've seen every single CK do at the top of the net worth chart, has the ability to just turn heroes into warm butter on a summer's evening. 32 minutes in. They have made it to the late game here on Na'Vi, but still a bit of a deficit to work through. That said, Aegis on the CK. It's going to be very, very nice. And with the later the game gets, the more value you get out of these really long cooldown abilities. Black Hole and Supernova, all of a sudden, they're going to be up every fight. The cooldowns, the death timers, gives you that time for these abilities to come back, so you have them every engagement. You can see Nine Pandas being a bit more aggressive on the map at the moment because they know the Black Hole isn't up, but they've got it timed and they know that when it's back they'll get themselves away, and certainly the map will belong to Na'Vi for a while.
I'm gonna disconnect just to, just gather ourselves to understand the real situation of the game. These are the worst games, I'll be honest, because you can see the path for Na'Vi to win a fight. But it's like one mistake from one player. Like, stand in the wrong position, use your buyback incorrectly, don't hit the black hole, don't hit the egg, and then Nine Pandas will just be gifted a Rax or, something that just further complicates the game. And we'll see if Nine Pandas can find a way to do this. Again, they have it in plenty of forms. Like Undying with the Shard Tombstone save can easily turn around a black hole moment.
Yeah, that's a big one, actually. One you don't really think about when it comes to black hole saves, but the Tombstone's going to be huge. Do they have any cancels for the black hole inside BKB? Not really. It's just the stolen black hole from Sayu which can do it. And he's even gone for a BKB himself, so if you want any idea on what Sayu is thinking about this game, he's only thinking about one thing. It's Nephrit. All he's got on his mind. He's got a picture of him in his wallet.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Middle tower finally falls at 34 minutes. Yuragi takes it down. Top lane, the last tier 1 tower of the game. Nine Pandas top lane tower, still standing. And I'm not sure that's going to change anytime soon. There's just too many bugs on this darn map. That's the thing, like a Broodmother alone is annoying enough to deal with, but a Broodmother and a Weaver just scuttling around your map, cutting your waves, like... These Nine Pandas can play from behind very, very nicely. And they're not even behind yet. Aegis might just be a way to kind of farm Na'Vi back into an even position. Don't know how much we're going to see in terms of action.
Yeah, this game has the makings of just becoming a stalemate. The team that wanted to be aggressive has been halted in their momentum. Another team, if they don't execute, will just fall apart. They are down 8k, and because of that, it is the product of just a farming game. Next Roshan, of course, will be pivotal for either team. I'm saying that whilst the CK still has an Aegis, but it doesn't look as if Na'Vi are wanting to use this to make any gains back into this game.
Yeah, like they're just farming it, keeping things like 50-50 at the moment. I mean, sure, it's an 8k gold advantage for the side of Nine Pandas, but it's the later it goes, the less that means, right? It's been this way for a while. There is actually a play being made here by Na'Vi up to the top side. Without their CK, that is very bold. Without their Aegis hero, he's TPing to the outpost, but he's going to be late if they do stumble across someone here, so...
Can I find Solo? He's showing a wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird target because he's got the kind of instant buyback mechanic of Ceaseless Dirge.
Ooh, he's trying to hide.
He's dead, he's dead.
He's so dead.
Rest in peace, King.
And then you hear the Undying laugh.
The laughter. It's so good. I love that sound effect so much. The first time I heard it, I was just, oh my god, goodness me.
Did you really kill him? That's the question.
You fell right into my trap.
Radiant's top tower is under
He didn't. He still died. Still get a lot for it. But they're going to utilize this and immediately go again. Now it's their time to look for the fight. And they find Nefra on the front lines. It could be huge. Instead, they'll see Zayat. They'll jump in on Kiyotaka. Zayat has a BKB. He's going to use it immediately. Reality Rift onto Kiyotaka. They find the Phoenix. Phoenix is just cut down dead. Yuragi looking for a target. He finds Solo. He wants to bring down the Undying, but look at the damage which he's taking on Yuragi here. He's got to be careful. Pops the ultimate, tries to turn around the fight, but Albica is going to be the target. But Yuragi's running out of health, has no ages, trying to heal up the black hole. It's good. Is it enough? Well, it gets them 2 kills. Sayu trying to steal it, not able to do so though, as he's now getting beat down himself. I don't know how his spell steal's on cooldown, even though he doesn't have a spell, but he's going to lose his life. Sayu brings him down. Oh, the Lincoln Sphere on the Enigma. Genius from Nefrit. Cancels the ability for 9 Pandas to respond, and just like that, 4 heroes dead. Na'Vi, they put it together.
And what a fight as well. Like the confidence to fight into the river. Your Phoenix has died. Okay, we got a little bit more of a poke, and he's going to die again.
It's not done.
Yeah, he's all right. Gems recovered.
Those
fights are always so nail biting, right? When you have
stinker.
Like you're playing in the river, the tombstone on the high ground, like the Brood's holding the high ground. So CK's like dragged the Brood into like this massive duel, and it could have been so spooky, but yeah. The Enigma comes in clutch, hits the black hole, prevents the steal from the Rubik. Sayu not ready for the Lincolns. Of course, if he saw the Lincolns a little bit earlier, he would have played the fight differently to ensure he stole the black hole. I mean, they now make the game very equal. The net worth finally, maybe even swinging the way of Na'Vi if they can. If I have a couple creeps to just get 500 more gold or something. But
yeah,
the team fights very much Na'Vi favored now. Sayu, he's hit the black holes before. If 9 Pandas are to win a fight, it's all on him. It's all on this Rubik.
They need this bottom tower as well. It's even harder now the Enigma has a Lincoln Sphere. Obviously, you have Fade Bolt on the Rubik, but that might not be enough. It's tricky in the middle of a fight. You have to cancel it so quick. There's so many things for him to do. I don't know, man. 9 Pandas, they're back up. They're ready to fight. Will the next black hole be as good as the last? Will Rubik make the steal? Will Melody stay alive for more than 0.5 seconds? These are the questions you got to be asking yourself now. And this Brood is just also terrifying. You saw how long she lived in that fight. It finally took a black hole to take her and the Weaver down. They were just taking chunks out of the CK, who is so farmed, so big. Even notice Dark Lord going for the drive-by, Shikuching through all the illusions just to get as much damage off as possible onto Yuragi and his cohort. Such an interesting game, though. Like, you have Sayu, who's kind of like the pseudo core on the side of 9 Pandas, looking to just be the black hole, be their Enigma, and then you have Zayat, who's not even a pseudo core. He's just a core. He's just gonna go and right-click people in the fights, and he can take down pretty much anyone with this BKB.
Zayat's job is just to get into the middle of the fight, to open up the engagement, like allow for the Enigma to see the fight perfectly before choosing when to black hole. And on top of that, it's only a bonus if Marcy can find the Rubik. Hango getting jumped a little bit.
Do see him, yeah. Hex is out as well, but can they keep him alive? I reckon so. Sanctity gets to live for a little bit longer. There comes the Gleipnir onto Yuragi. Yuragi chilling for now, jumps onto Dark Lord. He's got to be careful though, nullified up right now. Albica's coming to take chunks out of him. He's down to half HP. Yuragi needs some help. Yeah, it's going to be there, the black hole as well, but Yuragi's already gone. Is it going to matter? They'll take down Sayu. They won't be able to get the kill into the Void Spirit though, or maybe they will. He's still stunned, and he will fall. Solo in the middle of it all, also going to go down as Zayat beats the hell out of him. There is another carry in this game, and his name is Zayat. He takes down the Spider. The spells from Na'Vi are too damn strong. It doesn't matter if you kill their carry. It matters about the team fight. And Nefrit just ain't missing at this point. Look at that damage. You let this Phoenix... This is why the Phoenix is dead first every fight, by the way. Because if he's not, that's what happens.
It's the type of fight where like Yuragi is not the carry in this game. As much as you'd love to see him be the carry, like he walks in, he's the damage soak, and as soon as, yeah, you could argue you could have played it better, but anyways, you then get this perfect layering with it. The Enigma comes in to save the day with the black hole. Zayas instantly finds the Rubik, who tries to go for a late steal of the black hole, but instantly goes down. And yeah, it's so hard for 9 Pandas to do the damage. They've lost their window of being the pacing team, to be the team that can constantly find good fighting. How do you fight into an egg and a Rolling Thunder with a black hole, with the tankiness of the CK, with the raw damage of a Marcy, and the mobility of Marcy as well? You got the Blink Dagger, you got the Rebound Shard, so Marcy can just find an enemy and jump off of them. Like Marcy should never have positioning issues unless she's jumping into the base by herself.
Yeah, unless she does this.
Yeah, exactly, but...
Yeah, thankfully there's 2 heroes dead, so gets away with it for now, but still, that is a ultimate and a BKB. I didn't use a BKB, but ultimate down. Little awkward, but it's fine. Roshan should be respawning any second now. Gem in the pit, going to give them all the information they need for that one. Will they have their cooldowns back for the next fight? Not if 9 Pandas are quick, and that is exactly what they're planning right now. 4 heroes smoked up. It's Radiant side, so the Void Spirit will be able to TP in. A huge opportunity here for 9 Pandas to turn the tables. 35 seconds on the black hole. Egg is there, but it might be really tricky for them. Roshan is getting low. Dark Lord's coming. They're going to have the vision with the bugs. This is a really awkward position for Na'Vi to be in right now. Yuragi, he knows he's got to try and finish this Sanctity as well. Going for the Rolling Thunder. They'll grab the Aegis. Nothing really happens. They're trying to get the Enigma on the backlines, but the Enigma's managed to escape. Yuragi on the front. He's in trouble, but he's actually got the shield rune, so he's absolutely fine. Just going to have to get away from the CK. Nefrit has been killed off. Buyback available from him should he want it. 3 seconds left on Black Hole cooldown. As Zayat's also getting hunted here. Uh-oh. This is looking very awkward very quickly. Yuragi suddenly finds himself all alone. BKB TP, it will be available in just a few seconds, but it looks like he is going to lose his first life, and I'm not sure he's going to have the health to survive through a second one.
You got the BKB off.
BKB's out.
He's like 3 seconds away. Sorry, 10 seconds away.
He's a bit too far though. Surely Yuragi keeps the fight going, but the Pangolier is dead. Alpaca, he's trying. Sayu is in a very good position to counter this though. The Enigma can't turn up. He's gonna run away. And Na'Vi, they get destroyed in this engagement, and that is not the fight you want to see for them.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, this is the first fight where they haven't leaned on their positioning advantage. They're playing in the low ground area of the pit. The vision goes the way of 9 Pandas. Of course, Enigma does go down. Even with the buyback, he was looking to try and turn it around. He TP'd in. He was like a blink plus a little bit away to get to the fight, but it was a matter of seconds if he was to join. And yeah, Na'Vi just died too quickly. And this is what I was saying with the thing. It's like you make one error, and of course 9 Pandas will swarm over you, and they made the error at the Roshan. It is always so volatile to play the team fight lineups, but Na'Vi will of course be kicking themselves because it felt like this should have been their game to win. All the moves they made to get to this position, and it's one Roshan call, one poor amount of vision, and 9 Pandas are very much back in the game, extremely back and forth in the late game of this one.
The double fortify buys them a little bit of time, but it's looking like it will be mega creeps. Although that said, 9 Pandas, they're moving slow here. 15 seconds on the CK. Sanctity might be able to slow them down with a Rolling Thunder here, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do, but he's getting interrupted. They're on top of the Marcy. Marcy? She needs some help, and she's not going to find it. Trying to stand on ground here with the Unleash, with the BKB, but they're not letting it go. Key Attacker's going to cut him down. Zayats is gone. Buyback available, but doesn't have Unleash, doesn't have BKB. The Supernova comes down as well. They're able to respawn on the CK. Black Hole onto Key Attacker. It'll do. No refresher on an effort though, so now that's just not going to be in play for the next 2 minutes. They'll get to respawn, and they'll have a very small window to maybe try and force a fight as 5, or maybe they'll just get a chance to come back. I mean, I think they're happy with what's happened here on 9 Pandas. You know, they take 2 lanes of barracks.
Yeah. They're very happy with this. They instantly dealt with the Aegis problem. They took 2 lanes of Rex in a game in which they couldn't win a single team fight. It was just one explosive entry, and we're going to see the replay here. Dark Lord, he gets the vision with the swarm. The positioning, I think Alpaca, of course, exceptional work there. Instantly finding the Enigma. He didn't have Black Hole for the fight, but for Na'Vi to try and go for Roshan when they didn't have Black Hole, they didn't have everything available, it was a very, very ambitious play. And you could argue, did Na'Vi need to go for Roshan this quickly? Could they not have maybe waited? The black hole was 2 seconds on cooldown, as we saw as he just died there. If Na'Vi just showed 10, 15 seconds of patience, this should have been a completely different fight, but they got impatient, and that impatience might be sending them out of this qualifier. That Roshan was the complete undoing of what was a really, really nice comeback into this game. Did Yuragi, he used the refresher orb as well? Or no,
I don't know what happened to a refresher shard.
Yeah, no. Oh, shard, sorry. But yeah. Decision making, not the best friends for Na'Vi there.
And now we are looking at those all-important buybacks. 4 minutes for Nefrit, 5 minutes for Sanctity, 6 minutes for Zayat. None of these will be up anytime soon. Roshan not respawning anytime soon either, but I can see a world where 9Pandas try and force this one. And it's such a lot of pressure on Na'Vi. They have now like 3 heroes that can pretty much solo kill Nefrit. He has to land these black holes. He has to. And it's so much pressure. The egg as well. It's a really hard one to get off. And he went Shiva's Guard on the Phoenix. That's crazy.
And Pandas, they walking up to the top lane. And bot and mid are pushed out at the moment. And Pandas might want to go fix that if they aren't desperate to try and take that big fight for the mega creeps. It could be a bit spooky. But of course, Broodmother with the refresher. Double Hex. If he is able to find that wraparound, get onto a hero, could be devastating. That amount of control the Brood will bring. Abyssal Blade as well for the Void Spirit. They have so many different ways to lock heroes down at this stage of the game, and we see Solo on screen. He actually went back for an Aether Lens. He's had it for some time though, but we didn't really talk about it. Those Tombstone saves will
could be clutch.
Yeah, could be very clutch.
It's just another hero which you want to catch inside the black hole, or one-man black holes to just blow up and no buyback hero, something like that. It's just not going to be effective anymore. Oh dear, Zayat is very, very bad situation here. Albuka sees him, blink away. Zayat's BKB, TP out. They don't have the damage, I don't believe. Zayat's will live for now. God. I like that banner collection, by the way.
How many banners are you packing?
Just a pair of banners inside the fountain.
Oh, you got two banners. Yeah. Don't start that. Don't continue that drawing.
Just circling the banners, which are right next to each other. Nothing wrong there. Na'Vi trapped inside the base. Sanctity, he's tempted. Yuragi's also tempted. Na'Vi seem very incapable of sitting still when they see these 9Pandas heroes. It's really interesting.
I kind of wish Yuragi went back for a blink. This, as much as AC could be nice for the damage, we've seen how important Arcane Blink is to jump around the fight, and also helps Seeker with his mana pool, but yeah, Yuragi not opting for it. So imagine if he sees Rubik, blink, jump, stun, no threat, but getting the initiation to the rest of his team. Jesus. Sanctity's like, don't worry guys, I can deal with that. Was this a fake comeback all along? Can Na'Vi mount a second comeback?
Albuca's just hitting it. He's just saying, fuck it, I'll just hit the barracks. It's fine, what's gonna happen? Yuragi tries to throw some spells his way, not particularly convincing at the moment. Does have a CK illusions on him from that Chaos Bolt shard plus the Phantasmagoria. And in we go. Jumps in on the back lines, but immediately we've got Kiyotaka jumping in, trying to find Zayat here. Where is Nefrit? He's very far back under the tier 4s. They'll chase off Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka now without BKB, without Manta, could be a real target. But it's very, very awkward. They found the Pangolier. Pangolier is gone. No buyback available. Yuragi being chased now by the Spider. Spider looking for the Phoenix. Black Hole needs to be quick here, and it will come down. And now the Black Hole on top of that as well with the Supernova. But there's a Tombstone save coming into the Weaver. Weaver, he's going to be able to get There's a time lapse now. Dark Lord gets away. Oh, 9 Pandas, they're playing it beautifully. The buyback's coming in here as well. Albaca's going back on the stolen black hole. Oh no, they need to get away. Zayat's on the run. I'm not sure he can make it out. Rebound is going to be there, but no. Dark Lord says no, as does Sayu with the long range pokes, and they found Nefrit as well. Buyback is there, but unfortunately, there's no refresh. There's nothing to get this black hole back into play for them. Naldi, no supernova available as well, with only 3 heroes remaining and no cooldowns up. Na'Vi, their time might be done. Albaca, Dark Lord hitting on the tier 4s, looking for the end here. Sure, they could go back and take Roast, but why would you when the victory is so close? Yuragi doing his best, trying to stand guard, but it's just so difficult. Oh, there's a dead spider on my screen though. The illusions plus the poke from the Phoenix actually was enough to bring her down, and that's no buyback on the spider. This is a turn of events here. You got to be careful with that Sunray in the late game.
Solo just coming in so clutch in that fight. The tombstone, the 8th lens, we just spoke about it, and then in that fight, it was so good.
And onto the Weaver with time lapse available. Like, I didn't know exactly if it was going to work. I was worried that he spent too much time on the tombstone. He was going to time lapse onto 0 HP, but nope.
I mean, it was so good. And of course, you know, Bruno did die to the bottle and pop. But again, that fight, if Solo doesn't hit that tombstone, like every single engagement for Na'Vi, there's always like a narrative of what if this happened, what if that happened, you know, what if they waited for the black hole for the Roshan contest, what if Solo wasn't in a position to save the Weaver in that beautiful egg black hole coverage of that fight. And 9 Pandas are just seeing through these little moments to ensure that they make the clutch plays to do this. And Na'Vi very optimistically seem to be just running it down mid. Are they just doing the last Hail Mary? Hope to take the fight to them. 50 seconds Bruno buyback.
It's necessary.
I mean,
Where's Shannon?
True. They have a scan.
Yeah. Roshan taking place right now.
Oh, we're going to play Waffle during Roshan.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the Yule to the Phoenix at low HP to then get this and the BKB and then the Rubik steals it and then Solo comes in with the clutch portrait usage of close. It's so close. Meanwhile,
Live, Roshan has gone
taken.
down. Weaver takes Aegis. Refreshes shard on Kiyotaka. Basically a whole toolbox of problems. Na'Vi, they are coming in to fight this though. Unleash, you already used from Zayat. He finds Kiyotaka on the sidelines, trying to immediately just blow him up. Sayu's there though with the lift to slow him down as Kiyotaka moves across. Turagi trying to take him down. Supernova has also been used, but now Black Hole out onto the Weaver. Weaver getting low, but there's the tombstone again. Solo's ready. Zayat was trying to look for him, but didn't close the gap, but now somehow the Weaver's going to live through it all. Black Hole off the table. Aegis still up for the Weaver as well. This is just a luxury, as now they'll take down the Chaos Knight, and with it, likely Navi's hoping they have a couple of buybacks to use here, but nothing on Zayat. Pangolier trying to run himself away, but Sanctity just doesn't roll very fast. He's got all those eggs inside of him. Looks like he might make it out in the end. All right, buyback on the CK. Marcy doesn't have it. Short 800 gold. Bought out for the Abyssal Blade. Didn't pay off. Not going to be feeling too happy about that one at this point. No black hole critically. 60 seconds left. 60 seconds for 9 Pandas to end this game.
His crew is coming out with Refresher. We will see one more black hole from the Enigma. They jump the Weaver.
Weaver getting low, but don't forget, this is your Aegis target, and Solo still hanging around the backlines. The black hole comes out onto the spider, but guess who's here? Solo once again has Nefrit's number, and they're just going to turn around and make sure Albaca's low. He will lose his life, but Dark Lord's still absolutely fine on the Weaver. They're running out of heroes. Only the Pangolier and the CK left to try and defend this one. They're trying their best. Yuragi and Sancti surrounded by Radiant heroes who are just taking chunks out of him, and the Ancient will go down. Goodbye, Na'Vi. Hello, 9 Pandas.
Whew. And 9 Pandas, what a way to win this game, because they were controlling the early game to then fall victim to the team fight of Na'Vi, but showcase just individual talents to be able to bring it back once again. And of course, Na'Vi are eliminated from TI13 qualifiers, and we instantly start with the biggest blunder of the day. I do not know why Na'Vi was rushing this when their spells were on cooldown. It was as if they expected their opponent not to contest it or something, but they're taking the fight. They don't have the black hole, and when you make mistakes like this, you are gonna, face punishment, especially in how competitive this qualifier is. We are seeing teams that have had turbulent paths but still cause upsets, and of course 9 Pandas, technically one of the favorites, one of the more prestigious names in this qualifier. But yeah, Na'Vi just making too many mistakes in this game, in this series, to convert on a win, and they are going to be eliminated. But for 9 Pandas, fair play. They did show a lot of discipline in this game to see through that potential comeback and ensure that they didn't have to force it out to a game 3.
What a battle this was. Just going on forever. And that's exactly what I have the black hole. I'm feeling very good about life. And again, Solo, pretty much the last like 3 or 4 black holes, he made a save happen. Absolutely clutch stuff coming out.
Okay, so my one, of course, it's hard to talk about the eliminated team, but I will say my final bit of analysis for Na'Vi, outside of course of some decision making, I do think Yuragi needed to go for a blink dagger in this game. Like, a lot of these highlights showed a point in which the time required for Yuragi to reposition in the fight to do his damage was enough for Solo to find that position, or for Rubik to get that black hole steal and play on the fog. I do think that if Yuragi bought blink layered with the damage of Marcy, this game, it could be different outside of the amount of team-based mistakes they made. So that would be my one point of reference for individual stuff. Yuragi needed the blink dagger, and also maybe Malady needed to play a little bit more kind of respectful towards the amount of control and silence that they had. The early game eggs was a bit of an issue, and yeah, I just don't think Na'Vi was on the same page today. I think every player, you could talk about having a moment of not being the best Dota that they've played. Sanctity again in the early game, trying to kill Void Spirit so many times, losing his tier 1 tower top because he wasn't ready to do it. And yeah, Na'Vi were eliminated individually as a team. They made a lot of mistakes, but on the flip side, 9 Pandas, they did so well. Like, Solo with his tombstone saves, incredible, absolutely incredible performance from him on the position 5, and Kiyotaka, I don't think we saw it in the highlight package, but just the early game pressure he applied, like stepping onto a hero, then chilling, resetting. He never had 2 charges to get the kill, but he was using 1 charge to put them low. They put on quite a masterclass of aggression and comeback. But yeah, it will be interesting. I don't really know who I favor now. The momentum of 9 Pandas in the lower bracket. You got the 1 win out drafting Yellow Submarines in the upper bracket. It's like, is Yellow Submarines strong enough to beat 1 win? Is the momentum of 9 Pandas strong enough to overcome the team that sent them to the lower bracket? I really don't know who to put not money, I'm not a betting man, but figuratively, I don't know who to put the money on for these 3 teams as we are entering our final day tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be 1 win waiting in the grand finals for the winners. And now we know it will be Yellow Submarine versus 9 Pandas, the rematch of the upper bracket semi-finals matchup here, where Yellow Submarine did get the 2-0 over 9 Pandas, somewhat surprisingly. And they get to rematch now down in the lower bracket. And as you mentioned, 9 Pandas coming off a huge win here against Na'Vi. And with Yellow Submarine coming off the back of a loss against 1 win. The mentality victory might go to 9 Pandas, but we'll have to find out tomorrow. I mean, wow, what a bracket this is as well. I mean, yeah, Na'Vi, it's been a good run for them, but they will be the 4th team to go out on these closed qualifiers. And it will just leave 3 remaining. Gosh, I don't know who's going to take it tomorrow either. If I had to predict, I think the 9 Pandas might just be able to run it down.
I honestly can't say. I don't know. I feel like
it's really difficult to say that, though.
Yeah, like based on the series we've seen today, I think 9 Pandas are showing a lot of improvements. Also, they had to play a lot of Dota today, right? Because they had to play up earlier today against Night Pulse to then play up against the final series of today. But I think based on trajectory, I think 9 Pandas looks a little bit better than Yellow Submarine. Based on draft and strategic entry to a game, 9 Pandas has it. I think they've made more improvements. Even though Yellow Submarines beat 9 Pandas, I think 9 Pandas will adapt and overcome. Also, Yellow Submarines today, they did the opposite Dota of what they did in their first 2 series. So yeah, a little bit confused in that one. I have no idea about 1 win, because 1 win, they played up against Night Pulse, Na'Vi, and they destroyed Yellow Submarine. So if they go up against Yellow Submarine, I expect 1 win to beat Yellow Submarine. But I have no idea. We've not seen 1 win versus 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas are making improvements. I think for grand finals and going for full 5 games, I think 1 win versus 9 Pandas will be the most competitive. But you know, the whole underdog story, the Yellow Submarine being a open qualifier team for other tournaments and other qualifiers. Of course, they got invited to this one, but they've been the team that hasn't really made it at all in the year. They've upset teams, they've existed, but they've never really qualified. So to make it potentially as your first tournament to really qualify to is the International. That is an incredible storyline in itself, but I don't really know who to favor. Nine Pandas momentum, the storyline of Yellow Submarine, or the consistency of one win. It's three very different narratives, and yeah, it's really hard to pick one for tomorrow.
It's difficult. Yeah, it's very, very difficult. All teams could potentially make it. All of them have proven to us that they can play really good Dota on this patch, like bringing up some new ideas, playing some really strong heroes in a really convincing way, and strategizing. Jesus, we need to end this cast, Hiccup. I'm running
It's your
out
job.
here,
You
mate.
literally say we're done, and it's like, test it. Just, you can do it.
But how could I do that, Robson, without saying thank you to everybody for
There you
watching
go.
today? And thank you guys for enjoying, hopefully, the games we had. We've had some really entertaining games today. And of course, more to come tomorrow as we have the lower brackets finals and the grand finals then to come tomorrow to find out which team from this region is going to make it to TI13. Join us tomorrow. And for today, goodbye and thanks for watching.